Sword God Chapter 3226 to Chapter 3278. Outside the Dharma Development Hall, the hundreds of disciples did not leave. Instead, they sat on the ground and quietly listened to the ethereal voice coming from the Dharma Development Hall. The ethereal voice seemed to come from a distant time and space. It carried an indescribable mystery as it entered the ears of every disciple. For a moment, all the disciples were driven and entered a state of enlightenment. They felt as if they saw white clouds growing and turning into dark clouds. Then, there was the sound of thunder and torrential rain. In the torrential rain, there were many reflections that contained countless mysteries. That drop of rain seemed to be a world of its own. It contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. The disciples outside the Dharma Development Hall were immersed in it and could not extricate themselves. They were intoxicated. Inside the Dharma Development Hall, the effects of the 108 disciples' comprehension were even more obvious. Not only could they hear the demigods preaching closer, but they also had the help of the lotus leaf prayer mat. The effects were at least several times better than those outside the Dharma Development Hall. The lotus leaf prayer mat could calm one's mind and chi. It could also increase one's comprehension. In other words, the better one's comprehension was, the better the amplification effect would be. Naturally, the greater the benefits. A drop of rain contained heaven and earth. All things were born between heaven and earth. There were mysteries under all things. The 108 disciples in the Dharma Development Hall were immersed in this mystery. The more powerful ones could even sink into more mysteries at the same time to comprehend the mysteries contained within. However, no one could compare to Xianxia. Xianxia's comprehension was already outstanding. Perhaps he could not be said to be the best among all the disciples, but he could definitely be ranked at the top. With such comprehension enhanced by the lotus leaf prayer mat, it was even more shocking. In particular, Xianxia also had the heart chaotic prime realm. This was an advantage that others did not have. The heart chaotic prime realm allowed Xianxia's comprehension to be maximized. It was as if there were hundreds and thousands of them. Each of them was independent. They would not interfere with each other or weaken each other. Instead, they could help each other. No one's comprehension effect could compare to Xianxia. Even the first imperial disciple, Bai Yi, could not. Xianxia was completely immersed in the thousands of mysteries. He comprehended the mysteries of all things and the mysteries of heaven and earth from different angles. The demigod spat out the heavenly voice of the great Tao, passing through layers of time and space to arrive in the Dharma Development Hall, causing the disciples to be immersed in their comprehension. Soon after, the demigod also noticed Xianxia's condition and could not help but be secretly surprised. As a demigod, which one of them hadn't lived for a long time? That kind of time couldn't be described with just a few thousand years or tens of thousands of years. It could easily be counted with millions of years or even tens of millions of years. It should be known that the existence of a universe epoch was very long. For example, in the previous universe epoch, if the ancient demon demigod hadn't awakened at the last moment and broken the outer universe, causing the 4 universe fragments to collapse and fuse, it wouldn't have ended just like that. At the very least, it would have lasted for a very long time. To a certain extent, time had already lost its meaning to demigods. It was only because they had lived for too long, seen too much, and understood too much. Many things were no longer mysterious to demigods, and they could not attract their interest. But now, the demigod was actually a little interested because he sensed that Xianxia's condition at this moment was very special. It was different from the others, and there was an indescribable sense of mystery. A wisp of aura suddenly spread out from the demigod's fluctuating figure. It was invisible and colorless, and no one noticed it. That wisp of aura directly sank into the lotus leaf futon that Xianxia was sitting on. The lotus leaf futon suddenly trembled slightly, and an extremely mysterious aura directly spread out and poured into Xianxia's body. In an instant, his comprehension ability increased by several folds. This, however, was done casually by the demigod, further stimulating the power of the lotus leaf futon and further increasing Xianxia's comprehension ability. Xianxia only felt that his comprehension ability had suddenly increased by several folds, and the effect of his comprehension had skyrocketed. However, he did not know what the reason was, and did not think too much about it, because at this moment, Xianxia had already activated the one-mind chaotic prime realm to the extreme. It had reached the true extreme, an unprecedented extreme. Under such circumstances, Xianxia was no longer allowed to be distracted by other things. Countless mysteries were constantly emerging, and the demigod would not deliberately remind Xianxia of anything. He was just doing it casually. It was like walking and seeing a child fall down, and casually helping him up, that was all. But this casual action brought Xianxia a lot of benefits. Time passed slowly. Day after day passed. On the third day, someone outside the Dharma Development Hall woke up. He still had a confused look on his face. After a few breaths, he finally woke up. Knowing his situation, he immediately revealed a look of joy. However, when he saw the other disciples around him who were still immersed in their comprehension, his joy turned into bitterness. The longer one was immersed in comprehension, the greater the benefits. Right now, he was the only one who woke up first, which meant that he had the best benefits. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel depressed. Soon after, a second person woke up, and then a third. Most of the palace disciples' standards were actually not much different, and they were in a state of being on par. Not long after, hundreds of palace disciples woke up one after another, and they did not dare to disturb others. Such a comprehension opportunity was very rare, and once they disturbed others and caused them to stop comprehending, it would be a great hatred, comparable to the hatred of murdering one's parents. What was important to a cultivator? Opportunity. Opportunity was related to the improvement of one's strength, the excavation of one's potential, and whether one's future path would be easy or not. In short, it was extremely important. Cutting off other people's opportunity was a great hatred of life and death, and even brothers could turn against each other because of this. Even a magnanimous person wouldn't feel happy about it. The palace disciples who woke up first quietly left, returning to their respective secret halls to properly comprehend. Listening to the demigod's preaching, sinking into comprehension, and comprehending the mysteries of all things in the world, did not mean that one's strength had increased. It only meant that one had comprehended more mysteries, and they still needed to further consolidate it, to truly transform those mysteries into one's own, into one's potential, and into one's strength. Only then would one have truly gained benefits. Otherwise, it would only be understanding. Understanding and mastering were two different concepts. In that case, was the demigod's preaching useless? No, on the contrary, it was very useful. One had to first understand and then master. This was a gradual process, as if one had carved out a path, and then it would be smooth and unobstructed. Otherwise, if one wanted to master something without understanding it at all, it would be like walking without a path, and it would be extremely difficult. The demigod's preaching was equivalent to providing a wide and flat path. As long as one walked down it, one would be able to gain something. Of course, the final harvest would depend on one's ability. How many mysteries one could comprehend from the demigod's preaching represented how far one could walk on that wide and flat path. Within a day, the palace disciples outside the Law Development Hall woke up one after another. One by one, they looked inside the Law Development Hall and could vaguely see many figures. They could not help but sigh, feeling rather envious. As expected, there was still a difference between being able to enter the Law Development Hall and not being able to do so. Of course, if it was them who entered the Law Development Hall, they would definitely be able to comprehend for a longer time. After all, with the help of the lotus leaf praying mat, the improvement effect was very obvious. Another day passed, and people began to wake up in the Law Development Hall. The moment they woke up, they first looked around, and after seeing the other palace disciples who were still comprehending, they quietly left. One by one, the palace disciples woke up and left the Law Development Hall, all because the demigod's preaching had already ended. Hoping that a demigod would preach for several days was a dream. The total time from the beginning to the end of the preaching was only 2 hours. However, just 2 hours was enough for everyone to comprehend many mysteries of heaven and earth. Even if the preaching time was extended, it was still the same. There was a saying that one should not bite off more than one could chew. Although the demigod's preaching was a great opportunity, if too much was said, it might be difficult to comprehend anything. It was best if it was suitable. As a demigod, since he was going to preach, he would naturally grasp the opportunity well. In the end, the other palace disciples woke up and left, leaving only the 13 palace disciples who were still comprehending. To be able to become a palace disciple, not only did one have to be strong, but they were also extraordinary in all aspects. However, there were also differences in strength between Wang Tu and Wang Tuesday. Not long after, the other palace disciples woke up one after another. In the end, only the first palace disciple, Bai Yi, the second palace disciple, Jing Wuxue, and the third palace disciple, Chen Zong, were still comprehending. I wonder which of the three of them will be able to comprehend for the longest time. A palace disciple sighed. However, they did not plan to stay. Taking advantage of the continuous inspiration in their minds, they immediately went into seclusion to properly organize the various mysteries they had comprehended during the demigod's preaching and transform them into their own potential and strength. Compared to this, everything else was secondary. In the huge Dharma development hall, only 3 figures were left, still comprehending. The desolate and lonely aura around Jing Wuxue seemed to be getting stronger, and the fog around the first palace disciple, Bai Yi, seemed to be getting thicker. As for the third palace disciple, Chen Zong, the aura around him was getting more and more mysterious. As the aura fluctuated, it seemed to transform into wind, thunder, rain, lightning, light, darkness, and so on. Different auras surrounded him and seemed to enter his body, forming a cycle that repeated over and over again. Chen Zong's aura was getting purer and purer, and its upper limit was increasing bit by bit. The first palace disciple, Bai Yi, was the first to wake up. Within the fog, his pair of dark eyes looked over, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He was the first to wake up. Jing Wuxue and Chen Zong were still comprehending. This was unbelievable. Shouldn't he be the last to wake up? For a moment, even the first palace disciple, Bai Yi, could not help but feel shocked. One had to know that during the last demigod's preaching, he had been the last to comprehend. The first palace disciple, Bai Yi, had mixed feelings. This feeling was difficult to describe with words, and it was simply impossible to describe clearly. At this time, Jing Wuxue also woke up. When he saw Bai Yi, he was slightly stunned. Then, when he looked at Chen Zong, he was stunned again. He also had mixed feelings. The first royal disciple Bai Yi and the second royal disciple Jing Wuxue stayed in the Dharma development hall for a while, wanting to see if Chen Zong would wake up. However, they found that he was still comprehending, so they could only leave. Of course, they had to go back and cultivate in seclusion. They had gained a lot from the demigod's sermon. Especially for top geniuses like them, who had outstanding comprehension abilities, they would be able to comprehend more mysteries. Once they absorbed those mysteries and turned them into their own, their potential would definitely increase. As for their strength, it would most likely be difficult to increase it, because it was already very difficult to do so. After Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue left, Chen Zong opened his eyes about an hour later. The moment Chen Zong opened his eyes, the aura around him fluctuated and disappeared. Thousands of mysteries flickered in Chen Zong's eyes before they gradually returned to silence. After waking up, Chen Zong glanced around and found that he was the only one left in the Dharma development hall. He was a little surprised, but he felt that it was normal. In terms of comprehension ability, he had never been inferior to others. Perhaps some people had better comprehension abilities than him, but they did not have the help of the one-hearted mantra. The one-hearted chaotic prime was very mysterious. Thinking of this, Chen Zong was even more amazed by his master and grandmaster. Then, he wondered where his master, one-hearted Taoist, had gone. He had not been able to find him until now. Suppressing the doubts and worries in his heart, Chen Zong stood up and walked out of the Dharma development hall. When Chen Zong walked out of the Dharma development hall, the door of the Dharma development hall seemed to be pushed by an invisible force and closed. All the mysterious aura was completely isolated behind the door, not leaking out at all. Chen Zong quickly returned to his secret palace and began his seclusion. In terms of learning from the demigod's sermon, Chen Zong had gained the most. No one else could compare to him. This was also the amazing thing about the one-hearted chaotic prime. The entire ancient illumination hall fell into silence because more than 700 disciples were all in seclusion. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed, and then 2 years had passed. In the third year, a palace disciple finally came out of seclusion. The moment he came out, he went straight to the myriad ancient path. The demigod's Tao lecture had allowed their comprehension of the great Tao to improve a step further. However, it was unclear how much they had improved. The test of the myriad ancient path was more direct. After the myriad ancient path's test was the 1,000 kills pagoda. The 1,000 kills pagoda's test was the most direct. Palace disciples came out of seclusion one after another, and the first thing they did was head to the myriad ancient path or the 1,000 slayer pagoda to test themselves. No matter which palace disciple it was, after listening to the demigods preaching and going into seclusion, their strength had more or less improved. In the 5th year, Xianxia also came out of closed-door training, which caused a lot of surprise. This was because the other 12 of the 13 royal disciples were still in seclusion. What did it mean for the third king's disciple to come out so early? Normally, only those who did not gain enough would come out earlier. The third disciple had come out earlier than the other 12 disciples. Didn't that mean that he did not gain as much from the demigod's sermon as the other 12 disciples? I knew it. How could he compare to the 12 disciples? An inner palace disciple said in a strange tone, revealing a knowing expression. There were all kinds of negative comments. They all felt that Xianxia's potential was not as good as the other 12 disciples, and so on. This kind of rumor naturally reached Xianxia's ears, but Xianxia did not pay any attention to it. Why did he come out earlier than the other 12 disciples? The reason was, it was because of the chaotic prime realm. With the chaotic prime realm fully activated, Xianxia's comprehension efficiency was astonishing. It was at least 100 or even 1,000 times faster than the other palace disciples. What kind of concept was this? This meant that Xianxia only needed a year or less to comprehend the mysteries that would take them 100 years to comprehend. This meant that Xianxia's cultivation efficiency was far better than theirs. He had more time to comprehend other things. Just this point alone was enough to put him in the lead. After listening to the demigods preaching and cultivating in seclusion for 5 years, Xianxia had gained a lot. He was confident that his strength had improved significantly. Perhaps the amount of chaotic prime heart force did not increase, nor did the quality change. It was the same as 5 years ago, but his understanding of Sword Tao had deepened. He had broken through his original limits and reached a higher level. This made the single-hearted sword technique even more perfect and powerful. The 5 ultimate moves had also improved significantly because of the single-hearted sword technique. They were even more powerful. Xianxia directly gave up on the eternal path and went to the 1,000 kills tower alone. Xianxia did not hesitate to enter the tower and begin his challenge. Wave after wave, floor after floor. Xianxia did not delay at all. He charged through the first floor, the second floor, the third floor. He charged through floor after floor like a hot knife through butter. Soon, he reached the 7th floor. Previously, when Xianxia reached the 7th floor, he had to use the 5 ultimate moves to pass. Now, Xianxia planned to try if he could pass the 7th floor and enter the 8th floor with the single-hearted sword technique without using the 5 ultimate moves. If he could do it, he might have a chance of passing the 8th floor and entering the 9th floor this time. Currently, the first disciple was also stuck on the 8th floor and had yet to enter the 9th floor. On the 7th floor of the 1,000 kills tower, Xianxia faced the first wave of opponents and directly slashed out with his sword. This opponent was quite strong, but Xianxia could defeat him before. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he easily killed him with a single strike. In the second wave, he easily killed him again. Relying on the increasingly perfect and powerful single-heart sword technique, Xianxia's sword strikes were extremely precise, gradually becoming as fast as lightning. Each of his sword strikes were extremely ferocious, and as sword forces seethed, every single sword strike was a sword that could take lives. Every single sword strike was a sword that could kill, sweeping through everything before them. This feeling was simply too wonderful, causing Xianxia to be involuntarily immersed in it. He was able to move freely, unleashing everything he had gained from listening to the demigods preaching and comprehending for 5 years to his heart's content. That feeling was like a galloping horse galloping on a flat plain, like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring in the boundless blue sky, like a ferocious fish swimming freely in the vast sea. Unknowingly, his potential seemed to have been further stimulated. In the 10th wave of the 7th floor, Chenzong faced 10 powerful enemies. Relying on his increasingly superior sword skills, he defeated and killed the powerful enemies one by one. He passed the 7th floor and entered the 8th floor. This time, I'm going to break through to the 9th floor. Chenzong was secretly excited. The first wave of the 8th floor was not difficult. At least, it was not as difficult as the 10th wave of the 7th floor. Therefore, relying only on the single-hearted sword technique, his sword strikes were endless. They were like the surging waters of a long river, as fierce as a gale destroying a city, and as violent as a flash flood. In an instant, they turned into a gentle breeze and a gurgling stream. The force contained in each strike was constantly changing. Sometimes it was hard, sometimes it was soft, sometimes it was delicate, and sometimes it was violent. Under one strike, the powerful enemies in the first wave of the 8th floor almost could not find a chance to counterattack. They were passively defending against Chenzong's attacks. If they kept defending, they would definitely lose. Chenzong found an opportunity and killed them with one strike. The second and third waves were more difficult, but they were still defeated by Chenzong. In the fourth wave, Chenzong began to feel waves of pressure, but he still passed through with the single-hearted sword technique. He passed through the fifth wave. In the sixth wave, under the joint attack of 6 powerful enemies, the pressure increased sharply. Chenzong had to use his unique skill. The pressure in the 7th wave was even greater, but Chenzong had already experienced it. He relied on his superb swordsmanship and powerful unique skill to pass through. After a tough battle in the 8th wave, he passed through again. In the 9th wave, Chenzong encountered obstacles. Under the continuous use of 5 unique skills, Chenzong still passed through the 9th wave and entered the 10th wave. Compared to the 9th wave, the 10th wave was much more difficult. First, it was because there was one more person in the 10th wave. With one more person, the pressure brought by the joint attack also increased a lot. Second, it was because of the continuous battles, and the interval between each wave was only 10 breaths. Even with the superb recovery speed of the mixed Yuan heart force, Chenzong could not recover in 10 breaths of time. He could only recover a little. Therefore, in the 10th wave, facing the joint attack of 10 powerful enemies at their peak, and with only less than half of his mixed Yuan heart force left, it was undoubtedly a more difficult battle. Even so, Chenzong did not retreat at all. With a solemn expression, he cautiously dealt with the joint attack of the 10 powerful enemies. He continued to contend with them, stalling for time and striving to recover more of his mixed Yuan heart force. Fortunately, Chenzong's mixed Yuan heart force's recovery speed was amazing, and his strength was also very strong. 3 times eruption, 5 times eruption, the single-hearted sword technique was continuous, and the 5 unique skills were used alternately. He first defeated the first powerful enemy, breaking the joint attack and reducing the pressure. The second kill, the third kill, the further he went, the fewer powerful enemies there were. However, Chenzong was also hit several times, and the mixed Yuan heart force was greatly consumed. Nevertheless, Chenzong still defeated the last powerful enemy with the last sword attack. I passed. Chenzong could not help but smile. Difficult, it was indeed difficult to pass through the 8th floor. It was an extremely difficult battle. If he had not listened to the demigod's preaching and gone into seclusion for 5 years, he would not have been able to pass through the 8th floor. The further he went, the more difficult it would be. Standing on the 8th floor, Chenzong was not in a hurry to enter the 9th floor. He wanted to recover his cultivation strength first. Moreover, from the 1st floor to the 9th floor, he had been fighting non-stop, especially the last few high-intensity battles, which were extremely exhausting. About half an hour later, Chenzong's cultivation was completely restored, and his fatigue was greatly reduced. The 9th floor, here I come. Chenzong immediately stepped into the 9th floor. The 9th floor looked no different from the first 8 floors. The only difference was that the strength of the opponents was twice as strong. The moment the first wave of opponents appeared, they immediately sent out a punch. The punch was as domineering and ferocious as a demonic dragon. It was as if it wanted to devour Chenzong. As the fist force spread out, it seemed to fill up the entire world. Slash, the moment the heavenly will sword was unsheathed, it brought with it a dazzling sword light. It tore through the sky as if it was splitting the sky and the earth. It directly cut through the momentum created by the fist energy. A fierce battle began. This opponent was very powerful, and was not weaker than the fourth royal disciple that he had fought before. Moreover, his fist technique was very direct and domineering. The power of each punch was extremely strong, and it felt like it could devour everything. If Qin Zong had not improved his strength over the years, he probably would not have been able to defeat his opponent without the ancient god sword armor. Don't believe rumors and don't spread them. There is no clinical evidence that the Shuangwanglian oral liquid can resist the new coronavirus, so don't take it. This medicine is cold, and taking too much will damage the liver and kidneys. Don't take it without authorization if you have any symptoms. Finally, the Dominator of Six Realms hopes that all of you can accompany Little Rice Dumpling and the Dominator of Six Realms in good health. There is still the next book, and the next one after that. Sincerely, yours truly, take care of the Way of the Sword. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. The opponents on the 9th floor were twice as strong as those on the 8th floor. However, although the first wave of opponents on the 9th floor were strong, the pressure they gave Qin Zong was not as strong as the 10th wave on the 8th floor. In fact, it was even weaker than the 8th wave. This was the case for every floor. However, Qin Zong was not in a hurry to defeat this strong opponent. Instead, he fought while tempering himself and observing the opponent's fist technique. At the same time, he maintained his condition. When it was about time, Qin Zong unleashed a series of sword strikes, suppressing the opponent and defeating him. 10 breaths later, 2 strong opponents appeared in the second wave, immediately putting pressure on Qin Zong. In the end, Qin Zong was defeated in the third wave. Without the ancient god sword armor, he could only make it to the third wave of the 9th floor. After defeating one of the enemies, he couldn't hold on any longer and was killed. Outside the Thousand Kills Tower, Qin Zong's figure appeared. The Thousand Kills Tower's stone steel flickered, and shortly after, Peerless Sword Saint Qin Zong's ranking changed. He went from 3rd to 1st place. This scene happened to be seen by some palace disciples who were preparing to challenge the Thousand Kills Tower. At first, they thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. After rubbing their eyes, they looked again. Peerless Sword Saint Qin Zong's name was indeed first on the stone steel. The first royal disciple, Bai Yi, was suppressed to 2nd place. Shock, extreme shock, ever since Bai Yi became the first royal disciple, regardless of whether it was the Thousand Kills Tower stone steel or the Thousand Kills Towers, he had always been first. But now, someone had surpassed him, and it was the third royal disciple. Not long ago, many palace disciples thought that the third royal disciple did not have enough potential. The 9th floor, the third royal disciple, Peerless Sword Saint Qin Zong, had actually passed the first 8 floors and entered the 9th floor. After Qin Zong left, this news swept through the ancient illumination palace like a storm, causing a huge commotion. In the 6th year, the first royal disciple, Bai Yi, and the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, came out of seclusion and challenged the Thousand Kills Tower. On the Thousand Kills Tower stone steel, the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue, actually surpassed the first royal disciple, Bai Yi. On the Thousand Kills Pagoda's stone steel, the rankings changed once more. The first king's disciple, Bai Yi, regained the first position, the second king's disciple, Jing Wuxue, regained the second position, and the third king's disciple, Qin Zong, returned to the third position. When Qin Zong found out, he was somewhat surprised, but he didn't find it unacceptable. After all, he hadn't activated the ancient divine sword armor when he challenged the Thousand Kills Pagoda. If he had activated the ancient divine sword armor, he would definitely be able to clear the third wave of the 9th level. It wouldn't even be a problem for him to clear the 4th wave. As for the 5th wave, his chances of clearing it weren't small. However, Qin Zong was still surprised by the increase in Jing Wuxue and Bai Yi's strength. Listening to the demigods preaching not only brought him great benefits, but also brought great benefits to the first royal disciple, Bai Yi, and the second royal disciple, Jing Wuxue. Did they pass the third wave? They should have. Based on his battle with the first royal disciple in the Yuan secret land, he should have no problem passing the third wave. He might even be able to pass the 4th wave. Maybe he could even pass the 5th wave. Chen Zong hadn't fought with Jing Wuxue before, so he wasn't sure. However, he guessed that Jing Wuxue should be able to pass the third and fourth waves. I really hope I can fight them with my full strength, Chen Zong muttered to himself. He wondered if he could defeat Jing Wuxue if he went all out. Would he be able to defeat the first royal disciple, Bai Yi? Not long after, an unexpected visitor came. Looking at the figure shrouded in mist, Chen Zong was surprised. The visitor was the first royal disciple, Bai Yi. The mist seemed to dissipate, revealing Bai Yi's figure. It was the same figure Chen Zong had seen in the Yuan secret land. Bai Yi's face was pale, as if he had lost a lot of blood. However, his eyes were dark and deep. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to look into his eyes. Otherwise, they would feel like they were being covered by a shadow. First royal disciple, what do you want? Chen Zong asked directly. You are quite strong. You are stronger than Jing Wuxue, Bai Yi said. His voice was low and hoarse. Chen Zong was surprised. He was stronger than Jing Wuxue. Bai Yi had fought with him and Jing Wuxue before. If he said so, then it was most likely true. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Jing Wuxue had become stronger this time. But what did the first royal disciple want? This was what Chen Zong was concerned about. It won't be long before the demonic universal era fragment opens. Bai Yi's voice was low and deep. He spoke at a steady pace. Chen Zong raised his eyebrows and looked at Bai Yi in surprise. Bai Yi's words surprised Chen Zong. Why did he come to the ancient god dynasty? They had come for the demonic universe era fragment and the celestial universe era fragment. However, they had been in the ancient illumination palace for almost 10 years, but they had not heard any news of the demonic universe era fragment being opened. How did Bai Yi know? My family has some connections in the ancient god dynasty. Bai Yi seemed to have noticed Chen Zong's surprise when he raised his eyebrows. He explained, every time the demonic universal era fragment ruin opens, the ancient illumination palace will get some slots. With your strength, it's not difficult to get a slot. The reason why I'm looking for you is that I hope you can help me obtain a treasure, Bai Yi continued. Chen Zong nodded and signaled for Bai Yi to continue. Bai Yi frowned, but he wasn't displeased. He continued, the treasure is called the demonic soul. Demonic soul. Chen Zong frowned. When demigod Dijio recommended him to the ancient god dynasty, he wanted him to give him the cauldron soul and the demonic soul. He also said that it would be difficult to get the cauldron soul and the demonic soul. Now that Bai Yi wanted him to help him get the demonic soul, it seemed that it would be more difficult than expected. Moreover, he needed the demonic soul, and Bai Yi needed it too. Wouldn't they have to compete? You need the demonic soul too? Bai Yi was surprised, but he didn't ask. He continued, there is more than one demonic soul in the demonic universe era fragment, and I only need one. What do you want in return? Chen Zong didn't answer immediately, but he asked. After all, if Bai Yi wanted him to help him get the demonic soul, he wouldn't do it for free. If that was the case, then Bai Yi must be crazy. However, Bai Yi wasn't an idiot who only had strength. What do you want? Bai Yi asked. A spot for the celestial universe era fragment? Chen Zong asked. Impossible. Bai Yi's expression changed, and he immediately explained, the celestial universe era fragment is controlled by the Skyheart dynasty. It's extremely difficult for anyone who isn't from the Skyheart dynasty to get a spot. Even my family can't get it that easily. In fact, Bai Yi also wanted to enter the celestial universe era fragment, but the opportunity was too rare. Then, tell me your conditions. Chen Zong said. At the moment, Chen Zong couldn't think of anything to ask for. He might as well listen to Bai Yi's conditions first. If it was suitable, he could help him. If it wasn't, he would reject it. Bai Yi seemed to be thinking about what conditions he should give. A mind cultivation technique, a chaotic divine weapon, and 1 million chaotic divine gems. Bai Yi said, you can choose one of the three. This time, I also asked Jing Wuxue to help me. Bai Yi continued, he also asked for one of the three. Indeed, it was difficult to get the demon soul. However, Bai Yi had not only asked him, but also Jing Wuxue. With the three king's disciples working together, the possibility of getting the demon soul was higher. Besides, Chenzong also thought of one thing. He didn't know what the demon soul looked like. Where did it exist? If he helped Bai Yi, he might be able to get more information about the demon soul. Then, how should he choose one of the 1 million chaotic divine gems? It was indeed a lot, but for Chenzong, who had tens of millions of chaotic divine gems, it was nothing. With his ability, it wasn't difficult to get 1 million chaotic divine gems. Even 10 million chaotic divine gems wouldn't be difficult. As for a chaotic divine weapon, Chenzong didn't care much. Unless it was a top chaotic divine weapon, it wouldn't be of much use to him. He had the Sky Intent Sword, a top chaotic divine weapon, and 100 chaotic divine weapons, the Red Star Sword. Then, he could only choose the Mind Cultivation technique. According to the name, the Mind Cultivation technique might have something to do with the divine will. As for whether it was true or not, he would know after asking. The Mind Cultivation technique is called the Ghost Fire Jade technique. It focuses on the divine will. Bai Yi didn't say much. It was just a simple introduction. I want the Mind Cultivation technique, Chenzong replied immediately. Bai Yi nodded. He took out a jade of inheritance and handed it to Chenzong. Chenzong was a little surprised, but he took it. The opening date of the Demon Era fragment hasn't been confirmed, but it should be within 10 years. Be prepared. Bai Yi left Chenzong's secret palace after he finished speaking. When Bai Yi turned to leave, wisps of mist spread out. It was as if they were coming out from the void around him. They surrounded Bai Yi again, and he returned to his mysterious appearance. After watching Bai Yi leave, Chenzong looked at the Jade of Inheritance carefully. He made sure that there was no tampering with it before he passed it on. Even when he was receiving the information, Chenzong took all kinds of precautions to prevent any accidents from happening. It wasn't that Chenzong was narrow-minded, but he had to be careful. He didn't know Bai Yi very well, so there was no friendship between them. The Ghost Fire Jade technique wasn't too difficult to understand. At least for Chenzong, it was easy for him to understand. The Mind Cultivation technique was to treat the divine will like a piece of jade to be refined. The impurities in the jade would be removed continuously until it became pure. Finally, it would become a flawless jade. Inside the secret palace, Chenzong began to cultivate the Ghost Fire Jade tempering mantra. He treated his divine intent like a piece of jade and constantly used the ghost fire to refine it, removing the impurities and making it even purer. The ghost fire used negative energy as fuel to ignite it. What was negative energy? Demonic energy was negative energy. According to the records of the Ghost Fire Jade tempering mantra, the ghost fire used the power of the dark demonic path. Chenzong did not have the power of the dark demonic path, so he did not know where to get it from. However, Chenzong was flexible. Wasn't the power of primordial evil god negative energy, and it was a very high-end negative energy. It was not something that the dark demonic path could compare to. The original evil god in Chenzong's sea of consciousness was the source of all the evilness of the original evil god. It was the gathering of all the negative powers of the ancient god clan. It was the evilest of evils. Chenzong did not have much confidence in using the source of extreme evil's evil energy as fuel to ignite the ghost fire. However, he had to try. If he failed, he would look for the dark demonic path's power as fuel. Right now, primordial fiend god's source of extreme evil was being suppressed by the great formation of Sealing Sky Absolute Land. Furthermore, it was constantly being attacked by the formation's power and cut by the sword chi of suppressing evil. Even though the rate of depletion was extremely slow, if this continued, it was very likely that primordial fiend god's source of extreme evil would be exhausted. Under normal circumstances, Chenzong would only pay attention. He rarely took the initiative to control the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords. However, this time, Chenzong took the initiative to control them. The 18 evil-suppressing sword chi surged. It was as if 18 peerless swordsmen were charging at the source of extreme evil with their swords. The source of extreme evil did not resist. It seemed to have accepted its fate. It allowed the 18 evil-suppressing sword chi to cut its body. In the end, the primordial evil god's aura was cut down. Chenzong brought the primordial evil god's aura out of the range of the 18 evil-suppressing godly swords formation. As soon as it appeared, an extremely evil aura filled the air. the primordial evil god's aura suddenly skyrocketed, turning into a dark gray color. It seemed to want to devour everything as it spread and corroded Xianxia's knowledge. See. And, your everything belongs to this god. Primordial evil god's voice sounded. It was sharp, ferocious, and excited. It was the kind of excitement that came from the bottom of one's heart after being imprisoned for a long time and regaining freedom. This was beyond Xianxia's primordial evil. Who would have thought that primordial evil god's consciousness would be contained in a wisp of evil aura he had extracted from the source of utmost evil? And his intentions were very obvious. He wanted to take over the origin of extreme evil, and he had already made his move. Primordial of extreme of extreme of extreme of extreme. Primordial essence of essence. Was. However, Xianxia was still affected. His divine will was impacted, and his consciousness felt like it was sinking. It was as if he was going to sink into the abyss and never be reincarnated. This feeling was too terrifying. To resist the erosion of the primordial evil gods of extreme evil, Xianxia immediately used the dark fire jade technique to ignite the primordial evil gods of extreme evil. He used it as fuel. Together with Xianxia's powerful divine will, the primordial evil gods of extreme evil began to burn. How can this be? Burn? Primordial evil god's voice was filled with panic. Although it was only a strand of his consciousness, not even 1,000th of it, it was still his consciousness and power. It was an extremely evil power, a power that was above all other powers. How could this be? Burn? After the primordial evil gods of extreme evil was ignited, it began to burn continuously. Finally, it was completely burned, turning into a blue-gray flame. Primordial evil god's consciousness was also burned, and he howled in pain. It changed from ecstasy to howling in pain. It was too exciting. Primordial evil god could not accept it. Since he met this lowly human, he had been in a worse situation. Originally, it was already very unfortunate to be suppressed by the ancient god clan. But now, it seemed that being suppressed by the ancient god clan was a light punishment. If it could, it wished that it was still suppressed by the ancient god clan, instead of falling into such a miserable situation where it could not see the slightest hope. When he was suppressed by the ancient god clan in the core of the god prison district, he still had a chance to break out of the 18 evil suppressing god pillars, but it would take a long time. Even if it took a long time, it did not matter. For an existence like primordial evil god, time was meaningless, even more meaningless than a demigod. Primordial evil god was truly immortal. At least, he had been immortal since the beginning of the ancient god era. He did not know how many eras had passed. Now, not only did he not see any hope of breaking out of the seal, but he might also be killed. How could he not panic? No matter what, it was useless. In short, after meeting Xianxia, primordial evil god began to be unlucky again and again. There was nothing he could do. The grayish-blue deep flame kept burning, emitting an extremely ancient and pure aura. It began to refine Xianxia's divine intent. As soon as it was refined, Xianxia immediately felt an indescribable pain. It was as if his whole body was being roasted in a raging fire. It was very uncomfortable. There seemed to be a constant sizzling sound, which was caused by the deep flame's continuous refining of his divine intent. Forcefully enduring the discomfort of being roasted, Xianxia continuously used the ball of serene fire to refine his divine intent, causing it to become increasingly pure and tough. During the refining process, the deep flame was constantly consumed and reduced until it finally disappeared. The deep flame was ignited by negative energy. When the negative energy was burned out, the deep flame would be extinguished, just like when wood was burned out, the fire would also be extinguished. Xianxia's face was pale and his eyes were filled with deep exhaustion. He felt as if he was about to collapse. Refining the divine intent was not something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, the deep flame jade refining technique was more direct and intense than when he fought against the chaotic consciousness of primordial evil god. If one had to compare, using the chaotic consciousness of primordial evil god to refine his divine intent was like a warm tonic, while using the deep flame jade refining technique to refine his divine intent was like a strong tonic. Xianxia did not know that the reason why it was so intense was because of the extraordinary burning he used. The deep flame ignited by ordinary dark demonic energy was not so powerful. The fuel used by Qianzong to ignite the deep flame was the primordial evil source of extreme evil. It was an extremely evil energy, which was the highest level of negative energy. The power of the deep flame was closely related to the burning itself. The higher the level of the fuel, the stronger the deep flame ignited, and the better the refining effect. However, there was a drawback. If the deep flame was too powerful and the divine intent was not strong enough, it would be a disaster once it was refined. It would be directly burned to ashes. In that case, it would not be a refining, but a destruction. Fortunately, Qianzong's divine intent was strong enough, and he only intercepted a little bit of the evil energy from the primordial evil source of extreme evil. With a bit of luck and his own ability, Qianzong endured the refining, but he was very tired. He was more tired than if he had fought with all his strength for 3 days and 3 nights. Although Qianzong was exhausted, it was not as if he had not gained anything. Under such intense tempering, Qianzong could feel that his spirit intent had clearly become more resilient. For cultivators, the purity of their cultivation power was very important, but the strength of their divine intent was also very important. If one's cultivation power was pure, it would directly increase one's strength. If one's divine intent was strong, although it would not directly increase one's strength in most cases, it would still increase one's survivability and so on. It was extremely important. Some experts could better use the power of their divine intent to increase their strength. For example, the first imperial disciple, Bai Yi, had a unique will in his attacks. This will was also derived from his divine intent. It was a secret technique unique to him, or perhaps it could be said that it was a secret technique unique to Bai Yi's family. Exhaustion spread in his heart. Qianzong could only wait for a while to recover. He could not continue refining his divine intent a second time. He could only wait until he recovered before he could continue. 3 days later, Qianzong began refining his divine intent a second time. With the experience of the first time, he was even more careful this time. The primordial evil source of extreme evil could not take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. The third time, the fourth time, Qianzong cultivated the ghost fire jade tempering technique every few days. His divine intent was being refined by the ghost fire bit by bit, becoming stronger and stronger. However, Qianzong also noticed that the more he refined his divine intent, the less obvious the effects were. However, the strength of his divine intent had increased a lot, as if it could shatter everything. Looks like I need more evil power, Qianzong thought, his eyes flashing. While cultivating the ghost fire jade tempering technique, Qianzong also gained an additional benefit. That was, the primordial evil source of extreme evil was being whittled down even faster. Every time a strand of the abominable origin of evil's aura was cut off and burned as fuel, it would be gone and could not be regenerated. This was because within the heaven-sealing absolute land demon suppressing formation laid down by the 18 evil suppressing swords, the abominable origin of evil's power could not be replenished at all, nor could it recover on its own. Qianzong did not expect that the ghost fire jade tempering technique he obtained from Bai Yi could not only refine his divine intent further, but also increase the speed at which the primordial evil source of extreme evil was consumed. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As long as the primordial evil source of extreme evil was not consumed, Qianzong would not be able to relax. Even with the 18 suppressing godly swords suppressing the primordial evil source of extreme evil, no one could be sure that no accidents would occur. The best thing to do was to exhaust the primordial evil source of extreme evil and eliminate it completely. As for the saying that the primordial evil god was immortal, perhaps that was true, but no matter what, he had to weaken it as much as possible. The time spent in cultivation was short. It was like a white steed flitting across a crevice, passing by in an instant. Qianzong walked out of the ancient reflection palace. This was the first time Qianzong walked out of the ancient reflection palace. The ancient reflection palace was located in the ancient reflection god dynasty, but it did not represent the ancient reflection god dynasty. It was only a corner of the ancient reflection god dynasty. Although Qianzong was curious about the ancient reflection god dynasty, he had been immersed in cultivating, fighting, and comprehending. He had kept his curiosity hidden until now. The demonic universal era fragment relic was about to open. This time, the ancient reflection palace was allocated 50 places. There was no doubt that each of the 13 royal disciples would get a place. None of the palace disciples objected to this, because it was useless even if they objected. However, other than the royal disciples, the rest of the palace disciples were no match for the royal disciples, so they could only compete for the remaining 37 places. That battle was truly incomparably intense. It was rare to get a place to enter the demonic universal era fragment relic. It meant a great opportunity. If one was lucky enough, he could even obtain the demonic bloodline and become stronger. Strength was extremely important to any cultivator. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? After the fierce battle, the places were finally decided. However, it did not mean that one would be able to enter the demonic universal era fragment relic. Those places were just a representation of an opportunity. They still needed to fight for it. Now, the 50 palace disciples of the ancient Reflection Palace came to compete. The ancient Reflection God dynasty was huge, with countless experts and geniuses. The ancient Reflection Palace was an organization established by the ancient Reflection God dynasty, and that was all. This was something that Xianxia only knew now. The ancient Reflection God dynasty was a collective name, and there were many divisions within it. The ancient Reflection Palace was just a subordinate force of the ancient Reflection God dynasty's divine gate. It was a force that accommodated outsiders. The natives of the ancient Reflection God dynasty who entered the inner hall of the ancient Reflection Palace were the more ordinary ones among the geniuses of the dynasty. Of course, there were exceptions, such as Bai Yi, who was one of the top geniuses of the same generation in the divine dynasty. At this moment, Xianxia's group was inside ancient Reflection Divine Gate. They were arranged to stay in the courtyard of ancient Reflection Palace. This was where the disciples of ancient Reflection Palace stayed. In addition to the side courtyard of the ancient Illumination Hall, there were other side courtyards that corresponded to other forces. 3 people were gathered in a room in the courtyard of the ancient Illumination Hall. Bai Yi, Jing Wuxue, and Xianxia. At that moment, Bai Yi's mist was gone. The ancient Reflection God dynasty has 2 major forces. One is the God Gate, and the other is the ancient Reflection Palace that we are in. Bai Yi was from the ancient God dynasty. He was born here, grew up here, and cultivated here. Therefore, his knowledge of the ancient God dynasty was not something that Xianxia and Jing Wuxue could compare with. Xianxia had only been in the ancient God dynasty for a short time. He had spent most of his time cultivating in the ancient Reflection Palace. His strength had improved little by little. Moreover, the ancient Reflection Palace was relatively closed off. Xianxia did not know much about the ancient God dynasty. Jing Wuxue had been in the divine dynasty for a long time. He had been there for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, Jing Wuxue was more of a loner. He did not care about anything in the outside world. Unless it had something to do with him. If that was the case, he would have to learn more about the ancient God dynasty from Bai Yi. If this did not happen, Xianxia and Jing Wuxue would have continued to cultivate in the ancient Reflection Palace. The God Gate only accepts people from the divine dynasty. They must have a strong bloodline and background. Bai Yi's tone was cold when he said this. He seemed to have an unpleasant past. The inner palace disciples of the ancient Reflection Palace are not qualified to enter the God Gate. Of course, being able to enter the ancient Reflection Palace was also a kind of talent. Those who were not talented enough could not even enter the ancient Reflection Palace. After listening to Bai Yi, Xianxia understood a lot more. The ancient God Gate was the real ruler of the ancient God dynasty. The ancient Reflection Palace was an organization set up by the ancient God dynasty to accommodate those who were talented but were not qualified to enter the God Gate. At the same time, there was an outer palace to accommodate outsiders. There were many families in the divine dynasty. These families were divided into big and small families. Of course, the powerful families had the ability to enter the God Gate. Of course, it was limited to a few people with strong bloodlines and great talents. For the small families, unless there were some people with strong bloodlines and great talents, they could only enter the ancient Reflection Palace. Of course, for the big families, the ancient Reflection Palace was nothing. But for the small families, it was still very good to be able to enter the ancient Reflection Palace. Aside from the God Gate and the ancient Reflection Palace, there are 5 other top forces in the divine dynasty. Bai Yi continued, these 5 forces are the Spiritual Sword Palace, the Secret Sect, the Imperial Spirit Villa, the 7 Kill Tower, and the Green Jade Pavilion. The God Gate, the Spiritual Sword Palace, the Secret Sect, the Imperial Spirit Villa, the 7 Kill Tower, the Green Jade Pavilion, and the Ancient Reflection Palace were the 7 forces in the Divine Dynasty that were qualified to compete for the demonic Universal Era fragment. As for the other families, they were not qualified. In other words, the outstanding disciples of the families had already entered the 7 forces, and some of them had obtained the right to participate in the competition. Among the 7 forces, the God Gate was the first, but the Ancient Reflection Palace was the 7th. As for the other 5 forces, they were on par with each other. Now, the geniuses of the 7 forces were going to compete for the right to enter the demonic Universal Era fragment. The Ancient Illumination Palace had obtained 50 slots, while the other 5 forces had obtained 70 slots each. The Divine Gate had obtained the most slots, with a total of 100. Other than the fact that the God Gate was the first, it was also because the God Gate was the direct ruler of the ancient God dynasty. A total of 500 people would participate in the competition for the limited number of spots. Those were the spots that could truly enter the demonic universe era fragment ruins. After Bai Yi's explanation, Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue understood everything. Compete, they had to compete with others, fight for opportunities. The demonic universal era was a very powerful prehistoric universal era. Although it was only a fragment, it was very vast and contained many resources. The most important was the demonic soul, followed by the demonic bloodline. If one could integrate the demonic bloodline into his body, he would be able to control the demonic bloodline power and become more powerful. With our strength, it is not difficult to obtain a spot. Bai Yi said, but when we enter the demonic universal era fragment, there will be a lot of demonic souls. There are many people who want to take the devil's soul. When the time comes, I will need your help. Okay. Jing Wuxue replied with a single word. It was very simple and very direct, and his tone was even a little bit cold. We will do our best. Chen Zong nodded. Since they had already received benefits, they would do their best to help. In the ancient God Palace's courtyard, they continued to wait for the notification from the God Gate. This time, they did not have to wait for long. After 3 days, everyone walked out of the courtyard. This was also the first time Chen Zong saw people from the other 5 major powers. As for the people from the Divine Gate, they naturally wouldn't stay in their courtyard. In fact, this was where the Divine Gate was located. They naturally didn't need to specially prepare a courtyard for themselves. The Spiritual Sword Palace's disciples were wearing long robes and carrying long swords on their backs. They gave off a light and graceful feeling, as if they had just walked down from a celestial mountain. Their aura was outstanding. On the other hand, the disciples of the secret sect all stared at their glowing heads. They wore strangely shaped golden red robes. Their faces were serious, and their eyes were bright. They walked with majestic gait. No matter if they were tall or thin, they all gave off a very strong feeling. This was especially true for their palms. Chen Zong took a few more glances at them. They seemed to contain an extraordinary power. The disciples of the Imperial Spirit Mountain Villa all had black gourds hanging from their waists. They were all dressed in black, and their auras were erratic. They seemed a little strange, but they didn't seem evil. They were very special. The black gourds hanging from their waists also gave off a very unique aura. The aura coming from each of the black gourds was different, but they were all very obscure and reserved. If it was not for Chen Zong's strong senses, he would not have sensed anything. The members of the 7 Kills Tower were even more interesting. Each and every one of them was wearing a silver-gray mask that looked extremely cold. The eyes of the disciples of the 7 Kills Tower were similarly cold and indifferent. They were wearing tight-fitting robes that accentuated their auras, making them seem even more frightening. Finally, the Green Jade Pavilion was also very unique. Its disciples were all female. They were all wearing green robes that seemed to have a faint layer of jade light. It was very eye-catching. Each of them seemed to have a layer of jade light on their face, and their aura was outstanding. From their aura, Chen Zong could feel that each of the 5 major powers disciples were very powerful. At least, they were stronger than the ancient palace. Especially a few of them, Chenzong felt that they were somewhat unfathomable, just like Jing Wuxue and Bai Yi. The five major powers and the ancient palace's disciples left the courtyard one after another. They looked at each other, and those who knew each other would talk to each other as they walked forward. Finally, they arrived at a very spacious field and sat in different areas. The Divine Gate's disciples are not here yet. The Divine Gate's disciples have always thought highly of themselves. They will definitely appear at the end. Divine Gate. Amidst the chatter, someone finally appeared. It was a group of people wearing black gilded battle robes. There were middle-aged people and young people, both men and women. Chenzong even saw a young man among them. However, he was sitting in the center and seemed to have a good position. The disciples of the God's Gate, who were dressed in black gilded battle robes, strode forward with their chests puffed out. When they saw the people from the five major forces, especially the people from Ancient Illumination Hall, they looked at them condescendingly with a mocking smile on their faces. It was as if they had found something interesting. Most of the disciples of God's Gate had an arrogant look, as if they were superior to others. Even those who looked calm had an indescribable arrogance in their eyes. After all, the God Gate was the most powerful force in the ancient divine dynasty. The leader of the God Gate was also the ruler of the dynasty. If the ancient divine dynasty was compared to a sect, then the ancient divine gate would be the sect leader's palace. It was the core of the sect. The disciples of the sect leader's palace were the more powerful ones. If they weren't arrogant, who would be? The five forces and the ancient divine gate were used to the arrogance of the disciples of the God Gate. Therefore, they didn't do anything special. There wouldn't be any conflicts. Although the disciples of the God Gate were arrogant, they wouldn't mock this and that without thinking. At this moment, a figure walked out from the gate of God's camp. It was a pale-faced young man. His eyes were deep and serene, as if they could absorb all light. The corners of this pale-faced young man's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was smiling faintly. However, it did not give off the feeling of a kind smile. Instead, it was a mocking smile. Mocking that day, mocking that place, mocking the air. Chenzong thought that the young man looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he realized that he hadn't seen the young man before. It was just that the young man looked familiar. Deep eyes, pale face. Wasn't that what Bai Yi looked like? Chenzong also sensed that as the young man walked over, the fog around Bai Yi seemed to ripple. Third brother, why aren't you greeting your second brother? Why aren't you removing the fog? That's rude, the young man from the God Gate said. The young man who walked over from the Divine Gate's camp spoke. He had a mocking smile on his face, and even his tone sounded the same. If you have something to say, then say it. The fog around Bai Yi rippled, but it didn't disappear. His voice was cold. He didn't like him. It was obvious that Bai Yi didn't like the young man who called himself his second brother at all. After going to the ancient illumination hall, you've become much bolder. The young man's deep and dark eyes narrowed slightly, as if a hint of anger flashed through them. However, he couldn't fight here. Even if he was a disciple of the Gate of Gods, he didn't dare to violate the rules. His tone became even colder as he said, "Your goal is the devil's soul, right? You can rest assured that you won't be able to obtain a single piece of the devil's soul. You don't have to worry about that." Bai Yi's response was neither cold nor warm. He didn't seem angry at all, but the mist around him showed that he wasn't calm at all. He was trying to suppress his anger. This was interesting. The two brothers were at odds with each other. One could enter the Divine Gate, while the other could only enter the Ancient Illumination Hall. The God Gate was the strongest faction in the Ancient Reflection God Dynasty, and the Ancient Reflection Palace was ranked 7th. Only those with exceptional bloodlines and talents could join the God Gate. The average ones could only join the Ancient Reflection Palace. Although Chenzong was curious, he didn't want to get to the bottom of it. To put it bluntly, he and Bai Yi were just making a deal to help him obtain the devil's soul. Everything else had nothing to do with him, so there was no need for him to get involved. You two are the ones who will be helping Bai Yi this time, right? The young man from the Gate of Gods suddenly looked at Jing Wuxue and Chenzong. Soon after, a mocking smile appeared on his face. There seemed to be some kind of light flickering in his deep, dark eyes, giving off a sense of danger. I'll give you a piece of advice. You better give up on your plans. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. A threat, whether it was Chen Zong or Jing Wuxue, both of them could sense a strong threat from the young man's words. You don't have to worry about that, Chen Zong replied calmly. As for Jing Wuxue, he ignored him completely. Anger, a wave of anger suddenly emerged from the deepest part of their hearts and was about to explode. At that moment, both Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue felt a terrifying aura locking onto them. A strong sense of threat appeared out of nowhere. In that instant, Chen Zong and Jing Wushue's hair stood on end. It was as if a cold current was rushing into their heads. They felt their hair stand on end. Their cultivations were also activated at that moment, and the look in their eyes changed. Chen Zong's eyes became extremely sharp. It was as if a divine sword was shooting out cold light, as if it wanted to pierce through everything in front of it. The power of the divine will, which had been strengthened by the dark fire jade tempering mantra in recent years, was also beginning to appear. The void faintly trembled. Jing Wushue's eyes were filled with an indescribable loneliness. Everything under his eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of shadow, and a trace of despair spread out. A hint of surprise flashed across the face of the young man who came from the God's Gate. He was surprised by the kind of willpower that Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue emitted when they reacted. Immediately, he smiled coldly and swept his disdainful gaze over them. Then, he turned around and left. This scene was naturally seen by many people. Some were curious, while others were surprised. However, no one stepped forward. No conflict broke out. No matter what the reason was, once a conflict broke out, they would be disqualified directly. Bai Yi did not explain anything to Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue because it was not necessary. Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue did not ask anything either. Chen Zong had been observing the people from the God's Gate and the people from the other 5 forces who made him feel threatened. Perhaps, those people could become his opponents. As for what the Demon's Universal Era remnant looked like, he still did not know. Waiting for the selection. There were 500 people from the 7 forces present. However, it was still unknown how many people would be qualified to enter the Demon's Universal Era remnant. How long would they have to wait, no one knew. Even the people from the God's Gate did not know. Even the method of selection was unknown. Because every time the Demon's Universal Era remnant opened, the selection method would be different. Very abruptly, the light in the air suddenly became dim, as if it had suddenly turned from day to night. It was too sudden, even the most powerful people did not have time to react. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. It was as if a disaster had come. It came so suddenly and so suddenly. Suddenly, it descended all of a sudden, falling from above, crushing everything and landing on everyone's bodies. This pressure appeared too suddenly. There was no prelude or notice. It was like a sneak attack. In an instant, some people could not withstand it and fell to the ground directly under this tyrannical pressure. However, there were also people who reacted as quickly as they could. They unleashed their strength and willpower to resist the attack of the pressure. Within 3 breaths, half of the people had fallen to the ground. Less than half of them held on. However, some of them were stable, while others were shaking. They were shaking as if they were about to fall. However, they were barely holding on. After 3 breaths, the pressure suddenly doubled. Those who were struggling to hold on fell to the ground as if they could not bear the burden. After another 2 breaths, the pressure suddenly disappeared. It was like an illusion. If it were not for the large group of people who had fallen to the ground, they might have thought so. Those who are still standing will be qualified to enter the Demon's Universal Era remnant. A low voice suddenly sounded. It seemed to come from above the sky, but it also seemed to come from all directions. With an indescribable majesty, it directly entered everyone's ears. Stunned, one by one, they suddenly revealed a stunned look. Was the pressure just now a form of elimination, so direct, so fast? Was it just a sudden pressure that caused those who couldn't withstand it to lose their qualifications? And those who could withstand it were qualified. It seemed a little hasty. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was not hasty. It was because the person who suddenly released such a terrifying pressure was a demigod. That pressure was the divine aura. Of course, it was not the divine aura of a demigod. It was impossible for those who were not demigods to withstand the divine aura of a demigod. There might be some who could, but it was definitely extremely rare. It was impossible for dozens of people to withstand it. Qianzong was a little stunned. Such a simple and crude method of selection, but it was also a very effective method. Originally, Qianzong had thought that they would have to go through numerous battles and duels before finally deciding on the corresponding quota. It was unexpected. Well, since it had already come to this, he might as well accept it. There were 50 palace disciples from the ancient Illumination Palace. However, it was a pity that only 3 of them passed the selection. The other palace disciples fell under the divine aura of a demigod. Even the king's disciples could only withstand the first wave of divine aura. They could not withstand the second wave. The 3 who passed were the first king's disciple, Bai Yi, the second king's disciple, Jing Wuxue, and the third king's disciple, Qianzong. The ancient Illumination Palace's harvest was extremely low. Only 3 of them passed. As for the Spiritual Sword Palace, they had a total of 70 people. They had more people who passed, a total of 9 people. As for the Secret Sect, there were 10 people who passed, 8 people from the Imperial Spirit Villa, 10 people from the 7 Kills Pavilion, and 9 people from the Green Jade Pavilion. As for the Strongest Divine Gate, they had a total of 100 people. They also had the most people who passed, a total of 30 people. When Qianzong saw this scene, he was indescribably shocked. Only 3 people in the entire ancient Illumination Palace could withstand such divine aura. However, there were 30 divine gates, 10 times more than the ancient Illumination Palace. This did not mean that all 30 people from the divine gate were as strong as Qianzong's group. However, they were quite close. This was because some of them were barely able to withstand the divine aura. If the divine aura lasted for 1 or 2 breaths of time, these people would have been eliminated. No matter what, it was enough to prove that the Divine Gate was indeed the strongest faction in the ancient Illumination dynasty. The ancient Illumination Palace was also worthy of being the 7th strongest faction in the dynasty. As for the 5 major forces, although the number of people who passed the selection varied, they were actually on par with each other. In short, the 5 major forces were not as strong as the Divine Gate, but they were still stronger than the ancient Illumination Palace. Indeed, the gap between them was not small. Qianzong did not have any other thoughts. After all, in the entire ancient Illumination dynasty, only the ancient Illumination Palace had an outer palace. They accepted outsiders without any conditions. There were a total of 79 people who entered the demonic universe era fragment. After that, everyone received a black jade slip. This black jade slip emitted traces of pure dark energy fluctuations. It was called the Dark Soul Essence. The Dark Soul Essence did not have any power. One of its functions was to disguise. After all, they were going to enter the Demonkin Universe Era Fragment Relic, which was from the Prehistoric Universe Era, not the current Universe Era. It was a relatively intact fragment relic, where the Demonkin race thrived. It was like a big world. They were outsiders when they entered. What was the attitude of most people towards outsiders? Warm welcome. It was not impossible, but the possibility was very low. Moreover, these outsiders were going for the resources of the demonic universe era fragment, especially the dark soul. This kind of behavior was like a bandit or a thief. No matter where it was, no one would like it. If they did not take any precautions, they would be discovered as soon as they entered the demonic universe era fragment. At that time, they would be besieged by the demonic race experts. Not many could survive. The Dark Soul Essence was a method developed by the demigods to disguise as the demonic race. Refine. Not long after, everyone successfully refined the Dark Soul Essence. After refining, they did not feel much, but when they looked at others, they were stunned. Changed, everything had changed. In Qianzong's eyes, the original appearance of those people had changed slightly. Their eyes were darker and deeper, their skin was darker, and they were covered with demonic runes. The aura they exuded had faint dark power fluctuations. This was the characteristic of a normal demonic race. In the eyes of others, Qianzong had also changed. The entrance of the demonic universe era fragment was located in the depths of the Gate of God. There were layers of seals and formations. When Xianxia touched it with his keen perception, he could not help but feel a sense of horror from the bottom of his heart. Dangerous, very dangerous. If he were to force his way in, he would be blasted into smithereens by the restrictions and formations in a short period of time. Xianxia even speculated that anyone below the level of a demigod would die if they tried to break in. It would not be so easy for a demigod to break in. They would be trapped immediately. After all, this was a restricted area of the ancient divine dynasty, so it was only natural that it would be heavily guarded. There might even be a demigod stationed here all year round. They went deeper and deeper, all the way until they stood in front of a huge pitch-black door. The gate was 100 meters high and dozens of meters wide. It stood between heaven and earth, as if it was separating the two worlds. It was covered with unique and mysterious patterns, which gave Xianxia a sense of déjà vu ancient god language. From the patterns, Xianxia saw the shadow of the ancient god language. This was the door to the Demonkin Universe Era Fragment Relic. From this door, one could enter the Demonkin Universe Era Fragment Relic. The 79 humans who had refined the dark essence to disguise themselves as demon dwellers stood in front of the pitch-black gate. They stared at the patterns on the gate and felt that it was very mysterious. Xianxia vaguely seemed to be able to comprehend some mysteries from those lines, but that was all. He couldn't really comprehend them. He could not gain anything from it unless he could meditate on it for a long time. A magnificent demonic sound suddenly rang out, like the roar of a giant drum. Immediately, the pitch-black gate trembled and slowly opened inwards, revealing a gap big enough for everyone to pass through. Go in quickly. A dull voice, like muffled thunder, came into everyone's ears and urged them to hurry up. Go. Quick. One by one, they immediately reacted and rushed towards the open door with explosive speed, entering the gap. In a breath's time, the 79 humans rushed into the gap and disappeared. In a breath's time, those demon dwellers shouldn't have discovered us, right? The dull voice sounded with a sigh. He hoped that he had not been discovered. Otherwise, the 79 people who had entered would be in great danger. It was very likely that they would all die inside. If these 79 people died inside, it would be a great loss for the ancient god dynasty. After all, these 79 people were selected from many geniuses. They were the top geniuses of the world. They entered the Demonkin Universe Era Fragment Relic to look for opportunities and resources, not to die. If those who entered were not strong enough or talented enough, it would be a waste of the opportunity. After the 79 humans rushed into the gap of the pitch-black gate, the gate closed immediately. It only lasted for a breath's time. If they reacted a little slower and did not enter in time, they would be isolated from the gate and lose a chance. It should be known that the last time this gate was opened was more than 200 years ago. The last time this place opened, Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue did not manage to enter. At that time, they almost did not pass the selection. After more than 200 years of hard work, their strength had increased significantly, especially after the trip to the Yuan secret area and listening to the demigods preaching. This time, they were able to pass the selection and enter this place. It could be said that these 79 humans were entering for the first time. Those who had entered before were not allowed to enter again, for fear of accidents. In front of them was darkness, as if they were walking in the darkness. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, it was only a short time. Their eyes lit up slightly. This was a large hall, one that seemed to be abandoned. It was filled with a desolate aura, and there were cracks all around the hall. However, the outside of the palace was covered with a layer of faint black light, and it seemed to be translucent. Everyone knew that this palace was a station of the ancient Reflection God dynasty in the demonic universal era remnant. It was called the Ancient Reflection Demon Palace. It looked like a deserted and remote palace, but there was a seal that could isolate the palace from the outside, making it difficult for others to discover its existence. Under normal circumstances, even if the experts of the demon cultivator passed by, they would not pay much attention to this hall. They would only think that this was a deserted hall, and that was all. Of course, there were exceptions to everything, and the possibility of being discovered could not be ruled out, but the possibility was extremely low. The 79 humans appeared in the ancient reflection demon palace, but they did not leave immediately. Before entering, everyone had been told some information about the Demon King Universe-era fragment ruins. Although this was a Universe-era fragment ruins, it was only a small part of the entire Demon King universe, but how vast was this universe? Even if it was just a fragment, it was still a great world. It could be said that, until now, the ancient reflection god dynasty had not finished exploring the demonic universal era remnant. They had only explored a part of it. The demonic race was a race where bloodline was paramount, and their status was determined by their bloodline. At the same time, the demonic race was also a race where the strong were respected. Was there a conflict between the bloodline and the strong being respected? There was basically no such thing here, because the demonic race with superior bloodline would definitely not be weak. Even if they did not work hard to cultivate, their strength would gradually increase as time passed. If they worked hard to cultivate, their strength would increase even faster. On the contrary, the demonic race with inferior bloodline, even if they worked hard to cultivate, their speed of improvement would not be as fast as those with superior bloodline. Moreover, their upper limit was obviously not as good as those with superior bloodline. If they did not work hard to cultivate, they would be no different from trash. Of course, there were always exceptions, and there was no lack of examples of people with ordinary bloodline, but through their own efforts to cultivate, they continued to increase their strength and become experts. However, in this case, when their strength continued to increase, their bloodline would also be strengthened invisibly, and they would eventually have superior bloodline. Bloodline was paramount. This was the current situation of the demonic race. And no one had the demonic race bloodline. They had only refined the dark soul essence and used the power of the dark soul essence to disguise themselves as demonic race people. Therefore, the demonic race bloodline they disguised themselves as was of a relatively ordinary level. It was not that they did not want to disguise themselves as having superior demonic race bloodline, but it was too difficult. As for what to do next, it would depend on their own ability. The disguise of the dark soul essence would not be seen through under normal circumstances, unless they encountered a demigod of the demonic race. However, according to the exploration and research of the ancient god dynasty, there might be demonic race demigods in this fragment world, but they did not know where they were. Perhaps they were sleeping, perhaps they were in seclusion, and so on. In short, even if there were demonic race demigods, there would not be many. They guessed that there would only be 1 or 2, and at most 3. This guess was most likely correct. As for the possibility of encountering a demonic race demigod, it was extremely, 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 extremely low. If they really did encounter one, it was hard to say whether they were lucky or unlucky. But if that was really the case, then they could only pray for good luck. Every time someone from the ancient light god dynasty entered the fragment world, they would appear in one of the 3 ancient light demon halls. That way, they wouldn't be easily discovered. It was a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. The Great Dark Sky Empire, this was the place where the 3 ancient demon halls were located. It was also the place where the ancient god dynasty had explored the demonic race over the years. The Great Dark Sky Empire was very wide, and the highest ruler was the Lord of the Great Dark Sky. There were many aristocrats under the Lord of the Great Dark Sky. As for the Great Dark Sky, it was made up of various tribes. It was very strange, the many tribes formed the 4 limbs of the empire, and the main brain was the Great Dark Sky Emperor. The soul was the Lord of the Great Dark Sky, and he controlled everything. The 79 geniuses came from 7 different camps. Under normal circumstances, they would not move together, and they would all split up to discuss. There were quite a number of tribes in the Dark Sky Empire. There were thousands of tribes of all sizes. Of course, there were differences in strength between these tribes. This was related to the size of the tribe. The size of the tribe was closely related to the bloodline and strength of the tribe. Choosing a tribe at the beginning was very important, as it would affect the difficulty of the operation in the future. If they did not choose a tribe well, then it would be much more difficult to obtain resources. Nobody dared to be careless. There were thousands of tribes in the Dark Sky Empire, and each tribe had their own territory. There were also buffer zones between each territory, such as rivers, plains, mountains, forests, and so on. Thus, the thousands of tribes combined with the buffer zones created the vast and boundless territory of the Dark Sky Empire. The Dark Sky Empire was only a part of the fragment world, and not the whole of it. There were thousands of tribes, but whether there were 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, or 9,000, even the Dark Sky Empire did not have a clear count. According to their strength, they were divided into large, medium, and small tribes. The small tribes were the most numerous, followed by the medium tribes, and the large tribes were the least, with only 13 of them. Any large tribe would have a shocking strength and foundation, comparable to some of the nobles in the Didu. As for the medium tribes, there were more than 300 of them, and the rest were all small tribes. The Dark Sky Empire only had the large and medium tribes, as well as some of the top small tribes. Because the small tribes did not have enough strength, they were easily destroyed, but they were also easy to create. For example, if some powerful people gathered together, a dozen or even a few dozen of them could create a small tribe. It was easy to create a small tribe, and easy to destroy. Thus, to the Dark Sky Empire, there was no need to count them. The number of thousands was just an empty title. If they really counted, there might even be tens of thousands. Only a few top small tribes were included in the count. Because these small tribes were stronger, had deeper foundations, and had existed for a longer time, they were not so easy to destroy. In theory, if they had to make a choice, it would be better to enter one of the 13 large tribes, as it would give them a chance to obtain better resources. However, theory was only theory. They were outsiders, and no matter how they tried to hide it, they could not change the fact that they were outsiders. Furthermore, they were only pretending to be ordinary bloodlines. In the demonic tribe, where bloodlines were paramount, it was extremely difficult to reach the top. The large tribes were eliminated, and the aristocrats of the Dongs were even more out of the question. What about the medium tribes? Perhaps that was a good choice. What do the two of you think? Bai asked. This was related to the three of them, and they could not make the decision alone. You guys decide. Jing Wuxue replied indifferently. Bai could only look at Chen Zong. Small tribes. Chen Zong said after pondering for a while. Alright, a small tribe it is then, Bai said decisively. Actually, that was what he thought as well, but he still needed to ask for his companion's opinion. Jing Wuxue didn't have any opinion, or rather, Jing Wuxue directly left the decision to the two of them. Chen Zong's opinion was the same as his, so he chose a small tribe. Choosing a small tribe had its disadvantages. That was because the tribe's foundation was not strong enough, so it would be more difficult to obtain good resources. However, the advantage of choosing a small-scale clan was that it was not easy to investigate one's background. Small-scale clans did not have the ability to investigate one's background. When the time came, they could just make up a story. For example, their clan was destroyed because they were not strong enough, and their clansmen fled in all directions. The Great Dark Sky Empire's territory was vast, and there were many tribes. There were thousands of small tribes, and from time to time, small tribes were created and destroyed, so there was no way to trace them. He had to resolve the issue before he could proceed to the next step. Using the small tribes as a springboard, he would look for opportunities to join the medium tribes or even large tribes. He might even be able to enter the Dongs in the future. Although this large world was only a fragment of the universe, it was not small and was rich in resources. It should be known that the ancient god universe was the strongest universe. Although the demonic universe was not as strong as the ancient god universe, the difference was not too big. At least, it was stronger than the current primal chaos universe. Of course, the current primal chaos universe was just beginning. It had only been a little more than 1,000 years. To a universe, it was like a baby that was not even a month old. There was still a lot of room for growth. In short, finding a suitable small-scale clan to join and progressing step by step was Bai Yi and Chen Zong's plan. As for Jing Wuxue, he did not have any opinion and just followed suit. In this large world, the demonic race was not the only race. There were two other races. One was the demonic beasts, which were beasts with intelligence and were very powerful. The other was the demonic plants, which were a few demonic plants with intelligence. Most demonic plants did not have much intelligence and only had their instincts. The annihilation of the demonic race was partly due to other demonic humans, partly due to demonic beasts, and a very small number due to demonic plants. Because demonic beasts could move, while demonic plants could not move. They basically grew wherever they were and took root. As long as they did not enter the territory of demonic plants, they would not be attacked. Now, Chenzong, Bai Yi, and Jing Wuxue were pretending to be members of a small-scale clan that had been annihilated by demonic beasts. Be careful. Use guerrilla tactics. A low shout sounded. As the figures flashed, there was the sound of wind breaking. The violent roar sounded as if it was going to shatter everything, like a thunderclap exploding everything. In an open space in the dense forest, a battle had broken out. It was 7 demon warriors besieging a demon beast that was about 5 meters long. Its back was covered with bone spikes. Its appearance was like a wild boar, but it was even more ferocious. Its entire body was pitch black, but its eyes were blood red, emitting a red light. The 2 fangs that protruded from its mouth were at least a meter long. They were like scimitars, emitting a cold white light. As a whole, it gave off a very brutal feeling. A tyrannical aura was constantly emitted from the ferocious demonic boar. Strands of dark aura were constantly fluctuating. This ferocious demonic boar was rampaging like a heavy tank. Every time it collided, it would explode with a terrifying power. When its 4 hooves stomped on the ground would collapse and crack. It was a shocking sight. However, the 7 demonic warriors were constantly changing their positions to avoid the demonic beast's frontal charge. They were also constantly attacking, not allowing the demonic beast to break out of the encirclement. Encirclement, although they were not as strong as the demonic beast in terms of individual combat strength, with their rich experience, they could still exhaust the demonic beast to death. This kind of fighting method was something that they had honed through many life and death battles. They were confident in winning. The leader of the 7 was a tall and sturdy man. Demonic runes covered his entire body, emitting a tyrannical aura. However, he was still not as strong as the demonic beast. The black blade light broke through the air. The sturdy man seized the opportunity to slash out an extremely tyrannical blade. As if it could cut through everything, it slashed on the demonic beast's body. Immediately, a few of the demonic beast's bone spikes were cut off, leaving a long blade mark on its body. Dense black and red blood instantly gushed out. Roar, very suddenly, the demonic beast roared. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. It was as if a storm had been stirred up. His body seemed to be inflated. Not good, the bone-piercing boar went berserk. The leader's face changed. In an instant, the bone-piercing boar's body increased by 30%. It looked even bigger, and the aura it emitted became even more tyrannical and shocking. In just one exchange, it sent the leader flying, vomiting blood. Under the berserk bone-piercing boar, the scarlet light emitted from its eyes became even more intense and long, as if it wanted to pierce through everything. Its originally white and sharp fangs were also surrounded by a layer of faint red light. It did not have the slightest intention of escaping. Instead, it attacked the other demonic warriors. In an instant, everyone was in a life and death crisis. And this scene was seen by Chenzong and the other 2. From just now until now, the 3 of them had been hiding in the distance, watching, waiting for an opportunity. It was not that they wanted to attack the 7 demonic warriors. The berserk bone-piercing boar wreaked havoc, severely injuring the 7 demonic warriors. If this continued, the 7 demonic warriors would be slaughtered by the berserk bone-piercing boar. Suddenly, a pitch-black sword light pierced through the air, instantly traversing hundreds of meters, and directly attacking the berserk bone-piercing boar. This sword light was very sudden and very accurate. It directly hit one of the bone-piercing boar's front legs, piercing through it. The bone-piercing boar staggered, and directly fell to the ground and slid forward. Then, a few more pitch-black sword lights pierced through the air and hit the bone-piercing boar, piercing through its tough skin and piercing into its body. The sword chi wreaked havoc, and finally, the bone-piercing boar was killed. It happened so quickly that the 7 demonic warriors were slightly stunned. They immediately looked to the side and saw 3 figures rushing out. "Everyone, we did not mean to rob you. We just saw that the demonic beast went berserk and your lives were in danger, so we could not help but help," Bai Yi explained. "Thank you for your help," the leader of the group said with a serious expression. however, his aura was somewhat weak. The piercing boar's attack had injured him quite badly. He wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. Since others had come to his rescue, he naturally had to show his gratitude. We are warriors of the Azure Civ tribe. May I ask which tribe you three belong to? That's right, said the piercing boar. Our tribe. Bai paused, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. Chenzong also showed a trace of sadness. Only Jing Wuxue was still expressionless. Could it be that your tribe? The leader was slightly startled, and seemed to have thought of something. My condolences. The three of you have nowhere to go right now. Why don't you come to the Qingluo tribe and have a rest? Let us take care of you. The leader immediately sent out an invitation. This? Bai seemed to be hesitant. He looked at Chenzong, and then looked at Jing Wuxue, as if asking for their opinion. You decide, Jing Wuxue said. Jing Wuxue still insisted, but Chenzong revealed a thoughtful expression. Soon after, he looked at the prickly bone pig on the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. It's been a long time since I've had a meal. Go. Then I'll have to disturb you. Bai smiled and looked at the leader. Not at all, not at all. The leader immediately smiled. The reason why he had sent out an invitation was not without a purpose. One of his purposes was to take this opportunity to thank them, but the other was to recruit them. It should be known that these three were warriors who had survived the destruction of their tribe. They were very strong. If they could join the Qingluo tribe, it would be very beneficial for the tribe. The Azure Net tribe was one of the many small tribes within the Great Dark Sky Empire. It had only been a few decades since its establishment. This was neither a short time nor a long time. There were many small tribes like this within the Great Dark Sky Empire. There weren't that many members of the Azuro tribe, only a little over 1,000. At the main gate of the tribe, there were 2 warriors standing guard on top of a 10-meter-tall watchtower. They were guarding the gate in case any magical beasts or warriors from other tribes came to attack. This way, it would be easier for them to respond immediately. A few thousand meters in front of the Black Net tribe was a dense forest. This was the place where the members of the Black Net tribe often entered, and where magical beasts would suddenly appear. At this moment, a wave of movement in the grass attracted the attention of the 2 warriors. Their expressions were solemn as they focused their gazes. The short spears in their hands were ready to be thrown at any moment. The 2 warriors let out a sigh of relief when they saw the figure. It was the tribe's warriors who had gone out to hunt. Bone-piercing boar. Our luck is not bad. We actually hunted a bone-piercing boar. The 2 warriors were surprised when they saw what the tribe's warriors were carrying, but they immediately became happy. Bone-piercing boar was one of the stronger magical beasts. It wasn't easy to provoke them. Moreover, the 7 warriors didn't seem to have died, nor did they suffer any fatal injuries. Of course, some injuries were inevitable. Every time they went out to hunt, they hung their heads on their waists. It was normal to die in the middle of a hunt. But why were there 3 more people, and they were strangers? The entire Black Net tribe only had a little more than 1,000 members, and the warriors who were qualified to go out to hunt were only a little more than 100. They all recognized them. Lord Jean, your harvest is not bad. One of the warriors said. It's not bad. The leader of the strong warriors immediately responded. Most of the demons in the tribe didn't have a surname. Their surname was the name of the tribe. For example, the Black Net tribe's surname was Black Net. The names of the demons were often very simple. Most of them were one word, and sometimes 2. The leader's name was just one word, Jean. Because he was a member of the Black Net tribe, he was called Black Net Jean. In the tribe, the status of the warriors was very high because they were the main fighting force. Whether it was going out to hunt to maintain the tribe's livelihood or to defend against foreign invasions, they were the main force. These 3 are our distinguished guests. Black Net Jean introduced them to the tribe's entrance. Chenzong and the other 2 nodded slightly and stepped into the tribe. The outer perimeter of the Black Civ tribe was surrounded by thick wooden walls. They could resist a certain degree of attack, but in fact, their defense was very limited. At most, they could only resist some of the weaker magic beasts. If they encountered a powerful magic beast like the bone-piercing boar, they simply wouldn't be able to resist. A single charge from the bone-piercing boar would directly shatter the wooden walls. No matter what, the feeling was different with or without that wooden wall. At the very least, his heart would feel more at ease. The wooden wall was a few meters high, and within the wooden wall was a wooden house. Perhaps it wasn't very beautiful, but it gave off a very sturdy feeling. The wooden houses were arranged one by one, crisscrossing each other. There was some space between each wooden house, so it didn't look crowded. In the end, the three of them were not real members of the demon tribe, but the human tribe. They were outsiders who had entered the fragment relic world from the outside world. It was their first time entering the demon tribe, so they felt quite fresh. But the three of them hid it very well. They didn't show it in the slightest to avoid any mistakes. No matter what, they had to be very careful. Otherwise, once their identities were exposed, there would be no good consequences. Black Net Jean asked the other 6 to take care of the bone-piercing boar. He took Qianzong and the other 2 to the tribe leader's house. The leader's house was several times bigger than the others. It was also much taller. It looked more imposing and sturdy. The leader of the Black Net tribe was called Heng. He was an abnormally strong man. He was more than 2 meters tall and had a rough appearance. The aura around him was very strong. Qing Luo Jin first explained the situation, and then used some obscure words to point out something. Qing Luo Heng looked very boorish, but in order to become the leader of a tribe, he needed more than just strength. He also needed to possess a certain level of intelligence. Thank you for your help. Otherwise, our Black Net tribe would have lost a group of excellent warriors. Black Net Heng immediately smiled and said gratefully, in addition, the 3 of you can stay in our Black Net tribe for the time being to rest and reorganize. Qing Luo Heng didn't directly invite the 3 of them to join the Qing Luo tribe. Firstly, he didn't know much about their backgrounds, and he didn't know what kind of people they were. At the very least, he wanted to interact with them for a period of time and observe them. Secondly, it would be too abrupt to directly invite them. In short, he wanted the 3 to stay for a while and observe. Qianzong and the other 2 naturally didn't have any objections, and decided to stay in the Green Sieve tribe for the time being. This was also their goal. Of course, they couldn't be too proactive. Instead, they hesitated for a while before agreeing to the other party's invitation. That night, the Black Net tribe held a barbecue party. They cleaned up the piercing bone pig and roasted it over a bonfire. The piercing bone pig was huge. Even after it was cleaned, there were still several thousand pounds of meat left. They roasted it over the bonfire and sprinkled some powdered herbs. Immediately, a rich aroma of meat mixed with herbal fragrance spread out. Many of the tribe members' eyes lit up. Their throats squirmed and they almost drooled. Several thousand pounds of meat was enough for many people to eat. Not long after, the piercing bone pig was roasted. The aroma of meat and herbs filled the air. Soon, someone cut off several large pieces of meat. Each piece weighed at least 12 pounds. They carried them to Qianzong and the other 2. The other hunting warriors of the tribe also cut off pieces of meat to eat. As for the non-hunting warriors, although they could also eat, they could only eat a small amount. Moreover, they could only eat some of the less delicious parts. The strength of a tribe was almost determined by the hunting warriors. The stronger the hunting warriors were, the stronger the prey they could hunt. First, it could let the people of the tribe eat and drink to their heart's content. Second, it could provide enough resources to raise the next generation. Third, it could better resist the invasion of foreign enemies, protect the tribe, and let the tribe have a better chance of survival. Therefore, the hunting warriors had to eat and drink to their heart's content. No one in the tribe had any objection to this. This was the norm. It was an invisible rule that was deeply ingrained in the hearts of all the demon dwellers. Qianzong and the other 2 had saved the 7 people of the Black Net tribe. This showed that their strength was also very strong. Of course, they would receive preferential treatment. As soon as the barbecued meat entered his mouth, Qianzong's mouth was immediately filled with fragrance. Moreover, the texture was tough and elastic. It was very delicious. There was also an indescribable excitement in his mouth. It continued to spread in his mouth. It was a taste that he had never tasted before. Sure enough, there were many differences in different eras of the universe. For Chen Zong, who loved to taste good wine and food, it could be considered as a small surprise. Come, brother Yi, brother Xiao, brother Shui, let's drink. Black Net Tribe directly walked over with a few jars of wine. He waved his hand and opened all of them. A rich wine aroma immediately spread out. He directly grabbed one of the jars and shouted at Chen Zong and the other two, "Thank you for saving my life. I will drink first." As he spoke, the black sifting gold began to gulp down the wine in large mouthfuls, directly finishing the few kilograms of wine in one go. Yi was Bai Yi, Xiao was Chen Zong, and Shui was Jing Wu Xue. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The three of them also gave themselves names that suited the demon dwellers. Good drinking capacity. Chen Zong suddenly smiled. He also grabbed a jar of wine. Like a whale swallowing water, he elegantly and quickly drank that jar of wine. Good. The group of hunting warriors shouted one after another. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Compared to Chen Zong's straightforwardness, Bai Yi and Jing Wu Xue couldn't do it. Their temperaments were not as casual as Chen Zong, but because they also wanted to blend in, they also raised their jars and drank a few mouthfuls. This wine gave Chen Zong a rough feeling. It was very spicy, but not too stimulating. The taste was unique. Chen Zong was thinking about taking a batch with him and slowly drinking it before leaving this world fragment. This barbecue party was a feast for the guests and the hosts to enjoy themselves. Chen Zong and the other two seemed to have blended in, and received more recognition from the Black Net Tribe. Of course, the origin of the three of them had also been found out. They came from 3 different small tribes. Some of them were annihilated by the rampage of the magical beasts, and some were annihilated by the attacks of other powerful tribes. The entire tribe was either dead or injured. The 3 of them fought their way out, and finally met each other. They decided to travel together and look for a new tribe to join. Of course, these were the excuses that Chen Zong and the other two had discussed long ago, and they were very familiar with them. When someone asked, it was as if they were telling the truth. Hearing Chen Zong and the other two's excuses, Qing Luoheng was very tempted. After all, under the circumstances last night, these 3 shouldn't have lied. There were many examples of small tribes being annihilated by demon beasts or other tribes. Some of the survivors would wander around. But wandering around was too dangerous. If they weren't careful, they could be killed. Therefore, these warriors would often look for other tribes to join. Chen Zong and the other two's situation was nothing. However, Qing Luoheng didn't directly invite them. He wanted to observe for a while. Chen Zong and the other two weren't in a hurry. There was no time limit to entering this world. When they wanted to leave, they only needed to go to one of the 3 Shrine of Care and activate the power of the Dark Essence. When the time came, they could use the power of the Dark Essence to leave this world and return to the ancient divine dynasty. Staying in the Black Net Tribe, Chen Zong and the other two's behavior was very normal. Occasionally, they would even give guidance to the descendants of the Black Net Tribe. It was as if they were slowly becoming part of the tribe. 7 days later, Chen Zong and the other two found Qing Luoheng and said their goodbyes. Retreat in order to advance, Qing Luoheng immediately urged them to stay, and hoped that they could join the Black Net Tribe and become its warriors. After some discussion, the 3 agreed to Qing Luoheng's request. The first step to entering this world was completed. Outside the Black Siv tribe, several figures flashed and rushed out of the forest. They're back. It's Lord Xiao and the others. That's a heavy armor fanged boar. The 2 guards on the 2 watchtowers at the entrance of the tribe cried out in surprise. The heavy armor fanged boar was a magical beast that was a level stronger than the piercing bone boar. Its body was 8 meters long, and it was covered in a jet black heavy armor. Its body weighed several tens of thousands of pounds. Once it charged, even a mountain would be crushed. It was extremely terrifying. In the entire Black Siv tribe, there were only a few warriors who could resist a heavy armor-fanged boar. The more powerful a magical beast was, the more power it contained in its flesh and marrow. Eating it would be very beneficial to the cultivation of warriors. If this continued, the overall strength of the Black Siv tribe would continue to increase. The more stable the tribe was, the more likely it would be to continue living. Perhaps one day it would even develop into a medium-sized tribe. Just thinking about it made them feel good and motivated. Chenzong walked in the front, followed by 4 demon warriors. 2 of them carried the heavy armor fanged boar, while the other 2 brought up the rear to prevent any accidents. This heavy armor fanged boar weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. After removing its skin and bones, and removing its internal organs and blood, there was still tens of thousands of kilograms of meat left. This was enough to satisfy the entire Black Civ tribe for several days. Not to mention, the internal organs and blood could be made into delicious food, and the bones could be boiled into soup or bone glue. After Bai Yi, Jing Wuxue, and Chenzong had joined the Black Civ tribe, they would occasionally take the warriors out to hunt. During this period of time, everyone in the Black Civ tribe ate until their mouths were full of oil. They even had extra meat to preserve or make into jerky. Some small tribes were not exterminated by magical beasts, nor by other tribes. Instead, they were unable to survive the cold and starved to death. When the cold came, the weaker magical beasts basically hid themselves. It was very difficult to find them. Powerful magical beasts could withstand the cold, but most of the time they would huddle up in their own caves. It was more comfortable there, unless they were magical beasts that liked the cold. Simply put, magic beasts that could move freely in the cold were not to be trifled with. Those small tribes that were not strong enough could not go out to hunt during the cold because hunting during the cold was 10 times more dangerous than usual. Even some medium-sized tribes were not willing to go out to hunt during the cold. If the tribe didn't have enough food reserves during normal times, they would be short of food during the winter. What should they do? No matter how dangerous it was, they had to go out to hunt. However, there was no guarantee that they would be able to reap the rewards. Once the warriors who went out to hunt died, they would starve to death due to the lack of food. Ordinary devil dwellers needed to eat and drink to maintain their lives. Only the experts among the devil dwellers could survive without eating and drinking. In the small tribes, there were basically no experts of that level. The reason why the Azure Civ tribe constantly went out to hunt was because they wanted to store up more food so that they could survive the winter. As for when the cold disaster would arrive, it was hard to say. Sometimes, it would appear after a few years, and sometimes it would take more than a decade. Sometimes, the cold disaster would last for a few months, but sometimes it would last for more than a year. The longer the cold lasted, the more food they had to prepare. Lord Xiao, Lord Yi, and Lord Shui are all very strong. Yes, after the 3 lords joined our tribe, we were often able to hunt powerful devil dwellers. Even if the cold disaster comes, we won't be afraid. Seeing Chenzong's group of 5 return, carrying a heavy armor-fanged boar that weighed tens of thousands of jin, the entire Azure Civ tribe was extremely excited. Their eyes were shining. That was a heavy armor-fanged boar, a devil dweller that was even more powerful than a piercing bone boar. They had only heard of it, but had never seen it with their own eyes, let alone eaten it. Even if they weren't hunting warriors, they could still get some soup and water. It was also very good to taste that kind of delicious food. Devil dwellers paid attention to bloodline, but for the majority of them, bloodline and whatnot couldn't be seen. In any case, strength was more intuitive. During this period of time, Chenzong's group of 3 had a very high reputation in the Azure Civ tribe. This was because they would guide the tribe's youngsters in their cultivation and go out to hunt. Every time they went out to hunt, they would bring back powerful devil dwellers. But every time, Chenzong's group of 3 wouldn't go out together. Instead, one of them would go out with a few warriors from the tribe. During this period of time, Chenzong's group of 3 also obtained more information. The devil dwellers' cultivation system was very straightforward. From low to high, it was divided into 5 levels: soldier, general, marquis, king. After some comparison, Chenzong confirmed that the strength of a soldier dweller was about the same as the foundation establishment realm in the current cultivation system of the chaotic universe. Soldier dwellers were equal to the transcendent realm, general dwellers to the saint realm, marquis to the true saint realm, and king dwellers to the true saint realm. In a small tribe, there would be at least 1 demon king dweller. For example, there were originally 2 demon king dwellers in the Azure Civ tribe. One was the tribe's chief, Qing Luo Heng, and the other was Qing Luo Shan, the team leader of the Azure Civ tribe's hunting team. Qing Luoheng's strength was very strong. After the observation of Chen Zong's group of 3, the final conclusion was that Qing Luoheng's strength should be among the strongest in the ancient palace, below the 13 royal disciples. As for Qing Luoshan, he was slightly inferior. It was said that there were more than 2 or 3 demon king dwellers in a medium-sized tribe. There were at least 10 of them. In a large tribe, there were many more demon king dwellers. There were easily hundreds of them. Moreover, in a large tribe, there were even more tyrannical existences than the demon king dwellers. Demon Emperor, but Qing Luoheng and the others didn't know much about the demon emperor, so it was difficult for them to say clearly. They only knew that the demon emperor was a level stronger than the demon king, but not as strong as the demon god. The complete system of the devil dwellers should be divided into demon soldier, demon general, demon marquis, demon king, and demon god. The demon emperor was a level between the demon marquis and demon god. The demon god was equivalent to the demigod in the current cultivation system of the chaotic universe. Chen Zong's group of 3 hid part of their strength, so they were thought to be at the demon king dweller level. However, they themselves wondered if they could reach the so-called demon emperor level if they went all out. Because there was too little information about the demon emperor level, there was no way to deduce. As for the information about the demon soul, it was even more difficult to obtain. Fortunately, Bai Yi knew some information through his connections. The demon soul was left behind after the death of a demon king. As for more information, he didn't know. He could only slowly search for it himself. Demonic beasts were also divided into low, middle, high, top, beast king, beast emperor, and beast god, which corresponded to the cultivation system of the devil dwellers. The bone-piercing boar was a high-level demonic beast, while the armored tusk boar was a top-level demonic beast. As for the beast king, there were basically no beast kings in this area. Otherwise, the Qing Luo tribe would have been destroyed long ago. Even the top-level demonic beasts were rare. Otherwise, the Qing Luo tribe wouldn't be able to withstand a few more top-level demonic beasts. Now, the top-level demonic beasts could be said to be gone. They were almost all hunted by Chen Zong's group. Even the high-level demonic beasts were much fewer. Going out to hunt, giving guidance, self-cultivation, and so on. At the same time, he slowly and secretly inquired about all kinds of information. He had a deeper understanding of the devil dwellers and the great dark sky empire. The large tribes were very strong. Not only did they have many demon king level experts, but they also had demon emperor level experts. As for the demon god level experts, it was hard to say. According to the information from the ancient god dynasty, there should be devil dweller demigods in this fragment, which was also the existence of demon god level experts. However, it was hard to say how many there were. Even if there were, it was estimated that there wouldn't be more than 3, and they hadn't appeared for many years. This was the speculation of the human demigod after combining all kinds of information. It was very close, but not 100%. The difference between the human race and the devil dwellers was very big. There were many universe eras between them, and the human demigod couldn't enter this fragment. Therefore, the speculation was somewhat inaccurate. It seems that if we want to get the demon soul, it's best to enter a large tribe, Bai Yi said. Of course, if they entered a large tribe, they would have a greater chance to get more and better resources, and even get the demon soul. However, it was too difficult to enter a large tribe. Generally, large tribes wouldn't accept unfamiliar devil dwellers who weren't from their own tribe, even if they were devil dwellers who had wandered because of the destruction of their own tribe. Because large tribes had many members, easily hundreds of thousands of them, they could reproduce and live on. With the superior environment, resources, and inheritance, it was enough to give birth to extraordinary descendants, allowing the entire tribe to continue and grow. Only those extremely outstanding devil dwellers who came from outside could attract the attention of large tribes. However, even if they wanted to recruit them, they would have to investigate thoroughly. Otherwise, if they recruited an unknown person, what if he was a spy from another large tribe? What if his purpose was to secretly sabotage the tribe? In short, they had to be cautious. This was the reason why Qinzong and the other 2 didn't directly join the 13 large tribes. Then, what about the medium tribes? Although it wasn't as strict as the large tribes, it wasn't that easy either. On the contrary, it was the easiest to join a small tribe. After joining a small tribe and gaining the identity of a small tribe, the difficulty of entering a medium or large tribe would be reduced a lot. Steady, what Xianxia and the other two wanted was steady. It was because this place was very strange and there were many powerful warriors. Moreover, their identities were originally problematic, so stability was the most important thing. They had to stabilize themselves first and master the rhythm before developing. The weather was getting colder and colder. The hunting team went out to hunt more frequently because they speculated that the cold disaster was coming. They didn't know how long this cold disaster would last, so they had to store more food. Xianxia and the other two were Devil King level warriors. Of course, they were active in hunting more prey. No matter if it was low-level or medium-level devil dwellers, they wouldn't let them go. Once they found one, they would directly kill it and bring it back. Every time, they would return with a bountiful harvest. The Qingluo tribe had a harvest every day. They would leave a part of it for immediate consumption, and the rest would be made into bacon or jerky. Other devil dwellers who weren't in the hunting team would also go to the nearby areas to pick fruits and herbs. They couldn't just eat meat and nothing else, otherwise it would be too monotonous. The epidemic seems to be getting worse. Brothers, you must be careful. Be as happy as you can to reduce the country's burden. The howling of the wind resounded through the world. It was the howling of the wind, the cold wind. The icy cold wind wrapped in frost and snow descended upon the earth, wreaking havoc. The wind was like a blade, and the frost was like a sword, sweeping across the earth. Wherever it passed, the trees were either blown apart or covered in a layer of frost that spread rapidly. The frost and snow danced in the wind. The frost disaster had arrived. Most of the time, the weather in the Dark Sky Empire was pretty good. It was neither hot nor cold, and very mild. However, when the frost disaster arrived, it was a different story. The cold wind whistled, and the land was frozen. Frost and snow intersected, and the temperature plummeted, as if it wanted to freeze all life. This kind of cold was unbearable for the Devil Soldier and Devil Soldier ranks. They didn't dare to go out, and could only stay at home and warm themselves by the fire. Only those at the Devil General rank could withstand the frost disaster to a certain extent. However, they couldn't withstand it for a long time. Those who could withstand the frost disaster for a long time were at least Devil Marquis rank powerhouses. As for Devil King ranks, the frost disaster didn't affect them much. Even so, Devil King rank powerhouses weren't willing to brave the frost disaster and go deep into the wilderness. It was too dangerous. In the frost disaster, apart from the severe cold, there were also terrifying frost disaster magical beasts that were extremely tyrannical. After a period of wanton hunting, the Blacknet tribe had already stored up a lot of food. Under normal circumstances, it should be enough to survive the frost disaster, even if it lasted for a year. Every time the cold disaster came, many of the weaker small clans would be wiped out because of it. Inside the Blacknet tribe's chief's large wooden house, a dazzling flame shone in all directions. Waves of heat spread out from the raging flames, dispelling the invading cold. Above the flames, a magical beast was being roasted. Droplets of oil were constantly coming out. After being sprinkled with carefully ground seasoning, the aroma became even more wonderful. Surrounding the flames were Chief Blacknet Heng, Chief Blacknet Shan, Bai Yi, Chen Zong, and Jing Wu Xue. These were the only 5 Devil King level experts the Azure Civ tribe had. Originally, the Azure Net tribe only had 2 Demon King level experts. Among the numerous small tribes, they were considered to be very ordinary. Now that they had 3 more, they could be considered to be in the upper middle class. Being able to obtain sufficient food reserves this time was inseparable from the 3 new Demon King level powerhouses. Otherwise, with the original strength of the Azure Civ tribe, who knew how much of a price they would have had to pay to survive this frost disaster. Azure Civ Heng clearly remembered that during the last frost disaster, the Azure Civ tribe had lost half of its tribesmen, and had even lost a Devil King. If they suffered another disastrous loss like last time, then the Azure Civ tribe would be finished. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It's all thanks to the 3 of you. Qing Luo raised his jug of wine and laughed heartily. Let me drink first. Leader, you're too polite. Chen Zong also raised his jug of wine. Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue also raised their jugs, but didn't drink. They weren't that interested in wine. We don't know how long this frost disaster will last. Let's just stay in the tribe for a while, Qing Luo said after finishing his jug of wine in one gulp. Immediately after, Qing Luo flicked his wrist and a roll of animal skin appeared in his wide palm. This roll of animal skin was dark brown in color, with tiny golden patterns on its surface. It gave off a very simple and unadorned feeling. There's a sword move in here that I obtained more than 10 years ago. I've studied it, and it's not bad. It's just that I don't practice the sword, so I can't use it. Qing Luo handed the roll of animal skin to Chenzong. Brother Xiao and Brother Shui both practice the sword, so it should be useful to you. Brother Yi, although you don't practice the sword, you can also study this move. Maybe you'll benefit from it. Chenzong took the roll of animal skin with both hands. It was dark brown with golden patterns, and when he touched it, he felt an indescribably wonderful feeling. Vaguely, Chenzong felt a trace of a strange sword aura emanating from the roll of animal skin. He couldn't help but feel a bit more interested. Leader, can I take a look at it now? Chenzong asked. After all, this was Jing Luo Heng's possession. If he wanted to take a look at it now, he needed to ask for the others' permission. I've already given it to you. Of course, you can take it. Jing Luo Heng laughed. Chenzong nodded and immediately opened the roll of animal skin. As soon as he opened it, he immediately felt the strange sword aura become clearer and denser. The sword aura was dark. It was a deep darkness, an extreme darkness. It was as if it wanted to sink everything into the eternal darkness of the abyss, and nothing could be reincarnated. But in an instant, it burst forth with a supreme will. The will was so resolute, so extreme that it could abandon everything. In order to break free from its shackles, to rush out of the eternal abyss without sinking into oblivion, it burned itself into a beam of light that pierced through the darkness and illuminated the abyss. It pursued that momentary brilliance and returned to eternity. The feeling and the will shocked Chenzong. It was so extreme, so sincere, so pure. It was as if he wanted to burn everything in him just to exchange for that sword. He had fallen into the abyss and was about to sink into oblivion, but he had broken out of the abyss and turned into the light of eternity. With just a glance, Chenzong immediately understood a little. This was because Chenzong was very intelligent and had the help of the chaotic prime realm. But even so, he only understood a little. He could not even be considered a beginner. This showed how profound this sword move was. Chenzong looked at it for a while and then passed it to Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked at it for a while and then passed it to Jing Wuxue. Jing Wushue's expression changed and his eyes shone with a cold light. He immediately began to comprehend it. This was a secret sword technique called Demon Shine. Even though it was just a preliminary understanding, Chenzong felt that this secret sword move was very powerful. It was worth his time and effort to comprehend it. If he could master it, he might have another killer move. Mastering more killer moves was not without its benefits. At the very least, it could further strengthen his foundation of sword principle. In addition, it could also increase his foundation and combat skills, making it harder for others to guard against him. Not long after, Jing Wuxue said goodbye to Qing Luo Heng. He wanted to properly comprehend the secret sword move. Chenzong and Bai Yi also left. Qing Luo Heng watched them leave with a smile. When they stepped out of the room, a cold wind with frost and snow blew in their faces. It was as sharp and cold as a sword, as if it wanted to cut and freeze the three. However, Chenzong and the other two were very powerful. Under the circulation of their power, they completely resisted the attack of the wind and frost. They were not affected at all. It should be known that when Chenzong and the other two unleashed their full strength, they were much stronger than Qing Luo Heng. Even a demon king like Qing Luo Heng might not be able to withstand 3 of their attacks. If things went wrong, he might not even be able to withstand a single attack. However, the 3 of them hid their true strength. They only revealed a small part of it, which was around the level of a normal demon king. Otherwise, if they revealed too much, it would inevitably lead to more speculation and suspicion. No one knew how long the cold disaster would last. They could only wait for it to pass. Fortunately, this time, the Qing Luo tribe had sufficient food reserves, as well as many wild fruits and vegetables. They had also brewed a lot of strong liquor. Even if the cold disaster lasted for 1 or 2 years, they could still barely get through it if they ate sparingly. Under the cold disaster, Qinzong and the other two did not go out. They spent most of their time cultivating and comprehending. Occasionally, they would give pointers to other warriors in the tribe. After all, pointers from Demon King level powerhouses were very hard to come by. Qing Luoheng was very happy to see this scene. This was because it would be very helpful for the growth of the younger generation of the Qing Luo tribe. It would allow the later generations to grow better, further strengthen the tribe, and better pass on their legacy. Inside the wooden house, Qinzong was comprehending the secret sword move with all his might. This secret sword technique called demonic light was extremely profound, and its power was extremely tyrannical and astonishing. However, there was one thing that Qinzong was unable to directly grasp, and even if he comprehended the mysteries within it, he would still be unable to grasp it. This was because this was a secret sword technique created by a demon race ranker, and the demon race's cultivation path was originally different from the human race's. Qinzong and the others were humans in essence. They were only using the power of the dark essence to disguise themselves as demon kings. The energy fluctuations and methods of their attacks were the same as those of the demon king. It was just that on the surface, it was a kind of disguise and a kind of confusion. That was all. Now, Qinzong was going to modify the secret sword move into one that was suitable for him to use. The demonic light secret sword move was to ignite one's will from the bottomless abyss of despair, thereby breaking free and transcending, and turning into an eternal light. Under the premise that the idea was not changed, the only thing that needed to be changed was the method of operating the power. This was not an easy task. Even with Qinzong's superb perception and the cooperation of the Origin Realm, as well as a solid foundation in the Sword Dao, it was still difficult to complete in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. However, the cold disaster was still not over. The wind seemed to become more and more violent. Every gust of wind seemed to condense into a blade, wanting to shatter everything. The thick wooden walls of the Black Net tribe were severely damaged by the wind blades. Without the protection of the wooden walls, some of the wooden houses in the tribe would also be blown away. As a last resort, the powerful hunting warriors could only act as repairmen to repair the wooden walls. In half a year, frost and snow had constantly spread. The ground had long been covered with a thick layer of frost. It was extremely cold. Once demon soldiers walked out, they would be frozen and lose their lives in just a few breaths. Although demon soldiers were a bit stronger, there was a limit to their strength. They could not last more than 10 breaths. Even demon generals could not last more than 15 minutes in such an environment. These demon kings basically had to stay in their wooden houses, relying on the wooden houses to resist the cold. Then, they would wear thick animal skin clothes and make a fire to keep warm. Only in this way could they survive. Fortunately, they had a lot of firewood and animal oil in reserve. In half a year, Qinzong finally finished modifying the secret sword move called Demonic Light with his own ability, turning it into a secret sword move that belonged to him. This secret sword move was different from the sacrificial spirit kill, but its power was also very tyrannical. The wind howled violently, blowing across the vast land. Countless towering ancient trees were blown away, mountains were broken, and lakes were frozen. Heaven and earth were frozen, frost and snow filled the world, completely covering it. Everything was pale white, as if it had lost all vitality. Under the onslaught of this frost disaster, a small mountain several hundred meters tall several hundred kilometers away from the Black Civ tribe suddenly collapsed, as if it couldn't bear the weight of the frost and snow. With a deafening rumble, the entire earth trembled and countless cracks spread out in all directions. Collapse, the earth within tens of thousands of meters cracked and collapsed. The moment the earth collapsed, an astonishing aura filled the air, lingering around the collapsed earth. It was a strand of black aura that lingered, condensed, and finally exploded. With a boom, the black aura that had condensed to the extreme seemed to have substance. It instantly released a tyrannical wave of energy, like a 10,000-meter-long mountain flood. It was astonishing to the extreme, and it was accompanied by an ancient dragon's roar that shook the heavens. Black dragon, it was a black dragon that was 1,000 meters long. From the tens of thousands of meters of collapsed earth, it soared into the sky in an incomparably violent and domineering manner, as if it wanted to shatter everything in its path. In that instant, the 1,000-meter-long black dragon wreaked havoc in the celestial pole. Even the frost and snow couldn't stop it in the slightest. They were all shattered, and the vault of heaven seemed to be broken. Alarm, the people of the various tribes all felt the tyrannical aura. It was incomparably tyrannical and violent. Immediately, the experts of the various tribes rushed out of their wooden houses and soared into the sky, facing the wind blades and frost swords. Their eyes flashed incessantly as they stared at the black dragon. What's that? A black dragon? It's actually a black dragon. How can a black dragon appear in the world? No matter which era it was in, dragons were extremely powerful existences. Now, a black dragon had appeared in the midst of the frost disaster. What did this mean? Many people began to speculate. That's not a real black dragon. It's a black dragon condensed from demonic energy. An expert saw through the details. Demonic energy condensed into a black dragon. Could it be that some treasure has appeared? For a moment, there were experts who immediately moved to face the cold attack of the wind blades and frost swords, rushing towards the place where the black dragon erupted. If there really was a treasure land that appeared, it would undoubtedly be an opportunity. Who wouldn't want to obtain an opportunity? Moreover, to be able to condense demonic energy into a 1,000-meter-long black dragon, that kind of tyrannical and violent aura. Even the frost disaster couldn't conceal it, and it was even pushed away in an instant. If it was a treasure, then it must be an extremely extraordinary treasure. Such a cold disaster was extremely severe and vile. Only Devil King level experts could withstand it. In other words, although Devil Lord level experts could withstand it, they wouldn't be able to withstand it for long before they couldn't travel far. Only a Demon King level powerhouse could travel far in this winter disaster. But even so, the dangers of the winter disaster were not only limited to the wind and snow, but also other dangers. Under normal circumstances, even a Demon King level powerhouse would not be willing to leave their tribe. But, if there's a chance. And it was worth the risk. This place was only a few hundred kilometers away from the Azure Civ tribe. In truth, this distance wasn't much. Under normal circumstances, even demon generals would be able to reach this distance. However, due to the frost disaster, a few hundred kilometers seemed extremely far away. Even demon lords wouldn't dare travel this far. Inside the Blacknet tribe, the tribesmen all felt a violent tremor. Even the wooden houses were shaking, and the tribesmen all rushed out of their houses in fright. What powerful fluctuations! Blacknet Hang's face was solemn. Chief, I'll go take a look. Bai E immediately said. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother E. Blacknet Hang pondered for a moment, then said. I'll go with Snow. We can take care of each other. Shenzong also spoke up. Under such a frost disaster, moving alone was quite dangerous, not to mention that they had to travel a few hundred miles. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem, but right now, it was very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to disastrous losses. However, if three demonic kings were to move together, their safety would be guaranteed. Shenzong and the other two's contributions to the Blacknet tribe were very obvious. Blacknet Hang trusted them, so he naturally didn't suspect them. In fact, he didn't need to or have the qualifications to suspect them. These were three demonic kings. If they didn't want to stay in the Blacknet tribe, they could have left on their own. Even Blacknet Hang couldn't force them to stay. Then, did the three demonic kings have ulterior motives towards the Blacknet tribe? He was overthinking things. Three dignified Demon King level experts were already capable of establishing their own tribes, while the Azure Civ tribe was only a very ordinary small tribe. Whether it was in terms of resources or heritage, it was very ordinary. There was nothing to worry about. The frost disaster is very dangerous. You three brothers must be careful and come back alive. Blacknet Hang solemnly said. Don't worry, Chief. We'll be careful. Shenzong replied. Bai Yi, Shenzong, and Jing Wuxue immediately set off, leaving the Blacknet tribe. Under the watchful eyes of the tribesmen, they rushed into the fierce snowstorm, as if they were fearless. The reason why Bai proposed to investigate and Shenzong and Jing Wuxue went together was because they wanted to find out more. After all, just staying in the Blacknet tribe was still limited. In a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to reap much. Although they wanted to play it safe by starting from the small tribes and slowly infiltrating the medium and large tribes, it didn't mean that they couldn't take other actions. The appearance of a treasured land meant that there were opportunities. With opportunities, there was the possibility of obtaining more resources. If they were lucky, they might even be able to obtain a demonic soul. Of course, the possibility of obtaining a demonic soul wasn't high. Up until now, the three of them still didn't know the specific factors needed to form a demonic soul. They only knew that it was left behind by a demonic tribe expert after his death. They didn't know, in any case, they had to play it safe, but they also had to fight for it. Once they found an opportunity, they had to fight for it. In the end, the longer they stayed here, the greater the possibility of being exposed. The three of them were moving very fast, like 3 streaks of light flashing across the sky. Actually, a few hundred miles was nothing to the three of them. Along the way, Shenzong and the others saw many trees that had turned into ice sculptures. They even saw some demonic beasts. The demonic beasts that were in a running posture were frozen in the frost and snow, turning into ice sculptures. Some of the demonic beasts in the ice sculptures were crawling, some were in a hunting posture, and some were even in the posture of birds descending from the sky. These demonic beasts were basically low-level and mid-level demonic beasts. Their strength was too low to resist the cold. They couldn't escape in a short period of time and were frozen in time. High-level demonic beasts were strong enough to resist the cold for a short period of time and escape to their nest to hide. Demonic beasts also had intelligence and knew how to hide from danger to protect themselves. Cold, the three of them kept running. The farther they were from the tribe, the colder they felt. That kind of coldness kept invading them. The wind was like a sharp blade that cut and slashed, and the frost and snow were like sharp swords that pierced through the air. It felt as if there were many swordsmen with swords and sabers coming from the front, wave after wave, endlessly attacking. Shenzong and the others kept rushing forward, resisting the attacks of the wind and frost with their own strength. Although the wind and frost were very tyrannical, it was nothing to the three of them. Even if they held back a lot of their strength, it was enough to resist. If it was really difficult to resist, they could release more strength. Hundreds of li were quickly traversed by the three of them at an extremely fast speed. In front of them, there was a collapsed land. The three of them stopped and stood at the edge of the collapsed land. The collapsed land was tens of thousands of meters in radius. It looked very shocking, like a sinkhole that was tens of thousands of meters in size. Traces of rich dark demonic chi constantly spread out from the sinkhole. The aura was violent and pure, and it also contained a hint of dominance. Shenzong and the others also found that there were other figures approaching from other directions. The aura they emitted was very strong, and they were all demonic king realm experts. Demonic king realm experts were equivalent to experts on the real chaotic list. In just a short time, Shenzong and the others saw more than a dozen demonic king realm experts coming in groups of 2 or 3 or 4. They came from different tribes. We are from the Hongluo tribe. Which tribe do you three belong to? An old demonic dweller swept his gaze and asked. The Hongluo tribe and the Qingluo tribe were neighboring tribes. Of course, they were close, but there was still a distance of hundreds of li between them. A distance of hundreds of li was actually nothing. For demonic king realm experts, they could cross it in a short time. Even demonic lord realm experts could cross it in a short time. As a result, there were some conflicts. For example, when hunting, conflicts were inevitable because of chasing prey. This was a normal occurrence for demonic dweller tribes. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many tribes that had been destroyed. The Qingluo tribe. Bai Yi replied. Usually, Bai Yi didn't speak much, but he was the leader of this trip. If there were any questions, he would be the one to answer. The Qingluo tribe. The 2 demonic king realm experts of the Hongluo tribe were shocked, and their pupils shrank. Since when did the Qingluo tribe have 3 demonic king realm experts? They were very familiar with the Qingluo tribes Qingluo Heng and Qingluo Shan. As for the 3 demonic king realm experts in front of them, it was their first time seeing them. However, demonic king realm experts generally wouldn't lie about their tribe's affiliation. There was no need for that. As demon king level powerhouses, their intellect wasn't low. They were also knowledgeable and experienced. Therefore, with just a thought, they immediately understood what was going on. They couldn't help but be envious of the Azure Civ tribe's good luck. Tens of thousands of meters below the collapsed ground, countless dark auras filled the air. Through the dark aura, one could vaguely see a huge building. The building gave off an ancient feeling and had a unique style. Mausoleum. One of the demon kings exclaimed in a low voice. Chenzong and the other two also heard it, and immediately revealed a surprised expression. Mausoleum. What was a mausoleum? A mausoleum was a tomb, but it was more advanced than an ordinary tomb. Looking at the huge ancient building in front of them, this mausoleum's origin was probably not small. However, no matter how one looked at it, a mausoleum was a tomb, and it was a place to be buried after death. This essence would not change. Therefore, when they found out that it was a mausoleum, and such a huge one at that, the group of demon kings did not immediately rush down. They were not fools, and knew what such a huge mausoleum meant. F*CK, I'm going. One of the demon kings growled, and immediately rushed down towards the huge mausoleum below. Wealth came from danger. A mausoleum of such scale, its owner must be an extraordinary expert. If they could obtain some kind of opportunity from it, it would be great. A mausoleum, so what if it was a mausoleum? As long as there was an opportunity, no one could stop it. If the first person rushed in, there would be a second. In fact, that person just now was not the first demon king to rush into the mausoleum, because in other directions, there were already demon kings rushing down. Such a huge mausoleum, its owner must have been an expert when he was alive. According to speculation, it should be at least a peak demon king, the kind of peerless demon king that could run amok in the dark sky empire. As long as the demon emperor did not appear, he would be invincible. If they could obtain some burial items, they might be able to increase their strength. In short, since this mausoleum had appeared in the world, they had to investigate it. In any case, they were all demon kings, and had sufficient strength. As long as they were careful enough, their safety should not be a problem. Let's go. Bai Yi said with a hint of inquiry. Although he was the leader of this trip, he still had to ask for Chenzong and Jing Wushue's opinion. After all, Chenzong and Jing Wushue had agreed to help him obtain the demon soul, but they had not agreed to listen to his every command. That was impossible, and Bai Yi did not dare think of it that way. Chenzong and Jing Wushue were not weak at all. In fact, they were very strong. Perhaps they were not as strong as Bai Yi, but there was not much of a difference between them. Especially Chenzong, Bai Yi felt a great threat when they were in the Yuan secret land. Experts of this level all had their own pride. It was impossible to make them obey his orders. Let's go. Chenzong replied. Jing Wushue didn't say anything, but his expression clearly said, "You make the decision." Since the three of them were of the same opinion, it was passed. Charge! In an instant, Chenzong and the other two immediately rushed forward toward the mausoleum. The three of them used their full strength. Although they were not demon emperors, they were definitely peak demon kings. At the very least, with 3 peak demon kings working together, they should be able to protect themselves. Who knows, they might even be able to obtain some benefits. Beams of black light shot down like dark meteors streaking across the sky. Their speed was extremely fast, and they all rushed toward the mausoleum. The top floor of the mausoleum was the smallest. There were many windows scattered in all directions, allowing one to enter and exit at will. Each window was 10 meters high, and it was quite astonishing. It was unknown how many there were. Chenzong and the other two entered through the same window. The moment they entered, they felt that the light had dimmed. At the same time, an indescribable pressure pervaded the surroundings, as if it was drifting in the air. It constantly pressed down on them, causing them to feel uncomfortable. In addition to the darkness and pressure, there was also a kind of dryness. However, there was not the slightest smell of decay. Instead, the air was very fresh. This floor was very vast. It was estimated to be thousands of meters in radius, but there was nothing. There was only a circular hole in the center, 10 meters long and wide. Other than Shenzong and the other two, there were also other Demon King level powerhouses continuously entering this place. After their gazes swept across, they did not pay much attention to others. They all looked at the circular hole in the center. It was a staircase, a spiral staircase that led downwards. When one looked down, they could only see pitch-black darkness. Deep, boundless, it was like an abyss. Even though the demon tribe was naturally close to darkness, they still felt waves of fear. It was as if they would fall into the bottomless abyss in a moment. It made people unable to help but feel a chill run down their spines from the depths of their hearts. However, there was still someone who took the lead and stepped onto the staircase. Step by step, under the gazes of the other Demon King level powerhouses, his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness, as if he had been devoured. The second, the third. One after another, Demon King level powerhouses stepped onto the staircase and disappeared into the darkness. In this place, no one would start a conflict. Basically, the experts who could cultivate to the Demon King realm were not fools. Starting a conflict without discovering anything was undoubtedly a very foolish act. Shenzong and the other two also stepped onto the staircase and disappeared into the darkness. They continuously followed the spiral staircase down, step by step. The darkness here was very strange. Even though Bai Yi was walking in front of them and was only a meter away, they could only see a very blurry figure. It was as if the figure was hidden in the darkness and would disappear at any time. As for Jing Wuxue, who was only a meter behind them, Shenzong could not hear his footsteps. It was as if the footsteps were swallowed up by the darkness. If not for Shenzong's extraordinary senses, he would not have been able to sense Jing Wushue's existence. How strange, the more it was like this, the more cautious they had to be. The spiral staircase seemed to be very long, and it spun continuously downwards. Shenzong counted silently, and when he reached 999, he took a step forward. Immediately, a different feeling rose up within him. It was as if he was walking on flat ground. The darkness seemed to have receded by more than half, allowing him to see further. Spacious, limitless, deep. There's a stone tablet here. Suddenly, a low voice was heard. Immediately, many people rushed over. There was indeed a stone tablet. The stone tablet was completely black, and there were many words carved on it, which belonged to the devil cultivator. Fortunately, Shenzong and the other two had been taught the language of the devil cultivator before they entered, so they had a basic grasp of the language of the devil cultivator. They could still understand the meaning of the words on the stone tablet. I am Xingu. The first few words immediately caused a commotion. Xingu. Could it be Xingu, the demon emperor? The commotion grew louder and louder. Could it be that this tomb is a torture chamber, the ancient demon emperor's tomb? As they continued to read, coupled with the exclamations of other demon kings, Shenzong and the other two also understood that this tomb was the tomb of Xingu. Demon Emperor. Although the three of them were outsiders and had never heard of Xingu, the two words Demon Emperor carried a lot of weight. Demon Emperors were peerless powerhouses above the Demon King rank but not yet at the demigod rank. Shenzong and the other two had not encountered a Demon Emperor rank powerhouse yet, so they did not know how strong a Demon Emperor rank powerhouse was. If the three of them went all out, would they be able to reach the Demon Emperor rank? It was hard to say. If they could reach the Demon Emperor rank, then it was not a big deal. At least in the entire ancient god dynasty, there were a considerable number of demon emperors. But what if they did not reach the demon emperor rank? Then it meant that a demon emperor rank powerhouse was amazing. According to the words of the other devil kings, Xingu was an extremely tyrannical devil emperor. He was a peak devil emperor that could sweep through the world unhindered. It was hard for him to find a worthy opponent. He had once defeated 3 devil emperors by himself. In fact, he even had 2 followers who were also devil emperors. In other words, Xingu himself was not only an invincible demon emperor, but also a group of demon emperors. There were a total of 3 demon emperors. How amazing was that? The words on the stone tablet were left behind by Xingu. His tone was very arrogant, boundless and boundless. This was also the temperament of Xingu. Because of his tyrannical strength, as long as the demon gods did not make a move, basically no one could suppress him. It was because of this that he was even more unscrupulous. The stone tablet directly stated that this was the mausoleum of Xingu and his two subordinates. It was their resting place, and it was very dangerous. Of course, this point was very normal. A mausoleum was a tomb, a resting place for experts. Who would be willing to be disturbed or even destroyed by others? It was probably because no one was willing to do so. Honestly speaking, if one put themselves in their shoes, that would be the case. This was also the reason why those demon kings had hesitated when they found out that this was a mausoleum. In the end, because of the temptation of treasures, coupled with the speculation that this was the mausoleum of a peak demon king, those demon kings really took action. Because they felt that even if there was danger, as long as they were careful enough, they would be able to withstand it. Even if they did not obtain anything in the end, it should not be a problem for them to leave alive. But now, it was different. This mausoleum was not the mausoleum of a peak demon king, but the mausoleum of a demon emperor. These demon kings were very clear about the strength of a demon emperor. It was a very tyrannical level, a peerless expert that even peak demon kings could not contend against. Furthermore, it was the tomb of a top-tier devil emperor like Devil Emperor Xingu and his two subordinate devil emperors. It was definitely going to be much more dangerous than the tombs of ordinary devil emperors. Many devil kings were already feeling uneasy, and they were starting to think of retreating. Once they encountered the danger of a peak demon emperor's mausoleum, it was very likely that they would lose their lives. Although the opportunity was good and the treasures were good, if they lost their lives, then everything would be for naught. Besides, in order to cultivate to their current level, many of them had gone through countless trials and tribulations. They had also shouldered heavy responsibilities. If they were to die in the demon emperor's mausoleum, not only would their many years of hard work be for naught, even the tribes they had to protect would become weak as a result. They did not know when they would be annihilated by the magical beasts or the invasion of other tribes. Finally, some demon kings retreated and left along the stairs. Retreat, due to various reasons, a portion of the devil kings were unwilling to take the risk. The mausoleum of the three devil emperors wasn't so easy to enter. However, there were still a few devil kings who chose to stay. Perhaps they were confident in their own strength, or perhaps they were hoping for a fluke. Regardless of the reason, they chose to stay and continue. The words left behind by Devil Emperor Xingu were very direct. It clearly stated that the mausoleum was filled with dangers. If one could pass through it, they would be qualified to obtain the treasures and inheritance he left behind. However, if they failed, only death awaited them. There was no third option. Either they passed through, or they died, so direct. Chenzong and the other two didn't leave. Since they were already here, there was no reason to retreat. They were confident in their own strength. Would they be able to reach the Devil Emperor realm if they went all out? No idea, but it was worth a try. At the same time, the Devil Kings who left were unwilling to be left out. They immediately used various methods to spread the news. The mausoleum of the strongest Devil Emperor 10,000 years ago, Devil Emperor Xingu, had appeared. The moment the news spread, it immediately caused a huge commotion. The Great Dark Sky Empire had thousands or even tens of thousands of tribes. The distance between each tribe ranged from 100 li to 1,000 li. The entire Great Dark Sky Empire was incomparably vast. Devil Emperor Xingu's mausoleum was located a few hundred li away from the Black Net tribe. Although there were other tribes in the vicinity, most of them were small tribes. The most powerful ones were the mid-sized tribes. As for the large tribes, they were far away and didn't even feel the commotion caused by the mausoleum's appearance. As for the Great Dark Sky Empire, it was even further away. The news spread like wildfire, spreading to the various tribes. Some of the smaller tribes were vassals of the mid-sized tribes. Naturally, they would also report the news to the higher-ups, until it reached the Didu. Devil Emperor Xingu's mausoleum has appeared? That's the strongest Devil Emperor 10,000 years ago. This is a good opportunity. I want to see what treasures there are in Devil Emperor Xingu's mausoleum. It's filled with danger. Ha 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 ha. I want to see what kind of danger it is and whether it can threaten me. When the news spread, it immediately alarmed many experts. Many Devil King experts, and among them, there was no lack of peak Devil King experts. The Great Dark Heaven Monarch's Palace was located in the Great Dark Heaven Monarch's Palace, as well as many nobles. These nobles all had superior bloodlines, and their foundations were shocking. It could be said that out of the thousands of tribes in the Dark Sky Empire, only the 13 main tribes could compare to the nobles of the Great Dark Sky Empire. The other mid-sized tribes were nothing compared to the nobles of the Great Dark Sky Empire. As for the smaller tribes, they were no different from ants. An extremely loud roar sounded. Soon after, a huge black figure rose from within the dune and charged out of the dune. Its speed was like a gust of wind, and it was incomparably swift. It was a flying beast that was completely black in color. It had the head of a lion or tiger, but the body of an eagle. However, it had no feathers. Instead, snake-like scales covered its entire body. It gave off an abnormally vigorous feeling. The aura it emitted was extremely cold and cruel. Its pair of abnormally thick claws seemed to be cast from divine gold. Cold light flickered incessantly, as if they could crush and tear apart everything in their path. 3 figures sat on the back of the savage and terrifying beast. One of them was very young, just like a teenager. He had an expression that seemed like a smile, and indescribable arrogance was present in the depths of his eyes. The 2 people beside him seemed to be middle-aged men. Their expressions were cold and solemn, like 2 statues. They radiated a cruel and chilling aura from their bodies. The flying beast flapped its wings, and its speed was extremely fast. It was like a pitch-black bolt of lightning that tore through the violent winds as it flashed through the sky. However, the 3 people on the back of the beast weren't affected by the violent winds at all. They didn't move at all, and even their hair didn't move at all. One figure after another rose up and flew out of the Great Dark Sky Empire. After flying out of the Great Dark Sky Empire, they burst out with extreme speed, flying towards the mausoleum of Demon Emperor Xingu. Fast, extremely fast, the title of the strongest demon emperor from 10,000 years ago had a strong attraction to any expert. Even demon emperors were no exception. In an instant, the entire Great Dark Sky Empire seemed to be affected. Tyrannical auras burst out continuously, rushing towards the mausoleum of Demon Emperor Xingu. Their speed was extremely fast. At this moment, within the mausoleum of Demon Emperor Xingu, the demon kings who had not left also began to explore. They were not afraid of danger. They were rather confident in their own strength, or rather, in their own luck. Chenzong and the other 2 naturally moved together, and found the path to continue down. There was only one path. In other words, all the demon kings had to follow this path. According to the words left behind by Demon Emperor Xingu on the stone tablet, the mausoleum was divided into 5 levels. The first level was the entrance from the top. The second level was where the stone tablet was left behind. Below that was the 3rd level. The danger also began from the 3rd level. Demon Emperor Xingu had even said that his treasures and inheritance were left behind on the 5th level. The 4th level was the mausoleum of his subordinate, Blood Sword, and the 3rd level was the mausoleum of his subordinate, Life-Chasing Demon Emperor. In the 3rd and 4th floor of the mausoleum, there were the inheritances and treasures of the Life-Chasing Devil Emperor and the Blood Sword Devil Emperor respectively. If one wanted to enter the resting place of Devil Emperor Xingu, one had to find the key. The key was hidden in the mausoleum of the Life-Chasing Devil Emperor and the Blood Sword Devil Emperor respectively. In other words, in the 5th level, there were the inheritances and treasures of 3 demon emperors. How attractive was that? This was also the reason why the demon kings were not willing to leave. If it was just the inheritance and treasures of Demon Emperor Xingu, they would have to think twice. However, it was the inheritance and treasures of 3 demon emperors. They might even be able to obtain one of them. The 3rd level was completely dark. When someone stepped in, a bright light shone in all directions. Everyone immediately saw that there were many statues on the 3rd level. All of them were statues of demonic beasts. Each statue gave off a lifelike feeling, as though they were alive. However, they were motionless and did not have any aura of life. They were emitting waves of coldness. This level was the mausoleum of Life-Chasing Demon Emperor. 10,000 years ago, Life-Chasing Demon Emperor was a famous existence. In fact, he was a ferocious existence. However, Life-Chasing Demon Emperor's reputation was even greater than ordinary demon emperors. Firstly, it was because Life-Chasing Demon Emperor was very strong. Once he made a move, it would be a matter of life and death. He was a person that could not be offended. Once someone offended him, he would chase after them until they died. That was how life-chasing Demon Emperor came to be. Secondly, life-chasing Demon Emperor was the follower of Demon Emperor Xinggu. Who was Demon Emperor Xinggu? That was the #1 Demon Emperor in the world 10,000 years ago. He was a super expert with the strongest reputation. No one could compete with the demon god. As the follower of the strongest Demon Emperor, life-chasing Demon Emperor's name was naturally famous. There were hundreds and thousands of statues of demonic beasts on this level. Each of them was big and small and had different appearances. However, they all emitted a terrifying cold aura. Where is the key hidden? Where is life-chasing Demon Emperor's inheritance and treasures? What was the purpose of entering this place? They were here for the inheritance and treasures. Of course, other than the inheritance and treasures, they were also here for the key. That was the key that could open Demon Emperor Xinggu's resting place. The 5th level, which was the last level of the mausoleum, belonged to Demon Emperor Xinggu. In other words, without the key, it was impossible to enter the 5th level. One of the demon kings walked past a statue of a demonic beast. His back was facing the statue. The eyes of the demonic beast suddenly lit up and shone with a scarlet light. It was extremely dazzling. A claw immediately clawed at the back of the demon king. It was as if the claw was going to pierce through and tear the demon king apart. However, there was no fluctuation of aura. The demon king was caught off guard and was hit in the back. However, the moment the claw hit, the demon king reacted quickly and unleashed his strength. He barely managed to block the claw because the power of the claw was not at the level of a demon king. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to block the attack. The demon king was not the only one who was attacked. The other demon kings were also attacked when they walked past or had their backs facing the statues. The statues seemed to have come alive. Bai Yi pointed his finger and immediately hit a statue that came alive. The statue was pushed back, but it did not break. He could not help but be surprised. This finger attack of his was a finger attack that he had hidden his true strength behind. However, it was still at the level of a devil king, and its might was extremely tyrannical. Yet, it only managed to push back the demonic beast statue and didn't manage to break it apart. The hardness of the demonic beast statue was unexpectedly tough. Jing Wuxue drew his sword. A gray sword light, carrying a lonely and despairing sword intent, instantly slashed the body of a flying eagle statue. It was immediately pushed back, but the tyrannical sharpness was unable to cut through the statue. It only left a shallow sword mark. These statues are not very strong. They are not at the level of a demon king. However, their defense is at the level of a demon king, Chenzong said as he pushed back the statue. Thousands of demonic beast statues came to life and kept attacking the demon kings who entered this place. It was as if to them, the demon kings who entered this place were invaders, and their duty was to defend against the invaders. I seem to have heard from somewhere that Zhue Ming Demon Emperor is not only powerful, but he is also a demon puppet master. A voice came from not far away. It is said that he has a powerful demon puppet that is at the level of a demon emperor. Are these statues all demon puppets? Chenzong and the other two heard the voice and were deep in thought. Demon puppets, in fact, they were a type of puppet. We can use more of our strength appropriately, Bai Yi said. Chenzong and Jing Wuxue also turned in an instant and nodded. If they did not use their full strength, it was not impossible to use more strength. Demonic light, Chenzong's sword pierced through the air. The heavenly will sword seemed to have disappeared, turning into a dark and gloomy sword light. It looked unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the light contained within was extremely intense. Restrained, extremely restrained. Chenzong did not use his full strength. He only used a small part of his strength to display the secret sword. The dark and gloomy sword light pierced through the air, immediately hitting a demonic beast puppet. The demonic beast puppet's body had reached the level of a demon king. This time, the demonic beast puppet was not repelled, nor was it able to block the attack. Its body was instantly pierced through. As it fell, the demonic beast puppet immediately shattered, scattering all over the ground. It could not move anymore. Jing Wuxue and Bai Yi also used more of their strength, destroying the demonic beast puppets one after another. It felt as if they were breaking bamboo. The power is indeed not bad, but it is still not enough. Zhenzong waved his sword and displayed the secret sword, Demonic Light. He had to familiarize himself with this secret sword. No matter how good a move was, if he was not familiar with its application, then it would be a waste. If he were to use it in a critical moment and there was a slight deviation, the consequences would be very serious. If it was light, he would be injured, and if it was heavy, he would die. The power of demonic light was indeed very strong, but Zhenzong felt that something was wrong. It was as if the potential of this sword had not been fully stimulated. After displaying the secret sword again and again, Zhenzong continued to explore and comprehend, and then he suddenly understood. The demonic light secret sword's concept was to struggle free from the abyss of despair, to rise up in the face of adversity, to counterattack in a desperate situation, to ignite one's will, to transform into a ray of light, to break through all obstacles and achieve freedom. However, although the demonic beast puppets were not weak, to Zhenzong, the difference was too great. They could not pose any threat to Zhenzong at all, not to mention the abyss of despair and adversity. Without this premise, the power of demonic light secret sword was naturally affected, unable to fully display its power. After realizing this, Zhenzong had no solution. He couldn't really limit his strength and deliberately put himself in a desperate situation, could he? There was no need for that at all. Although the demonic light secret sword art was good, it wasn't worth Zhenzong's effort. Moreover, if he continued to practice it, he might encounter stronger opponents or scarier places. When the time came, he might face a desperate situation. While he was thinking, Zhenzong's sword didn't stop moving. He continued to use the demonic light secret sword, slashing through the air again and again, destroying one demonic beast puppet after another. Although he was unable to fully unleash the power of the demonic light secret sword, the power he had displayed was not to be underestimated. It was not inferior to any of his 5 killer moves at all. It was only slightly inferior to Heaven and Earth's Return to Ruins, and it did not consume much of his cultivation base. However, the demonic light secret sword didn't consume cultivation, but divine will. Zhenzong's original divine will had been tempered by life and death situations. It was very tyrannical. Moreover, he had cultivated the ghost fire jade tempering technique, which used the primordial evil, God's source of extreme evil, as fuel to ignite the ghost fire. Its effect was even more astonishing. As a result, Zhenzong's divine will was more than twice as strong as it was 10 years ago. The demon kings burst forth with tyrannical strength, displaying their ultimate moves. Their auras were extremely violent and tyrannical. They fought back against the demonic beast puppets, and an intense chaotic battle began. Among the demon kings who entered here, there were strong and weak. The demon king level corresponded to the human race's real chaos list, but the real chaos list had 100 places. There was a difference in strength between different places, and the difference between the top 10 and the bottom 10 was even more obvious. Similarly, there were strong and weak demon kings. The powerful top demon kings could easily defeat and kill the weak. The top demon kings. This was where the difference lay. Thousands of demonic beast puppets were constantly defeated. Although they posed a threat to some demon kings, they were not strong. After all, the demonic beast puppets here were limited in strength, only equivalent to the top demon king level. They were all defeated, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and the 4 walls were trembling. Soon after, they cracked open, and 4 doors appeared. Inside the doors was pitch black, as if they contained some terrifying existence. Let's go. Without any hesitation, the demon kings immediately rushed toward the cracked walls. Now that things had come to this, there was no reason to retreat. Continuing to explore forward was the right thing to do. The group of demon kings immediately scattered, rushing into different doors and disappearing. When all the demon kings had rushed into the doors, the tremors started again. The doors closed, and the demonic beast puppets scattered all over the ground seemed to be pulled by some kind of force. They stood up one after another and returned to their original positions. They turned into statues again, motionless, as if waiting for something. Outside, the second batch of demon kings had arrived and stepped into the first level of the demon emperor's mausoleum. There were not many demon kings in this batch of demon kings who had entered the third level, less than 100 in total. They scattered and entered different doors. The demon kings in each door ranged from more than 20 to less than a dozen. There were a total of 15 demon kings on Xianxia's side. After stepping into the door behind them closed, and there was no way out. They could only continue to move forward, or be trapped here until they died. In front of them was a passage, a pitch-black passage that seemed to have no end. The sound of footsteps rang out continuously. It was the sound of the demon king's footsteps. In this dark passage, it was extremely clear, so clear that it was a little scary. Low roars rang out one after another. There were a total of 15 roars, and each roar carried an indescribable might. It was as if they could shatter mountains and rivers. Then, a deathly aura spread out from the front, like the assault of a fierce wind. Demonic puppets, 15 demonic puppets appeared. The moment the 15 demonic puppets appeared, the 15 demon kings immediately felt that they were locked on. In that instant, they understood that they were facing a demonic puppet, and only by defeating that demonic puppet would they have the right to continue moving forward. There was no reason, it was just a feeling. These demonic puppets were left behind by Zhue Ming Devil Emperor to protect his mausoleum from being disturbed. At the same time, it was also a kind of test, a test for intruders. If they couldn't pass the test, then only death would await them, and it would be equivalent to being buried with Zhue Ming Devil Emperor. However, if they could pass the test, then they would have the chance to obtain Zhue Ming Devil Emperor's inheritance and treasures. Qianzong felt a tyrannical aura locking onto him. That aura was extremely shocking, and it was as vigorous as a mountain, as if it wanted to suppress him. Demon King level, without a doubt, this was a Demon King level demonic puppet, which was very powerful. Demon King level demonic puppets weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere. They were experts that had the qualifications to establish their own tribes. When the Demon King level demonic puppet attacked, the 15 demon kings felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Kill. Jing Wushui's expression didn't change. He was like a cold iron in the deep sea, extremely cold. His entire body emitted an extremely terrifying aura of loneliness and despair. He slashed out with his sword, and his body and sword became one. He mercilessly attacked the demonic puppet, and the demonic puppet also attacked Jing Wushue. When the demonic puppets attacked, the demon kings all attacked their respective demonic puppets. Qianzong's demonic puppet was a strange demonic puppet with 6 arms. It stood upright like a human, but its body was like a beast, and its skin was like a withered tree. It looked extremely tough. The heavenly will sword was unsheathed, and the divine will pressed down, directly locking on to one of the demonic puppets. Slash, a sword slashed out, and a dim light instantly broke through the sky. It was the secret sword, demonic light. This sword was used again and again by Qianzong, and he became more and more familiar with it. The sword light slashed through the sky, cutting through the darkness, as if it was chasing after the light of eternity. It was so resolute, so courageous, and had an invincible will. Kill. The sword light arrived first, and the moment it pierced through the demonic puppet, Qianzong immediately felt a sense of toughness blocking the sword light. Such a powerful sword attack actually felt like it couldn't pierce through the demonic puppet's body. At the same time, the demonic puppet's 6 arms attacked Qianzong from all directions, and Qianzong felt like he couldn't dodge. Don't retreat. As the sword light flashed, it blocked the attacks of the demonic puppet's 6 arms. The power of each attack was clearly grasped by Qianzong. It was very strong, but it wasn't enough to pose a real threat to Qianzong. The body of the sword trembled, and with great skill, it instantly broke apart the 6 arms that were attacking him. Borrowing the strength of the sword, the speed of the sword exploded, and the sword energy became more and more powerful. The sword crossed the sky like a meteor streaking across the night sky, so bright, dazzling, and eye-catching. It was still the demonic light sword, but its power was several times stronger. This was because Qianzong used more of his strength. Under the sword, the defense of the demonic puppet was broken and penetrated. Jing Wushue and Bai Yi also used more of their strength to suppress the demonic puppet, and then defeated it. Help me. I am the leader of the Night Bark tribe, help me defeat the demonic puppet. The strength of the other 12 demon kings was more ordinary, or rather, there was a gap between them and Qianzong's group. Therefore, they couldn't defeat the demonic puppets in a short time and couldn't help but ask for help. However, Qianzong's group didn't pay attention to them, as if they didn't hear them. After defeating their respective demonic puppets, they rushed forward. "What tribe are the three of you from? How dare you be so rude?" The demon king of the Nightbark tribe was furious, and his tone was full of threat. However, his threat was useless and was completely ignored. In front of them, a low roar suddenly rang out. It was as though the roar penetrated through the darkness of the night. There was nothing that could block it. The roar directly entered the ears of Qianzong and the other two, causing them to instantly feel a sense of threat. The power contained in the roar was somewhat strong, much stronger than the demonic puppet just now. Oppression, an indescribable oppression came, and even the aura became more oppressive. Three figures suddenly appeared, step by step, and the oppressive aura became more and more intense, and more obvious, as if it was going to crush everything. They appeared, the three figures appeared, and they were in the shape of three demonic beasts. One was like a tiger and a leopard, one was a wolf with two heads, and the last one was a black giant python that looked like a bamboo joint. Scarlet light burst out from their eyes, and it could see through everything. The one that locked onto Qianzong was the wolf with two heads. Its scarlet eyes were gloomy and boundless, and it was full of terrifying killing intent and deathly stillness. Author's note: something came up at home today, so I've been very busy, so I'm late for the second watch. In the fierce battle, sword light flashed and fog surged. The three powerful demonic puppets were knocked down one after another. "They're very strong. They're already half as strong as us," Bai said in a low voice. Half of their strength was actually not much of a threat. However, these were demonic puppets, and there were more than 3 demonic puppets in the mausoleum. From the top demonic lord demonic puppets to the normal demonic lord demonic puppets, and now to the powerful demonic lord demonic puppets. Would they encounter even more powerful demonic lord demonic puppets? At this point, there was no turning back. The only way was to keep moving forward. Otherwise, they could only wait in the same place. There was no need for discussion. Qianzong and the other two chose to keep moving forward. Then, they saw a huge door. The door was completely black, and there were many complicated patterns on it. In the end, they formed the shape of a face. It was a face with eyes closed, but it seemed to be enduring endless pain. It was like a ghost. As if it had sensed Qianzong and the other two approaching, the ghost face suddenly opened. Endless pain and distortion burst out, directly attacking Qianzong and the other two's divine intent. The ghost face opened its mouth, and a shrill howl sounded. It turned into a series of sound waves, as if it was going to shatter everything. The impact of the divine intent and the sound waves were too sudden. Qianzong and the other two did not have time to react before they were hit. They felt as if their divine intents had been hit by a giant hammer. If their divine intents were not very strong, they would have been dizzy and lost consciousness. Even so, Qianzong and the other two did not feel good. They felt as if their divine intents were being hit. Their heads seemed to be buzzing, and a feeling of dizziness spread. However, with their extremely strong divine intents, the feeling of dizziness was resisted in an instant. However, the terrible sound waves had already arrived with the power of 10,000 tons. It was as if they were going to shatter everything. It caused the air to explode, and cracks appeared. It was as if they were going to shatter the bodies of Qianzong and the other two. In an instant, Qianzong and the other two were inevitably hit. Their protective strength was instantly shaken, and the next moment, it was shattered. Even the immortal body was under the attack of the sound waves. Cracks appeared on its body. It was as if it was going to collapse. The three's divine intents. Counterattack. The sound waves were immediately split and destroyed. However, the second wave of sound waves came again. This time, it was twice as strong as the first wave and even more cracks appeared in space. Qianzong and the other two's counterattack was directly shattered. Their expressions changed. They unleashed all their strength in an instant to resist the impact of the second sound wave. Their bodies kept retreating. Then, the third sound wave appeared. It was another fierce attack. The might of the third echo wave had doubled on the basis of the second echo wave. Such a tyrannical might completely made Qianzong and the others feel an incomparably intense threat. This kind of threat seemed to be able to endanger their lives. The immortal body collapsed in an instant. Their cultivation strength was restored, and they resisted the attack of the sound waves. At this rate, if there was a fourth sound wave, they would probably have to use all their strength to resist it. For example, Xianxia had to equip the ancient godly sword armor. Fortunately, there was no fourth sound wave. The ghostly face on the door closed its eyes, which were full of pain and pain. Then, it made a sound. With a click, the door opened inwards. The ghostly face's 3 sound waves were each stronger than the last. Ordinary devil lords would not be able to resist at all. They would be crushed and killed by the sound waves. As for dodging, it was very difficult. The moment the ghostly face opened its eyes, it was an attack of the divine will. Without a strong enough divine will, one would not be able to resist and would collapse under the impact of the ghostly face's divine will. It was a very terrifying method. The method of the life-chasing devil emperor was indeed frightening. Just this door alone was enough to block many devil lord level masters, preventing them from disturbing his sleep. Now that the door was open, what other dangers would there be? After Xianxia and the other 2 recovered their strength, they moved forward again. As for the other devil lords, they had not arrived yet. Although their strength was not bad, the devil puppets that appeared were also very strong. They were not easy to defeat. They just did not know if the other 3 places were the same. It seemed that the door was the last checkpoint. Xianxia and the other 2 continued to move forward. They did not encounter any more danger. There was a great hall inside a mausoleum. It was pitch black and filled with an endless cold aura. It was an aura that made everyone feel apprehensive. The sound of footsteps was heard. It was very subtle, but it was very clear in this cold and dead silence. There seemed to be a whoosh. As the light flashed, balls of flame suddenly burned on the lamps on the surrounding walls. The flames were greenish-gray. Not only did they not bring the slightest warmth, but they also made the original cold in the palace even more intense, as if it was going to freeze everything. When Xianxia and the other 2 stepped into this place, they immediately felt the pervasive cold. It was a cold that constantly penetrated their bodies and bones. It was extremely cold, as if it was going to freeze their blood and chi, and even their souls. The greenish-gray lamps burned, bringing some light to the dark mausoleum hall, but at the same time, it also brought more coldness. With the eyesight of Xianxia and the other 2, they could see everything in this hall clearly. The hall was very spacious. It was a few thousand meters long, a few thousand meters wide, and a few hundred meters tall. At the end of the hall, there was a throne. There seemed to be a figure sitting on the throne. It was an imposing figure. There were no signs of life, but it still emitted a terrifying pressure, as if it was suppressing everything around it. The eyes of the imposing figure were open, staring straight ahead. It gave Xianxia and the other 2 the feeling that it was staring at them. It was a pair of incomparably dark eyes, like an abyss that could swallow everything. Unconsciously, the 3 of them felt an indescribable heavy pressure, as if it was going to strike their hearts. Is that life-chasing demon emperor? Bai squinted his eyes slightly, staring at the imposing figure sitting on the throne at the end of the hall, and said softly. Xianxia nodded. That figure was most likely life-chasing demon emperor. There were no signs of life. Life-chasing demon emperor should be dead. All that was left was a corpse. On the left and right sides of the throne that was suspected to be Zhue Ming Devil Emperor, stood 2 Devil Dweller statues. The 2 Devil Dweller statues held long halberds in their hands, like the most loyal guards, firmly protecting the majestic body on the throne. In fact, Xianxia and the other 2 didn't care much about the inheritance of life-chasing demon emperor. Instead, they cared more about the treasures, because some of the treasures were suitable for them. They could strengthen their foundation. As for the inheritance, life-chasing demon emperor was from the demonic tribe, and the 3 of them were from the human tribe. The difference was obvious. The secret sword, demonic light, was a secret sword of the demonic tribe. After Xianxia obtained it, he had to go through many deductions and modifications before he could use it. Then, where was life-chasing demon emperor's treasure? Xianxia and the other 2 quickly spread out and began to search the hall. However, they did not discover anything after searching the entire hall. Their gazes were all focused on the stalwart figure at the end of the hall. Perhaps it was on him. As they approached, the eyes of the demonic statues standing on the left and right sides of the throne suddenly lit up, and a dazzling red light instantly shot out. The red light seemed to penetrate everything, and directly stared at Xianxia and the other two, causing their hearts to tremble involuntarily. Kacha 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 sounds were heard, and mottled fragments fell from the two demonic statues, rustling like dust. After 10 breaths, the two demonic statues moved. At first, their movements were a little stiff and slow, but after a few breaths, they immediately became smooth and smooth. With a boom, the two demonic statues directly kicked up a violent wind, and the halberds in their hands immediately slashed out. The two demonic statues attacked together, and the halberds in front of them were all within the attack range of the halberds, making it impossible for Xianxia and the other two to dodge. The pressure brought about by the halberds' attacks was extremely tyrannical and shocking, and the pressure it brought to the three was actually not inferior to that of the ghost face's third soundwave attack. Without any hesitation, Xianxia and the other two immediately unleashed their full strength, drawing their swords and waving their palms, instantly meeting the attack. "I'll hold one back, you two take care of the other one first," Bai Yi shouted as he counterattacked. Among the three, Bai Yi's strength was the strongest, followed by Xianxia, and Jing Wushui's strength should be about the same as Xianxia's. Bai Yi's palm blasted out a dense fog, and as the fog surged, it immediately separated the two demonic puppets. He held one of them back, and the other one was left to Xianxia and Bai Yi. Before the other demon kings arrived, they had to quickly defeat these two demonic puppets and obtain the treasures of Zhue Ming Demon Emperor. Among the dozens of demon kings, there was no lack of powerful demon kings, but the traps set by Zhue Ming Demon Emperor were too strong, and without the strength of a top-tier demon king, it was impossible to break through. So now, only Xianxia and the other two had made it this far. Xianxia and Jing Wushui worked together, and attacked the demonic puppet from both sides with their swords. The demonic puppet waved its halberd, and like a crescent moon cutting through the sky, its power was extremely domineering, as if it could cut through everything. Even if there was a mountain in front of it, it would not be able to resist and would be completely cut into pieces. The sword light blasted out, and Xianxia and Jing Wushui simultaneously felt a strong and tenacious feeling blocking the slashes of the sharp swords. It was a very strong defense, and very difficult to break through. "Let's end this quickly," Xianxia said immediately, and instantly activated the ancient god sword armor. Silver-gray fluid immediately seeped out of his body, and directly covered his entire body, turning into a sturdy silver-gray armor. The smooth and bright lines had an indescribable feeling of sharpness, like a sword. After equipping the ancient god sword armor, Xianxia's strength increased dramatically. Jing Wushui's body was suddenly filled with an extremely terrifying feeling of loneliness and despair. Vaguely, it seemed to rise from his body and condense into a dark shadow. As soon as the shadow appeared, the loneliness and despair multiplied, and it became even more terrifying. His combat strength, fully activated. The sword light streaked across the sky like a surging river, suppressing the demonic puppet for a moment. Xianxia and Jing Wushui, who had unleashed their full strength, were extremely powerful. They felt like they were invincible. The defense that was previously difficult to break through was no longer a problem. The demonic puppet was indeed very strong, much stronger than any of the previous demonic puppets. However, it was still defeated by the combined forces of Xianxia and Jing Wushui. After defeating the demonic puppet, Xianxia and Jing Wushui immediately attacked the other demonic puppet. This demonic puppet was engaged in a fierce battle with Bai Yi. However, the demonic puppet's body was extremely strong. Even with Bai Yi's full strength, it was difficult for him to defeat it. The demonic puppet could not withstand the combined forces of the three. After the two demonic puppets were defeated, Xianxia and the other two did not restrain their strength. They maintained their peak state and immediately walked towards the imposing figure sitting on the throne. Suddenly, the figure moved. Xianxia and the other two's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Could it be that the demon emperor was still alive, a living demon emperor? During this time, Xianxia and the other two had not seen the demon emperor with their own eyes. However, they had heard that the demon emperor was very strong. Coupled with the various methods that he had used before, the three of them had a deeper understanding of the demon emperor. Subconsciously, they felt that the demon emperor was very strong. Vigilance and excitement, an indescribable feeling arose spontaneously. It was the excitement of encountering a strong enemy, but also the vigilance of facing the unknown. To be able to stand in front of me, your strength is not bad. The imposing figure opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was a little obscure, as if it was made by metal colliding. There was a strange rhythm to it, as if it was not the voice of a living person. However, this is my resting place. No one is to disturb me. Zhui Ming Demon Emperor spoke again. His cryptic voice sounded very low, and it gave off an oppressive feeling. For some reason, Zong and the other two felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Their hearts felt heavy, and they found it difficult to breathe. If you survive 3 of my attacks, you can choose any one of my treasures. The moment his voice fell, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted. It soared into the sky from Devil Emperor Zhui Ming's stalwart body and turned into an extremely violent gale. It was like a hurricane was attacking in all directions, as if it was going to destroy the mountains and destroy the mountains. The terrifying chi energy bombarded Zong and the other two as if it could shatter everything in its path. The terrifying power caused the three's expressions to change drastically. Strong, it was a kind of indescribable strength, extremely tyrannical, incomparably tyrannical, and actually made them feel as if they were unable to resist. Demon Emperor, was this the might of a demon emperor? If this was the might of a demon emperor, then it could only mean one thing. The 3 of them were still at the level of a demon lord. They should be at the level of a top-notch demon lord, and not a demon emperor. With this knowledge, Zong and the other 2 immediately became excited. An indescribable excitement bloomed from the depths of their hearts. Demon Emperor, a powerhouse who had surpassed the demon lord level and was second only to the demon god level. How strong was he? The terrifying aura skyrocketed to the extreme, as if a tsunami was attacking, as if it was going to engulf everything, and also as if it was going to shatter everything. In the next moment, Zhui Ming Demon Emperor made his move. One palm, Zhui Ming Demon Emperor raised his palm and pushed it out horizontally. That palm immediately burst forth with an incomparably tyrannical power. The power that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged in all directions. It was boundless and endless, and Zong and the other 2 felt as if they could not dodge it. It was as if no matter how they tried to dodge, they could not avoid it. They had to face this kind of attack head-on. This attack could not be avoided. They could only take it head-on with their own strength. Unless it was too late or they could not take action, the 3 of them would definitely not sit still and wait for death. They would not passively defend, but choose to take the initiative to attack. Swinging the sword, with all of their strength unleashed, the sword light pierced through the air, slashed the mountains and slashed the moon, and cut the water. The mist was violent like a demonic dragon. 3 tyrannical attacks were instantly launched, slashing towards Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's tyrannical palm. Under the collision, the 3 attacks paused for a moment and then collapsed. The terrifying power of that palm also paused, but it once again blasted towards them like a raging wave that was going to devour everything. Zong and the other 2 were suddenly bombarded, unable to dodge. They only felt an unparalleled and terrifying power blasting towards them, as if it was going to shatter their bodies. Fortunately, the 3 of them were not ordinary when they used all of their strength. They forcibly blocked the bombardment of the palm. The second attack. Zhui Ming Devil Emperor's tone was very cruel. He once again struck out with his palm. This time, it was a punch. This punch was different from the horizontal push of the first palm. Instead, it was a gentle punch, as if he was casually smashing cotton. It was so understated, so relaxed and casual, yet it contained an extreme concentration. Again, there was no way to avoid it. They could only take it head-on. Zong and the other 2's explosive counterattack was once again defeated. They were also bombarded by the terrifying fist force and instantly flew out. They felt as if their bodies were about to explode. Countless cracks spread all over their bodies and quickly spread out. However, this punch still did not kill Zong and the other 2. You have some skills. The Life-Seeker Devil Emperor's deep and obscure voice, which sounded like the collision of metal and stone, rang out again, seemingly with a hint of surprise. He could tell that the 3 people in front of him were not demon emperors, because they did not have the unique aura fluctuations of demon emperors. Their strength also showed that they were not demon emperors, but demon king level. However, within the demon king level, they were most likely the most tyrannical kind, which was why they could withstand his two palms. However, this third attack was done with all his strength. The third attack was not a palm or a fist, but a finger. In an instant, a finger pointed out. It looked like a single finger, but in fact, there were 3 fingers pointing at Xianxia and the other 2. Each finger force was invisible and colorless. Its fluctuations were restrained, and its aura was subtle. Its speed was also extremely fast. At the moment when the finger was pointed out, Xianxia and the other 2's hair stood on end. They were immediately hit before they could react. The finger force was subtle, but it was extremely violent. It was like a 10,000-ton hammer had directly hit them. They could not resist and were directly sent flying. They did not even have the chance to fight back. The violent force raged wildly in their bodies, wantonly destroying their bodies. They were unable to resist. In front of that terrifying finger force, their cultivation strength and all their strength were quickly crushed like a hot knife through butter. The feeling was like a cluster of branches against a sharp blade. The difference was too obvious. With 3 consecutive explosions, Xianxia and the other 2's indestructible bodies could not resist and were all shattered. However, in an instant, the 3 of them were formed in the distance. What kind of method is this? Zhui Ming Devil Emperor's eyes were filled with surprise. The cultivation path of the demon-human clan was different from that of the human clan. Their cultivation path was to advance the demonic body and demonic power at the same time. They used the powerful demonic body to drive the increase of demonic power, and used the powerful demonic power to temper the demonic body. It could be said that every demon-human clan cultivates both body refinement and chi refinement. Compared to the human clan, the demon-human clan was much stronger, more than twice as strong. However, when the demon-human clan cultivated to the demon king level, they did not have the so-called indestructible body. Although they could also regenerate broken limbs, that kind of broken limbs came from the demonic body itself. It was not like the human clan's origin clan's cultivation that merged with the Great Tao and turned into the Great Tao indestructible body. There was a difference in essence. If they were beaten up like this, it was impossible for the demon-human clan to regenerate in an instant. Even if they could regenerate broken limbs, it would take some time. Of course, the physique of the demon-human clan was extremely tyrannical. Under the same level, the human clan was no match for the demon-human clan, let alone defeating their demonic body. It was precisely because of this that Zhui Ming Devil Emperor was shocked. Forget it, now that I have fallen, I would have captured the 3 of you and studied you. Zhui Ming Devil Emperor sighed after a moment of bewilderment. The current him was no longer the same as the one who was alive back then. Otherwise, if he was still alive, his heart would definitely itch to see such a method. As a great grandmaster of demonic puppets, Zhui Ming Devil Emperor had personally studied more than 100,000 demon-human cultivators. He had personally dissected their bodies, the bodies of demon-human cultivators, the bodies of demonic beasts, the bodies of demonic plants, and so on, all in order to find a better way to create demonic puppets. Unfortunately, now that he was dead, all the mysteries were gone, and there was no need to be obsessed. Xianxia and the other 2 had grave expressions on their faces. Strong, the strength of Zhui Ming Devil Emperor was simply astonishing. The 3 of them were unable to resist that attack. One had to know that the 3 of them were in a state of full strength. Of course, the reason why that attack was so strong was because it was Zhui Ming Devil Emperor's killing move. It was an extremely tyrannical attack. Otherwise, it would not have been able to directly shatter Xianxia and the other 2. If it were not for the immortal body, they would have been killed long ago. Involuntarily, a sense of luck rose in their hearts. When they heard Zhui Ming Devil Emperor's words again, they were secretly shocked. If such an expert really wanted to study them, they could only fight to the death. Fortunately, he was not interested in the 3 of them now, or rather, he was not interested in their immortal body. This also made Xianxia and the other 2 even more vigilant. After all, the immortal body was not a method of the demon-human clan. If they could not expose it, they would try their best not to expose it. Otherwise, it might bring some trouble and even endanger their true identities. However, what did Zhui Ming Devil Emperor mean by what he said just now? He was no longer alive. Then, was the Zhui Ming Devil Emperor in front of them fake? Otherwise, if he was dead, how could he still stand in front of everyone and talk to the three of them? Suddenly, Chenzong and the other two looked at each other. They seemed to have thought of something and could not help but be horrified. Demonic puppet, could it be that Zhui Ming Devil Emperor had used some method to turn himself into a demonic puppet with intelligence? If that was really the case, then this kind of method was too shocking. Turning himself into a demonic puppet, what kind of method was that? What kind of boldness was that? It was not something an ordinary person could do. No matter what method you used, being able to take 3 hits from me without dying proves that you are qualified to choose one from my treasures. Zhui Ming Devil Emperor said. His voice was low, powerful, and loud and ear-piercing. Now, make your choice. As he spoke, Zhui Ming Devil Emperor waved his hand, and balls of light suddenly appeared in front of Chenzong and the other two. Balls of light floated in front of the three of them. There were more than 100 of them, and each ball of light emitted an unusual aura. However, they could not see what was inside the ball of light. In other words, the treasure was random and had an element of luck. At first glance, it looked the same size, the same color, and the same aura. It was impossible to use various methods to detect it. Is there a demon soul? Bai suddenly asked. Demon soul. Zhui Ming Demon Emperor was stunned. Then, he sneered, what do you think a demon soul is? Senior, please enlighten me. Chenzong's heart moved, and he immediately responded. What was a demon soul? The three of them had not figured it out yet. Even in the ancient God dynasty, there were no detailed records about it. Perhaps there were, but at least they did not know. Now, there seemed to be a chance to find out what a demon soul was. If a demon lord wants to become a demon emperor, he must condense a demon soul. What do you think a demon soul is? Zhui Ming Demon Emperor sneered. Chenzong and the other two were stunned. They felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck the sky, shattering the darkness. Their minds suddenly lit up. Demon soul, it turned out that to become a demon emperor, one must cultivate a demon soul. In other words, a demon soul was the foundation of a demon emperor. The three of them were not ordinary cultivators. After combining various information, they immediately made an accurate deduction. From what they knew, a demon soul was left behind after the death of a demon tribe expert. To be more precise, it should be left behind after the death of a demon emperor expert. Immediately, Chenzong and the other two chose a ball of light each. The 3 balls of light flew to Chenzong and the other two and fell into their hands. Just as Zhui Ming Devil Emperor was about to put away the other light balls, Chenzong and Jing Wuxue instantly burst into action. Extremely sharp sword lights instantly pierced through the air. Mixed Yuan Heart Force 5 times explosion. Eternal stars, this sword directly turned into an ancient and heavy star, as if it had emerged from an ancient time and space. As it spun, it emitted an incomparably domineering aura, as if it could suppress everything, and directly blasted towards Zhui Ming Demon Emperor. Jing Wushue's sword turned into a grey dragon. It roared noiselessly, as if it was going to destroy everything. Bai Yi retreated, and the mist around him started rolling. A terrifying qi was accumulating in his body. Why was this so? This was because Bai Yi had sent a telepathic message to Chenzong and Jing Wuxue, asking them to attack Zhui Ming and obtain his devil soul. Assisting Bai Yi in obtaining the devil's soul was part of the agreement. It was a deal. Chenzong and Jing Wuxue had already received their rewards. Now, it was time for them to do their part. Attacking a demon emperor sounded very crazy, especially when he had already seen the strength of a demon emperor. However, it was not impossible to try. Even if they could not defeat him, the three of them were confident that they could escape. For example, the third attack of Zhui Ming Devil Emperor had destroyed their immortal bodies, but it had not consumed much of their cultivation base. In other words, the three of them could withstand several attacks of that level. Moreover, Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue had brought medicinal pellets with them that could increase their recovery speed. As for Chenzong's immemorial heart force, he had consumed a lot of it in the short time they had been talking to each other. Ming Demon Emperor's mixed Yuan heart force had recovered quite a bit. Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue unleashed their full power to fight against Ming Devil Emperor. Even if they could not kill him, it would be difficult to do so. They only needed to delay him. As for Bai Yi, he needed to make preparations. He needed to accumulate his power to execute his killing move, which was his strongest trump card. The fog was surging crazily, as if it was nurturing something terrifying. It was as if a world-ending beast was awakening. However, Bai Yi tried his best to restrain his aura. "You're courting death." Ming Demon Emperor was stunned when he saw Chen Zong and Jing Wushue's sudden attack. Then, he was enraged. "What kind of ants are they? How dare they attack me? They don't know what death is." Moreover, the three of them had chosen his own treasures. Because of this, Ming Demon Emperor was even more enraged. In his fury, his killing intent naturally surged. His murderous aura burst out, and he showed no mercy. He directly burst out with his full strength, wanting to blast Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue into pieces. Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue used their full strength to delay Ming Demon Emperor and create an opportunity for Bai Yi. If Bai Yi's killing move did not work, they would have to think about how to escape from Ming Demon Emperor's wrath. The fog around Bai Yi kept surging. His strength was released continuously. It was as if a world-ending beast was awakening. 1 breath. 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passed slowly. Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue used all their strength to resist the enraged Ming Demon Emperor. In an instant, they were at a disadvantage. Their attacks were shattered, and they could not cause any damage to Ming Demon Emperor. This was because Ming Demon Emperor's body was extremely strong. Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue were not only suppressed, they were also attacked repeatedly. The attacks of the life-chasing Devil Emperor were extremely terrifying. They were extremely fast and soundless, making it impossible for people to guard against them. They could only rely on their indestructible bodies to endure the attacks. Chen Zong was lucky to have the ancient god sword armor. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the attacks. Jing Wushue's body was protected by a dark shadow. That was why he could withstand the repeated attacks of Ming Demon Emperor. In just 10 breaths, the two of them were hit more than 10 times. Their cultivation base was constantly depleted. It was a one-sided suppression. However, Chen Zong and Jing Wushue's full strength was strong enough. Otherwise, they would not be able to hold Ming Demon Emperor back. However, if this continued, they would not be able to hold on. Sooner or later, they would be killed by Ming Demon Emperor. The difference between Demon King and Demon Emperor was too obvious. If it were not for the fact that Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue were at the peak of Demon King and were only a step away from Demon Emperor, they would have been killed long ago. Die. Ming Devil Monarch suddenly exploded with power, sending a palm strike across the sky. This palm strike was different from the previous ones. It actually condensed into a solid palm strike. It was as if a mountain was pressing down from the sky, causing Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue to have a feeling that they could neither dodge nor resist this attack. Ming Demon Emperor's attacks were very unique. It was as if he could lock onto his target. No matter how hard he tried, he could not avoid it. This terrifying palm print had even locked onto Bai Yi. It was going to kill the three of them. Unable to dodge, Chen Zong had a feeling that he could not resist. It was as if under this palm, he would be smashed into pieces. His cultivation base would be depleted, and he would die a violent death. Desperate, in just an instant, Chen Zong and Jing Wuxue fell into a desperate situation. Their consciousness seemed to have disappeared. They fell into a bottomless abyss of eternal despair. They would never be able to rise again. However, in the next moment, a burst of determination erupted. It was as if from the bottom of the abyss of despair, a counterattack. He felt it. Chen Zong felt it. It was the feeling of being in a hopeless situation, as if he was going to sink into oblivion forever. Under this kind of despair, he fought desperately in order to break free from the darkness and abyss. He was not willing to sink into oblivion, even if he had to burn himself. Emo Guang, this sword broke through the sky. Under the concept of breaking free from everything, it erupted with an extremely tyrannical power. It was a gray sword light, but it seemed to be able to illuminate the heaven and earth, dispersing all darkness and turning it into eternity. At the same time, Jing Wuxue also erupted in a desperate situation, displaying an extremely tyrannical sword. Mo Guang, Jing Wuxue also modified the secret sword, Mo Guang, and turned it into his own secret sword. It was undeniable that Mo Guang's secret sword was indeed very powerful. The concept was very clever. After modification, it was more suitable for oneself, and would not be weakened in the slightest. When Qinzong and Jing Wuxue displayed Mo Guang's secret sword, life-chasing Demon Emperor's eyes slightly changed. He seemed a little surprised, as if he recognized this secret sword. The palm print blasted forward. The sword light paused and was instantly defeated. Even if Qinzong and Jing Wuxue used Mo Guang's secret sword, they were still not life-chasing Demon Emperor's opponent. The difference in strength was still so obvious. However, these two swords had indeed blocked life-chasing Demon Emperor's fierce attack. It was enough. Qinzong and Jing Wuxue immediately seized the opportunity and retreated. Behind them, Bai Yi, who had finished preparing his power, instantly attacked. With a loud boom, the mist began to rage as if the world-destroying behemoth within had completely awakened. It condensed into an incomparably ferocious mist dragon head. In an instant, it carried an incomparably terrifying power that could shatter everything. It turned into a mist dragon and directly blasted towards Xueming Demon Emperor. As soon as the fog dragon appeared, countless pitch-black cracks appeared in the void. Each crack was filled with a terrifying destructive power, as if it could destroy everything. The expression of Xueming Demon Emperor changed drastically. Under the impact of the misty dragon, the palm imprint was inevitably shattered. Even Xueming Demon Emperor's body was struck by the impact as he was sent flying. In an instant, he was bitten by the dragon mouth of the misty dragon and slammed into the throne violently. The entire throne was smashed into smithereens as it slammed into the extremely tough wall. Waves of violent dragon roars reverberated in the palace, and terrifying aftershocks swept out like hurricanes. After Bai Yi's attack, the fog around him completely disappeared. His face was much paler than before, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. The aura exuding from his body was also extremely weak. That attack had directly used up all of Bai Yi's strength. Now, Bai Yi could be said to have no strength to resist. A demon overlord could kill him. Without hesitation, Bai Yi immediately took out an elixir and consumed it. At the same time, he stared in front of him, watching the fog dragon dissipate. Under the impact of the fog dragon, life-chasing Demon Emperor's throne was completely shattered. The extremely hard wall also seemed to have been smashed into pieces. Life-chasing Demon Emperor seemed to have disappeared, and was directly crushed under the broken wall. Qinzong and Jing Wuxue could not help but gasp. What a tyrannical attack! The power was actually so terrifying, they wondered if life-chasing Demon Emperor was killed. Inside Xueming Demon Emperor's resting palace, Qinzong was circulating his cultivation technique to speed up the recovery of his mixed Yuan heart force. Jing Wuxue quickly took some pills and circulated his cultivation technique to recover his cultivation. While the three of them were recovering their cultivation, their eyes were fixed in front of them. Through the broken throne, they stared at the collapsed wall. Had Xueming Demon Emperor been killed, after all, Bai Yi's 10 breaths worth of attack had exhausted all of his strength. Its power had increased exponentially and was extremely terrifying. It had directly surpassed the limit of the Demon King level and reached the Demon Emperor level. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, spreading in all directions. With a bang, countless fragments suddenly exploded, shooting out like locusts that filled the sky. A portion of the fragments carried a shocking force as they blasted towards Qinzong's group. Subsequently, a blurry figure charged out, its speed extremely fast, so fast that it was incomparably brazen as it charged towards them. Even though Qinzong was extremely vigilant, he couldn't react in time. He could only forcefully wave his sword to block the attack. He felt a terrifying force coming towards him, directly bombarding his sword, and then through the sword, bombarding his body. In just an instant, Qinzong was blasted away and directly hit the wall of the palace, hanging there like a painting. Kill! Qinzong, who seemed to be stuck to the wall, quickly slid down. He stomped his feet and became one with his sword. His sword turned into a sword light and slashed across the sky. Xueming Demon Emperor wasn't killed by the fog dragon, but the effect of the fog dragon's attack was obvious. At least, Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, this angry attack wouldn't have just sent Chenzong flying, but also smashed Chenzong into pieces. Being sent flying and being smashed were two huge differences. It was enough to show that Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's strength had decreased a lot, from the Demon Emperor level to the Demon King level. Could a Demon Emperor maintain his Demon Emperor level strength? No, when he was injured, his strength would be affected and weakened. Zhui Ming Demon Emperor wasn't dead, but his strength was weakened. This could be considered good news. It meant that Chenzong and the others could indeed counterattack. Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue attacked again, and the three of them joined forces to attack Zhui Ming Demon Emperor. The life-chasing Devil Emperor had changed. Half of his body was broken, but there was no blood. It was indeed the body of a devil puppet. Although Chenzong and the other two had already guessed it, they were still surprised when they saw it with their own eyes. They were surprised by Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's amazing attainments in demonic puppetry. He actually transformed himself into a demonic puppet. Sure enough, he was not an ordinary person. Bai Yi's mist dragon attack was indeed powerful. Although it did not kill Zhui Ming Demon Monarch on the spot, it still severely injured him. Half of his body was destroyed, and his strength was greatly reduced. Under the combined attacks of Chenzong and the other two, Zhui Ming Demon Monarch was gradually weakened. Fleeting youth, with Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue delaying Zhui Ming Demon Emperor for the time being, Chenzong attacked with his sword. Instantly, the dim light seemed to brighten up a lot. An indescribable sense of magnificence arose spontaneously, and the air was filled with a trace of mystery. This sword directly hit Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's demonic puppet body. The sword qi entrenched itself in his body, wantonly absorbing Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's strength. Then, it exploded, and like a flash in the pan, it immediately caused Zhui Ming Demon Emperor to be severely injured. If Zhui Ming Demon Emperor was at his peak, fleeting youth might not be effective. Even if it was effective, the damage would not be so great. However, Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's injuries were very obvious. Bai Yi attacked with his palm, and the mist filled the air. Strands and strands of mist were like dust, but they all contained a terrifying power. Jing Wuxue exploded with all his strength. The grey blurry figure wielded an invisible sword and tore through everything with a single slash. Everything in the world returned to dust. Chenzong also exploded with a killing move. Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's demonic puppet body was finally destroyed. When they saw that Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's demonic puppet body was completely destroyed, an indescribable sense of excitement appeared in their hearts. They had finally killed him. It was too difficult. Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's strength was too strong. Fortunately, Bai Yi had such a trump card. Otherwise, they would not have been able to win this battle. Bai Yi's body flashed, and he immediately searched Zhui Ming Demon Emperor's demonic puppet body. Finally, he took out a piece of pitch-black crystal from his head. It was a black crystal about the size of a baby's fist. It was extremely dark and deep, as if it contained boundless darkness. Just by looking at it, one could feel that one's soul was about to be sucked into the dark crystal. Demonic soul, this was the demonic soul. This was the crystallization of a demonic emperor. It was the core of his strength, the crystallization of his origin. If other members of the demonic tribe were to obtain the demonic soul, they would be able to obtain the demonic emperor's inheritance and the demonic emperor's origin energy from the demonic soul. They would be able to become experts in a short period of time, or at least reach the demonic king realm. Chenzong stared at the black crystal. With his sharp senses, he could feel the extremely pure energy contained within it. It was a pity that the demonic soul would belong to Bai Yi. This was the original deal, to help Bai Yi obtain the demonic soul. Although he did not obtain the demonic soul, he knew that if he wanted to obtain the demonic soul, he would have to find a way through the demonic emperors. This was because the demonic soul was unique to the demonic emperors. Then, in this mausoleum, where the Blood Sword Demon Emperor and Xingu Demon Emperor were resting, would their demonic souls be there as well? Chenzong thought more about it. Demigod Degio recommended him in exchange for the heavenly soul and the demonic soul. The heavenly soul belonged to the heavenly human tribe, while the demonic soul belonged to the demonic tribe. As for what Dijiu wanted the heavenly soul and the demonic soul for, Qinzong did not know. After all, Dijiu was a demigod, and the heavenly soul was probably something similar to the demonic soul. It was not yet at the demigod realm. If a demigod could not obtain something of the demigod realm, what was the use of it? Perhaps it was for research. This had nothing to do with Qinzong. It was about obtaining the heavenly soul and the demonic soul, then handing them over to Dijiu to complete the deal. As for reneging on the deal, Qinzong did not think about it. "Brother Bai, can you let me have a look?" Qinzong stared at the black crystal and asked. Bai Yu was slightly stunned. He glanced at Qinzong, then threw the black crystal to Qinzong. "Thank you." Qinzong showed a look of gratitude. To be honest, the demonic soul was very important. After all, it could only be obtained by killing a demonic emperor, and killing a demonic emperor was extremely difficult. Although the mausoleum contained the resting places of the Blood Sword Demon Emperor and the ancient Xing Demon Sword, it was unknown whether or not they could obtain the demonic soul. Qinzong asked Bai Yi for the demonic soul to take a look. If Qinzong had any thoughts, he could keep the demonic soul. With Qinzong's strength, although he could not defeat Bai Yi, it would not be difficult for him to retreat. Bai Yi had thought of this as well. He had thought of it in an instant, and the thought had flashed through his mind in an instant. However, Bai Yi still threw the demonic soul to Qinzong. He did not hand it over carefully. That was a sign of trust. It had been a few years since they had entered the Dark Sky Empire. The three of them had spent a lot of time together and were very familiar with each other. Bai Yi trusted Qinzong and believed that he would not be greedy for the demonic soul. But what if he was really greedy? Sometimes, the human heart was the most unpredictable. Bai Yi did not think too much about it. Or rather, he did not want to think too much about it. Qinzong held the black crystal. He was very grateful for Bai Yi's trust. Then, he tried to use the ancient god armor refining art to see if the demonic soul would be useful for his ancient god armor refining art. He wanted to see if it could upgrade the ancient god armor refining art from the soldier grade to the general grade. As soon as the ancient god armor refining art was activated, Qinzong felt a reaction from the demonic soul in his hand. It was as if it was about to be devoured. After confirming this, Qinzong immediately stopped the ancient god armor refining art and returned the demonic soul to Bai Yi. "Thank you very much," Qinzong said solemnly. Bai Yi smiled and took the demonic soul. He immediately put it away. The three of them continued to search for the other treasures of Xueming Demon Emperor. Just now, Xueming Demon Emperor waved his hand and hundreds of light balls appeared. Each light ball represented a treasure. That meant there were hundreds of treasures. The most important thing was to find the key. If they wanted to enter the last level of the mausoleum and enter the resting place of Xueming Demon Emperor, they needed the key. Xueming Demon Emperor had left 2 keys on the stone tablet. They were placed in the resting places of Xueming Demon Emperor and Blood Sword Demon Emperor respectively. Only by obtaining the 2 keys could one enter the resting place of Xueming Demon Emperor. Without a doubt, the main goal of the demon kings who entered the mausoleum was Xueming Demon Emperor. Xueming Demon Emperor and Blood Sword Demon Emperor were just collateral. But where was the key? There were no clues at all. They didn't even know what the so-called key looked like. They could only rely on luck. After searching for a long time, Qinzong and the other 2 didn't find anything like a key. They also didn't find any other treasures of Xueming Demon Emperor. They didn't know where they were hidden. Kacha! 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 Suddenly, the entire palace hall seemed to be quaking, alarming Qinzong and the other 2. Looking over, they saw that a corner of the palace hall had cracked open to reveal 2 staircases, seemingly leading into endless darkness. The 3 of them looked at each other and walked over. There were 2 staircases, one leading down and one leading up. The one leading down should be the staircase that led to the next floor of the mausoleum, which was also the staircase that led to the Blood Sword Demon Emperor's resting place. The one leading up might be the staircase that led back to the previous floor of the mausoleum, which was also the staircase that led to the exit of this place. So, should they go up or down, should they continue or leave, that was a choice. Speaking of which, Bai Yi had already obtained the demon soul. He could leave and return to the ancient divine dynasty. Or he could leave the mausoleum and go to other places in the Dark Sky Empire. Everyone's goal in entering this world fragment was to obtain the demon bloodline. Compared to obtaining the demon soul, it was easier to obtain the demon bloodline. But that didn't mean it was easy. Since ancient times, many people from the ancient divine dynasty had entered this world. But only a few of them were able to obtain the demon bloodline. Zhenzong wanted to continue going down because there was hope for him to obtain the demon soul. There might even be more than one piece. The demon soul was very useful to him. Firstly, it could help him cultivate the ancient divine armor refining skill and increase the level of the ancient divine sword armor. Secondly, he could give it to Dijio to complete the trade between them. Outside the mausoleum, numerous figures flew through the air, each of them exuding a terrifying aura. They were all Demon King level powerhouses, and there was no lack of peak Demon King level powerhouses among them. Soon after, a huge flying beast flew over from the distant horizon. It was as swift as lightning, and it swept up a powerful dark storm as it descended with the power to destroy mountains. The boundless might directly caused the other Demon King level experts to have solemn expressions. Domineering, the flying beast's posture was very domineering. It landed directly above the mausoleum, as if it wanted to dominate everything. The Demon King's expressions turned serious, but they didn't rush up. It was because they recognized the identity of the newcomer, or rather, the origin of the newcomer. It was a great aristocrat from the imperial capital. A young man and two middle-aged men with cold expressions. "Let's go." The young man jumped down from the back of the flying beast. His expression was indifferent, completely ignoring the other Demon King level powerhouses. He stepped into the first floor of the mausoleum, and the two middle-aged men with cold expressions followed behind him. "If I'm not wrong, that person should be from the Shuma clan of the imperial capital," a Demon King level powerhouse said in a low voice. "Shuma clan?" A series of exclamations rang out. Could it be the Shuma clan that is known as the second great clan in the imperial capital? This person is so young, but he's already a Demon King level powerhouse. He even has two peak Demon Kings following him. He must be the second young master of the Shuma clan, Shumuyuan. Shumuyuan, that famous genius of the younger generation in the imperial capital? He was a peak genius himself, and he also had a great power behind him. It wasn't easy to provoke him. However, the Demon Kings didn't plan to leave. Since they were already here, they had to enter the mausoleum no matter what. This was the mausoleum of the first Demon Emperor 10,000 years ago, Demon Emperor Xingu, and his two followers. There might even be the inheritance of the three great demon emperors. Even if they couldn't get the inheritance, it would be good if they could get some treasures. One by one, the Demon Kings moved and entered the 5th floor of the mausoleum, heading towards the 4th floor. On the 4th floor, they saw Demon Emperor Xingu's message on the stone tablet and were shocked by the words on it. Very direct words, very arrogant words. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be dismissed as arrogant beyond belief. However, the person who had left this message was Demon Emperor Xingu, who was known as the most powerful demon emperor who could suppress an entire era. It was normal for the strongest demon emperor to be so arrogant, not to mention that Demon Emperor Xingu's personality was just as rumored. This time, no one was scared off by Devil Emperor Xingu's message. Since they had come here after hearing the news, they were already prepared, unlike the Devil Kings who were hesitating for the first time. When they stepped into the 3rd floor, they saw thousands of demonic beast statues. They were attacked by the demonic beast statues. However, the strength of these demonic beast statues was limited. They were only at the pinnacle of the Devil Overlord realm. Facing the Devil Kings, they were defeated quickly. Shumuyuan didn't make a move. He strolled around leisurely. The ones who made a move were the two middle-aged men with fierce expressions on their faces. These two were peak stage Devil Kings. Every move they made was filled with terrifying might, directly shattering the demonic beast statues that attacked them. The strength of a peak stage Devil King was extremely tyrannical. Under the situation where they didn't intentionally conceal their strength, the might of each of their attacks was extremely terrifying. Although the demonic beast statues were as strong as ordinary Devil Kings, they still couldn't resist. Stop. Not long after, the thousands of demonic beast statues were all shattered. 4 doors appeared on the walls. Shimu Yuan stepped into one of the doors. The 2 peak stage devil kings turned back and stared at him. Their cold eyes contained an indescribable threat as they swept past the other devil kings, causing them to involuntarily halt their steps, not daring to continue forward. Warning, that was a warning to them not to follow, not to enter the same door as them. It was just so direct and so tyrannical. Anger was for sure, but there was no need for it. Those who could cultivate to the level of a devil king had experienced a lot and understood the trade-offs. Shimu Yuan was also aware of the choice of those devil kings. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. It was a faint smile, as if he didn't care about anything, but also as if it was a mocking smile. He didn't care about those devil kings because he was Shimu Yuan, the second young master of the great aristocratic Shima clan. He was a famous heaven's pride in the Shima clan. In the entire imperial capital of the Dark Sky Empire, he was also a famous peak stage heaven's pride. There were very few who could be comparable to him. Since that was the case, how could those devil kings from the tribes enter his eyes? Unless they were peak stage devil kings, he would at least give them a second glance. But that was it. It should be known that in the Shima clan, there were many peak stage devil kings, and even devil emperor level powerhouses existed. Shimu Yuan's superior environment and his own extraordinary talent from a young age made him have a higher standard. When all the devil kings stepped into the 4 doors, the doors closed. However, those demonic beast statues that had been destroyed did not return to their original state this time. They were still scattered on the ground like trash, as if they had lost all their vitality. This was because Devil Emperor Zhui Ming had been killed. Devil Emperor Zhui Ming had turned himself into a demonic puppet to maintain everything in this mausoleum. But now, he had been killed by Qinzong and the other 2. Without the master, everything here would gradually become ineffective. The devil kings continued to move forward, and then they were attacked by new demonic puppets. Among them, the peak stage devil kings were more powerful. After defeating the demonic puppets, they continued to move forward. When they reached the main hall, they saw the broken throne and part of the collapsed walls, as well as the broken bodies of the demonic puppets. "Young master, someone has been here before us." One of Shimu Yuan's guards glanced over and then said, "It was about an hour ago." "Search." Shimu Yuan only said one word. Soon, the 2 subordinates began to search. With a series of cracking sounds, the stairs appeared once again, one leading up and one leading down. "There are 3 people going down the stairs." Another guard immediately pointed down the stairs and said. Shimu Yuan's eyes flashed with a glint of interest. Of course, he was more interested in the treasures of Demon Emperor Zhui Ming. The first 3 people to enter this place might have already obtained the treasures or even the inheritance of Demon Emperor Zhui Ming. Even though Shimu Yuan was of noble birth and was from the Tian clan, the inheritance and treasures of a demon emperor were still extremely attractive to him. The 4th level of the Devil Emperor's mausoleum belonged to the Blood Sword Devil Emperor. Combining all the information he had heard before, the Blood Sword Devil Emperor and Demon Emperor Zhui Ming were both followers of Demon Emperor Zhui Ming. It was said that the Blood Sword Devil Emperor challenged Demon Emperor Zhui Ming and was defeated by Demon Emperor Zhui Ming in the end. After that, the Blood Sword Devil Emperor submitted to Demon Emperor Zhui Ming. Demon Emperor Zhui Ming was a devil puppet grandmaster and had extremely high attainments in the devil puppet Dao. Even his body was modified into a devil puppet body. How shocking was that? As for the Blood Sword Devil Emperor, he was an expert in the Sword Dao. When they found out that the Blood Sword Devil Emperor was an expert in the Sword Dao, Qinzong and Jing Wuxue were very interested because they were both sword cultivators. Sword cultivators were interested in experts, but they were even more interested in experts in the Sword Dao. In fact, Bai Yi could leave because the transaction was completed. However, he still wanted to go with them because he wanted to obtain more treasures. Stepping into the Blood Sword Devil Emperor's mausoleum, Qinzong and the other 2 were extremely vigilant and prepared to deal with any danger. However, unexpectedly, they didn't encounter any danger. This was somewhat unexpected. After all, they had encountered a lot of devil puppets in the Devil Emperor's mausoleum, and each time, they were stronger than the last. Even so, the 3 of them didn't let down their guard. As they walked, they carefully looked for any treasures or so-called keys. The three of them didn't manage to obtain the key of the Devil Emperor. There was only one path, unlike the mausoleum of the soul-chasing demon emperor, which had all sorts of paths and doors. The three of them continued to advance along this path. They could feel that the path was not straight, but rather somewhat curved. It felt as though they were moving around a square, moving inwards until they finally reached the centermost point. Sword, in the center of the mausoleum, there was only one sword. It was a blood-red sword. The sword wasn't big, only about the size of a palm. As it flickered with a red light, it seemed like there was a layer of blood flowing slowly around it. Traces of mysterious fluctuations were constantly emitted from the small sword that seemed to be wrapped in blood and emitted a dense bloody light. In the mausoleum, there was nothing else except for the small sword. Shenzong and the other two couldn't help but look at each other. When Shenzong and the other two approached the blood-red sword suddenly shone brightly, and a blurry figure appeared within the blood-red light. It was a figure that was completely blood-red. Its eyes were pitch black, but they seemed to contain strands of blood-red light. It was extremely shocking. "You're here?" The blood-red figure spoke. There was an indescribable feeling in his voice. It seemed to be a very gentle voice, but for some reason, it gave Chen Zong and the other two a hysterical feeling, as if he was going crazy. "This is one of the two keys to open the mausoleum of the Devil Emperor Xingu. Take it, go to the mausoleum of the Devil Emperor Xingu. All the inheritance and treasures of my blood sword are in the mausoleum of the Devil Emperor Xingu. Go, go." Laughter, laughter, that laughter sounded even crazier, as if he was a lunatic. Shenzong and the other two were even more confused. This was the blood sword Devil Emperor. Why would he leave his inheritance and treasures in the mausoleum of the Devil Emperor Xingu? What was the purpose of doing this? Moreover, he had placed one of the two keys to open the mausoleum of the Devil Emperor Xingu so casually and directly handed it to someone else. It felt like he didn't play by the rules. But since the key was here, it should be taken away. Otherwise, it would be a waste. "Brother Chen, take it," Bai Yi said. Jing Wuxue didn't have any objections. Chen Zong nodded and immediately walked towards the small blood sword. As he focused his eyes, mixed Yuan heart force spread out and transformed into an invisible hand that grabbed the small blood sword. After which, the hand grabbed the small blood sword without any ripples. One of the two keys was obtained so easily. Obtaining the blood sword was equivalent to obtaining one of the two keys. It went so smoothly that Shenzong and the other two had a surreal feeling. Compared to the mausoleum of chasing life demon emperor, the blood sword demon emperor was so friendly that it was unbelievable. After obtaining the blood sword, a rumbling sound was heard again. Then, a corner of the mausoleum cracked open, revealing two stairs. One led to the top and the other led to the bottom. Going up should be the way to leave, and going down should be the way to enter the 5th floor of the mausoleum. Shenzong and the other two did not hesitate and immediately stepped onto the stairs to enter the 5th floor. At the same time, they were a little confused. Didn't they say that they needed two keys to enter the mausoleum of Xingu Demon Emperor? With doubts, the three stepped onto the stairs and went down. They could feel that the stairs were winding and seemed to be very long. It felt like there was no end to it, but it was not really endless. After Shenzong and the other two walked down the stairs, they appeared in a secret chamber. When the stairs were closed, it became a real secret chamber. It was very spacious and empty. The three quickly spread out and searched carefully. Finally, they found two marks on a wall. One was a sword-shaped mark, and the other was a palm-shaped mark. Shenzong took out the blood sword and compared it with the other one. He found that it matched the sword-shaped mark. Keys, the two marks were the marks of the two keys. Looking at the shape, the other one should be a palm-shaped mark. Shenzong and the other two did not get it. They could not move forward or leave. They could only wait here silently. After an unknown amount of time, the flight of stairs finally appeared again, immediately attracting the attention of Shenzong and the other two, who all stared at it. After a while, a young figure walked down with his hands behind his back. It was a young man, so young that he looked a little too young. Behind the young man, there were two middle-aged men with similar appearances. They had grim expressions on their faces, and they emitted a terrifying aura that was incomparably condensed. It was like a mountain, but also like a tsunami. Very strong. In an instant, Shenzong and the other two sensed the aura of the two middle-aged demon dwellers and the threat they posed. Apex Devil King Realm experts, those were two Apex Devil King Realm experts. Apex Devil King Realm experts that could threaten them were no small matter. Apex Demon King was a title, and there were some differences between the strong and the weak. Powerful top-notch demon kings had the ability to suppress relatively weaker top-notch demon kings. There were even powerful top-notch demon kings that could slightly contend against demon emperors. For example, Shenzong and the other two were the kind of top devil kings who could barely contend with the devil emperor. As for these two middle-aged devils, they could pose a threat to them. Perhaps their strength was not as strong as theirs, but it was very close. As for the young man in the lead, he was also a devil king with a very strong aura. It's the three of you who took the treasures of life chasing Devil Emperor and Blood Sword Devil Emperor. Hand them over. Shimu Yuan had a faint smile on his face as he stared at Shenzong and the other two. His tone was light, but it contained an unquestionable feeling. It was as though the moment he said it, Shenzong and the other two would have to obey. The two middle-aged Devil King Realm experts had cold expressions as they stared at Shenzong and the other two with an indifferent gaze, emitting an invisible pressure. The inheritance of life chasing Devil Emperor and Blood Sword Devil Emperor? In fact, Shenzong and the other two didn't get it. But would the other party believe them if they said they didn't get it? They probably wouldn't believe them. Moreover, Shenzong and the other two weren't the kind of people who liked to open their mouths and explain things to strangers. There was no need for them to explain. From the looks of it, you guys don't intend to hand it over. Shimu Yuan smiled. Since that's the case, I can only search through your corpses. As the sound of his voice faded, the two Apex Devil King Realm experts beside Shimu Yuan immediately erupted. Their terrifying auras exploded. One was as solid as a mountain, crushing everything in its path. The other was as violent as a tsunami, as though it wanted to shatter and devour everything. Pressure, an astonishing pressure suddenly poured down on Shenzong and the other two. Bursts of astonishing rumbling sounds rang out, causing the light in the air to distort, as if illusions of mountains and seas were about to appear. As the auras of the two Apex Devil King Realm experts blended with each other, superimposing on each other, causing their power to multiply. The pressure they brought was even more tyrannical and astonishing. Shimu Yuan didn't plan to make a move because he felt that he didn't need to. With his status, there was no need for him to personally make a move. Facing the pressure of the two Apex Devil King Realm experts' auras, Shenzong and the other two's auras also erupted in an instant. Sword intent filled the air, and martial intent was vast and mighty. As soon as they erupted, the astonishing sword intent and martial intent immediately caused the other party's expression to change. They felt an intense threat, a threat that penetrated their bones and was unavoidable. Strong, Shimu Yuan himself was also a powerful Devil King Realm expert, and also a peak Devil King Realm expert. His superb bloodline gave him formidable talent and strength. Therefore, he instantly felt that the auras of Shenzong and the other twos were very strong. Perhaps, just relying on his two guards wasn't enough to suppress the other party. He had to make a move. With this thought, wisps of dark aura immediately emerged from Shimu Yuan's body. The dark aura was like a tree taking root in the earth, crazily growing and spreading in all directions. It was as if a dark tree was spreading in all directions. As soon as Shimu Yuan erupted, Shenzong and the other two immediately felt an even stronger threat. The Demon Dweller clan valued bloodline, and it could be said that their bloodline was straight up. Although ordinary bloodlines could be cultivated to the Devil King Realm or even the Apex Devil King Realm, they could only be regarded as ordinary Devil King Realm experts. But those demon dwellers with superb bloodlines were different. Their bloodline was superb, and the power of their bloodline was even stronger. Once they erupted, they would possess all kinds of mysterious powers, which was something that ordinary demon dweller bloodlines couldn't compare with. Rumor had it that the Shimu clan's bloodline was related to the Eternal Tree of Darkness. They possessed part of the Eternal Tree of Darkness's power, which was why they could become the second strongest force in the Dark Sky Empire. It could be said that they were second only to the Lord of the Dark Sky Empire. Shimu Yuan's 2 guards attacked Qinzong and the other 2 from the left and right respectively. Shimu Yuan grasped the void, and the dark aura condensed. Like wisps of branches, it spread out and transformed into a pitch-black spear in his hand. The spear was filled with endless darkness, and directly locked onto Qinzong and the other 2. The spear directly locked onto the 3, giving Qinzong and the other 2 a feeling that they couldn't dodge. It seemed that they would be targeted no matter what. The dark spear, which seemed to be condensed from branches, instantly shot out like a bolt of black lightning, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and shooting towards Bai Yi. The mist around Bai Yi's body surged, forming a vortex that wrapped around the dark spear, continuously weakening its power. Qinzong and Jing Wuxue attacked the 2 middle-aged demon dwellers separately. They unsheathed their swords and slashed out. The sword light was like a crescent moon that tore through the sky. A peak demon king against a peak demon king. In this exchange, Qinzong and Jing Wuxue were at a disadvantage. They could feel the might of their opponent's attack, which was incomparably tyrannical. The one fighting against Qinzong was the middle-aged demon dweller with a tsunami-like aura. The might of his attack was like layers upon layers of surging waves, vast and endless. The astonishing might overlapped with each other, causing Qinzong to fall into it. It was as if he had fallen into a huge vortex, constantly being engulfed. The terrifying power battered his body, and it seemed like he was going to be shredded into pieces. Activate, equip, the ancient god sword armor covered his entire body as his strength instantly skyrocketed. His sword might soared, as though he wanted to split the heavens and earth apart. His body and sword became one as he slashed his way through the layers of terrifying tsunamis, aiming for that peak stage devil king. The sword was like a hot knife through butter, capable of splitting mountains and splitting rivers, sweeping everything before it. On the other side, Jing Wuxue also erupted. A vague gray shadow condensed on his body, emitting a terrifying will. It was so lonely, so desolate, and contained a deep sense of despair. It was as if the moment one came into contact with it, they would involuntarily fall into the abyss of despair, sinking into it for eternity. Dense fog surged around Bai Yi's body as he used his full strength to resist Shimu Yuan. The strength of Shimu Yuan's bloodline after activating it was very strong. He was completely at the peak Demon King level, and it was the kind of peak Demon King level that could contend against Bai Yi without falling into a disadvantageous position. This made Qinzong and the others witness the strength of a peak Demon King with a superb bloodline. The demon race paid particular attention to bloodline. The more superb the bloodline, the higher the starting point at birth, and the faster the cultivation. Below the Demon Emperor level, there was no bottleneck. As long as one worked hard, they would be able to continuously raise their cultivation to the limit of Demon King. As for Demon Emperor, it was necessary to condense a demon soul. It was no longer something that could be done simply by having a superb bloodline. It also required sufficient tempering. However, it was undeniable that those with superb bloodline had a higher probability of condensing a demon soul. This was also the reason why demon emperors were constantly being born in those big clans, while the probability of demon emperors being born in those small and medium-sized clans was very low. The reason why Shimu Yuan was able to cultivate to the peak Demon King level at such a young age was because he possessed the bloodline of the Eternal Darkness Tree. It was also because of this bloodline that he was able to have 2 peak Demon King level experts accompanying him to handle all his affairs. Now, Shimu Yuan had encountered 3 peak Demon King level experts, and their strength was not inferior to his 2 guards. This made him somewhat excited. I am the young master of the Shumu clan of the Imperial Capital. My bloodline is the bloodline of the Eternal Darkness Tree. In the future, I will be able to wield the power of the Shumu clan. Shimu Yuan no longer attacked, but after blocking Bai Yi's attack, he first announced his identity and so on. This method of using power to suppress others was very common in the demon race. The 3 of you are very good. Your bloodline is not superb, but you have such strength. Presumably, you have gone through a lot of tempering. Now, I will give you a chance. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I will bestow upon you the honor of the Shumu clan. If Qinzong and the other 2 were true members of the demonic tribe, they might be tempted by Shimu Yuan's words. After all, entering the Shumu clan was a great opportunity. Unfortunately, they were not true demonic tribe members. The personal recruitment from the Shuma clan did not move Chen Zong and the other two in the slightest. Their response was to counterattack. In any case, strength was the most important thing. "You're courting death." Shimu Yuan's eyes flashed fiercely. He had personally recruited them, but the other party did not appreciate it and even dared to counterattack. They were simply arrogant and reckless. They were just three peak demon kings. Although it was a good thing to recruit three peak demon kings to work for him, it did not matter if he could not recruit them. He would destroy them with his own hands. In an instant, the enraged Shimu Yuan completely exploded. The dark aura around him became denser and denser. It spread out in all directions, as if it had really grown into a tree of darkness and had taken root on the ground. Its thousands of branches spread out and pierced into the void. It was as if it was connected to the void and was one with it. In an instant, the entire secret room was covered by the shadow of the eternal tree of darkness. Although it was not the real eternal tree of darkness, it had a trace of its power. It was extraordinary. According to the legends, the real eternal tree of darkness was incomparably huge. It transformed into darkness and covered the world. The Shuma clan's eternal tree of darkness bloodline was not that strong. It only had some of the mysteries and power of the real eternal tree of darkness. However, even if it only had some of the power of the eternal tree of darkness, it was still very terrifying. As the dark branches spread out, they filled the entire secret chamber. Chen Zong and the other two immediately felt an astonishing pressure pressing down on them from all directions. The heavy pressure was indescribable. Black branches lashed out one after another, each containing an extremely terrifying power that could shatter mountains. Shimu Yuan activated his bloodline power with all his might, summoning the Eternal Darkness Tree's phantom to attack and restrain Chen Zong and the other two. Meanwhile, the two peak devil kings returned to Shimu Yuan's side, protecting him. For a time, Chen Zong and the other two could not get close to Shimu Yuan. They could only constantly deal with the attacks of the Eternal Tree of Darkness. Chen Zong and the other two were secretly shocked by this bloodline. Before entering, Chen Zong and the other two naturally had some understanding of the demon-human clan's bloodline. They knew that the demon-human clan's bloodline was divided into 4 levels. The lowest level was the normal level, followed by the elite level, followed by the peak level, and finally the limite level. Most of the people who entered the fragment world obtained normal demonkin bloodlines. A few of them obtained elite bloodlines, and very few of them obtained top bloodlines. As for limiter bloodlines, there was not a single one. For example, the bloodline that Martial God Lord had obtained was an elite bloodline, which was why his strength had increased to such a level. Otherwise, Martial God Lord's strength would have been very ordinary in the ancient divine dynasty. He had only been lucky enough to obtain an elite bloodline. Luck was very important in many cases. The Eternal Tree of Darkness was a powerful bloodline, but it was also divided into high and low levels. The lowest level was the elite level, and Shimu Yuan's Eternal Tree of Darkness bloodline was the supreme level. It was because of this bloodline that the Shimu clan could become one of the most powerful aristocrats in the Dark Sky Empire, second only to the Lord of the Dark Sky. Shimu Yuan, whose bloodline power was pushed to the extreme, was extremely terrifying. For a time, he could reach the level of a true demon emperor. Chen Zong and the other two were in a difficult battle. But at the same time, Shimu Yuan, who was fully pushing the Eternal Tree of Darkness bloodline power, could not be approached. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Kacha! Kacha! The wall cracked again. Open! The stairs spread, alarming Shimu Yuan, Chen Zong, and the others who were fighting fiercely. Shimu Yuan immediately increased the intensity of his attacks. Countless branches of darkness carried an extremely terrifying power as they smashed over with overwhelming force. The might of every single branch remained the same, but the attacks became denser and more frequent, causing the pressure on Chen Zong and the others to become even more intense. Shimu Yuan completely erupted. He planned to get rid of Chen Zong and the other two before the other demon kings arrived and take control of the situation. However, Chen Zong and the other two also completely erupted. They tenaciously held on, looking for an opportunity to get close to Shimu Yuan. But they were blocked and repelled again. A stalemate, footsteps were heard. Someone walked down the stairs. It was a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back. This middle-aged man had an ordinary face, but his eyes were extremely deep, like an abyss. His sideburns were white, and his whole body was filled with obscure fluctuations. It was like the undercurrents in the depths of the sea abyss, giving people a very dangerous feeling. The middle-aged man's deep eyes were as calm as the sea without any waves. When he looked over, his eyes fell on Ximuyuan, and a bright light seemed to flash in the depths of his eyes. The supreme class bloodline of the eternal tree of darkness. The middle-aged man seemed to be talking to himself. But when his soft voice sounded, it was like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. It shook everyone's heads, and they were extremely shocked. Ximuyuan's face was full of vigilance. He immediately gathered the thousands of branches of the eternal tree of darkness, like 10,000 snakes entrenched in the surroundings, as if they were facing a great enemy. "Little guy, don't be nervous." The middle-aged man smiled. "I'm acquainted with your Shuma clan's Jiji." Ximuyuan's body shook, and he immediately bowed to the middle-aged demon. "Ximuyuan greets Lord Demon Emperor." Demon Emperor, Shuma clan's Shumu Ji was a demon emperor. Someone who dared to say he was acquainted with a demon emperor and was unfathomable was most likely also a demon emperor. A demon emperor, that was a living devil emperor. Although Ximuyuan could unleash an extremely tyrannical power for a short period of time after fully activating his superb bloodline, the bloodline of those who could cultivate devil emperors was also extraordinary. Even if his bloodline was ordinary before, once he became a devil emperor, his bloodline would immediately improve, at least to the peak level. Ximuyuan was not a match for a demon emperor with a top-level bloodline at full power. Chenzong and the other two's expressions changed, and their pupils shrank to the size of needles. Demon Emperor, although they had risked their lives to defeat Demon Emperor Zhui Ming, that battle was extremely difficult. Now, there was actually another Demon Emperor, and a living one at that. With a Demon Emperor here, wouldn't it be difficult to compete? At this time, footsteps sounded, and more people stepped into the room. It was a group of Demon Kings, and there were more than a dozen of them. When these Demon Kings stepped into the room, a strange change occurred. The small blood sword that Chenzong put away appeared out of thin air, and a greenish-gray palm print appeared on one of the Demon Kings. As if resonating with the small blood sword, the palm print automatically flew out and landed on the two imprints on the wall. When the small blood sword and greenish-gray palm print landed on the imprints, the surroundings suddenly shook, and a series of cracking sounds rang out. Cracks appeared on the surrounding walls, and those cracks were uniform, as if they had been cut by a sharp blade. Even the dome above and the ground below cracked. Cracking and moving. In just a few breaths of time, the secret room was torn apart, making people feel as if they were in a chaotic moving maze. Chenzong and the others were immediately separated. When everything stopped, there was no one around Chenzong, and he was the only one left. Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue were separated somewhere else. All the inheritance and treasures of this emperor, Blood Sword, and Zhui Ming are here. Let's see who has the ability to take them. A voice suddenly sounded, as if it came from all directions, and also as if it came from the depths of the void. It was vast and mighty like the flowing waters of the sea, and carried an indescribable domineering aura, as if it could command the world. Hearing that voice, Chenzong couldn't help but feel as if he was looking at an extremely imposing figure standing between the heavens and the earth. Behind him was a stretch of darkness, an endless and boundless darkness that enveloped everything and swallowed the heavens and the earth. Under that imposing figure, Chenzong felt as if he had become very small, like a speck of dust. Without any reason, Chenzong suddenly understood that the imposing figure was Demon Emperor Xinggu, and also the owner of that overbearing voice. Hearing Demon Emperor Xinggu's voice and words, the experts in this level of the mausoleum were all startled, and then became excited. Even the Demon Emperor was the same, because although he was a Demon Emperor, he was only a relatively ordinary Demon Emperor. Compared to Demon Emperor Xinggu, who was known as the strongest Demon Emperor, he was nothing. Therefore, how important was Demon Emperor Xinggu's inheritance and treasures? If he could get it, wouldn't he be able to reach a higher level? It should be known that after breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm, it would be very difficult for him to increase his strength without any special opportunities. Basically, the strength he had after breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm was the same as before. In other words, the stronger he was before breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm, the stronger he would be after breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm. However, there were always exceptions. There would always be some treasures or inheritances that could allow a Demon Emperor to break through his own limits and increase his strength. Desire. The Demon Emperor immediately felt an endless desire. If he could get Demon Emperor Xingu's inheritance and treasures, wouldn't he be able to recreate the strongest Demon Emperor Xingu from 10,000 years ago? The Devil Kings were also excited. If they could obtain the inheritance and treasures of Devil Emperor Xingu, it meant that they had a higher chance of condensing a devil soul and becoming a Devil Emperor. They might even become the strongest Devil Emperor and be invincible in the Empire. In the current Great Black Sky Empire, the inheritance of a demon god was still being passed down, but the demon gods had disappeared for many years, and the demon emperors were the strongest existences. The inheritance of a demon emperor, especially the strongest one, was something that everyone wanted. Moreover, even if they couldn't get Demon Emperor Xingu's inheritance, it would be good to get Blood Sword Demon Emperor and Life-Chasing Demon Emperor's inheritance. After all, these two demon emperors were not to be underestimated. Demon Emperor Xingu's tyrannical voice fell silent, and everyone started to move. This place was like a maze that separated everyone, and the fifth floor of the mausoleum was also divided into countless parts. Where were the inheritances and treasures of the three demon emperors? Chen Zong looked around. The lighting was a little dim, and to a certain extent, it affected his vision. There seemed to be a trace of pressure in the air, and it unknowingly affected his state of mind. It made him feel an indescribable sense of restraint, as if he wanted to break free but couldn't. Inside the mausoleum of Demon Emperor Xingu, Chen Zong stared blankly ahead. About a dozen meters ahead, there was a small altar. It was round and had no support. It was completely black, and there was something floating in it. It was an irregular black crystal the size of a baby's fist. Chen Zong felt that the black crystal looked familiar. He had seen it not long ago. Demon spirit, it looked exactly like the demon spirit. Could that be the demon spirit? Chen Zong could not believe it. He was indeed desperate to get the demonic soul, whether it was to complete the deal with Digio or to cultivate the ancient god armor refining technique. However, when the demonic soul really appeared in front of him, and in a defenseless manner, Chen Zong could not believe it. Could it be an illusion? Chen Zong could not help but guess. Illusions were not rare. It was a projection of the real demon spirit. However, when Chen Zong observed it carefully, he felt that it was not an illusion. It was real. Could it be that it was not the demon spirit? After all, seeing the demon spirit all of a sudden was still hard for Chen Zong to believe. What was the demon spirit? That was something that could only be condensed by a demon emperor level powerhouse. A demon soul was equivalent to a demon emperor, and there were not many demon emperor level powerhouses in the Dark Sky Empire. Every demon soul was extremely precious. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or something else, since it was suspected to be the demon spirit, he had to verify it. Chen Zong instantly approached and reached out to grab the demon spirit. Mixed Yuan heart force condensed in his palm. When he approached the black crystal in an instant, he was blocked by an invisible wave. Layers of waves spread from Chen Zong's palm, blocking Chen Zong's palm from moving forward and touching the black crystal. Chen Zong exerted force and increased his strength, but it was still blocked. He retracted his palm and looked carefully. He found that he could not see anything at all. It was as if there was no obstruction. He drew his sword and slashed. The sword light came out of the scabbard like a dragon coming out of the abyss. It was extremely agile and had a kind of dominance that came from the bones. It tore a sword mark in the void and slashed out directly. It was blocked by the invisible wave. For a moment, the sword light was blocked. Divine Firmament, an extremely sharp sword burst forth, as if it had stolen all the brilliance in the world. Darkness descended, and only a ray of light shot out. Block, the sword was still blocked. Primeval Chaos, Primordial Chaos heart tripled. Divine Firmament, it was still blocked, but Chen Zong could clearly feel that the sword had indeed cut deeper into his body. In that case, let's go with a five-fold burst. The power of this sword was even more tyrannical, but it was still blocked. The ancient god sword armor. Chen Zong unleashed all of his strength and pushed it to the limit. It was 10 times stronger than before. Divine firmament, the radiance of this sword was indescribable. It was resplendent to the extreme, and there was no brilliance in the world that could compare to it. With a slash of the sword, the void was completely torn apart. Chen Zong once again felt a blockage. As he slashed, the blockage seemed to be getting more and more intense. In the end, he felt as if he had broken free from all restraints and was free to go. That layer of invisible resistance was sliced apart by this powerful sword strike. The sword light rolled and directly wrapped around the black crystal, instantly dragging it in front of Chen Zong. The moment Chen Zong touched it, he immediately felt an invisible impact. The impact was as violent as a tsunami, and it was about to break Chen Zong's divine intent and shatter his divine soul. However, Chen Zong's divine intent had been honed and tempered time and time again, and it had become very resilient. It resisted the impact of this terrifying invisible force. It is indeed the demon soul. After withstanding the sudden impact of the divine intent, Chen Zong's face turned slightly pale. He was a little surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. Demon soul, he never thought that the demon soul that he had been longing for would be in his hands so easily. At least, it was 100 times easier than the demon soul that Bai Yi had obtained previously. In order to obtain that demon soul, the three of them had used all their strength to defeat Zhue Ming Demon Emperor's demonic puppet body. In the end, they had killed him and obtained the demon soul. In view of this, Chen Zong had been prepared to pay a certain price to obtain the second demon soul, but now, it seemed to be unexpectedly easy. No matter what, the demon soul was already in his hands. Perhaps, he had obtained the devil's soul so easily because there was some conspiracy behind it. Perhaps, there was something hidden in the devil's soul. For example, when he wanted to obtain the inheritance, he was possessed. However, Chen Zong didn't care because he didn't need the inheritance in the devil's soul. The purpose of the demonic cultivators to obtain the inheritance in the demon's soul was to obtain the inheritance in it. Unfortunately, what Chen Zong needed was the demon's soul itself, not the inheritance in the demon's soul. So, should I keep this demon's soul first, or should I refine it first? Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the black crystal in his hand. He felt the mysterious fluctuations contained in it and thought. Without thinking too much, Chen Zong made a prompt decision to refine it. This was because refining the demon's soul would allow the ancient god sword armor to be improved and become stronger, which would increase his own strength. The stronger his own strength was, the more secure his following actions would be. With the demon's soul in his hand, Chen Zong immediately operated the ancient god armor refining skill. A strong force burst out and instantly wrapped around the demon's soul in Chen Zong's hand. The mysterious force penetrated the demon's soul bit by bit, mobilizing the power in the demon's soul and then guiding it to flow into Chen Zong's body and into the ancient god sword armor. Chen Zong immediately felt that the ancient god sword armor was being injected with a strong external force and was changing little by little. Upgrade, upgrade. While practicing the ancient god armor refining skill, Chen Zong was also constantly paying attention to all the movements around him and was on high alert. Fortunately, the refining process did not encounter any interference. The demonic soul shrunk little by little, and its power was constantly being refined into the ancient god sword armor. On the ancient god sword armor, lines of runes slowly spread out. It was as if an invisible brush was slowly drawing on the ancient god sword armor. With extremely skilled skills, it drew out a mysterious rune that had been tempered thousands of times and returned to its original state. The original ancient god sword armor was silver-gray in color, and its color was simple and restrained. However, the divine pattern outlined on it was pure silver. It was a somewhat shiny silver, as if it was a layer of flowing light. As the bright silver divine inscriptions were outlined, traces of mysterious and ancient aura continuously spread out, permeating in all directions. Gradually, it filled the air, as if it was trying to isolate Chen Zong. This caused the light around Chen Zong to slowly distort, as if the light was shining into clear water. The fluctuations of power contained in the aura steadily increased, becoming more and more astonishing. As the black crystal in his hand shrank, Chen Zong suddenly felt a burst of power. The demon soul trembled, as if it wanted to break free from Chen Zong's hand. It wanted to break free from the refining power of the ancient god armor refining skill, but it was powerless to resist. It could only struggle, and it was very sullen. Finally, accompanied by a sharp cry full of resentment and unwillingness, it returned to silence after a few breaths. The demon's soul was completely refined by the ancient god armor refining skill and integrated into the ancient god sword armor. The last stroke of the bright silver divine pattern on the ancient god sword armor was completed, and it connected with the first stroke, forming a closed cycle. The divine pattern had an incomparably mysterious and profound aura, and it seemed to be a kind of totem. It made the ancient god sword armor, which originally looked relatively ordinary, immediately become different. In the next moment, the bright silver divine pattern gradually lit up and spread out like water waves, covering every part of the ancient god sword armor. Shenzong could feel that the appearance of the ancient god sword armor on his body was changing little by little. When the silver light faded, the new ancient god sword armor appeared. Its appearance had changed, and it did not look as simple as before. There were more lines and bulges on the head, shoulders, and joints, as if they were a kind of decoration, but they also emitted an extraordinary aura. The previous ancient god sword armor was simple, but now the ancient god sword armor was not so simple. It was as if a piece of rough iron had been quenched into fine iron, or a piece of wood had been carved into a work of art. The changes were very obvious. However, the changes in appearance were only secondary. The biggest change was the power. Power was the foundation. Is this the ancient god sword armor of the general level? Shenzong carefully felt the changes in power in the ancient god sword armor and was secretly shocked. A stronger power than before filled every part of his body, and Shenzong was shocked. This power seemed to have directly raised him to another level, and he was more than twice as strong as before. To put it simply, this was not just a simple increase in strength, but a leap in level. It was as if he had broken through some kind of boundary and reached a higher level of improvement. Could it be that the ancient god sword armor has raised my strength from the top demon king level to the demon emperor level? Shenzong could not help but secretly guess. Recalling the strength displayed by the demon emperor Zhue Ming, who had transformed into a demon puppet, Shenzong felt that he was 100% confident that he could fight him head-on and not be defeated. But at the same time, Shenzong also felt that when the ancient god sword armor was upgraded from the soldier level to the general level, the mixed yuan heart force that was used to maintain the ancient god sword armor doubled. In other words, the time that the mixed yuan heart force could maintain the ancient god sword armor would be shortened by more than half. Although the time was shortened, it brought about a leap in strength. It was very cost-effective to go back and forth. However, Shenzong still didn't know whether his current strength had reached the demon overlord level. He would only know if he fought with the demon overlord. For a moment, Shenzong's battle intent surged. He wanted to find a demon emperor and have a fierce battle. After putting away the ancient god sword armor, Shenzong also felt that the strength of his indestructible body of the universe had increased by about 30%. Without the ancient god sword armor, his basic strength had increased by a little. In this way, I have a greater chance of fighting for the treasure of Demon Emperor Xinggu. Shenzong's eyes flashed. Not only did he want to fight for the treasure of Demon Emperor Xinggu, but he also wanted to fight for the demon soul. In the tomb of Demon Emperor Xinggu, there might be a second demon soul. If there was one, he had to get it. The comparison of the strength between the top few on the real chaos leaderboard and the demigod level was due to the negligence of the dominator of the six paths. He did not consider it clearly, so there was a mistake. I'm sorry, but the setting should be the real chaos leaderboard, demon emperor level, and then demigod level. With a loud bang, a wall was immediately broken through. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a figure stepped out of the hole in the wall. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man with deep eyes. He was suspected to be a demon emperor. This person's expression was indifferent, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He didn't even make a move, but a terrifying dark energy blasted out. It was like a drill that carried an incomparably shocking power as it ruthlessly smashed into the sturdy wall. It broke through the wall and blasted a hole in it. The walls in Demon Emperor Xinggu's mausoleum were very hard, but they were nothing to a demon emperor. Otherwise, if even a demon emperor couldn't break through the wall, it would be a precious treasure. In fact, although the wall was very hard, it couldn't withstand a demon emperor's attack. In fact, if a top-notch demon king attacked with all his strength, it could also break through the wall. However, the gap between a top-notch demon king and a demon emperor was very obvious. It was a qualitative difference. Therefore, if one wanted to break through the wall, he would need to use all his strength. This meant that the consumption of his strength would increase. Under normal circumstances, a top-notch demon king wouldn't do this. Qianzong was in a good mood, and there was a smile on his face. This was because he had obtained a demon's soul and successfully refined it, upgrading the ancient god sword armor from the soldier level to the general level. In terms of multiplier, the soldier level ancient god sword armor increased strength, speed, and defense by 3 times, while the general level ancient god sword armor increased strength, speed, and defense by 6 times. 6 times and 3 times were only 1 time. However, the soldier level ancient god sword armor and the general level ancient god sword armor didn't just increase the multiplier. There was also a qualitative change in power. The difference between the demon king level and the demon emperor level was whether or not the demon soul was condensed. The demon soul was the essence of a demon emperor's strength. After the strength was condensed into the demon soul, it would undergo a qualitative change. It would be upgraded to a higher level from the original foundation, like turning rotten wood into fine steel. Even if the amount of strength was the same, the power of the demon emperor level was stronger than that of the demon king level. In addition to increasing the intrinsic quality of Qianzong's power, the greatest effect of the general grade ancient divine armor was that after Qianzong's power was displayed through the ancient divine sword armor, his power had changed and become purer than before. However, without activating the ancient god sword armor, Qianzong's strength was still at the top-notch demon king level. Even if the original foundation was strengthened, he hadn't broken through the limit and reached the demon emperor level. Qianzong was also thinking about this point. In the end, he could only conclude that it was due to the bloodline of the race. There was only one word difference between the Devil Cultivator clan and the Human clan, or rather, one word more, but the Devil Cultivator clan's bloodline was higher than the Human clan's. After all, the Devil Cultivator clan was the second strongest clan after the Ancient God clan, and the strongest clan, the Celestial clan, was actually not much stronger than the Devil Cultivator clan. By all means. A superior bloodline meant a more powerful potential and a more shocking upper limit. The strongest true Saint Realm expert in the human race could only be equivalent to a top-notch demon king, and there were very few of them. Most of them didn't have a pure human bloodline, but had fused with other bloodlines. However, the demon emperor could break through this limit and condense a demon soul. From there, they could break through the limit of the demon king level and reach the higher demon emperor level. This was the same for the Celestial clan. However, the probability of the Celestial clan breaking the limit was higher than that of the demon emperor. Qianzong had a pure human bloodline. He had never thought of fusing with the bloodline of other races to increase his upper limit. Instead, he used other methods, such as the ancient god armor. In fact, to a certain extent, the ancient god armor was equivalent to a bloodline, and it wouldn't affect him. After all, the bloodline was the foundation of a race. If one fused with other bloodlines, they would be affected imperceptibly. Their temperament would also change bit by bit. This change wouldn't happen in a short period of time, and they wouldn't notice it. For example, fusing with the bloodline of the Demon Emperor clan. The Demon Emperor clan was naturally close to darkness. Therefore, the bloodline of the Demon Emperor clan would unknowingly make one's temperament colder. While moving quickly, Qianzong saw another small altar. It was the same small altar as the one that stored the demon's soul. However, instead of the demon's soul, there was a scimitar floating on it. The scimitar was black, but the blade was glowing with a scarlet luster. It was unusually dazzling. The scimitar seemed to be emitting an ominous aura. Treasure. This was the treasure left behind by the Demon Emperor Xinggu. It could also be the treasure of the Demon Emperor Zhui Ming and the Blood Sword Demon Emperor. However, no matter what, the treasure left behind by the 3 Demon Emperors was definitely extraordinary. Even if he couldn't use it, he could sell it. It was very valuable. Just as Qianzong approached the scimitar, a figure appeared on the opposite side. A branch-like black tentacle instantly pierced through the air, penetrating the invisible defensive force of the altar. It was about to wrap around the scimitar. The sword light suddenly flashed and instantly slashed out, leaving a clear and fine sword mark in the void. It directly struck the dark branch, and the astonishing sharpness of the sword cut the branch in half. The sword light turned soft and instantly wrapped around the scimitar, pulling the scimitar over. "So, it's you." A figure appeared on the opposite side. He was surrounded by wisps of dark aura. The dark aura was very dense, as though it was about to materialize. It condensed into branches that swayed in the wind. It was Shimu Yuan. His two top-notch demon king guards weren't here. Only Shimu Yuan was here. "Hand over the treasure and submit to me." Shimu Yuan stared coldly at Chenzong. His tone was cold and domineering. The current him needed a guard that was strong enough. What's more, it was good to have one more top-notch guard. Chenzong stared at Shimu Yuan. His eyes gradually became sharp. If he killed this person and extracted his bloodline, he should be able to sell it for a lot of money. He might even be able to exchange it for a heavenly soul or a chance to enter the ruins of the celestial epic fragment of the universe. Sensing the killing intent in Chenzong's eyes, Shimu Yuan sneered. The power of the bloodline of the Tree of Eternal Darkness was completely stimulated. Strands of dark aura suddenly spread out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws like the tentacles of an octopus, or like seaweed dancing in the water. Thousands of branches rapidly pierced in all directions, instantly forming a domain. This domain seemed to isolate everything around it. Chenzong immediately saw branches spreading out in all directions. He could sense that the void around him had become sluggish, as though it had become viscous. It was as though he had fallen into a swamp. All of his reactions were affected, including his perception. An astonishing invisible pressure continued to press down on Chenzong from all directions, as if wanting to directly suppress him here. Then, thousands of branches spread out like thousands of poisonous snakes, whipping and entangling from all directions. There was no blind spot to be attacked from all directions. Last time, Chenzong fought Shimu Yuan with Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue. The three of them shared the pressure, but this time, he was alone. Immediately, Chenzong felt the terrible pressure more clearly. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, or fell into a spider web, or fell between countless vines. It was difficult to break free, and the more he struggled, the longer he was entangled. If I had not refined the devil's soul, I would not have been able to resist and would have been directly suppressed. This thought flashed through Chenzong's mind, but he did not panic at all. There was no need to panic, because he was not the same as before. Strength, the improvement of strength and the transformation of the essence of power. Armed, in a flash, a silver-gray fluid rapidly seeped out of his body, filling every inch of Chenzong's body. It completely covered him, and in a few seconds, it solidified into a set of exquisite and sturdy full-body armor. There were bright silver inscriptions on it, and it radiated with wondrous pulses of presence. Ancient God Sword Armor, General Level Ancient God Sword Armor. Shimu Yuan's dark eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. When he fought with this person not long ago, the armor he saw was not like this. It was much simpler. Why did the appearance of the armor change so much in such a short time? Shimu Yuan did not think about the ancient god clan because he did not know about the ancient god clan. He only thought that it was a kind of bloodline power. The bloodline of the demon tribe was a general term, and there were many differences among them. It was not rare for a bloodline to condense a set of armor on the body after being stimulated. Then, if the appearance of the armor changed, it generally meant that the bloodline had changed. Could it be that this person's bloodline had evolved? The level of the bloodline was not fixed. It could be improved, but it was very difficult to improve. For no reason, Shimu Yuan felt uneasy. He was worried that the other party's bloodline had improved for some reason in a short time. The other party's original strength was at the level of a top demon king, which was a little stronger than his two guards. If the bloodline had improved, then what would his strength be? How much would it improve? Soon, Shimu Yuan found out. After Chenzong equipped the ancient god sword armor, he immediately felt an extremely tyrannical power surging all over his body. This power was surging like the sea and a volcano that was about to erupt. He drew his sword. With a flash of sword light, Chenzong instantly slashed out with his tyrannical power. After the transformation of the general-level ancient god sword armor, the essence of the power of the mixed Yuan heart force had transformed to a certain extent. With a slash of the sword, it immediately cut off the shackles in all directions. Body and sword became one. With a flash of sword light, it directly attacked Shimu Yuan. Shimu Yuan's expression suddenly changed. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Compared to before, this person's strength had greatly improved. Or rather, this person had deliberately hidden his strength before for some reason and only revealed it now that he was alone. Regardless of the reason, Shimu Yuan knew that he was in trouble because this person's strength, if there were no accidents, should have reached the Demon Emperor level. Darkness filled the air, turning into thousands of branches that covered the sky and blocked the sun, forming a dark domain that suppressed and sealed everything. Chen Zong was trapped in it. Unless one's strength exceeded Shimu Yuan's own, once trapped, one would not be able to escape. In the end, one would either be killed or suppressed. However, Chen Zong's strength at this moment was extremely tyrannical, directly breaking the boundary of Demon King and reaching the level of Demon Emperor. Shimu Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he could no longer maintain his previous calmness. Although Shimu Yuan's strength could reach an astonishing height in a short period of time by fully activating the power of the Eternal Darkness Tree's bloodline, it was enough to surpass the Demon King level and infinitely close to the Demon Emperor level. It was enough to contend with a Demon Emperor level for a period of time, but it did not mean that he could really fight a Demon Emperor level. However, Shimu Yuan did not panic. He immediately retracted thousands of branches and intertwined them into a tree wall, blocking the advance of Chen Zong's sword light. The sword light slashed with irresistible force, as if nothing in the world could stop it. The extremely tough branches were cut off one after another under the sword light's advance, as if layers of curtains were being torn apart, revealing the truth behind the curtains. Retreat, Shimu Yuan made a prompt decision, immediately ending the power of the Eternal Darkness Tree's bloodline, and quickly retreated. Facing a Demon Emperor level powerhouse, he did not want to fight. Chen Zong had a smile on his face. His eyes were extremely sharp, and the Heavenly Will Sword carried an unparalleled sword intent as it slashed across the sky without mercy. Seeing Shimu Yuan again, Chen Zong made up his mind to kill him and extract the Eternal Darkness Tree's bloodline. Although he was not very clear about the level of Shimu Yuan's bloodline, Chen Zong estimated that it was at least a top-level bloodline. If it was a supreme-level bloodline, it would be even better. Extracting bloodline was a secret method developed by the ancient God dynasty or the three great God dynasties. Everyone would first learn this secret method before entering, so it was not difficult. For Chen Zong, it was extremely simple. You can't kill me. Shimu Yuan felt Chen Zong's killing intent, and his expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked, and he shouted as he fled. He didn't want to die. He was a genius of the Shimu clan, and his future was boundless. He could become a Demon Emperor in the future. How could he die here? However, Chen Zong did not seem to have heard his words. Holding his sword, he chased after him at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on Jian. Under this sword, all the brilliance was snatched away, and everything fell into absolute darkness. Only a strong beam of light split the sky and directly slashed Shimu Yuan's body. Shimu Yuan was a pinnacle Devil King level expert, and he even possessed a limitless bloodline. His demonic body was extremely tyrannical, to the point of being astonishingly strong. Similarly, an all-out attack from a pinnacle Devil King would only be able to injure him, and the injuries wouldn't be considered serious. However, under Chen Zong's Divine Firmament Sword, Shimu Yuan's tyrannical demonic body couldn't withstand it and was directly sliced apart. After the demonic body was sliced apart, the tree-like eyes did not die, and the place where it was sliced apart did not completely separate. Instead, countless tree-like roots appeared in an instant, connecting with each other and healing. Compared to other demonic bodies, Shimu Yuan's demonic body was not only astonishingly strong, but also had an unparalleled self-healing ability. The Eternal Tree of Darkness originally had an incomparably strong body and vitality, and was extremely difficult to destroy. This scene immediately caused Chen Zong's eyes to light up. The demonic body of the demonic tribe was different from the indestructible body cultivated by the human tribe. It was not a great Dao body, but a great Dao body. A bloodline body. Shimu Yuan's Eternal Darkness bloodline demonic body was indeed very strong, but it couldn't block Chen Zong's sword. Time and time again, Qianzong's speed was extremely fast. Whether it was his movement speed or the speed of his sword, he was faster than Shumuyuan. The tree-like eyes of the eternal darkness bloodline demonic body was constantly slashed, and it was cut apart again and again. Unknowingly, Shumuyuan's bloodline power was constantly being consumed, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. If you kill me, my Shima clan will never let you go. Heaven or hell, only death awaits you. Shumuyuan was extremely panicked. The shadow of death loomed over him, and he couldn't help but tremble all over. If Qianzong was a real demonic man, he definitely wouldn't dare to kill him, because the Shima clan was too strong in the Dark Sky Empire. Even if the Dark Sky Emperor was stronger than the Shima clan, he wouldn't be willing to directly make an enemy of the Shima clan. Once he started a war with the Dark Sky Emperor, although he could destroy the Shima clan, he would also suffer a great loss. However, Qianzong was a human. He was a human who had refined the dark soul essence and disguised himself as a demon. Sooner or later, he would leave this world and would not enter again. There was nothing to worry about. Of course, there was no need to worry about the other party's threat. What was the Shima clan? No matter how powerful they were, could they leave this fragment relic and appear in the present chaotic great universe? Shumuyuan had never expected that there would be someone in the Dark Sky Empire who would ignore the threat of the Shima clan. But no matter what, the consequence of the threat being ineffective was death. After the bloodline power was exhausted, Shumuyuan could no longer heal himself. His body was immediately cut in half by Qianzong. Under the attack of the sword intent, Shumuyuan's divine intent was also defeated. Death, Shumuyuan, a peerless genius of the Shima clan, had died here. Just after Qianzong killed Shumuyuan, a bloody light suddenly appeared between Shumuyuan's eyebrows. As the bloody light spread, it instantly shot out and landed on Qianzong's body. Finally, it appeared on Qianzong's neck. It was a black and red tree the size of a palm. The tree looked very strange. As the branches extended and intertwined, they seemed to condense into a ferocious face. It seemed to be howling, roaring, or cursing before it died. Qianzong frowned slightly. He immediately mobilized his mixed yuan heart force to attack it, but he could not remove it. He also used his divine intent to attack it, but he could not remove it. He also used his sword intent to attack it, but he still could not remove it. That imprint seemed to be constantly emitting mysterious fluctuations. Could it be something like a mark? Because he had killed Shumuyuan, his bloodline mark had been left on him. It would make it easier for the Shima clan to sense it and hunt him down. Thinking about it this way, it was very possible. However, Qianzong did not take it too seriously. As long as he obtained another demon soul, he would quickly leave and return to the ancient divine dynasty. No matter how strong the Shima clan was, they could not do anything to him. With a thought, Qianzong immediately used the bloodline extraction secret method. Mixed yuan heart force turned into a bloody light that shone on Shumuyuan's corpse. It constantly penetrated into his body and began to mobilize his bloodline power, extracting it bit by bit. The prerequisite for extracting the bloodline was that the other party had to be unable to resist. In such a situation, the other party could either be beaten unconscious or killed. There was a difference between extracting the bloodline after the other party was unconscious and after the other party was killed. There was a difference. Unconscious meant that the other party was still alive. Extracting the bloodline while still alive would often lead to a complete bloodline. Extracting the bloodline after killing the other party would often lead to the loss of the bloodline. It was not that Qianzong did not want to extract the complete bloodline, but it was difficult to do so. Shumuyuan was very strong. Although Qianzong could defeat and kill him, it was difficult to make him lose consciousness. The extraction of the bloodline ended after a short while. Shumuyuan, whose bloodline had been extracted, turned into a dried corpse. His entire body seemed to have withered and emitted waves of the smell of decay. His withered face even carried a kind of terror and resentment. Qianzong held something in his hand. It was a ball of black and red qi. The qi fluctuated like liquid. One could vaguely see that it was a ferocious tree. The bloodline of the eternal tree of darkness. Although the bloodline was in his hand, Qianzong did not intend to integrate it. Firstly, it was not suitable here. Integrating the bloodline required a relatively safe environment and a lot of time. It could take as little as a few months or as long as a few years. After all, integrating the bloodline was a change in one's own bloodline. It was not so easy. Second, which was also the most important point, was that Chenzong didn't want his temperament to be affected by his bloodline. This kind of influence couldn't be achieved just because he didn't want it. Unless he didn't fuse with it, otherwise, once he fused with it, he would be influenced and changed little by little. He wouldn't be aware of it, or even if he was aware of it, he would accept it naturally. This bloodline was very strong, even stronger than the bloodline of the martial god lord. Although it might be affected and degraded after being killed by Chenzong, it was not weak. If he took it out, he might be able to exchange it for a good treasure. Chenzong was most interested in the heavenly soul, or at least the quota to enter the celestial being era fragment of the universe. With a thought, Chenzong immediately put away the bloodline of the eternal dark tree. Then, he took out the scimitar that he had obtained before and checked it. The scimitar emitted a terrible chi. It was at the level of a top chaotic divine weapon. However, Chenzong did not use a scimitar. Moreover, this scimitar was a magic weapon of the demon tribe. It was more suitable for the demon tribe. If a human wanted to use it, he or she must have the demon tribe's bloodline or master the great Tao of darkness. In fact, there were many cultivators who had mastered the great Tao of darkness. This meant that this scimitar could be sold at a good price. In addition, Shumuyuan's storage divine weapon also became Chenzong's spoils of war. Chenzong checked it. It was worthy of being called the Shumu clan's peerless talent. The storage divine weapon was very rich. Unfortunately, they were all useful to the demon tribe. Chenzong had no choice but to sell it in the end. With a wave of his hand, sword chi surged out like a raging storm. It fell on Shumuyuan's withered and decayed body and immediately tore it into pieces. After destroying the corpse, Chenzong once again rushed forward. Demon Emperor Xinggu and his subordinates, Blood Sword Demon Emperor and Life-Chasing Demon Emperor, had left behind many treasures and even inheritances. Everyone wanted to obtain them. What Chenzong wanted the most was the demon soul. 1 was not too little, 2 was not too much. It would be even better if he could obtain a few more. In the other areas of the mausoleum, the 2 peak devil kings that belonged to Shumuyuan were also separated. They were in different locations and were constantly searching, trying to locate Shumuyuan based on their instincts. Their bodies abruptly halted as a formless and terrifying energy gushed out from them, akin to blades and swords slashing at them. Their faces contorted as they fell to the ground, howling in agony, as though they were enduring an incomparably terrifying torture. Within the capital of the Dark Sky Empire, there was a huge mansion that looked like an ancient beast entrenched on the ground. It covered an area of thousands of miles and was vast and boundless. Countless palaces were situated in a picturesque manner, each of them black and emanating a cold and gloomy aura. The palaces were relatively low, and the closer to the center, the taller they became. From afar, it looked like a tree. This was the second most powerful faction in the Dark Sky Empire, the Shuma clan. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura exploded from within the Shuma clan and shot up into the sky. Darkness rolled out in all directions and transformed into a huge dark tree that was 1,000 meters tall. It towered over the sky, and its aura was so strong that it suppressed everything in all directions. One could feel that the eternal darkness tree's aura was filled with anger, extreme anger. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted. A figure shot up into the sky and stood in the sky above the Shuma clan, looking down on everything. Then, the figure with the terrifying aura burst out with astonishing speed and flew out of the capital. "How dare you kill a genius of the Shuma clan? No matter who you are, you must die," the figure said in a low voice. The terrifying figure said in a low voice. His tone was filled with extreme killing intent, and fury. It was a fury that could not be stopped. A demon emperor, this was a demon emperor of the Shuma clan. As the second most powerful faction in the Dark Sky Empire, they had more than one demon emperor powerhouse. Now, because of Shumuyuan's death, they had mobilized a demon emperor who was burning with rage. It should be known that Shumuyuan was extraordinarily talented and possessed the bloodline of the eternal darkness tree. His potential was amazing, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a demon emperor in the future. A demon emperor was very important to the Shuma clan, as it could greatly enhance the fighting power of the Shima clan and make it easier for the Shima clan to pass on. But now, Shimu Yuan was dead. He had been killed by some damned bastard. No matter who had dared to kill Shimu Yuan, they would have to suffer the wrath of the Shima clan. The demon emperor of the Shima clan immediately moved and flew in the direction of demon emperor Xingu's tomb. He knew where Shimu Yuan had gone. Inside the tomb of Xingu, Shimu Yuan's two peaked devil king guards were struggling on the ground, howling in agony. It was as though they were being sliced apart by 1,000 blades, enduring extreme torture and pain. Cracks appeared on their bodies before they were torn apart, dying in endless agony. Since their master was dead, as servants, they naturally wouldn't be able to live either. This was because when they were first sent to be Shimu Yuan's guards, they had already been implanted with bloodline curse seals. They were closely related to Shimu Yuan. Shimu Yuan wouldn't be affected if they died, but if Shimu Yuan died, they would also die. This way, they would do their best to protect Shimu Yuan. Who would have thought that something like this would happen in Devil Emperor Xingu's tomb, causing them to split up? After all, Shimu Yuan was a peerless genius of the Shima clan. Even some devil emperors would show him mercy. At most, they would punish him, but they wouldn't kill him. Who knew that he would encounter Chenzong? Moreover, Chenzong's strength had skyrocketed. Only death awaited him. Shimu Yuan's death was accompanied by the lives of two top demon kings. Inside Demon Emperor Xingu's tomb, people would occasionally find treasures. They would even fight over the treasures. After killing Shimu Yuan, Chenzong continued to move forward. His powerful strength gave Chenzong even more confidence. Even if he encountered a powerhouse who was suspected to be a demon overlord, Chenzong was confident that he could fight him. Demon Emperor. The strength of a demon emperor was the strongest in the Dark Sky Empire. Of course, there were also differences in the demon emperor level. For example, the strongest demon emperor like Demon Emperor Xingu was strong enough to defeat ordinary demon emperors. He could even fight against a few demon emperors alone. Although Chenzong was confident that his strength had reached the demon emperor level, he could only be considered an ordinary demon emperor. If he encountered a demon emperor like Demon Emperor Xingu, he wouldn't be a match for him. Not to mention Demon Emperor Xingu, even if he encountered Demon Emperor Xingu's subordinates, Blood Sword Demon Emperor and Life-Chasing Demon Emperor, he wouldn't be a match for them. Although the three of them had joined forces to defeat the Life-Chasing Devil Emperor, it was because the Life-Chasing Devil Emperor was no longer in his prime. If it was the Life-Chasing Devil Emperor at his peak, it was unknown whether the three of them would be able to survive, let alone defeat him. There was an 80% to 90% chance that they would be dead. After a period of time, Chenzong saw another treasure altar. There was a beast skin scroll floating above it. The beast skin scroll was black and red in color. It looked very ancient and mysterious. When Chenzong saw it, a peak demon king was attacking the invisible protective force outside the treasure altar. Get lost. When the peak demon king saw Chenzong, he immediately growled. His dark eyes were deep and cold. An ominous glint flashed as if it could penetrate everything. Chenzong didn't seem to hear it. He only stared at the beast skin scroll on the treasure altar. His eyes flashed. I told you to get lost. The peak demon king was immediately enraged. He erupted with all his strength. The power of his bloodline was stimulated. The black flames burning all over his body burned even more fiercely. The shockingly high temperature spread out as if it was going to burn everything into ashes. With a wave of his hand, the black demonic flames turned into a blazing fireball. It carried an extremely high temperature and blasted towards the peak demon king. The power of this black flame was very terrifying. If an ordinary demon king was hit by it, they would most likely die. Sword light suddenly flashed, and the sky-sweeping slash was unleashed. In an instant, the terrifying ball of black flames was cleaved apart, and the sword light shot toward the peak demon king like a hot knife through butter. Even without the ancient god sword armor, Chenzong's strength was still very strong. He was one of the strongest peak demon kings. End the battle quickly. Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately activated the ancient god sword armor and was instantly armed. The second sword light slashed out and directly cut the peak demon king's body in half. Although his body was cut in half, the peak demon king didn't die. That was because Chenzong still held back. His goal was to extract the complete bloodline from his body. Under the forceful extraction, this peak stage Devil King died. His entire body withered, emitting a rotting aura. A black fireball appeared in Chenzong's hand, burning unceasingly. This was none other than the complete bloodline of this peak stage Devil King. It can't be compared to Shumu Yuan's bloodline, Chenzong thought. He could sense it from the aura. However, it was still the bloodline of the demon race. He should be able to sell it for a good price. With a slash of his sword, he cut open the invisible protective energy on the treasure altar. The black and red beast skin scroll entered his hand. It felt a little rough to the touch, and a very simple feeling arose spontaneously. Chenzong opened the beast skin scroll and immediately saw the words and patterns on it. The words were blood red, as if they were written with blood. It seemed that it was still fresh blood that was still flowing. Those patterns also seemed to be drawn by fresh blood, giving off a lifelike feeling. Demonic light. Chenzong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was secretly surprised. There was a move on the beast skin scroll called Demonic Light, a move that Chenzong was very familiar with. It was also a move that he had already modified and mastered. Blood Sword Arts. This beast skin scroll contained a sword art called Blood Sword Art. If one continued reading, they would discover that this was the Blood Sword Devil Emperor's unique sword art. It was also his strongest secret sword art. There were 4 moves, and the secret sword, Demonic Light, was one of them. In addition to Demonic Light, there was another move called Blood Slaughter and another move called Heavy Sword Kill. Demonic Light, Blood Slaughter, and Heavy Sword Kill were not ranked high or low, but their profoundness was different. The 4th move was the strongest secret sword move. It was the fusion of the essence of Demonic Light, Blood Slaughter, and Heavy Sword Kill. It was called Blood Sword Azura. For a moment, Chenzong actually felt immersed in it. It was too exquisite. Any secret sword move was like this. However, Chenzong had already cultivated and modified the Demonic Light secret sword and completely mastered it, making it his own secret sword. Then, what about the remaining 3 moves? Of course, like the Demonic Light secret sword, they would eventually become his. The Blood Sword Demon Emperor's unique secret sword could be considered the Blood Sword Demon Emperor's inheritance. Wholeheartedly in the chaotic prime realm, Chenzong comprehended the mysteries of the Blood Sword arts while paying attention to all the movements around him to prevent a surprise attack. As for the Demonic Light secret sword, Chenzong only briefly studied it and didn't continue. What he had obtained before wasn't incomplete, so he didn't need to study it again. His main focus was on the 2 moves, Bloody Slaughter and Heavy Sword Kill. As for the strongest secret sword, Blood Sword Azura, he needed to master Demonic Light Bloody Slaughter and Heavy Sword Kill before he could practice them, so there was no need to rush. As soon as he comprehended it, Chenzong immediately discovered that this secret sword was closely related to divine intent. In other words, it was a secret sword that was integrated with divine intent. For example, the secret sword, Demonic Light, was an eruption and counterattack in a desperate situation. It was closely related to divine intent. On the other hand, the secret sword, Bloody Slaughter, used the divine intent to drive the killing intent, condensing it into an extremely terrifying killing intent. The slaughter of blood, the splattering of blood, the blossoming of slaughter, was a move with an extremely heavy killing intent. Chenzong only needed to test it a little before he felt his heart filled with killing intent, his eyes turning slightly red. Killing intent, using one's tyrannical divine intent to stimulate killing intent, turning it into blood slaughter intent, a killing intent that could slaughter everything. For this secret sword, the stronger the divine intent, the stronger the killing intent would be after activation. Heavy Sword Kill was different. It was a sword that could take lives, a sword intent that could take lives. The sword strikes were continuous, one after another, like surging waves, extremely violent. It was also driven by divine intent, causing the divine intent to become berserk. In addition, Heavy Sword Kill was a secret sword that was both offensive and defensive. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could be used for both offense and defense. It could be used for both offense and defense. What a brilliant sword art! Chenzong secretly exclaimed after comprehending it. In terms of the application of the divine will, He wasn't good at it, but the Blood Sword Demon Emperor's blood sword art was very good at the application of the divine will. It had its own uniqueness, and he could completely comprehend it thoroughly, and then modify it into a secret sword that was suitable for him to master. He could also use the advantage of his strong divine will. As for the last move, Blood Sword Azura, it had reached the pinnacle of divine intent application. On a slightly larger treasure altar, there was a blood-red light. The blood-red light didn't seem strong, but it was very dazzling, so dazzling that it was hard to look at it directly. Within the blood-red light, one could vaguely make out the shape of the object. Sword, a sword that was wider and longer than ordinary swords. The blade of the sword was about 4 fingers wide and seemed to be covered with mysterious patterns. It constantly emitted waves of scarlet light, flashing unceasingly. Everyone could feel the power of this sword. It was extraordinary. Around this sword, there were 3 figures. All of them were peak-tier devil kings. Their eyes flickered unceasingly as they stared at the sword within the blood-red light, and they were wary of each other. Such a treasure, everyone wanted to obtain it, but they had to guard against others. Suddenly, the sword within the blood-red light trembled slightly, as though it was emitting a sword cry. That sword cry was obscure and low. In the next breath, a faint red shadow appeared. That shadow was like a wisp of dust rising in spirals, and it condensed into a figure. It wasn't the figure of a human, but the figure of a blood-red Batman. It looked very malevolent. "I am the Blood Emperor." This blood-red Batman opened its mouth and spoke. Its voice was incomparably sharp, as though it could pierce through everything. When it entered the ears of the 3 peak-tier devil kings, they couldn't help but frown, as though their eardrums were torn and their brains were pierced. "I am the sword of the Blood Sword Devil Emperor." The 3 peak-tier devil kings didn't have much of a reaction to the first sentence, but the second sentence caused their expressions to change greatly. An indescribable excitement surged from the depths of their hearts. The sword of the Blood Sword Devil Emperor. What kind of existence was the Blood Sword Devil Emperor? The Blood Sword Demon Emperor was an extremely powerful sword Dao expert who once dominated the empire. He was only subdued by Devil Emperor Xinggu. Although he was subdued by Devil Emperor Xinggu, no one could deny the strength of the Blood Sword Demon Emperor. If the Devil Emperors were divided into ordinary, peak, and extreme levels, then the Blood Sword Devil Emperor would be a peak-level Devil Emperor. Although there were a few Demon Emperor-level powerhouses in the Dark Sky Empire, most of them were ordinary Demon Emperors. There were very few Demon Emperors at the pinnacle level. There was only one Demon Emperor at the pinnacle level, and that was the ruler of the Dark Sky Empire, the Dark Sky Emperor Lord. The sword of a top-notch Devil Emperor must be extraordinary. It might even contain the inheritance of the Blood Sword Devil Emperor. Even if it wasn't the complete inheritance, as long as it was a part of it, it would still be very useful to them. "I am a demonic artifact." The blood-colored Batman's shrill voice rang out once again. These 5 short words directly penetrated the heads of the 3 peak demon kings, instantly stunning them. They were stunned, as if they had turned into 3 pieces of wood, not moving at all. Even their expressions were lifeless. Demonic divine weapon, what did that mean? A demonic artifact was equivalent to a semi-divine weapon. It was a demonic artifact used by demigods or demon gods. It possessed great power. If one held a demonic artifact, they could erupt with strength far beyond their own. The 3 peak demon kings also reacted quickly. Staring at the Blood Emperor sword, their eyes emitted unparalleled blazing brilliance. Their devil hearts trembled violently, and they couldn't wait to take the Blood Emperor sword for themselves. A demonic artifact, this was a demonic artifact. If they could get their hands on it, their strength would immediately skyrocket. They would be able to soar to the Demon Emperor level. At that time, they would have the capital to move unhindered in the world. "My original master, the Blood Sword Devil Emperor, has fallen. I want to choose a new master to conquer the world." The blood-colored Batman continued to speak in a shrill voice. His evil eyes flickered with strands of malevolent cold light. "Only the strong are qualified to make me submit." The strong, how to prove oneself as the strong was naturally through battle. Fight, the 3 peak demon kings immediately erupted and fought fiercely. They used all their strength to kill each other. Whoever could kill the other 2 would be able to obtain the Blood Emperor sword, a rare and precious demonic artifact. After this battle, only one Peak Demon King survived. The other two Peak Demon Kings were all dead. However, the surviving Peak Demon King was covered in wounds. One of his eyes had been blasted out, and one of his arms had been smashed apart. His bloodline power had also been mostly exhausted. Simply speaking, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. However, he was very excited and couldn't help laughing heartily. His laughter was very wanton and carefree. The demonic artifact, the Blood Emperor Sword, was about to become his. With the Blood Emperor Sword, he could roam the world unhindered. Blood Emperor, I won. Acknowledge me as your master. The Peak Demon King recovered from his injuries while gasping for breath. He stared at the sword on the altar and said, "As you wish." The blood-colored Batman issued a shrill voice. He suddenly flew up and directly pounced on the Peak Demon King. The Peak Demon King still had a smile on his face. He was still dreaming of roaming the world unhindered with the Blood Emperor Sword, but in the next moment, he felt something was wrong. However, it was too late. The blood-colored Batman instantly rushed into the Peak Demon King's body. No, it shouldn't be like this, swaying, struggling, twisting, it was all to no avail. The injuries of this Peak Demon King were too heavy. He couldn't resist the attack of the blood-colored Batman. His divine soul was devoured. After a series of violent tremors, he fell to the ground. After several breaths of time, he stood up straight. His arm was restored, and his eye was restored. The feeling of having a body is too wonderful. An extremely cryptic voice rang out from the mouth of this Peak Stage Devil King. It was very slow, and every word seemed to be spoken with all his might. However, the first word was the most cryptic, while the last word was much smoother and smoother. He raised his arm. It was very slow, very stiff, and slowly waved it. It was like a child who had just gotten a new toy. It was so fun. Gradually, his movements became smoother, and more natural. A moment later, the top-tier Demon King's movements returned to normal. There was no longer any sluggishness, obscurity, or slowness. However, he was no longer the same person as before. Instead, he had been taken over by the blood-colored Batman. His eyes looked different from before. Although there was still a hint of pitch-black depth in them, there were layers of rings in the center. Come. This Peak Demon King waved his hand. The Blood Emperor Sword, which was emitting a dazzling blood-colored light, suddenly trembled. It immediately separated from the treasure altar and flew into the hands of this Peak Demon King. The body of the sword was filled with extremely mysterious and strange patterns. The layers of patterns seemed to be connected together in a continuous and endless manner. Every pattern seemed to outline a face, a completely different face. Some were calling out, some were wailing, some had their mouths closed, some had a blank expression, and some had a ferocious expression. Every face seemed to be filled with terrifying emotions. Because even if it was smiling, it was a smile that made one's heart turn cold. On both sides of the blade there were countless fine sawteeth, densely packed and extremely fine. Every sawtooth emitted an extremely terrifying cold luster, causing people to tremble in fear. This was an absolute weapon, as if it was a weapon born for slaughter. Holding such a peerless weapon, the Peak Demon King's body suddenly emitted a layer of blood-colored light. The blood-colored light, which was as thin as mist, revolved around his body, looking increasingly mysterious and frightening. Shortly after, this Peak Demon King brandished his sword and pierced one of the dead Demon Kings. Like a sharp blade piercing through tofu, the sword pierced into the corpse in an instant. Faintly, a terrifying sound seemed to resound. It seemed to be the sound of gurgling, as if someone was drinking water. The patterns on the Blood Emperor Sword gradually lit up from where it pierced into the body of the Peak Demon King, gradually spreading out and covering the whole body. As for that Peak Stage Devil King's corpse, it rapidly shrank and withered, eventually turning into a corpse that resembled a withered tree. It emitted an endless aura of decay, as though it had been dead for thousands of years. Then, he pulled out the Blood Emperor Sword and pierced it into another Demon King's corpse. Once again, it devoured all the blood essence in its body. This time, the Demon King, the devouring speed was a bit faster than the previous time. After devouring the blood essence of two Peak Demon Kings, the patterns on the Blood Emperor Sword seemed to be 2 times brighter than before. the aura it emitted also seemed to be 2 times stronger. This time, there are many demon kings who entered this mausoleum. Perhaps after I devour all their blood essence, the Blood Emperor sword will be able to break through the shackles and become a true demon divine tool. This peak demon king let out a burst of strange laughter. His voice became sharper and sharper, but the expression on his face was still cold. It looked very strange and uncoordinated. As it turned out, the Blood Emperor sword wasn't a true demon divine tool. It could only be considered as a demon divine tool. True demon divine tools were too rare. It was impossible for the Blood Sword Demon Emperor to wield a true demon divine tool. Otherwise, once the Blood Sword Demon Emperor grasped a demon divine tool, his strength wouldn't be as simple as a peak demon emperor. He would be able to reach the peak demon emperor level in a single leap and be on par with demon emperor Xinggu. Demon divine tools, or half-divine tools, possessed inconceivable power. Demon divine tools or half-divine tools were used by many demon gods and half-divine tools. If a demon god or half-divine tool could wield them, they would possess extraordinary power. Holding the Blood Emperor sword, this peak demon king's body was filled with strands of blood-red mist. His figure suddenly flashed and turned into a blood-red thunderbolt, shooting forward in search of other demon kings. He intended to hunt them down and use the Blood Emperor sword to devour their blood essence to enhance himself. In the end, he would be able to transform himself into a true demon divine tool. Massacre! Qianzong shouted in a low voice and immediately slashed out with his sword. The tyrannical divine intent stimulated his killing intent, which instantly turned into an extreme killing intent and merged into his sword. The sword light turned scarlet, as if a blood-red river was undulating. It also seemed like a blood-red road was paved. It traversed across the vast sky with unparalleled killing intent. It seemed like nothing in this world could withstand the terrifying killing intent of this sword. Under this sword, the peak demon king didn't have the slightest strength to resist. His bloodline was immediately torn apart, and his bloodline power was rapidly consumed. Heavy sword kill. When the second sword was slashed out, countless sword lights burst out like the waves of the sea. It was as swift as the wind, sweeping across the sky. It was as swift as thunder, with irresistible force. The sword light was like the turbulent waters of the sea, setting off torrential waves that were endless and boundless. It instantly smashed through space, shattering everything in its path. The power of heavy sword kill exploded, sweeping everything in its path. Nothing could resist the terrifying power of this secret sword. The peak devil king's bloodline devil body was instantly blasted into pieces, fragmented, and finally turned into dust. Sheathing his sword, Qianzong stared ahead, speechless. It was too wasteful and too cruel. It was wasteful because the power of this sword was too terrifying. First, the secret sword of bloody massacre cut the opponent's bloodline devil body into pieces. Then, the terrifying impact of heavy sword kill directly crushed the opponent's bloodline devil body into pieces, exhausting the power of his bloodline. The shattered devil body and exhausted bloodline power made Qianzong unable to use the bloodline extraction secret technique to refine the opponent's bloodline. This was a waste. As for the cruelty, it was completely shattered. Wasn't that cruel? The inheritance of the Blood Sword Devil Emperor was indeed terrifying. From this blood sword art, one could see the Blood Sword Devil Emperor's temperament. When using the secret sword of bloody massacre, Qianzong could clearly feel the murderous intent that he stimulated. It wasn't a murderous intent that was targeted at a specific person, but at everything. It was a murderous intent that seemed to want to slaughter everything. He almost turned into a killing maniac. Fortunately, Qianzong's divine intent was strong enough to control it. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be invaded by the murderous intent and lose his mind. In serious cases, he might even lose himself and become a true killing maniac. When heavy sword kill was used, it also stimulated a terrifying murderous intent. However, this murderous intent was different from the secret sword of bloody massacre. The murderous intent of the secret sword of bloody massacre was a one-time eruption, while the murderous intent of heavy sword kill was like a wave that emerged in waves. If bloody massacre and heavy sword kill are so powerful, then what about blood sword Azura? Qianzong suddenly thought to himself. Blood sword Azura was the most powerful of the 4 secret swords. It required one to master demonic light, bloody massacre, and heavy sword kill to have a chance of learning it. It was a secret sword that gathered the essence of the three secret swords. Even with Chen Zong's superb comprehension, he still hadn't completely modified it. He still needed time to make it his own. Chen Zong was looking forward to seeing the blood azure's power. The mausoleum of Demon Emperor Xingu wasn't actually very large. It was only separated by countless sturdy walls that made the layout of the mausoleum quite complicated. However, there were also many altars with treasures placed on top of each altar. What treasures one could find and obtain would depend on one's luck and ability. Demon emperors were extremely fast. Just as Chen Zong and the others continued to explore Demon Emperor Xingu's mausoleum, the angry Demon Emperor from the Shuma clan also arrived at Demon Emperor Xingu's mausoleum. He first stopped in the air above the mausoleum. Then, a terrifying aura surged, and a dark aura filled the air. It turned into a 1,000-meter-tall tree that stretched across the sky. Thousands of branches spread out in all directions. An extremely terrifying pressure filled the air and directly pressed down. This demon emperor from the Shuma clan didn't enter the mausoleum. Instead, he used another method. One palm, the demon sovereign raised his arm and slapped downward. At the same time, thousands of dark branches instantly gathered together, forming a huge palm print that was 100 meters in size. It was pitch black, and the branches on it were intertwined with each other. It looked very ancient and heavy. It was as if a huge treant was waving its palm and slamming downward. The mausoleum was bombarded. The sky whistled, and countless white streams of air rushed up from the edge of the huge dark palm print. The void trembled, and it was like a tsunami. The speed at which the enormous black palm fell was not fast, but it carried an extremely terrifying might. Moreover, the further it fell, the heavier and stronger its might became. The terrifying palm print swept across the sky and landed on the 5th floor of the mausoleum. Unable to bear the impact, cracks began to appear on the 5th floor of the mausoleum, and they quickly spread. Then, with a series of cracking sounds, the 5th floor shattered. Shatter, collapse, under the 100-meter-long palm print, the terrifying and heavy power carried by it directly broke through the 5th floor of the mausoleum. After breaking through the 5th floor of the mausoleum, the power of the dark palm print was almost exhausted. Then, the 2nd and 3rd palm prints fell. Palm prints continued to fall from the sky. Each palm print was 100 meters large, and each palm print was as heavy as a black mountain. One after another, they densely covered a corner of the sky, as if the sky was collapsing. Boom! 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 The entire mausoleum was shaking. Layer after layer of the mausoleum was broken, shattered, and collapsed. The 4th floor was shattered by the palm print, and then the 3rd floor. What's going on? On the 5th floor of Demon Emperor Xingu's mausoleum, the people who were looking for treasures immediately felt the entire mausoleum shake. They were shocked. Who was attacking the mausoleum? The ordinary-looking demon emperor was startled. After sensing carefully, he revealed some doubts. He could feel a powerful force from the outside constantly condensing and striking down. Clearly, someone was attacking the mausoleum, and judging by the strength of the force, it was a demon emperor powerhouse. Why was he attacking the mausoleum? Was he planning to break through the mausoleum and obtain more treasures? Wasn't he afraid that the treasures would be damaged? He could attack the mausoleum, but there was no need to do so. It would consume a lot of his strength. Boom! 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 The entire mausoleum shook violently. Dust began to rustle, and small cracks even appeared. Someone is attacking the mausoleum. Chen Zong was secretly shocked. Why was someone attacking the mausoleum? Why was this happening? With this thought, Chen Zong suddenly felt the bloodline curse mark left on his neck by Shimu Yuan's death heat up slightly. A cold malice invaded his neck, and Chen Zong's expression suddenly changed. Danger, a sense of danger began to emerge. Could it be the demon emperor of the Shimu clan? Chen Zong couldn't help but think. He had killed Shimu Yuan and was marked with a bloodline curse mark that couldn't be removed. With this bloodline curse mark, he would be hunted down by the Shimu clan. Therefore, it made sense that the Shimu clan would sense Shimu Yuan's death. Then, it made sense that the Shimu clan would send experts to avenge Shimu Yuan. A demon emperor, it was an angry demon emperor with murderous intent. He was bombarding the mausoleum in a violent manner. Just as Jinzong was thinking, the fourth floor of the mausoleum was broken. Countless dark palm prints bombarded the fifth floor of the mausoleum. The Shumu clan's bloodline was the bloodline of the Eternal Darkness Tree. As a demon emperor, his Eternal Darkness Tree bloodline must be at the pinnacle level. When this bloodline was stimulated to the extreme, it would condense a phantom of the Eternal Darkness Tree that would take root in the void. It could constantly absorb power from the void to replenish its own demonic power consumption. The more powerful the bloodline, the more obvious the absorption effect. This was the only way to ensure that the demon emperor would attack without regard to consumption. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. Only an expert who had mastered the power of the Eternal Darkness Tree bloodline would dare to attack so unscrupulously. The fifth floor of the mausoleum was the resting place of Demon Emperor Xinggu. It was the toughest, so it was able to withstand the attacks of the Demon Emperor from the Shumu clan. It wasn't as easily shattered as the previous 4 floors. However, under the continuous bombardment of the Demon Emperor's tyrannical palm prints, cracks continued to spread. It was irresistible. If this continued, it would shatter sooner or later. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. A burst of black light spread from the 5th floor of the mausoleum. Then, in the center of the black light, a phantom emerged. It was an imposing figure that stood in the sky. It seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth. It stood in the sky and instantly became the center of the world, attracting the attention of all. Waves of powerful aura spread out from the figure and swept out in all directions like a tsunami. As the waves of black ripples spread out, they immediately intercepted the huge dark palm prints descending from the sky. Under the bombardment of the huge dark palm prints, the black ripples fluctuated endlessly. They were instantly shattered, but then reformed in an instant, blocking all of the dark palm prints. The demon emperor from the Shumu clan stopped and stared at the imposing figure. His eerie eyes flickered with cold light. "Who are you?" The demon emperor of the Shumu clan asked coldly. His voice was filled with deep anger and killing intent. "I am Xinggu." The imposing figure suddenly spoke. His voice was cold and domineering, as if he were the ruler of the world. "Why are you attacking my mausoleum?" Xinggu, Demon Emperor Xinggu. This imposing figure was the strongest demon emperor from 10,000 years ago. Xinggu, the demon emperor of the Shumu clan, was taken aback, but in the next moment, he sensed that the imposing figure before him was only an illusory figure. It wasn't the real body. A mausoleum, this meant that Devil Emperor Xinggu had already perished, and this projection was most likely only a projection left behind by some sort of method. No matter how strong he was only as strong as he was 10,000 years ago. Now, he was only a legend. Legends were indeed worthy of admiration, but they were no longer worthy of reverence, especially for a demon emperor. "Xinggu, stop what you're doing. The person I want to kill is in your mausoleum," said the demon emperor from the Shumu clan. What kind of existence was Xinggu Devil Emperor? He was the strongest Devil Emperor 10,000 years ago. He was invincible under the heavens. Even though he was already dead, how could he be threatened by a Devil Emperor? Even a peak-level Devil Emperor wouldn't be able to threaten him, let alone a Devil Emperor. "I'll give you one last chance. Leave at once. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Xinggu's imposing body suddenly burst with an even more powerful presence. It was like an ancient demon mountain that suppressed everything. Demon Emperor Shumu's presence immediately slowed down, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. An oppressive aura spread in all directions. Darkness shrouded the sky, and a 1,000-meter-tall tree of darkness stood there, suppressing the entire sky. 2 completely different auras clashed and clashed. One aura was domineering, boundless, and pure. It was like an ancient demon mountain that could suppress everything. It couldn't tolerate any resistance, and it was like an order that had to be obeyed. The other aura was tenacious, incomparably tenacious. It originated from an ancient and eternal tenacity. It was like a tenacity that couldn't be crushed even if a mountain collapsed and the sky shattered. The 2 powerful auras continued to swell, stirring up shocking dark storms time and time again as they wreaked havoc. Demon Emperor Xinggu, you may have dominated an era, but you've fallen. This is no longer your era. The demon emperor of the Shuma clan didn't back down in the face of such a domineering demon emperor. Instead, he fought back. "You're courting death." Demon Emperor Xingu roared, and his aura exploded. If it had been before he'd fallen, he wouldn't have said a word to anyone who dared to offend him. He would have suppressed or even killed them directly. But now, he was dead, and it wasn't his real body anymore. It was only a clone left behind. Its power was limited, and for some reason, it didn't want to fight. Now that the Demon Emperor of the Shuma clan had said this, he was furious. Demon Emperor. Xingu's dignity couldn't be violated. Explode, the clone exploded with an extremely strong power and rushed forward. Then, it punched out. The punch looked simple, but it was like a black hole that kept devouring all the power around it. The power of the punch increased exponentially, and it blasted towards Demon Emperor Shumu. Demon Emperor Shumu's expression changed slightly. He didn't hesitate to raise his palm and push it out. A black palm print swept across the sky and collided with the black hole punch. Rumbling noises reverberated endlessly. It was as if two mountains were colliding with each other, crushing everything in their path. Endless air currents rushed out, and the sound was extremely violent, like the roars of giant beasts. In the mausoleum below, those who were still alive looked up and saw two figures with terrifying auras erupting with astonishing power. The punch and the palm print collapsed like a raging tide. Devil Emperor Xingu punched out again, turning into a black hole that devoured everything. Then, a beam of black light shot up into the sky from the mausoleum. It expanded rapidly in the air, turning into an ancient black mountain that exuded a heavy and violent aura. Ancient Demon Mountain, this was Demon Emperor Xingu's demonic weapon. A demon god-level weapon. Demon Mountain, return to me. Xingu roared. The primordial demon mountain trembled as a black beam of light shot towards him. His originally illusory body suddenly congealed and became corporeal. The aura he exuded grew increasingly tyrannical and terrifying. Xingu's body trembled as a black beam of light shot towards him. In that instant, Xingu's avatar returned to the peak of his true body's strength. First, the third punch was blasted out. This punch was condensed to the limit, and it smashed out like an ancient dark star. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed and shattered. Demon Emperor Shumu's expression changed, and he immediately erupted with his full strength. The eternal tree of darkness became more and more solid, and thousands of branches suddenly expanded. They were like dancing black dragons, and at the same time, they quickly intertwined with each other. They intertwined and turned into a 10-meter-long palm print. Even though there was a huge difference between this palm print and the one from before, it was much more condensed and the power it contained was much more powerful and shocking. The palm and the fist collided again, and after a slight pause, an incomparably dull sound echoed in the void. The rumbling sound turned into layers of black ripples that crazily spread out. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the palm print, and the branches that made up the palm print were shattered. The fist smashed through the branches like a hot knife through butter, and bombarded Demon Emperor Shumu's bloodline demon body. This was Demon Emperor Xingu's peak punch. As a peak demon emperor, its power was incomparably tyrannical, and it immediately shattered Demon Emperor Shumu's bloodline demon body. Even though the eternal tree of darkness had an extremely tyrannical bloodline demon body, it couldn't withstand the power of this punch. In an instant, half of its bloodline demon body was shattered, and the shattered demon body was sent flying thousands of meters away. Tendrils of flesh sprouted out of the shattered half of his bloodline devilish body like tree branches. They quickly intertwined and reconstructed themselves, but Demon Emperor Shumu's face was filled with shock, fear, and vigilance. Strong, that punch was so powerful that it destroyed half of his bloodline demon body in an instant. In order to recover that half of his bloodline demon body, he had used up 30% of his bloodline power. Devil Emperor Xingu punched out again. It was still a punch with his peak strength. Once again, Devil Emperor Shumu was hit. His bloodline devil body was destroyed again. Once again, he had to use 30% of his bloodline power to recover. Retreat, the first two punches had used up 60% of his bloodline power. Another punch would use up 90%, and the fourth punch would be enough to take his life. Without hesitation, Demon Emperor Shumu immediately flew back, but Demon Emperor Xingu's terrifying fist intent was still locked onto him. He felt like he couldn't dodge it no matter how hard he tried. The third punch, which was at its peak, turned into an extremely ancient and extremely condensed dark star, and pierced through space again. The moment the punch was thrown, the distance between Demon Emperor Shumu and Demon Emperor Xinggu was already tens of thousands of meters away, and the distance was still increasing. However, the punch seemed to have directly pierced through the void, and it also seemed to have folded the void, shrinking the distance between them. Thus, Demon Emperor Shumu was hit for the third time, and his bloodline demon body was shattered again. He had to continue using his bloodline power to recover. He only had 10% of his bloodline power left. Terror, extreme terror, one more punch, and he would die. He was a demon emperor, a demon emperor. Was he going to die here? Demon Emperor Xinggu had already perished. Could it be that his incarnation was still that strong? Could it suppress an entire era? When Demon Emperor Xinggu's avatar was about to throw the fourth punch, his body trembled violently. He couldn't throw the punch no matter how hard he tried. Then, his body fluctuated rapidly, and he started to distort as if he was about to be torn apart by an invisible force. The primordial demon mountain in the sky trembled, and it shrank rapidly as if it had used up all its energy. Then, as if it had broken free from its shackles, it instantly shot through the sky. Die. Demon Emperor Shumu immediately sensed Demon Emperor Xinggu's condition, and he roared with a ferocious expression. He raised his palm, and a palm print slammed into Demon Emperor Xinggu's distorted avatar. With a boom, Demon Emperor Xinggu's avatar shattered. In the end, it wasn't his real body, and it was only an avatar left behind by some method. Moreover, it had been 10,000 years since then, and it was no longer the same as before. This was also the reason why the avatar didn't want to attack directly. As Demon Emperor Xinggu's avatar was destroyed, the mausoleum below trembled as if it had lost its stability. Cracks started to appear, and not only on the walls, but also on the ground. The cracks spread at an astonishing speed, and everything collapsed. It's going to collapse. Run! Treasures, my treasures! One figure after another soared into the sky, trying to escape. They were afraid that they would be affected by the collapse of the mausoleum. The momentum of the collapse was too tyrannical. If they were affected, even a peak demon king wouldn't be able to withstand it. When Qianzong soared into the sky, he immediately felt a gaze filled with malice land on him. It was Demon Emperor Shumu. Demon Emperor Shumu's objective was to kill the person who dared to kill Shimu Yuan. With the bloodline curse of Shimu Yuan's death, he could instantly sense Qianzong's location. Killing intent overflowed, and it was like the waves of the sea, wantonly rushing over. Qianzong's expression changed slightly, and he felt as if he was about to be drowned in an instant. Making a prompt decision, Qianzong didn't run away. Instead, he became one with his sword and turned into a sword light. He instantly soared into the sky and attacked Demon Emperor Shumu. Qianzong had seen the battle between Demon Emperor Xinggu and Demon Emperor Shumu clearly. He was greatly shocked by Demon Emperor Xinggu's methods and strength. Qianzong also knew that Demon Emperor Shumu's bloodline had been destroyed by Demon Emperor Xinggu 3 times in a row. In order to recover his bloodline, he must have used a lot of bloodline power. Under such circumstances, it was the best time for him to counterattack. Otherwise, when Demon Emperor Xinggu's strength was fully recovered, it would be very disadvantageous for him. After all, he had a bloodline curse on him. If he couldn't block it, Demon Emperor Xinggu would be able to sense it and hunt him down. Under such circumstances, he couldn't go to the 3 strongholds left by the ancient divine dynasty in the Dark Sky Empire. Otherwise, he would be discovered and exposed, and he would be a sinner. Counterattack. Without hesitation, Qianzong attacked with his sword. Then, he equipped himself with the ancient divine sword armor. When the sword light arrived, Demon Emperor Shumu sneered and smashed the sword light with his palm. Without the ancient god sword armor, Qianzong's strength could not reach the Demon Emperor level. To a Demon Emperor level powerhouse, he was not a threat at all. Demon Emperor Shumu attacked while absorbing the power in the void to recover his bloodline power. He had used up 90% of his bloodline power just now. It would take some time for him to recover. The second sword arrived, and a shocking murderous intent surged. Qianzong's eyes turned red. He slashed out with his sword, as if he had opened a path of life and death. The path of life and death was filled with a blood-red halo. There seemed to be endless blood flowing on it like a surging river. Secret sword, bloody slaughter, this was a battle of life and death. In order to not be hunted down, he had to kill his opponent. He had to kill his opponent, take his demon soul, and leave the Dark Sky Empire as quickly as possible. He had to leave the fragment and return to the ancient divine dynasty. As long as he returned to the ancient divine dynasty, he would be safe. The secret sword of bloodlust paved a path of blood across the sky and slashed towards Demon Emperor Shumu. This sword was the sword of the ancient god sword armor of the armed general level. It was the most powerful sword, and it was invincible. Demon Emperor Shumu's expression changed, as he felt a sense of threat from the blood-red sword light. The dark palms condensed like the roots of an old tree. The branches crisscrossed like palm lines. Each of the palm lines released extremely powerful dark ripples, as if they were eternal and indestructible. The palm slapped across the sky and collided with the sword of bloodlust. The sword light shattered inch by inch, but a sword mark was left on the dark palm and countless branches were cut off. This attack made Chenzong realize that with his current strength, he was still somewhat inferior to his opponent. He was facing a veteran demon emperor. Even so, Chenzong had no intention of backing down. Taking advantage of the fact that this veteran demon emperor had been defeated 3 times in a row was the best opportunity for him to counterattack. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to flee to the ends of the world. The next sword strike was Sword of Bloodlust. Endless sword light broke through the sky like a rushing river, like a raging sea, or like a gust of wind. Each sword light carried an extremely terrifying power and an astonishing murderous intent. Strands after strands of sword light were endless. Suddenly, the dark palm was shattered and the sword light went towards Demon Emperor Shumu like a hot knife through butter. Demon Emperor Shumu was slightly startled. The second dark palm slapped across the sky with earth-shattering pressure. It was as if it wanted to crush everything into powder. At the Demon Emperor level, there was no need to master too many skills. Some Demon Emperors were even proficient in only one skill. For example, Demon Emperor Xinggu's punch was unstoppable and would directly shatter. Demon Emperor Shumu's punch was so powerful that it seemed to be able to crush everything. If one couldn't block it, they would be shattered. Tens of thousands of sword lights pierced through the air, leaving tiny trails in the dark void. They immediately hit Demon Emperor Shumu's body, inevitably bombarding his bloodline demon body, but were unable to cause any obvious damage. Demon Emperor Xinggu's bloodline Demon Emperor Eternal Dark Tree Demon Emperor Shumu's punch blocked the sword of bloodlust. There were only shallow sword marks that weren't fatal. It didn't even consume much of Demon Emperor Shumu's bloodline power. A Demon Emperor bloodline Demon Emperor Eternal Dark Tree Demon Emperor's body was extremely powerful. Xiaochen pressed forward and executed the single-hearted sword technique. In an instant, 40 sword lights tore through the air. Then came the 41st sword light, which was sword 41 of the single-hearted sword arts. This was a more powerful sword that Chenzong had comprehended after entering the Dark Sky Empire. It was 30% more powerful than sword 44. Another sword light pierced through the air. It was sword 42. This sword was also a move that Chenzong had comprehended while he was in the Dark Sky Empire. It was even more powerful than sword 41, and it was 30% stronger. The sword light from the single heart sword technique swept out, sometimes violent, sometimes swift, sometimes gentle, sometimes slow, sometimes like a violent gale that could destroy a city, sometimes like a turbulent sea. The sword force was hard, soft, strong, weak, fast, slow, heavy, and all sorts of changes were contained within it, making it hard for one to guard against, and even more tiring to defend against. Dozens of sword forces overlapped and changed, giving single heart sword art greater skill. It was difficult to resist. But Demon Emperor Shumu was still able to resist Chenzong's single heart sword art with his extremely powerful bloodline Demon Emperor Shumu. Even when facing sword 41 and sword 42, he was not seriously injured. The palm print slapped across the sky and hit Chenzong in an instant, sending him flying. Fortunately, the defense of the ancient divine sword armor of the general grade was very strong. It barely withstood the attack, but Chenzong could feel his blood and qi surging. A tearing pain spread all over his body. His indestructible body of the universe seemed to be on the verge of being broken. Fortunately, when the ancient god sword armor was upgraded from soldier level to general level, Qianzong's cosmic indestructible body was also strengthened by 30%. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resist. Qianzong's figure flashed. He dodged the next palm print and became one with his sword. He approached Demon Emperor Shumu and attacked with another sword light. Mixed element heart force fivefold explosion. Divine cloud, the explosion at close range seemed to take away all the light in the world and fall into endless darkness. Only that dazzling light shone, cutting across the sky and tearing the darkness apart. It instantly attacked. First, it fell into darkness. Then, it was dazzled by the extremely strong sword light. The instant change between darkness and light was enough to affect one's vision. The sword arrived. This was an extremely sharp sword, and it was very fast. Demon Emperor Shuma sensed the danger and immediately dodged, but he was still a bit too slow. One of his arms was immediately cut off, and it flew into the air. But in the next breath, countless granulation sprouts drilled out from the severed shoulder, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws like a group of dancing snakes. The severed arm that flew out was instantly reconnected again. After the first attack, the second attack burst out again. The sword light was dazzling. Demon Emperor Shumu was enraged after being hit by the sword. Although the sword did not really cut off his arm, it had consumed part of his bloodline power. The bloodline of the eternal tree of darkness could indeed absorb the power of the void to restore its own power, but it also had a weakness, which was close combat. It was best not to let people fight in close combat. Although this weakness was weakened at the Demon Emperor level, it still existed. Suppress, the power of the eternal dark tree was pushed to the extreme. Tree world. Suppress. With a low shout, Demon Emperor Shuma completely erupted. Originally, he did not plan to use this move because it would increase the consumption of his bloodline power. He had been punched 3 times by Demon Emperor Xinggu and had consumed 90% of his bloodline power. He had not recovered yet. However, Qianzong's strength was extremely tyrannical and made him feel threatened. If he did not suppress it, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen. The eternal dark tree seemed to come alive. Thousands of branches danced like dragons and snakes, blasting in all directions. Immediately, the void was isolated. Qianzong immediately felt the power around him being isolated. Under the tree world of the Tree of Eternal Darkness, power was isolated. Only those with the bloodline power of the Tree of Eternal Darkness could draw power from it, while those trapped inside had their power cut off and were unable to draw power to restore themselves. Naturally, they would be at a disadvantage and eventually be suppressed. Unfortunately, Demon Emperor Shuma did not know about Qianzong's power. He did not need to absorb power from the outside world at all. Therefore, no matter what kind of predicament he was in, the power of the outside world could not affect Qianzong at all. Qianzong also noticed this and immediately pretended to be suppressed in order to deceive the Demon Emperor of the Shuma clan. Demon Emperor Shumu was very confident in his tree world of the Eternal Dark Tree. Because, with this move, he had once suppressed a Demon Emperor level powerhouse. Although it was difficult to kill him, he was still able to seriously injure him and had to pay a great price to escape. This time, he was going to use the suppression of the tree world to kill this person and avenge the death of Shumu Yuan. Under the tree world, Qianzong was dodging with difficulty. He was forced back again and again, but he couldn't escape. His exhausted appearance made Shu Mushi's face light up with joy. End the battle quickly. Executing the tree dimension consumed his bloodline power at a frightening rate. His recovery rate was unable to keep up with it, so it was impossible for him to sustain it for long. Vines as sharp as spears and swords pierced through the air from all directions. Yet, at the same time, they were also as nimble as dancing dragons. Qianzong pushed his heart origin boundary to the limit and pretended to be at a disadvantage while trying to comprehend the blood sword Azura. Perhaps because of the pressure from the outside world, Qianzong's comprehension speed was faster and he had already reached the final stage. After breaking through the shackles, a burst of extremely carefree enlightenment suddenly surged. Qianzong already knew how to use the blood sword Azura. Then, he would use the Demon Emperor Shumu to test the power of the secret sword. This was the most tyrannical move of the blood sword art. Only those who had mastered the first 3 secret swords were qualified to learn it. Just how powerful would it be? In this desperate situation, Xianxia erupted first and used the demonic light secret sword. The sword light pierced through the air like an eternal light that transcended everything. The extremely tyrannical power and lightning-fast speed startled Demon Emperor Shimu, and he hurriedly sent out a palm strike. Blood Sword Azura. Xianxia immediately mobilized his strength and roared. The power instantly surged through the ancient divine sword armor and soared into the sky. On Xianxia's body, a blood-red shadow appeared. It was a shadow clad in blood-red armor. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his eyes were extremely bright. They were blood-red in color, and the blood-red light was extremely dense. It shot out as far as 90 feet, like a sharp sword piercing through the sky. When the pair of blood-red eyes stared at Demon Emperor Shimu, for no reason, Demon Emperor Shimu felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. In the next moment, Xianxia swung his sword. The blood-red phantom also swung its arm and slashed out an illusory blood-red sword light. The sword light instantly pierced through the air and erupted with extreme killing intent. It instantly rushed forward, one after another, each with an extremely strong killing intent. The killing intent was the first to arrive and directly hit Demon Emperor Shimu's divine will. It was so strong that Demon Emperor Shimu's divine will was instantly impacted. It was as if he had fallen into an endless sea of blood. A trace of scarlet appeared in his pitch-black eyes. The sword light followed. The blood sword art was a sword art that used divine will to attack. In particular, the blood sword Azura's application of divine will had reached an astonishing peak. Even though Demon Emperor Shimu's divine will was strong, he could not completely withstand the blood sword Azura's killing intent. The strength of the blood sword Azura was closely related to the user. Xianxia's divine will was extremely strong and had surpassed the Demon King level. It was not inferior to the Demon Emperor level. Kill. Kill, kill. Kill. The sword light completely erupted and slashed out continuously. Sword after sword slashed continuously on Demon Emperor Shimu's body. Xianxia used all of his strength without holding back. In a battle between experts, a single mistake could lead to a complete loss. Xianxia had disguised his outburst and counterattacked in a desperate situation. He even used the Blood Sword Demon Emperor's most powerful secret sword art to immediately turn the situation around. The earth trembled incessantly, dust and smoke billowed into the sky, and a dark aura filled the air. Accompanied by bursts of astonishing rumbling sounds, the entire mausoleum continued to shatter and collapse. Run! Everyone was fleeing at full speed, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. There were even some people who had already fled far away who stared at the sky, looking at the darkness in the sky, the darkness that was enveloped by a huge tree. The aura of that tree was ancient and eternal, making people feel apprehensive. Among them, there was a figure surrounded by wisps of scarlet mist and holding a blood-red greatsword. His eyes flickered with a dazzling red light, as if he could see through the dark tree in the sky and see the situation inside. His expression was solemn, and a burst of ecstasy appeared on his face. It was an indescribable ecstasy. The Blood Sword Demon Emperor's blood sword art. I didn't expect someone to master the inheritance of the Blood Sword Demon Emperor. Really, an excellent target. As he spoke, there was a burst of shrill laughter that sounded very carefree. In the sky, the shadow of the eternal darkness tree suddenly fluctuated violently and quickly faded. Like smoke being blown by the wind, it quickly distorted and dissipated. Xianxia stood in the sky, his aura weak. He could no longer maintain the ancient divine sword armor, and his body was covered in wounds. The demon emperor of the Shimu clan had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a demon soul in Xianxia's hand. Dead, the demon emperor of the Shimu clan had been killed by Xianxia, and the reason he was able to kill the demon emperor was because Xianxia had pretended that he was no match for the demon emperor and then used the pressure to comprehend the blood sword Azura. The power of the blood sword Azura was indeed very terrifying, and the divine intent attack was very tyrannical. Even the demon emperor of the Shimu clan could not completely withstand it. In the end, he was killed by Xianxia. But to kill the demon emperor, Xianxia's own strength was almost depleted. He could no longer maintain the ancient divine sword armor, and his body was covered in wounds. Fortunately, the mixed Yuan heart force recovered very quickly, and his wounds healed little by little. Everything that is yours is mine. A shrill voice suddenly rang out, piercing into Qinzong's mind like a fine needle piercing through the sky, intending to pierce Qinzong's divine soul. The moment he had a bad feeling, a red light flew toward him. Qinzong vaguely caught a glimpse of a figure inside the red light. It was an illusory figure that looked like a monster, and it emitted endless bloody and evil fluctuations. At this moment, Qinzong's state was unprecedentedly low. Before he could react, he was pounced on by the bloody shadow. In an instant, it entered Qinzong's head and entered Qinzong's consciousness sea. Qinzong's consciousness immediately sank into his sea of consciousness. He saw a blood-red figure in his sea of consciousness. It was a blood-red Batman, giving Qinzong a very evil feeling. "I'll eat you." The blood-red Batman let out a shrill laugh and instantly pounced on Qinzong's consciousness, intending to devour Qinzong's consciousness. Once it was devoured, Qinzong's body would be occupied by the spiky Batman, and he would completely lose himself. To put it bluntly, it was a possession. Qinzong couldn't help but have this thought. Ever since he started cultivating until now, he had encountered countless attempts to seize his body. However, he had always managed to survive each and every one of them. This time, it should be the same. There was no reason, just because Qinzong was full of confidence. At this moment, what was in his sea of consciousness, the source of extreme evil of the primitive evil god, was the most evil existence in any universe. It was the source and ancestor of all evil. All other evils were child's play in front of it. However, even such an extremely evil existence was suppressed in Qinzong's sea of consciousness, unable to stir up any trouble. The Great Formation of Sealing Heaven Extinction, it was the Great Formation of Sealing Heaven set up by the 18 evil suppressing swords. Its power was even more tyrannical and astonishing. The blood-red Batman immediately burst out with an extremely evil aura fluctuation. The blood-red fog rolled and spread out, instantly pouncing on Qinzong's consciousness. If it were any other time, Qinzong would be interested in fighting with the opponent, but now was not a good time. "Suppress!" Qinzong shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a trace of sword chi was separated from the 18 evil suppressing swords. The 18 evil suppressing swords flew out in an instant and immediately surrounded the blood-red Batman. The Great Formation of Sealing Heaven Extinction formed by the 18 evil suppressing swords directly trapped the blood-red Batman and suppressed it. Compared to the source of extreme evil of the primitive evil, the blood-red Batman was undoubtedly much weaker. The Great Formation of Sealing Heaven Extinction formed by the evil suppressing swords sword chi was enough to suppress it. However, the source of extreme evil of the primitive evil god had been weakened by Qinzong time and time again and had lost even more power. Even if the 18 evil suppressing swords each sent out a trace of sword chi, it could still be suppressed. After suppressing the blood-red Batman, Qinzong's consciousness dispersed and his injuries recovered a little. He immediately flew down and grabbed the blood-red sword. The blood-red Batman just flew out from the figure holding the blood-red sword. Qinzong felt that the sword was also extraordinary. Putting away the blood-red sword, Qinzong exploded with extreme speed and immediately fled far away. Now, he had consumed too much of his cultivation and his injuries were very serious. He needed time to recover. If a top demon king attacked him, it would be quite troublesome. If a demon emperor attacked, it would be even more troublesome. Taking advantage of this moment when the mausoleum collapsed and everyone was fleeing in all directions, he had to seize the opportunity to escape. As he fled, Qinzong's injuries were also quickly healed as his mixed yuan heart force rapidly recovered. The second demon's soul is in my hands. It's time to leave, Qinzong thought to himself as he fled. The second demon's soul was in his hands and he could give it to Dijiu. As for the bloodline, he had obtained 2 kinds of demon bloodline. With his strength, he could actually stay in the Empire of Darkness to hunt other top demon kings and refine more demon bloodline. However, after killing the demon emperor of the Shuma clan, the bloodline curse was strengthened. The consequence of the bloodline curse being strengthened was that it would be easier for the Shuma clan's experts to sense him and hunt him down. Taking advantage of the fact that the Shuma clan's experts had not yet chased him, he quickly escaped and returned to the ancient god dynasty. Otherwise, if the Shuma clan's experts chased after him, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Although he had the strength of a demon emperor, he could only be considered to have just entered the demon emperor level. Once he encountered a veteran demon emperor level expert, unless he had the advantage today, it would be very difficult for him to win. As Qianzong continued to flee, his cultivation rapidly recovered, and his injuries also rapidly healed. Gradually, he was back to normal. The various changes in Demon Emperor Xinggu's mausoleum were also spread, and more experts knew about it. The Demon Emperor of the Shuma clan attacked Demon Emperor Xinggu's mausoleum, causing it to collapse. However, Demon Emperor Xinggu's incarnation appeared and almost killed the Demon Emperor of the Shuma clan with 3 punches. In the end, he did not have enough strength and collapsed. Demon Emperor Xinggu's demonic weapon, the ancient Demon Mountain, escaped. The Demon Emperor of the Shuma clan was killed and so on. The news spread one after another, causing waves of shock. There were too many twists and turns in the story. The collapse of the mausoleum wasn't much, but the appearance of Demon Emperor Xinggu's incarnation caused a huge commotion. That was the strongest Demon Emperor 10,000 years ago, an existence that dominated an era and swept through the empire unhindered. Then, the death of the Demon Emperor of the Shuma clan was like a tsunami, causing everyone to be horrified. A Demon Emperor, that was a Demon Emperor. How many years had it been since there was news of a Demon Emperor's death? Now that it had appeared, it was too shocking. Especially since it was a Demon Emperor of the Shuma clan, it was even more shocking. The Shuma clan didn't make any moves for a while. Logically speaking, the Shuma clan should be furious when their Demon Emperor was killed and would immediately send out experts to chase after him. Why was there no movement? It wasn't that the Shuma clan didn't want to chase after him, but that it was difficult. The Shuma clan was the second strongest power in the Dark Sky Empire, and they had a total of 3 Demon Emperors. One of them was currently in seclusion, while the other 2 were guarding. But now that one of them had died, they could only mobilize one. There was no guarantee. An enemy that could kill a Demon Emperor must also be a Demon Emperor, and might even be a peak Demon Emperor. It wouldn't be easy to deal with. The Shuma clan was awakening the Demon Emperor that was in seclusion. That was the most tyrannical Demon Emperor of the Shuma clan, an ancient peak Demon Emperor. It would take some time to awaken that Demon Emperor, and this time was enough for Qianzong to escape. Qianzong's speed was extremely fast. Relying on the senses of the dark essence, he flew toward one of the strongholds. As for Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue, he didn't have to worry about them. They were both peak demon kings, and were extremely tyrannical. As long as it wasn't a Demon Emperor, it would be difficult to deal with them. Once he acted together with Bai Yi and Jing Wuxue, they might be affected, and the consequences would be even worse. As this thought flashed through his mind, Qianzong sent a strand of his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, the blood Batman who was trapped and suppressed by the 18 evil suppressing sword chi was roaring endlessly, continuously crashing into the array in an attempt to break out of the array, but every time he attacked, he would be counterattacked by the array, by the evil suppressing sword chi, and when the sword chi approached his body, it caused him extreme pain. It had never expected that it would target Qianzong, or to be precise, target Qianzong's body, and attempt to occupy it. Because Qianzong had mastered the Blood Sword Demon Emperor's Blood Sword art, using the Blood Sovereign Sword to display the Blood Sword art would be more suitable. Moreover, it had also noticed that this person's body was more excellent than the one it had occupied before. Unexpectedly, it had ended up in such a situation, and was suppressed. Regret filled its heart, but it was useless. It could only continue to attack the sealing heaven decimating earth demon suppression great array to break free. Feudal struggle. Qianzong's consciousness appeared outside the sealing heaven decimating earth demon suppression great array. He stared at the blood-colored bat and smiled. "What the hell are you? Don't even think about it." The blood-colored bat shrieked unyieldingly. In that case, it was time to use some methods. In an instant, Qianzong controlled the 18 evil suppressing godly sword chi and attacked the blood-colored bat. In the dusky sky, a sword light flashed like an aurora. Qianzong was inside the sword light. Under the devastation of the 18 evil suppressing divine swords, the blood-colored Batman could no longer be stubborn and obediently confessed everything. The Blood Emperor Sword, the sword of the Blood Sword Demon Emperor, was a very powerful demonic weapon. In terms of grade, it surpassed the top chaotic divine weapons and was infinitely close to the level of a semi-divine weapon. Its power was stronger than most of the top chaotic divine weapons. Qianzong held the Blood Emperor sword and could clearly feel that the power contained in the Blood Emperor sword was very strong. Once it burst out, it would be very terrifying. It was a pity that he did not have the bloodline of the demon tribe and was not suitable to use this sword. Of course, he could also integrate the bloodline of the demon tribe, but Qianzong did not intend to do so. So, the final destination of this sword was naturally to be sold in exchange for useful resources. For example, a more powerful chaotic divine weapon, a long sword, and so on. Qianzong's cultivation was fully restored, and his injuries were healed as well. He flew towards a stronghold at full speed. In order to hasten his journey and avoid being pursued, Qianzong once again equipped himself with the ancient divine sword armor. With the boost provided by the general-grade ancient divine sword armor, his speed reached the demon overlord level. With such speed, it was impossible to catch up with him without the strength of a demon emperor. The chaotic prime realm allowed Qianzong to maintain his full speed while thinking about other things. He was not affected at all. Soon, Qianzong thought about how to deal with the Blood Emperor sword. The sword spirit of the Blood Emperor sword was the blood-colored Batman that he had suppressed in his sea of consciousness. Qianzong began to think about it. Should he put it back into the Blood Emperor sword? Or should he use it as fuel to cultivate the ghost-fire jade tempering technique and further refine his divine intent? Qianzong did not think for long before he made a decision. He would use it as fuel. After all, this blood-colored Batman knew the secret of his sea of consciousness. If it leaked out, it would not be good for him. It might cause unnecessary trouble. Perhaps the Blood Emperor sword would be less powerful and less valuable without the bats, but there was no other way. There had to be a choice, and Qianzong knew what to do. The Xianxia clan did not dare to send out that devil emperor to chase after them, for fear of being killed instead. They could only awaken an even more powerful and ancient devil emperor, but that would take time. However, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. With the bloodline curse, as long as they were still in this world, they could rely on the aura of the bloodline curse to track down and kill the culprit. Xianxia would never have guessed that the culprit wasn't a demonkin from the fragment world, but a human from the outside world who was about to leave. Once he left, they wouldn't be able to find him. Because of this, Qianzong was able to escape unscathed and arrive at one of the 3 strongholds. He entered the hidden stronghold with the help of the Dark Soul Essence. Time to go back. Standing in the seemingly dilapidated hall, Qianzong immediately activated the power of the Dark Soul Essence. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in a black light. 3 breaths later, Qianzong's body gradually sank into the void, vanishing from sight. It was as if he had traveled through a dark, boundless sea with no end in sight. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qianzong felt like he had gradually emerged from the depths of the sea and then rushed out of the water. The moment he rushed out of the water, he also emerged from the void and appeared in the divine gate of the ancient divine dynasty. There seemed to be a huge altar there. At the instant Qianzong appeared, a tyrannical aura swept over, locking onto Qianzong. That aura continued to permeate his body, as though it was trying to confirm something. After that, that aura retracted. It was confirming Qianzong's identity. It was confirming that Qianzong was indeed the original person and had not been replaced. He did this because he was worried that some demon expert in the Dark Sky Empire would seize his body and use it to enter the chaotic universe. The consequences would not be good as it could bring about a disaster. It was better to be safe than sorry. After Qianzong passed the test, the power that had locked onto him disappeared, allowing Qianzong to inwardly let out a sigh of relief. The power that had locked onto him was incredibly powerful, and it surpassed his own level. Qianzong was certain that even if he used the ancient god sword armor, he would not be able to resist that power. A demigod, that was undoubtedly a demigod-level power. A demigod was still too powerful for him. Even a peerless expert like Demon Emperor Xinggu, who was invincible in the Dark Sky Empire, was no match for a demigod. Speaking of this, Qianzong suddenly thought of how Demon Emperor Xinggu had died. Logically speaking, with Xinggu's strength and the Blood Sword Demon Emperor and life-chasing Demon Emperor as his followers, he should be able to dominate the world. Who would be able to kill him? The lifespan of a Demon Emperor expert was very long. Since he couldn't figure it out, Qianzong decided not to think about it. Anyway, he had left the Dark Sky Empire, left the Demonkin world, and returned to the ancient divine dynasty. This was the world of the human race. Everything in the Dark Sky Empire had nothing to do with him. After returning to the ancient divine dynasty, Qianzong felt the existence of his avatar again. When he entered the Dark Sky Empire, it was difficult for him to feel it. After all, they were in a different world. It could even be said that they were in a different space and universe. The world of the Dark Sky Empire was in the ancient universe era. Soon, someone came to take Qianzong away. Further examination. The examination just now was just a preliminary examination. After further examination, the curse seal of the ghost-faced tree on Qianzong's neck was naturally found. He needed to explain its origin. Qianzong didn't hide it and told him directly. Of course, Qianzong didn't say that he had killed a demon emperor. He said that he had killed a top demon king. Bloodline curse seals had appeared in the past, so it wasn't a big deal. Then, Qianzong took out a demonkin bloodline and handed it over. This was necessary. After all, according to the opportunity provided by the ancient god dynasty, there was a price to pay for entering the fragment of the demonic universe era. The price was that after entering the fragment, at least one demonic bloodline had to be handed over to the ancient god dynasty. As for the other gains, they all belonged to themselves. Qianzong didn't deliberately hunt down the experts of the demonkin race, so he only obtained 2 demonkin bloodlines. If one wanted to obtain the demonkin bloodline, they had to be extracted from the experts of the demonkin race. Only those who had reached the demon king level could extract it. If one was below the demon king level, the extraction effect would be very weak and the extracted bloodline would be useless. If one couldn't hand over a demonkin bloodline after leaving the Dark Sky Empire and returning to the ancient divine dynasty, he had to pay another price. The price depended on the value of the demonkin bloodline. According to the ancient divine dynasty's request, it was an ordinary demonkin bloodline. The demonkin bloodline Qianzong took out was in the shape of a burning fireball. It was being examined. Elite bloodline. The expert in charge of the examination said to Qianzong, "The value of an elite bloodline is 3 times that of an ordinary demonkin bloodline. An ordinary demonkin bloodline is worth 10 divine points, while an elite bloodline is worth 30 divine points. You can get 20 divine points for the difference." Divine origin was a currency that was of a higher grade than chaotic divine gems in the 3 divine dynasties. If they had to be converted, then 1 divine origin was equivalent to 10 million chaotic divine gems, and 10 divine origin was equivalent to 100 million chaotic divine gems. Of course, the ratio of chaotic divine gems to divine points was only theoretical. No one would be stupid enough to exchange divine points for chaotic divine gems. In fact, if one was willing to exchange, 1 divine point could be exchanged for 12 million chaotic divine gems. Divine points were a high-grade currency that not everyone could have. At least before this, Qianzong didn't even have 1 divine point. But now, Qianzong could get 20 divine points. The appearance of divine energy was a shell-shaped object. It was about the size of a thumbnail, completely silver, and had strands of golden veined patterns on it. The golden veined patterns crisscrossed to form an extremely profound pattern that was suffused with traces of an indescribable mysterious aura. Qianzong could feel a vigorous aura contained in the divine points. The aura was completely restrained and couldn't be drawn out. It was said that the divine points were forged by a demigod expert and were indestructible. If Qianzong was willing, these 20 divine points could be exchanged for 200 million chaotic divine gems. That was a shocking amount of wealth. However, Qianzong didn't plan to do so. The difficulty of obtaining divine points was much higher than obtaining chaotic divine gems. "May I know how much a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline is worth?" Qianzong asked. A top-notch demonic dweller bloodline is temporarily valued at 100 divine points. The person replied with a smile. Perhaps because he received an elite demonic dweller bloodline, he was in a good mood. A supreme demonic dweller bloodline is valued at 1,000 divine points. Qianzong couldn't help but be shocked. There was only a difference of 1 level between elite and top-notch demonic dweller bloodline, but there was a difference of 30 to 100 divine points. However, there was also a difference of one level between top-notch demonic dweller bloodline and supreme dweller bloodline, but there was a difference of 100 to 1000 divine points. This gap was too shocking. Chen Zong thought. The demonic dweller bloodline that he obtained after killing Shimuyuan should be a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline without a doubt. It was a demonic dweller bloodline that was worth 100 divine points. How much is a demonic soul worth? Chen Zong thought for a moment and asked again. It is equivalent to a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline. The person replied. Chen Zong was slightly stunned and a little surprised. A demonic soul was something that only demon emperors possessed. To obtain a demonic soul, one had to kill a demon emperor. Its value should be higher than a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline. In fact, Chen Zong didn't know that since ancient times, the three divine dynasties had never obtained a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline. It was too difficult. The demonic dwellers who possessed a top-notch demonic dweller bloodline had amazing talent. They could easily cultivate to the level of a top-notch demon king. Their combat strength was amazing, and it wasn't easy to kill them. Even if they were killed, they could only extract an elite demonic dweller bloodline. As for a supreme dweller bloodline, it was even more amazing. Thinking about Shimuyuan, if it wasn't for the unforeseen event in Demon Emperor Xingu's mausoleum, if it wasn't for Chen Zong being lucky enough to obtain a piece of demonic soul, and if Chen Zong could refine the demonic soul to increase his strength to the level of a demon emperor, how could he kill Shimuyuan? It was already good enough that he could survive. Things were precious when they were scarce. A top-notch demonic dweller bloodline had never appeared before. Its value was, of course, astonishing. Chen Zong had always believed that resources that could improve oneself were good resources. Otherwise, they would just be collectibles. The bloodline extracted from killing Shimuyuan was undoubtedly the top demon bloodline. It was worth at least 100 divine origin, which was equivalent to one demonic spirit. However, Chen Zong did not need a demonic spirit now. He only needed a cauldron, and more than one cauldron. He needed at least 2 cauldrons. One for himself to refine and improve the ancient god sword armor, and the other for Dijio to complete the deal. Unfortunately, there were no cauldrons in the ancient god dynasty. Simply put, cauldrons, demonic spirits, and cauldrons were all extremely important resources. They were exclusive to the 3 dynasties. It was extremely difficult for people from the dynasty to obtain them, let alone people from other dynasties. The top demon bloodline is too precious. Chen Zong could not help but ponder. If he took it out easily, it would bring him a lot of trouble. All kinds of threats and temptations were possible. Although he was very strong now and had surpassed the top of the true saint realm when he used all his strength, he could easily kill top of the true saint realm. However, according to the ancient god dynasty, there were probably people who were stronger than him. Moreover, the forces here were complicated. There were many experts among the 7 forces. Although he had not dealt with them much in the Dark Sky Empire, it was undeniable that they were not weak. Perhaps it was because of the short time he had spent with them. In short, it would be best to avoid trouble if he could. Chen Zong understood this principle very well. Then, he would first improve his own strength. When he was strong enough, he would then reveal the top demon bloodline. Only then would he have more confidence. How could he improve his strength? Chen Zong was not at a loss. He was very clear. Or he could obtain a cauldron and refine it with the ancient god armor refining technique to improve the power of the ancient god sword armor and increase his strength. However, he could not take this path, at least not now. He lacked a cauldron. The second path was to improve the power of the heavenly will sword and let it continue to recover. When it recovered to the level of a semi-divine weapon, its power would increase dramatically, and so would his own strength. The third option was to use his own swordsmanship to strengthen the power of single-hearted sword arts. Chen Zong had an idea, which was to integrate the mysteries of blood sword tactics into single-hearted sword arts. This would make single-hearted sword arts more perfect and powerful, and its strength would increase as well. The fourth option was to exchange for an even more powerful Chaos Saint weapon to replace the 100 red star swords. When performing the 100 swords art, its power would naturally increase. The red star swords were just ordinary Chaos Saint weapons. If they were replaced by a top-tier Chaos Saint weapon, their power would increase exponentially. The first path was not feasible for the time being, but the other three paths could be advanced together. Chenzong sold the Blood Emperor sword. This was a top-notch chaotic divine tool, infinitely close to the level of a half-god tool. It was especially suitable for those who had fused with the demonic bloodline. Its value was not inferior to that of an elite bloodline, perhaps even higher. In the end, Chenzong sold it for 50 Xinyuan. In total, Chenzong had 70 Xinyuan in his hands. 70, this number didn't sound like much, but it also depended on what it was. If 1 Xinyuan was to be sold, it could be exchanged for at least 10 million Chaos Divine Gems or even 12 million Chaos Divine Gems. In that case, 70 Xinyuan would be equivalent to at least 700 million Chaos Divine Gems or even 800 million Chaos Divine Gems. Such a wealth was astonishing. Over 100 million Chaos Divine Gems. Previously, Chenzong had only obtained 20 million Chaos Divine Gems at most. However, it was easier to obtain Chaos Divine Gems in the 3 divine dynasties compared to the outside world. Even so, over 100 million Chaos Divine Gems was still a shocking amount of wealth. What could he do with 70 Xinyuan? Chenzong had done his research. Ordinary Chaos Saint weapons were not expensive. The lowest price was 450,000 Chaos Divine Gems or even 1 million Chaos Divine Gems. Then, 1 Xinyuan would be able to obtain at least 10 decent Chaos Saint weapons. However, what Chenzong wanted was a top-tier Chaos Saint weapon long sword. It would be best if it was a set. A top-tier Chaos Saint weapon set was rare and its value would be even higher. After all, Chenzong's requirements were very high because he had enough capital this time. First, Chenzong paid 5 Xinyuan as a deposit and waited for further notice. A top-tier Chaos Saint weapon set was rare, especially when Chenzong wanted at least 100 sets. It would be even more difficult to obtain. It would take time. Next, Chenzong bought the Ancient Demon Origin or Ancient Devil Origin. Of course, it had to be a high-grade origin because only high-grade origin would be useful to the Heavenly Will Sword. The origins of high-level ancient demons or ancient devils had to be hunted down by powerful ancient demons or ancient devils, which was also very difficult. According to the ancient god dynasty, there were some reserves over the years, but they were all bought by Chenzong at the cost of 5 godly origin. Out of the 70 Xinyuan, he still had 60 Xinyuan left. Chenzong returned to the secret palace of the ancient Illumination Palace and took out the high-grade ancient demon origin and let the Heavenly Will Sword devour them. The Heavenly Will Sword let out a joyful hum and directly fell into the pile of origin and began devouring them. It was as if it had opened its stomach to eat. The origin energy was constantly being devoured by the Heavenly Will Sword. Strands of light crisscrossed across the sword like runes, making the Heavenly Will Sword shine even brighter. In Chenzong's sharp senses, the Heavenly Will Sword's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting stronger and stronger. It did not take long before all of the ancient Yao and ancient Devil essences had been devoured by the Heavenly Will Sword. The ancient Yao and ancient Devil essences let out joyful sword hums as they flew into the air. They were like happy children as they circled around Chenzong a few times before falling into Chenzong's hand. Strands of pure power flowed out from the Heavenly Will Sword, entering Chenzong's arm and body. This was the Heavenly Will Sword's feedback after being restored. However, the Heavenly Will Sword had not been restored to the level of a demigod tool. Therefore, the feedback was not much. In addition, Chenzong's current cultivation base was very high and his mixed yuan heart force was extremely pure. With the feedback, his improvement was very small, but it was better than nothing. If he wanted to improve it further, he would have to restore the Heavenly Will Sword to the level of a demigod tool. Difficult, the Heavenly Will Sword had devoured all the ancient demon origin and ancient devil origin that he had spent 5 divine yuan to purchase. However, it was still far from being restored to the level of a demigod tool. More, he needed more. 10 times more, he still needed 10 times more ancient demon origin and ancient devil origin. 10 times, converted, that was 50 divine essence. Currently, he only had 60 divine yuan left. He could only hope that the price of the Peak Chaos Sacred Weapons set would not be too high. Otherwise, he would have to sell the Blood Sword Art. The combination of the Blood Sword Art and the Blood Imperial Sword would be even more powerful. It would be a peak secret sword art inheritance. Its value would not be low. It would not be impossible to sell it for a few divine yuan or even 10 divine yuan. He placed an order with the school of the ancient gods for high-grade ancient demon essences or ancient devil essences. There would always be people who would hunt for wealth. As for the casualties, it had nothing to do with Chenzong. This time, among the dozens of people who had entered the Dark Sky Empire, Chenzong was the first to leave. The others were still working hard, trying to obtain as many resources and benefits as possible. If it were not for the Shuma clan's bloodline curse, Chenzong would not have left so early. Next, Chenzong cultivated while waiting for news from the ancient god sect. He had integrated the mysteries of the blood sword art into the single-hearted sword art. The mysteries of the blood sword art mainly lay in the application of the divine will. Demonic light, bloody slaughter, heavy sword kill, each secret sword art had its own unique application of the divine will. The blood sword Azura's application of the divine will had reached an astonishing level. Apart from comprehending the mysteries of the blood sword art and trying to integrate it into the single-hearted sword art, Chenzong had also been cultivating the ghost fire jade tempering technique to strengthen his divine will. The stronger the divine will, the more obvious the benefits. Inside the secret hall, Chenzong drew his sword after comprehending it. His sword pierced through the air. It was the first sword of the single heart sword technique. When the sword pierced out, invisible ripples in the air pushed forward, containing a mysterious, formless power. That formless power lingered on the single heart heavenly sword, condensing at the tip of the sword as it pierced through the air. The sword did not carry the sword intent nor the mixed yuan heart force. It only contained one power, the divine will. Pure divine will doesn't increase the power of the sword significantly, Chenzong thought to himself as he sheathed his sword. The 4 secret swords of the blood sword art were superb applications of the divine will. They mainly used the divine will to stimulate the killing intent in one's heart, turning it into an extremely powerful killing intent that could slaughter everything. Even the secret sword, demonic light, was based on desperation and transcendence, but it was also a secret sword that contained powerful killing intent. Its ultimate goal was still to kill the opponent. The blood sword demon emperor was able to dominate the world with the blood sword art. It was not easy to integrate the mysteries of the blood sword art into the single-hearted sword art. Even with Chenzong's comprehension and the constant deduction of the single-hearted chaotic yuan realm, it was not something he could do in a short time. He had to deduce, try, and improve over and over again to perfect it. As long as the single-hearted sword was successful, it was equivalent to opening a door. He could step into it and walk on a new path. Chenzong tried again and again, improving over and over again. After brewing, Chenzong stabbed out again. The single-hearted sword art's sword 1 still did not integrate the mixed yuan heart force or stimulate the sword intent. It only used the divine will to stimulate the killing intent in one's heart, turning it into killing intent. The killing intent condensed on the tip of the will heavenly sword and pierced through the air. When the sword stabbed out, Chenzong's eyes flashed with joy. Success, although it was only the first sword and there were many more that needed to be improved, the success of the first sword was a good start. The subsequent improvements were nothing more than adjusting the strength of the killing intent. The single-hearted sword was the weakest sword, while the 42-hearted sword was currently the most powerful. Of course, there were differences in the killing intent contained within. Integrating the divine will into the attack did not mean that he had to abandon everything else. Cultivation strength, sword will, and other aspects of strength were also very important. The purpose of integrating the divine will into the attack was to further perfect and enhance the power of the swordsmanship. While Chenzong was cultivating in seclusion, the others still did not leave the Dark Sky Empire. According to the usual situation, it was not surprising that they would stay in the Dark Sky Empire for decades. There were also some who died in the Dark Sky Empire due to various reasons, which could not be helped. Elite bloodline. We must get our hands on this bloodline. When the major forces heard the news from the Divine Dynasty, they were all excited. Every time they entered the Dark Sky Empire, most of the bloodlines they obtained were ordinary bloodlines. However, even the ordinary demonic bloodline was not cheap. It was worth 10 divine origin. Once the ordinary bloodline was successfully integrated, it would bring a significant improvement to the user, not to mention the elite bloodline. However, if someone obtained an elite bloodline in the Dark Sky Empire, it was almost impossible for them to hand it over. They would usually integrate it themselves. Now, there was news that an elite bloodline was going to be sold, or rather, auctioned. It would be one of the items to be auctioned in the upcoming auction. As soon as the news came out, it immediately alarmed the various forces in the Divine Dynasty. Chenzong did not know about it. He was wholeheartedly focused on improving the single-hearted sword technique. He was trying to completely integrate the mystery of the blood sword art into the single-hearted sword technique to improve the single-hearted sword technique. 42 swords. It's a little cumbersome, Chenzong thought to himself after perfecting the single-hearted sword technique for the first time. Since it was cumbersome, he would simplify it. There was no need for so many sword styles. Of course, the more sword styles there were, the more continuous sword attacks would be. However, if the power of each sword was stronger, there would be no need. One sword could even decide the outcome of the battle. Unknowingly, people gradually left the Dark Sky Empire and returned to the ancient Divine Dynasty. Chenzong was still cultivating and improving the single-hearted sword technique. In the Thousand Kills Tower, Chenzong started from the first floor and easily reached the 7th floor without using any of his lost skills. For the 8th level, the opponents on this level were extremely powerful. Previously, if Chenzong wanted to pass this level, he had to display his ultimate art. But this time around, Chenzong wanted to test out his improved heart sword technique. The first wave of opponents on the 8th floor appeared. They stepped forward quickly. Their aura was extremely condensed. The long spear was like a poisonous dragon piercing through the air as if it was going to pierce through everything. It was fast and fierce. One mind sword technique. Chenzong shouted in a low voice. The Will Heavenly Sword was unsheathed, and an illusory figure suddenly appeared around him. It seemed to be an enlarged version of Chenzong, but it was somewhat blurry. The illusory figure also held an illusory longsword in its hand. It carried the mixed Yuan heart force, the unparalleled sword will, and the killing intent that was driven by the tyrannical divine will. All kinds of power gathered on the sword, and it shot out like a meteor across the sky. The sword and the spear instantly came into contact and collided, instantly erupting with a shocking might. Sparks flew, causing the tyrannical opponent to pause slightly. He was directly impacted by the killing intent, causing him to pause in an instant. The second sword slashed through the air. It was the Shadow and Chenzong who attacked at the same time. This sword strike directly killed his opponent. Seeing that his opponent was defeated, Chenzong could not help but smile. Before, if he did not equip the ancient god sword armor, he would not have been able to defeat his opponent on the 8th floor so easily and cleanly. Sure enough, his basic strength had improved, and the power of the Will Heavenly Sword had also recovered a little. The most important thing was the improvement of the One Mind Sword technique. He had integrated the mystery of the blood sword technique into it and further improved it. Even the name of the sword technique had changed. One Mind Sword technique, a sword technique that had integrated the divine will into it, was even more powerful. It deserved the name. After the complete improvement, the One Mind Sword technique did not have the so-called one sword, two sword, or even the 42 sword. There was only one sword, and the power of that sword was completely controlled by Chenzong. It was closely related to the power that Chenzong consumed. The more power he consumed, the stronger the One Mind Sword technique would be. Only one sword and one style could slash, stab, and collapse. It was all up to Chenzong to decide how to use it. He could control it as he pleased. It could be said to be one style and one sword, but it could also be 10 styles or 100 styles. The previous One Mind Sword technique was created when Chenzong had a deeper understanding of the Tao of the sword. He would comprehend even more powerful sword styles. However, the One Mind Sword technique now did not have those complicated divisions. There was only one sword, only one sword was enough. One sword was like 100 swords, 1,000 swords, or even 10,000 swords. Two powerful enemies appeared in the second wave. Chenzong drew his sword and used the One Mind Sword technique again. This was a powerful sword technique that gathered the mysteries of countless powerful sword techniques. Two sword lights pierced through the air and instantly blocked the joint attack of the two powerful enemies. The powerful killing intent immediately impacted the divine wills of the two powerful enemies, causing them to tremble. They paused for a moment, and the result was death. Although the opponents that appeared in the Thousand Kills Pagoda were not real people, they were still endowed with the various abilities of real people and had divine will. They were not like ordinary puppets that did not have divine will. The one-mind sword technique instantly caused Xianxia's battle prowess to increase explosively. The third, fourth, and even fifth waves did not need to use any ultimate killing moves or secret swords. They were defeated one after another. There were 6 enemies in the 6th wave. Their strength increased greatly, and the pressure they brought to Xianxia also increased significantly. Sword lights flashed explosively. Sword lights that were condensed with incomparable killing intent tore through the air. Every sword was simple to the extreme. It was a sword that turned complexity into simplicity. It was the sword of the great Tao. It abandoned all unnecessary magnificence and complexity, and only pursued the most direct and efficient battle and slaughter. Swords were killing weapons to begin with. They were born for battle. Sword techniques were also fighting skills, born for killing enemies. The combination of sword and sword techniques was the art of killing weapons. Xianxia used the one-mind sword technique to fight his way through the 7th, 8th, and 9th waves. In the 10th wave, 10 powerful enemies joined forces to set up a formation and surrounded him. The last time Xianxia challenged the Thousand Kills Pagoda, he had no choice but to use his ultimate move when he reached the 6th wave of the 8th level. When he reached the 10th wave, he had to unleash his primordial chaos heart force, unleashing 3 times or even 5 times the power. But this time, when he reached the 10th wave, he still did not use his ultimate move, nor did he unleash his primordial chaos heart force. The improvement effect of the one-mind sword technique was very obvious. The same energy consumption, but he could unleash a stronger power. This was also a sign of Xianxia's improvement in the Tao of the sword. Last time, he finally reached the 3rd wave of the 9th level without the ancient god sword armor. This time, how many waves could he reach, or perhaps, he could clear the 9th level? Thinking about it, it did not seem impossible. Xianxia could not help but secretly become excited. There were 10 levels in the Thousand Kills Pagoda. It was said that if one could clear all of them, they would receive a great reward. As for what the great reward was, no one had cleared it so far. Hence, no one knew what the so-called great reward was. The 9th level, Xianxia's primordial chaos heart force was fully recovered. Displaying the one-mind sword technique at full power, he killed the first wave of opponents on the 9th level with a few sword moves. Then, he cleared the 2nd wave, 3rd wave, and finally the 4th wave, surpassing the previous record. Powerful, the improvement after fusing divine intent into the sword technique was seriously too astonishing. But Xianxia also understood one point. If the opponent did not have divine intent, such as some puppet-type dead objects, then the power of the one-mind sword technique would be greatly reduced. In addition, if the opponent's divine intent was very powerful, not inferior to his own, the power of the one-mind sword technique would similarly be affected. This was also something unavoidable. The 4th wave of the 9th level's 4 powerful enemies appeared, attacking from 4 directions, immediately bringing obvious pressure to Xianxia. Fierce battle, then victory. In the 5th wave, Xianxia unleashed 3 times the primordial chaos heart force to clear it. In the 6th wave, he unleashed 5 times the primordial chaos heart force to clear it. In the 7th wave, just relying on the primordial chaos heart force eruption and displaying the one-mind sword technique was already insufficient to clear it. Unleashing his ultimate move. Xianxia, an extremely sharp sword pierced through the air. The power of this sword was twice as strong as before because it was infused with the attack of divine will. The divine intent that was infused into the one-mind sword technique was called Supreme by Xianxia. It was the abbreviation of the Supreme Realm, the Massacre Supreme Realm. And the Supreme Realm that was infused into Xianxia's sword was the Sharpness Supreme Realm, the sharpness of cutting through everything, causing the sharpness of Xianxia's sword to become even more astonishing. It was truly invincible and invincible. Eternal Star, a majestic star appeared in the void, as if it had descended from an ancient time and space. The divine intent that it carried was the tyrannical Supreme Realm. It was extremely tyrannical, as if it could suppress everything, causing the power of the Eternal Star to increase by several times. Taihao, the blazing Taihao primordial fire became even more violent. What it stimulated was the tyrannical supreme realm of the divine intent. It was extremely violent and destructive, as if nothing could resist it. The limitless formless slaughter was infused with the supreme realm of the extreme speed. The speed of this sword was twice as fast as before, so fast that it was difficult for people to react. The return of all things in heaven and earth was the destruction sword style, a sword of destruction. It was infused with the supreme realm of the destruction supreme realm, which could destroy and annihilate everything, turning everything into nothingness. In the 10th wave of the 9th level, 10 powerful enemies joined forces to form a formation, constantly besieging Chenzong. Layers of pressure crazily attacked from all directions, causing Chenzong to feel as if he was in the middle of a hurricane and tsunami, as if he would be drowned and crushed at any time. Burst, burst, burst. Chenzong burst out again and again, increasing the consumption of the mixed Yuan heart force. His 5 ultimate moves were displayed to the extreme, and even the blood sword technique was used by Chenzong. The blood sword Azure's eyes emitted an endless crimson light that directly shot out 90 feet, and the surrounding void seemed to have a slight delay in that instant. Kill, using all his strength, Chenzong finally killed all the powerful enemies in the 10th wave. Success, having successfully passed the 9th level, Chenzong couldn't help but smile. Compared to the last time, his regular strength had indeed improved significantly. The 1000 Kills Pagoda was a good example. In that case, he could enter the 10th level. However, before entering the 10th level, he still needed to recover his cultivation base and rest for a while. He was very tired. The high-intensity battle made Chenzong feel tired on the spiritual level. Moreover, when he used the one-mind sword technique, the 5 ultimate moves, and the blood sword technique, Chenzong's divine will was constantly being consumed, and now he didn't have much left. The opponents on the 9th level barely have the strength of a top-notch demon lord. What about the opponents on the 10th level? Chenzong secretly guessed as he recovered his divine will and mixed Yuan heart force. Was it a true top-notch demon lord, or was it a demon lord who had reached the limit like himself, or was it a demon overlord who had surpassed the demon lord level, not to mention the demon overlord level? Even if it was a top-notch or even a top-notch demon lord like himself, it would be very difficult for him to win with 3 or 4 of them working together. The 10th floor of the 1000 Kills Pagoda was empty, and a figure appeared from the void. Standing on the 10th floor of the 1000 Kills Pagoda, Chenzong carefully sensed it. It didn't seem to be any different from the previous 9th floor. However, just as Chenzong had this thought, everything in front of him seemed to ripple like water, and his appearance changed drastically. As the flames spread, a volcano vaguely appeared in the distance. It constantly spewed out dazzling magma, causing the ground to crack. Thick magma flowed through the countless cracks, giving off endless heat. Immediately after, a violent roar sounded. Countless magma soared into the sky, transforming into a 10-meter-tall magma figure. Its entire body seemed to be burning. Flame demon, a flame demon, a flame demon that emitted a tyrannical aura. Demon Emperor level. Chenzong was shocked. The first opponent on the 10th floor was really a Demon Emperor level enemy. A burst of fighting spirit was immediately ignited. Chenzong didn't immediately equip the ancient god sword armor. Instead, he used his current strength to face the Demon Emperor level flame demon. He wanted to test how strong his current strength was. After a series of improvements, his strength had improved a lot from his original foundation, and he was closer to the Demon Emperor level. Then, he wanted to test how strong he could be. Challenging the 1000 Kills Pagoda and being killed wouldn't really kill him. There wouldn't be any negative effects. That was why Chenzong dared to do so. The Balrog let out a furious roar, and the flames around its body suddenly sprang up. Soon after, it opened its mouth and blasted out a meter-sized magma fireball, which carried with it a terrifying, violent, and blazing power that could destroy everything as it blasted forward. Slash, Chenzong immediately used the secret sword, Divine Firmament. The sword tore through the sky and slashed at the magma fireball. The sword light was destroyed by the magma fireball in an instant. The power of this sword was indeed very strong, but it still couldn't split the magma fireball. However, it did make the magma fireball pause for an instant. With a flash, Chenzong dodged the magma fireball's attack. Body and sword as one, he broke through the air and slashed at the flame demon at an extremely high speed. However, he couldn't cut it in half. The flame demon's body was too strong. In the fierce battle, Chenzong was at a disadvantage, but he had also tested the flame devil's true strength. It's barely at the demon emperor level. It's not really at the demon emperor level, Chenzong said to himself. The demon overlord level was divided into 3 levels, ordinary, top, and extreme. The strength of this Balrog could only be regarded as having 1 foot in the ordinary demon overlord level, but even so, he was no match for it. However, with his current powerful strength, he could still contend with it. Since the establishment of the ancient Illumination Palace's 1,000 Kills Tower, no ancient Illumination Palace disciple had been able to clear it. However, there had been someone who had reached the 10th level. As for what level they had reached, no one knew. Entering the 10th floor and passing the first wave of the 10th floor were 2 completely different concepts. Entering the 10th floor but not being able to pass the first wave meant that one had the strength of a peak demon king. And passing the first wave meant that one had the strength of a demon emperor. Without the strength of a demon emperor, one would not be a match for this flame demon that barely reached the level of a demon emperor. This time, Chenzong decided to go all out and see if he could pass the 10th floor. What was the mysterious reward? Armed with the general-grade ancient divine sword armor, Chenzong's aura skyrocketed. His strength became even more tyrannical, reaching an astonishing height. Swing, executing the one-mind sword technique, the sword light pierced through the air. Immediately, it split apart the magma fireball that the flame demon shot out. It continued its attack with irresistible force. Slash! 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 The flame demon that barely reached the level of a demon emperor was no match for Chenzong. Originally, after Chenzong equipped the general-grade ancient divine sword armor, his strength was only at the level of an ordinary demon emperor. After mastering the divine sword technique, his strength increased by a few notches, becoming even more tyrannical. In the end, the flame demon was killed by Chenzong. Suddenly, an ancient bronze gate appeared in front of Chenzong. The patterns on it were ancient and mysterious. Chenzong was slightly startled. First, he recovered his strength, then he retreated from the ancient bronze gate and stepped into it. The whistling sound of the wind was mixed with waves of piercingly cold air that assaulted Chenzong's face. It was like the cutting of blades, and it actually caused Chenzong to feel waves of indescribable coldness assaulting him, as if it wanted to freeze him. This was a world of wind and snow. The change from the world of magma to the world of wind and snow was huge. Standing in the wind and snow, Chenzong quickly looked over. The endless wind and snow continued to sweep through the world. A figure gradually appeared in the wind and snow, slowly walking toward him. It was an elegant figure. Its whole body was snow-white, like a leopard. Its eyes were icy blue, and its streamlined body looked extremely vigorous. Such a beautiful and elegant life form, when a pair of icy blue eyes stared at Chenzong, immediately brought an extreme threat, a threat that came from the bottom of his heart. This threat grew from the bottom of his heart and spread out like a surging tide. In an instant, Chenzong was extremely vigilant, but also had an indescribable sense of excitement. He drew his sword and slashed. The sword light broke through the air. Chenzong was armed with the ancient god sword armor, and his strength was fully unleashed. He displayed the divine sword technique, the 5 great secret sword killing moves, the blood sword art, and so on. As for the 100 swords art, he did not display it because the red star sword's level was not high enough, and its power was not strong enough. The power of the 100 swords art was limited. Even so, Chenzong was still at a disadvantage. This elegant and beautiful white leopard's strength surpassed that of a flame demon and an ordinary demon emperor. It had barely reached the level of a peak demon emperor. It was not something Chenzong could contend against. After a fierce battle, Chenzong's strength was exhausted and he was killed. His challenge to the 1,000 Kills Pagoda came to an end here. Chenzong appeared outside the 1,000 Kills Pagoda. On the stone tablet outside the 1,000 Kills Pagoda, Peerless Sword Saint Chenzong was ranked first again. Moreover, his shocking result was shown, 10th floor. He believed that when the other palace disciples saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. It would be another storm. Chen Zong retracted his gaze and turned to leave the Thousand Kills pagoda. He returned to the secret palace, but he was thinking about why the 10th floor was different from the first 9 floors. The first 9 floors had 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. All the way up to 10 waves of enemies. The number of enemies increased, but the first wave of the 10th floor was clearly different from the second wave. The first wave of flame demons had barely reached the Demon Emperor level, while the second wave's opponent, the Elegant Leopard, had barely reached the peak Demon Emperor level. Based on this, if there was a third wave, would the opponent's strength barely reach the peak Demon Emperor level? Would there be a fourth wave? If there was, what level would the opponent's strength reach? It was unimaginable. Chen Zong finally understood why no palace disciple of the ancient Illumination Palace had ever challenged the Thousand Kills pagoda. Just the first wave of flame demons on the 10th floor was already very powerful. Without the strength of a demon emperor, it was impossible to defeat them. Among the 3 god dynasties, there were very few true saints who could reach the demon emperor level. There were only a small number of them. Moreover, the second wave of opponents on the 10th floor were barely at the peak demon emperor level. If there was really a third wave of opponents, then their strength might barely reach the peak demon emperor level, which was even more terrifying. The difference in strength between the 3 demon emperors was still very obvious. After another period of bitter cultivation, Chen Zong continued to comprehend the Sword Dao. However, after reaching such a realm, it became even more difficult to improve. Chen Zong knew that he had reached a bottleneck, and the improvement of his strength had begun to stagnate. Chen Zong accepted this calmly. This was an inevitable situation. No matter how high one's potential was, they would eventually reach a bottleneck. No one could avoid it. Chen Zong still had no clue how to break through to the demigod level. However, his strength could still continue to improve. Ancient Divine Sword Armor. As long as he upgraded the Ancient Divine Sword Armor to the King level, his strength would skyrocket. The second was the Heavenly Will Sword. If he restored the Heavenly Will Sword to the level of a demigod artifact, he could also obtain its feedback and further improve his strength. The third was the Chaos Sacred Artifact. On this day, Chen Zong finally received the news. It had been a few years since he came out of the Dark Sky Empire. In these few years, his strength had improved significantly, but he had reached a bottleneck. However, there was hope for him to continue improving his strength. Within the ancient Illumination Palace, in the palace that was responsible for the exchange of treasures. These are the ancient demon origins and ancient demon origins that you ordered. Luo Feishan pointed at the pile of ancient demon origins and ancient demon origins in front of him. Chen Zong took out a large amount of divine origin. There was a total of 50 divine origin, which was a huge sum. However, he did not have much divine origin left. He only had 10 divine origin left. Also, this is the peak Chaos Sacred Artifact sword set that you wanted. Luo Feishan took out a huge sword. The greatsword was 3 meters long, as wide as 2 palms, and as thick as 3 fingers. The body of the greatsword was black, and it was covered with dark gold patterns. The patterns intersected, and between each pattern, it seemed to be the shape of a sword blade. When Chen Zong saw the huge sword, he was stunned. He immediately felt a strong aura from it. It was very shocking. It was a peak Chaos Sacred Artifact. It was not something that ordinary peak Chaos Sacred Artifacts could compare to. It could be said that the huge sword was much stronger than the Heavenly Will Sword. However, what he wanted was a set. Why was there only one? Chen Zong looked at Luo Feishan with some confusion. This sword is called the Thousand Star Extreme Break Sword. Luo Feishan smiled and explained, the Thousand Star Extreme Break Sword was personally forged by Lord Taixing. Lord Taixing is a blacksmith grandmaster and a great demigod. Hearing Luo Feishan's words, Chen Zong's eyes widened in shock. Demigod, the Thousand Star Extreme Break Sword was forged by a demigod blacksmith grandmaster. The secret of the Thousand Star Extreme Break Sword is that it can be divided into 1,000 smaller swords. Luo Feishan smiled and pointed at the huge sword. The huge sword trembled and the dark golden patterns on it lit up. There was a faint sound as the sword began to separate into 10 smaller swords. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. How much divine origin? Chen Zong asked immediately. It was personally forged by a great demigod. It is also a peak Chaos Sacred Artifact. Therefore, it is not cheap. Luo Feishan smiled and said, 20 divine origin. Qinzong was slightly stunned. After calculating, he still did not have enough divine origin. He was still short of 5 divine origin. He had no choice but to sell the Blood Sword Secret Art. The Blood Sword Secret Art was a set with the Blood Imperial Sword. It was also a peak secret art. However, because Qinzong also knew it, it was sold for 10 divine origin. In terms of value, the 1,000-star Piercer Sword wasn't worth 20 divine origin points. It was worth around 15 divine origin points. However, the 1,000-star Piercer Sword was the work of the great demigod, Tai Xing. It was personally made for him, so it had an additional value. That was why it cost 20 divine origin points. 15 and 20 divine origin points didn't sound like much, but it was at least 150 million or 200 million Chaos Divine Gems. Ordinary Chaos Divine Gems were worth around 40 to 50 Chaos Divine Gems. Better ones were worth around 1 million Chaos Divine Gems. As for peak Chaos Divine Gems, they were worth at least 5 million Chaos Divine Gems. The 1,000-star Piercer Sword was a peak Chaos Divine Gems. It was worth 15 divine origin points, which was at least 150 million Chaos Divine Gems. Of course, the 1,000-star Piercer Sword's power couldn't be compared to the Blood Sovereign Sword. The Blood Sovereign Sword had surpassed the peak Chaos Divine Gems and was infinitely close to a demigod weapon. It had a unique name, Demigod Weapon. It was precisely because the Blood Emperor's Sword was a quasi-demigod item that it could be sold for 50 divine yuan. The 1,000-star Piercer Sword was a peak Chaos Divine Gems, but its value was much lower than the Blood Sovereign Sword. Firstly, it was a demigod weapon that was stronger than a peak Chaos Divine Gems. Secondly, it was rarer and more precious than a peak Chaos Divine Gems. With a bunch of high-grade Ancient Demon origins, Ancient Fiend origins, and the 1,000-star Extreme Breaker Sword, Qinzong returned to his secret palace in the Ancient Illumination Palace. The Heavenly Will Sword devoured the Ancient Demon and Ancient Devil Gems without restraint. Its aura grew stronger and the light on the sword flickered and circulated. Qinzong couldn't help but smile when he felt the Heavenly Will Sword's aura growing stronger. It didn't take long for the Heavenly Will Sword to devour all of the Ancient Demon and Ancient Devil Gems. The Heavenly Will Sword's aura grew to a shocking level. It expanded continuously as if it was going to explode and break through some kind of shackle. However, the powerful aura that seemed to be about to break through some kind of shackles and obstacles suddenly stopped and gradually declined. Qinzong's expression changed slightly, and he had a bad feeling. As he gripped the Heavenly Sword, Qinzong immediately felt a surge of power emerge from the sword and flow into his arms and body. His perfect cosmic indestructible body was strengthened by this surge of power, and his mixed yuan heart force was refined and strengthened even further. However, this aura did not enter for long and stopped after about 30 breaths. The universe undying body has been strengthened by about 50%, and the primordial heart force has been purified by about 30%. Qinzong felt it carefully. The Heavenly Will Sword's reverse nurturing had indeed strengthened him, but it was not by much. It did not significantly increase his overall strength. After communicating with the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword, Qinzong learned that the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword had not truly recovered to the level of a demigod artifact. It had only recovered to the level of a quasi-demigod artifact. There was only one word difference between a pseudo-artifact and a pseudo-artifact, but there was an obvious difference. In that case, how could it truly recover to the level of a demigod artifact? Previously, the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword had given Qinzong the answer to devour the Ancient Demon origin or Ancient Devil origin of a higher grade. It was only an estimate and was not 100% accurate. Now, the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword gave an answer to Qinzong's question. At the very least, it needed to devour the Ancient Demon origin or Ancient Devil origin of a demigod-level Ancient Devil origin. Qinzong could not help but furrow his brows. A demigod-level Ancient Demon origin or Ancient Devil origin was a tyrannical existence. Without the strength of a demigod, there was no way to contend against them. Even a demigod of the same level would find it difficult to kill another demigod. Could it be that the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword had to stop here? When the Heart's Will Heavenly Sword was first forged, it was a top-tier demigod artifact. However, it had been broken and damaged in a great battle, causing its power to plummet. It would not be easy for it to recover to the level of a demigod artifact. In that case, other than devouring the ancient demon origin or ancient devil origin of a demigod-level ancient devil origin, the Heartswell Heavenly Sword had given a second method, which was to recover on its own. In about 1,000 years, there was hope for it to recover to the level of a demigod artifact. 1,000 years in exchange for a demigod artifact was actually very worth it. However, Qinzong still felt that it was a little too long. Of course, if there was no other way, this was the only way. As for the third method, it was unknown. There might be some unique treasures that could allow the Heartswell Heavenly Sword to recover faster. However, he would only know when he encountered it. Although it was a little regretful, Qinzong could only accept this fact. Although the Heartswell Heavenly Sword had not recovered to the level of a demigod artifact, its recovery to the level of a quasi-demigod artifact had increased his strength further. As for how much it had increased, he still did not know. It took him 3 days to refine the 1000-star Extreme Breaksword. Just as Qinzong was refining the 1000-star Extreme Breaksword, a storm broke out in the ancient Illumination Palace. This was because someone saw the ranking and battle results on the stone tablet outside the 1000 Kills Tower. The 10th floor, someone actually reached the 10th floor of the 1000 Kills Tower. What a shocking battle result. Moreover, it was the third-ranked Peerless Sword Saint Qinzong. As for the first-ranked Bai Yi and the second-ranked Jing Wuxue, they had yet to return. Today, Qinzong came again. It's the third-ranked King's Disciple. What third-ranked King's Disciple? He's the first-ranked King's Disciple now. Seeing Qinzong's arrival, a commotion broke out. These people were all disciples of the ancient Illumination Palace. Some of them came to challenge the 1000 Kills Tower, while others came because they were curious and wanted to see it with their own eyes after hearing the news. What you hear is false, what you see is true. Under the shocked and respectful gazes, Qinzong stepped into the 1000 Kills Tower. The first floor, the second floor, and the third floor, Qinzong did not waste any time. He charged through the floors at his fastest speed. On the 8th floor, the strong enemies could no longer bring Qinzong much pressure. Only the opponents on the 9th floor could make Qinzong take them seriously. However, he only took them seriously. When the quasi-divine artifact Will Heavenly Sword executed one Heartsword, its power increased by at least 2 times. Kill. 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 In the 9th level, Qinzong wielded his sword as if he was slaughtering in all directions, continuously charging through wave after wave. The Will Heavenly Sword had recovered to the quasi-divine artifact level. Firstly, its power returned to Qinzong, causing Qinzong's strength to increase slightly. Secondly, the sword's power was not ordinary. When using the sword to execute sword skills, the power of the sword skills would increase by another step. With my strength, I shouldn't be inferior to the flame demon on the 10th floor, right? Qinzong thought to himself as he defeated his opponent with one strike. After passing the 9th floor, Qinzong waited until his divine intent and cultivation were fully recovered before stepping into the 10th floor for the second time. His first opponent on the 10th floor was still the flame demon. Blazing lava surged. Qinzong did not equip the ancient godly sword armor, and only relied on his normal strength to fight the Balrog. As expected, his current strength was no longer inferior to the Balrog's, and could be considered to have surpassed the apex demon king level, barely reaching the demon emperor level. However, if he did not use the pseudo-divine Will Heavenly Sword, his normal strength would fall to the demon king level. The quasi-divine artifact's power increase was even more shocking than the apex chaos sacred artifact. 1 Heartsword, 5 secret sword killing moves, blood sword art. Without the ancient divine sword armor, Qinzong fought a bitter battle. In the end, he killed the flame demon with his superb skills. However, his strength was almost exhausted. Difficult, this battle was very difficult, but also very satisfying. While laughing, Qinzong felt waves of pain in his head, as if it was about to be torn apart. This was the after effect of using too much of his divine intent. However, as long as his divine intent recovered, it would disappear. When his divine intent and mixed origin heart force were fully recovered, Qinzong pushed open the ancient bronze door and stepped inside. In the world of wind and snow, an elegant figure rushed over. It was the snow-white cheetah with a pair of icy blue eyes that had killed Qinzong. Armed, Chenzong covered his entire body with the ancient divine sword armor. He took a step forward, and sword light flashed as he mercilessly attacked the snow-white cheetah. The snow-white cheetah's strength had barely reached the apex demon emperor level. However, Chenzong's current strength had truly reached the apex demon emperor level. In terms of absolute strength, Chenzong was slightly stronger than the snow-white cheetah. Coupled with his superb swordsmanship, Chenzong gradually gained the upper hand and controlled the battle rhythm. Every strike was difficult for the cheetah to deal with. Unknowingly, Chenzong had restricted its ability to dodge, and it kept getting hit. Blood sword Azura, a bloody light burst out. The blood-red sword light swept across the sky. The snow-white cheetah's body paused slightly, as if it had frozen in an instant. The sword light was like a turbulent impact, a storm swept across, and immediately engulfed the snow-white cheetah. Kill, Chenzong couldn't help but laugh when he killed this opponent who had barely reached the apex demon emperor level. This feeling was too satisfying. While recovering his divine will and cultivation, Chenzong recalled the battle just now. After completely recovering, he pushed open the bronze door and stepped inside. This place was not magma or wind and snow, but a high mountain cliff. Outside the cliff, white clouds fluttered and rolled, as if it was an ocean. A figure stood on the cliff with his hands behind his back, facing Chenzong. It was a slender figure. His head was slightly raised, as if he was staring at the boundless sky. Just looking at his back gave Chenzong a feeling of infinite loftiness. It was as if he had merged with the cliff, as if he had merged with the sea of clouds and the vast sky. Finally, someone is here. A gentle voice sounded. Immediately, the figure slowly turned around. It was a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man whose appearance was not outstanding, but for some reason, he gave Chenzong a mysterious feeling. He left a deep impression on him at first sight. Deep like the sea, high like a mountain, at the same time, Chenzong was also very surprised. Ever since he entered the Thousand Kills Pagoda, the opponents he encountered would not have any communication. Or rather, the only communication they had was through battle. When an opponent appeared, they would either defeat the opponent and continue to move forward or be defeated by the opponent and leave. There was no other way. Now, this opponent could actually speak and communicate with him. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that he possessed intelligence? Even the flame demon and the snow-white cheetah from before did not possess any intelligence. Who are you? Chenzong asked. The sky was boundless, and the sea of clouds was endless. On the cliff, a biting cold mountain wind blew, causing the mysterious middle-aged man's clothes to flutter. His long black hair fluttered, and there seemed to be traces of divine light emanating from the ends of his hair. Who was it? Who was this person? You can call me Lord Guzhen. The mysterious middle-aged man smiled. Lord Guzhen. Chenzong paused for a moment, and then his expression changed. You're a demigod? With his current strength, only a demigod could make him address him respectfully as Lord. Otherwise, no matter how high one's status was, as long as one was not a demigod, one would not be worthy of being addressed as Lord. In the world of cultivators, strength was the true guarantee of status. A demigod, there was actually a demigod on the 10th floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda, it was unimaginable. However, Chenzong had a new doubt. How could a demigod stay here, or rather, he was no longer in the Thousand Kills Pagoda. Of course, the person in front of him might not be his real body, but an incarnation or something like that. No matter what, this was a demigod. Facing a demigod, Chenzong still felt a little nervous. It was inevitable. There's no need to be nervous. Guzhen seemed to see the nervousness in Chenzong's heart. He smiled and said unhurriedly, I founded the ancient illumination hall and built the Thousand Kills Pagoda. It's been 1,000 years since then, but you're the first person to walk in front of me. Before this, there were indeed palace disciples who had reached the 10th floor of the Thousand Kills Pagoda. However, they had at most passed the first wave and stopped at the second wave. If they could not pass the second wave, they would not be able to walk in front of Guzhen. That was why Guzhen said that Chenzong was the first. Show me your ability. If you can obtain my recognition, you will be able to obtain the reward I left in the Thousand Kills Pagoda. Guzhen did not say too much. He was a demigod, and a demigod's status was high and mighty. There was no need to say too much to a cultivator below the demigod level. As you wish. Chenzong took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. His eyes became brighter and sharper, as if they could pierce through everything like sword light. He locked his gaze on the figure in front of him. That should not be the true body of a demigod, but just an avatar. However, even if it was the avatar of a demigod, it still possessed incredible power. In a real battle, he would not be able to fight against it. The ancient god sword armor covered his entire body in an instant. After Guzhen saw it, he revealed an interested look. Blood sword Azura. In an instant, Chenzong used his most powerful secret sword technique. A blood-red shadow appeared, and a 9-meter-long blood-red light shot out from his eyes, piercing through everything like the edge of a sword. When the blood sword Azura used his full strength, the space in front of him seemed to slow down for a moment. Everything in the world returned to dust, a sword pierced through the air. It was used after the blood sword Azura, and its power was even more tyrannical. Two completely different sword lights, each carrying a different power, instantly slashed at the figure standing on the cliff in front of him. The figure did not dodge at all and was hit directly. However, when the two tyrannical sword lights hit Guzhen's figure, they could not push him back at all. They could not hurt him at all. When the tyrannical power came into contact with Guzhen's figure, it seemed to be blocked by an indescribable mysterious power. It also seemed to be swallowed up. It's not bad, but it's still not enough. Guzhen smiled and said, anything else? Yes. Chenzong spat out a word like thunder. With a thought, a huge sword seemed to appear from the void. It was a huge sword that was 3 meters long. The pitch-black body of the sword was covered with dark golden lines. As they intersected, they looked like sword-shaped imprints. When the huge sword appeared, Guzhen stared at it and was slightly stunned. He seemed to recognize the origin of the sword and smiled. Chenzong was completely focused. His expression was extremely solemn, cold, and solemn. He activated his chaotic prime realm to the extreme. His pitch-black hair seemed to dance wildly in the wind. His eyes constantly emitted rays of divine light that could see through everything. Vaguely, there seemed to be a faint sound. The 3-meter-long 1,000-star extreme breaking sword was controlled by Chenzong's mind. It suddenly emitted rays of light and split into 100 rays. Each ray of sword light emitted a black and dark golden luster. They surrounded Chenzong and emitted an extremely tyrannical aura. Chaotic prime heart force exploded tenfold, 100 swords technique, 100 swords become one. In the next moment, the 100 rays of dark golden sword light merged into one again. The aura continued to stack, surpassing the past and reaching an astonishing height. Everything in the world returned to dust. Chenzong erupted with his full strength, pouring all of his power into the strike. He pushed the destruction intent to the limit and unleashed the annihilation force without holding back at all. The dark golden sword light traversed the void and locked onto Guzhen from afar. Guzhen's expression became more solemn. Around the dark golden sword light, darkness appeared and spread rapidly. It was like a black hole that devoured everything. It emitted an unparalleled aura of destruction that could destroy everything. Kill. Chenzong used all his strength to unleash this sword light. He unleashed an extremely powerful move and instantly blasted it out. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. A boundless pitch-black darkness appeared and constantly emitted an aura that could annihilate everything. This was the most tyrannical move that Chenzong could perform. It could not be performed instantaneously and required a certain amount of time to accumulate power. As the pitch-black destructive sword light approached, Guzhen slowly raised a finger and pointed forward. His finger was white and seemed to be surrounded by a layer of crystal-clear brilliance. As the brilliance flowed, it streaked across the sky and left a simple trajectory. The trajectory was so natural, like a swallow flying across the sky or a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It was so smooth and without the slightest intention. Guzhen pointed his finger and directly attacked the darkness and destruction of the sword. After a slight pause, the divine light at his fingertip flickered and faintly disappeared as if it was about to be defeated. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. However, in the next moment, the pitch-black destructive sword light trembled. It fluctuated continuously and quickly dissipated. Even such a tyrannical move could not cause any damage to Gu Zhen, even if Gu Zhen was not his real body and was only an avatar. However, the essence of a demigod had already surpassed the true sage realm and was on a completely different level. With the power of the true sage realm, it was impossible to hurt a demigod at all. Even if it was an avatar of a demigod, it still had the extraordinary essence of a demigod and would be difficult to injure, let alone defeat. Seeing that his most tyrannical move with all his strength could not cause any damage to his opponent, Qianzong felt an indescribable sense of depression in his heart. Was the gap so big? It should be known that to perform this move, he had almost exhausted all of his cultivation strength. There was also not much of his tyrannical divine will left. In other words, he had already lost the ability to fight again. He could not maintain the ancient divine sword armor and had withdrawn it into his body. His current strength was at most at the level of an ordinary true sage. Could he still not pass the 1,000 kills pagoda? Qianzong's thoughts turned. Facing a demigod avatar, even if his strength had reached the peak of the demon overlord realm, he would not be able to defeat it. That move is a little interesting. Gu Zhen smiled and looked at the 1,000-star extreme breaksword that had flown back to Qianzong's side. He said, neither too fast nor too slow, it's just a little lacking. Hearing this, Qianzong could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, he was not taken over by disappointment and quickly pulled himself together. If he could not do it this time, then he would try again next time. He believed that his strength could be further improved. However, his hopes of improving his strength now lay on the ancient divine sword armor. If he could upgrade the ancient divine sword armor to the king level, he believed that his strength would increase exponentially. At that time, he might be able to gain the recognition of this demigod. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Goodbye. Qianzong bowed with his sword and was about to leave. Don't be in such a hurry. Gu Zhen smiled. Although it's a little lacking, you're the first person in 1,000 years to walk up to me and make me feel a little interested. I'll give you an opportunity. While Qianzong was still in a daze, Gu Zhen waved his hand, and a stream of light instantly flew over and landed in Qianzong's hand. Qianzong looked at it and found that it was a token. It was a circular token that was about half the size of a palm. There was a mysterious character on it. Qianzong recognized the character with a single glance. It was the character Gu. This word was surprisingly similar to the ancient divine language. This is the ancient region token. Refine this token and you can enter the ancient region, Gu Zhen said with a smile. Gu Zhen laughed. Immediately, he waved his hand and Qianzong felt as though everything in front of him was continuously moving backwards. Actually, it was not everything in front of him that was moving backwards. Instead, it was himself that was moving backwards at the speed of light, causing everything in front of him to become faint. It was as though it was an illusion before it finally disappeared without a trace. When Qianzong came back to his senses, he found that he had already appeared outside the 1,000 kills pagoda. Everyone's eyes were on him. After a few breaths, Qianzong was completely awake. Holding the circular token in his hand, he turned around and left the 1,000 kills pagoda, returning to his secret palace. He needed to properly sort out what had happened today. After passing through the second wave of the 1,000 kills pagoda's 10th floor, he encountered a demigod's clone in the third wave. It was not a powerful enemy who had barely reached the peak of the demon emperor level as he had guessed. What he needed to do was not to defeat the demigod's clone, but to do his best to display his strength and see if he could get the demigod's clone's approval. In the end, the demigod's clone should have given him the ancient region token after obtaining approval. Refine this token and you can enter the ancient region. Qianzong lowered his head and looked at the circular token in his hand. The word Gu on it was somewhat similar to the ancient divine language. It seemed to contain endless mysteries. Ancient region. When the territories of the human race and the origin race merged together, the most powerful ones were the ancient region and the three great divine dynasties. Of course, the outside world's understanding of the ancient region and the three great divine dynasties was very limited. If Qianzong had not truly entered the ancient divine dynasty, he would not know anything about the three great divine dynasties. The ancient region was even more mysterious than the three great divine dynasties. Until now, Qianzong did not know much about the ancient region. He only knew that it was the most powerful existence among the human race and the origin race. In other words, it was the holy land of the human race and the origin race, the ancestral land. He's quite a good seedling. I wonder if he can take that step. In the void, a stalwart figure opened his eyes. His clear and bright gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void as he looked at a certain spot in the ancient Illumination Palace in the ancient Illumination God dynasty. A faint smile flashed across his face. That step, what was that step? That step was the step from the true saint realm to the demigod realm. It was like the difference between a human and a god. Stepping out was like a frog jumping out of a well, like a carp jumping through the dragon gate, like a bug breaking out of its cocoon and becoming a butterfly. It was a qualitative change in life. It was unknown how many people would be attracted by such a transformation, all for the sake of taking that step, but it was also unknown how many people would be stopped at that step. Since ancient times, no matter which era it was in, demigods were supreme existences. As for true gods, they were more like a legend, an unreachable legend. Since ancient times, no matter which era it was in, those cultivators would eventually want to take that step to become a demigod. However, it was very, very difficult. Only 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a million. No one knew how many amazing people, how many people who could suppress an era, finally stopped at that step, unable to take that step and regretting it for the rest of their lives. Up until now, the chaotic universe had never given birth to a demigod. The current demigods had all survived from the previous era or even the era before that. Only demigods had the ability to survive the destruction of the universe and return to the new universe. However, not all demigods could seize that opportunity. In the secret palace, Xianxia was not in a hurry to refine the ancient region token. Although he was very anxious, he still calmed down and carefully recalled the battle on the 10th level of the Thousand Kills Pagoda. He recalled the sword attack that had erupted with all his strength. He had used the 1000-star extreme breaking sword to perform the 100 swords technique and then used the 100 swords unification to push all things in the world into the void. He had directly exhausted all his strength without holding back. The power of this sword attack had already surpassed the sacrificial spirit kill. Xianxia believed that the power of this sword attack was enough to severely injure a top-tier demon emperor. Of course, it could not be killed. Even a peak demon emperor powerhouse would not be able to kill a top-tier demon emperor so easily. He would have to attack several times and exhaust his strength before he could have a chance of killing a top-tier demon emperor. In other words, the power of that sword strike should be enough to threaten the ultimate devil emperor. Unfortunately, he only had the strength for one strike. After that strike, his cultivation strength and divine will would be completely exhausted. He would basically lose the ability to fight for a short period of time. Now, cultivation has become my shortcoming, Xianxia could not help but think to himself. In fact, in terms of cultivation, his primordial heart force was pure and vigorous, and it definitely surpassed many peak true saints. However, the various methods he had mastered were powerful, but they also consumed a lot of cultivation. If his cultivation was not very vigorous and pure, and his recovery speed was extremely fast, it would be difficult for him to support the consumption of the ancient god sword armor. As for the 100 swords art, the higher the grade of the sword used, the faster the chaos origin heart force would be consumed. The 1000-star polebreaker sword was a top-tier chaos saint weapon. Using it to perform the 100 swords art would consume as much energy as equipping the ancient divine sword armor. If the two were to be used at the same time, the energy consumption would be even more shocking. Regarding this point, Xianxia was also helpless. It would be great if the amount of his primordial heart force could be further increased. If it doubled, it would mean that his fighting strength would be stronger. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to increase the amount of his cultivation strength. It was also extremely difficult for him to make his cultivation strength more pure. After coming back to his senses, Xianxia took out the circular token that was half the size of his palm and immediately refined it. Primordial chaos heart force, divine will, and all sorts of other energies poured into the token, refining it bit by bit. A quarter of an hour later, Xianxia had completely refined the ancient region token. He could vaguely feel that this ancient region token had become one with him, as if they were connected by blood. No, it was not accurate to say that it was connected by blood. It was more like an evolution of the spirit. With a thought, the ancient region medallion immediately melted into a ball of liquid, then a ball of gas. Like a mist, it rose into the air and fused with Chenzong's spiritual energy. It was a very strange feeling. Chenzong suddenly had a flash of understanding. He seemed to be able to go to a mysterious place through the ancient region token. After carefully sensing it, he could vaguely feel that the mysterious place seemed to be full of attraction. Could it be the so-called ancient region? Chenzong could not help but secretly guess. What was the ancient region like? Chenzong was not sure yet, but he should be able to find out soon. Focusing all his attention on the power of the ancient region medallion, Chenzong immediately felt as if his soul had left his body and was being guided by the power of the ancient region medallion, quickly flying towards the mysterious place he had sensed. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he was flying through endless time and space. His whole body seemed to be very clear, but also a little confused. It was a kind of half-dream and half-awake. After an unknown period of time, Chenzong suddenly awoke. He found himself standing in front of an incomparably huge door. This door was completely bronze in color, and looked very majestic and heavy. It was covered with veined patterns of slash-and-burn cultivation, beasts, and birds. It was like a mural that recorded the past. It looked somewhat crude, but it was vivid and lifelike, as if it was real. The bronze door stood in front of Chenzong. It was infinitely tall, as if there was no end to it. Chenzong could not see what was behind the door. Below his feet was a piece of nothingness. Could it be the so-called ancient region? Chenzong could not help but show some doubts. It seemed to be different from what he had imagined. In his imagination, the ancient region should be the same as the three great dynasties. Was it just a door, even if the door looked incomparably ancient and mysterious? Curious, aren't you? A voice suddenly sounded out from behind him, startling Chenzong. He immediately turned around and saw a young figure. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be from the origin race. This person was handsome and had a slight smile on his face. He gave off the feeling of being at ease, as if no matter what he faced, he would be able to remain calm and unruffled. My name is Xianxia. As you can see, I am from the origin race, the handsome youth said with a smile. This is my second time here. Chenzong, human. First time here, Chenzong replied. Then, he asked, this. Could it be that this is the ancient region? What is Brother Chen's understanding of the ancient region? Xianxia asked. Chenzong could not give an answer. This is the ancient region, Xianxia said with a smile. The ancient region is just a name. Its other name is the ancestral land. Ancestral land? Chenzong savored the name. Brother Chen, do you know that in the beginning, there was actually no difference between the human race and the origin race? Xianxia addressed Chenzong in a somewhat familiar manner. Chenzong nodded. He already understood this point. A long time ago, in a certain primeval universe, the human race and the origin race were actually one entity. There was no difference between them. However, a few variables occurred in the middle, causing them to split in two. Due to the different living environments and the long passage of time, they were split into the human race and the origin race. This was also why the human race and the origin race had merged together in the primal chaos universe. This so-called ancient region was left behind by the ancestors of the human race and the origin race. It was the ancestral land. The ancestral land had always existed, continuing through one universe epoch after another, until it disappeared in the last universe epoch. Or perhaps it was better to say that it was lost. This was because the four great universes of that universe epoch were fragmented and incomplete. When the four great universes of the last universe epoch collided and fused together, various hidden secret realms appeared. The ancestral land of the human race and the origin race was discovered by the human race and the origin race demigods, and they locked onto it once more. The primal chaos universe used the ancestral land as the foundation to establish the three great divine dynasties. Other forces also established them one after another. The ancient region was what the outside world called it. The true name was the ancestral land. The ancestral land of the human race and the origin race was left behind by the ancestors of the human race and the origin race. According to Xiaoqing, only the most outstanding people of the three great divine dynasties were qualified to obtain the ancient region token and enter this place to obtain opportunities. Entering this place would require one's soul to leave their body. Only demigods could enter with their true body. Only demigods could enter this place with their true body. This was also a kind of protection for the ancestral land. Xiaoqing also directly stated that the reason he was willing to tell Zong all this was because Zong had appeared here. And Zong's appearance here meant that Zong had obtained the ancient region token. No matter what method he used to obtain the ancient region token, there was only one explanation. Zong's talent was outstanding, and he was an outstanding genius of the ancient divine dynasty or Wonkong divine dynasty. Any genius who could obtain the ancient region token was a peak genius. There were very few of them. If he could befriend them, he would do so. It was best if he didn't become enemies. This was Xiaoqing's principle. Otherwise, he wouldn't give Zong a second glance, let alone explain the ancient region to Zong in detail. The ancient region is the ancestral land. It was left behind by the ancestors. There are all kinds of inheritances left behind by the ancestors, and it is also filled with primordial divine power. Xiaoqing said solemnly, Brother Chen, when you enter the ancient region, you must remember to choose the inheritance first. After choosing the inheritance, you must absorb the primordial divine power with all your strength. The ancient region was also the ancestral land. It was filled with primordial divine power. It was left behind by the ancestors after their deaths, and there were also the inheritances left behind by the ancestors. The benefits of entering the ancient region were the primordial divine power and the inheritances left behind by the ancestors. If no one had told him, perhaps he wouldn't have noticed it. No matter what, Xiaoqing had told him all this out of goodwill. He owed him a favor. Many thanks. Zong saluted with his sword. I'm also forming good karma. Xiaoqing smiled. Since Brother Chen already knows, let's enter the ancestral land together. After saying that, Xiaoqing pressed his hand on the huge bronze door. His body gradually emitted a layer of light. Xiaoqing's body turned into a ray of light and slowly merged with the bronze door, disappearing before Zong's eyes. The mysterious aura was everywhere, making Zong's divine soul body feel very comfortable, as if he was floating in the air. It was the first time that Zong felt such a unique and mysterious aura. It was hard to describe with words. Primordial divine power, was this the so-called primordial divine power in the ancestral land? Zong remembered what Xiaoqing had said, and carefully observed his surroundings while absorbing the primordial divine power. It was inevitable that he would be curious about the ancestral land, as it was his first time entering the ancient domain. What was the ancestral land like? Huge stone steels stood between the heavens and the earth. Every single one of them was at least 1,000 meters tall, and some were even tens of thousands of meters tall. Every single one of them gave off an incomparably ancient aura, as if they had originated from countless years ago. They had been passed down from generation to generation, eternally immortal. Each tablet was engraved with many scratches, and as the scratches intersected, they formed words. They were unfamiliar words, but Zong could understand them. This was because Zong had mastered the ancient god language. The ancient words on the tablets were somewhat similar to the ancient god language. The ancient god language was like the ancestor of all languages, and it was the origin of all languages. Every subsequent language of the universe was based on the ancient god language, and gradually evolved. The closer the language was to the ancient god universe era, the closer it was to the ancient god language, and vice versa. Anyone who entered the ancestral land would be able to obtain an inheritance from the ancestral land. However, in most cases, the inheritances obtained by those who entered the ancestral land were random. It all depended on fate or luck because they could not understand the words on it. However, Zong could understand them, which meant that Zong did not have to obtain an inheritance randomly, but could choose. Of course, even if Zong could understand them, he could not break the rules and obtain 2 or more inheritances. He could only obtain 1. As he slowly absorbed the primordial divine power into his body, Zong started to wander around. His gaze swept across the area quickly as he read the words on the stone tablet. The words on the stone tablet didn't record the entire inheritance. It was only a small portion. It was equivalent to the introduction of an inheritance. It wasn't a cultivation method, but it was to let people understand some of the mysteries of the inheritance. While observing, Qianzong vaguely discovered the truth of these stone tablets. A tombstone, these stone tablets were tombstones one after another. There were a total of 999 tombstones. 999 tombstones represented 999 legacies of the ancient people. They were the legacies of the ancestors. Qianzong also saw Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing flew past the tombstones as if he was purposefully choosing his inheritance. This was his second time here. Compared to his first time here, he was more prepared. The primordial divine power continued to flow into his body, gradually making Qianzong feel as though he had eaten his fill. Vaguely, as the feeling of saturation appeared, Qianzong felt a wave of repulsion. An invisible repulsive force began to reject him, as though it wanted to expel him from this place. Stop! Qianzong stopped actively absorbing the primordial divine power to ease the feeling of saturation. However, even if he controlled it and slowed down the absorption speed, the primordial divine power continued to flow into Qianzong's body, further increasing the feeling of saturation. If he did not obtain the chosen inheritance before he was expelled, he would not be able to obtain the inheritance and would have to enter a second time. An ancient region token could only allow him to enter once. Obtaining the ancient region token was not an easy task. After searching for a long time, Qianzong finally found an inheritance. According to the records on it, he felt that this inheritance was very suitable for him. Concealing Yuan in the void, this was a secret technique. It did not have offensive or defensive capabilities, and it could not directly increase one's strength. It did not seem to be very useful, but Qianzong needed it. To put it bluntly, the use of this secret technique was to increase one's cultivation. The secret of concealing Yuan in the void was to open up the void aperture. Every void aperture could contain all one's cultivation. It did not exist within the body, but existed in the void. However, it was connected to the body. When it was needed, one only needed to activate it. To use an analogy, if Qianzong opened up a void aperture and filled it with primordial divine heart force, it would be equivalent to the amount of primordial divine heart force multiplying. In this way, the primordial divine heart force's power would not increase, but the multiplying amount meant that Qianzong could sustain the consumption of the ancient divine sword armor for a longer period of time, and even use the 1000-star extreme breaking sword to perform the 100 swords art. When Qianzong chose the inheritance, the stone tablet suddenly trembled, as though it was about to be uprooted from the ground. It emitted an ancient and extremely powerful aura. Boom! The first sound suddenly exploded, like a clap of thunder exploding in his ears, making Qianzong feel as though he was about to be blown to pieces. Accompanied by the shocking explosion, a pitch-black vortex appeared beside the 1,000-meter-tall stone tablet. As it spun rapidly, it emitted a terrifying devouring power, like a black hole that could devour everything. Boom! A second explosion sounded, and a second black hole vortex appeared. Boom 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 boom, rumbles rang out one after another as black hole vortexes appeared one after another. A total of 9 vortexes lined up in front of the huge stone tablet. As they spun continuously, they emitted an unparalleled devouring power, as if they could devour everything until there was nothing left. Then, as the 9 black hole vortexes spun at high speed, they began to collapse. Finally, they collapsed into 9 tiny black spots of light, like black starlight, and shot through the air, instantly entering Qianzong's spirit. Faintly, Qianzong seemed to see a world. This was an incomparably ancient world, with a boundless sky and boundlessly vast earth. Below the sky, there were ancient and gigantic flying beasts spreading their wings, blotting out the sun. On the earth, there were majestic and majestic beasts galloping about, their bodies as large as mountains, inconceivable. It was a desolate world. A stalwart giant wearing a skirt made of animal skin stood above the boundless land and under the boundless sky. He stood indomitable, and his strong and boundless body seemed to be carrying the sky. In that majestic body, there was boundless power, as if it was a world of its own. Following a loud explosion, a huge pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared. The inside of the vortex was pitch black, but it was filled with a terrifying aura that was not inferior to the power contained in the body of the stalwart giant. There was a second rumble, a third rumble, and then a series of rumbles. It was as if an ancient giant had swung a giant axe to create a new world. Pitch-black vortexes appeared in the void, and there seemed to be a small world inside the vortexes. They were constantly devouring the vast power of the world until they were saturated. All of the power was comparable to that of the giant's powerful body. A series of 9 huge black hole vortexes formed a ring behind the stalwart giant's head. It was an indescribably magnificent sight. Then, the stalwart giant's eyes, which were as huge as the sun and the moon, stared at Xianxia's spirit as if they had penetrated the endless space and time. His eyes shone brightly. "Descendant of my bloodline, I will pass on my inheritance to you. My clan will live forever." A torrent of information surged and filled Xianxia's spirit as it was constantly being grasped by Xianxia. His chaotic prime was activated to the extreme, and he constantly analyzed the information that was emerging. It was the content of the secret of concealing energy in the void. At the same time, Xianxia also felt that the primordial divine power was constantly pouring into his divine soul body, filling it up, causing his divine soul body to be completely saturated. It was like a bucket filled with water, and it was a sealed bucket. If he continued to pour in water, the water would not overflow, but the bucket would explode. Xianxia now had such a feeling. He only felt that his soul was about to burst, and the repulsive force was constantly increasing, making Xianxia feel like he was being torn apart. Concealing energy in the void, without hesitation, Xianxia immediately tried the secret of concealing energy in the void and opened the first void aperture. In an instant, a black light appeared behind Xianxia's spirit, and then it kept spinning. Its edge was as sharp as a blade, and it seemed to be cutting the void. It gradually expanded, and finally turned into a fist-sized black hole vortex that kept spinning. Xianxia immediately felt that the primordial divine power that filled his spirit, which was about to explode, was pouring into the black hole vortex. It was the void aperture. At the same time, more primordial divine power poured into Xianxia's body. Not long after, the primordial god force in Xianxia's body completely surged into his void acupuncture point. The void acupuncture point gradually disappeared. It didn't truly disappear, but concealed itself. However, Xianxia could feel that it could be activated. The first void aperture in the secret of concealing energy in the void was the easiest to open. The second void aperture was much more difficult to open, and the third void aperture was even more difficult to open. The difficulty of opening the 9th void aperture was as high as the sky. Right now, Xianxia could only open his first void aperture. Perhaps if he had more time, he would be able to open his second void aperture and contain even more primordial divine power. However, it was a pity that the primordial divine power continued to surge into his divine soul, causing Xianxia's divine soul to feel full again. It even felt like it was about to burst open. No longer persevering, Xianxia's spirit followed the invisible but powerful repulsive force, and his spirit faded rapidly, and finally disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared outside the ancient and boundless bronze gate. Looking at the ancient and majestic bronze gate, he was alone. Xiaoqing did not seem to have come out, or perhaps he had already left. With a thought, Xianxia's spirit dissipated, as if it had disappeared into nothingness. It shuttled through the endless void and returned to his body. In a secret hall of the ancient illumination palace of the ancient illumination god dynasty, Xianxia's body had lost its spirit, and it was devoid of spiritual energy. It was like a wooden stake, and his eyes were blank. However, as his spirit returned to his body, the feeling of spiritual energy filled the air, and his eyes began to shine with divine light. The divine light shot out, pure and gentle, but it also contained an indescribable feeling of sharpness. "It's like a dream." Xianxia sighed softly. Ancient region, ancestral land, ancestral inheritance, it was unbelievable. Author's note: there are always readers who ask me how long it will take to finish the story. To the sixth Tao, a book can't have a lousy ending. Even if I can't give it a wonderful ending, I should at least give it a natural ending. Within the secret palace, Xianxia's mind seemed to still be flashing with the image of an ancient, vast, and desolate world. Huge birds spread their wings and soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. Majestic beasts galloped across the boundless earth, their bodies moving like mountains, causing the earth to shake incessantly. The ancient ancestor expert with a rugged and majestic body stood on the boundless land. The 9 black hole-like vortexes formed a ring behind his head and slowly rotated, containing an extremely terrifying power. The 9 vortexes were the 9 apertures of the void concealment. They contained endless power, as if they were a small world of their own. Qianzong didn't know how strong such an expert was, but he felt that he should be a demigod expert. The void concealment was the inheritance of a demigod expert. The first void concealment aperture is the easiest to open. The subsequent ones will be harder to open, Qianzong said to himself. This was what he knew after he received the inheritance. This was because opening the void concealment aperture required one to bear the burden. If one's body wasn't strong enough, it would be more difficult to open the void concealment aperture. It might even be dangerous because one wouldn't be able to bear the burden. If one couldn't bear the burden, one's body would collapse. To Qianzong, opening one void concealment aperture wasn't much of a burden, so he could open it easily. As for the second void concealment aperture, it could also be opened, but it would take some time. Qianzong wasn't in a hurry to open the second void concealment aperture. Instead, he prepared to refine the primordial divine power. The primordial divine power was a very ancient and pure power. It was very mysterious. The use of the primordial divine power was also very direct. It could strengthen everything in one's body. For example, it could strengthen one's divine will, physique, cultivation, and so on. If one could absorb the primordial divine power without limit, it could indeed strengthen everything in one's body. However, it was obvious that the primordial divine power he had now was limited. Perhaps it was because he had opened one void concealment aperture that he could store twice as much primordial divine power, but it was still limited. If he were to strengthen it in all aspects, it would mean that every aspect would be strengthened at the same time, but the strengthening would be limited. Qianzong pondered. He thought of the secret of concealing Yuan in the void and made a decision. In the beginning, Qianzong had actually planned to use the primordial divine power to strengthen the immortal body of the universe and increase the strength of his physique. This way, he would be able to open more void acupoints and accommodate more primordial heart force. But on second thought, although doing so could prolong his combat ability, it would be better to directly increase his strength. As long as one's strength was strong enough, there was no need to fight for a long time. If one could solve a problem with one sword strike, why would one need to go through so much trouble to use 10 or even more swords? Of course, it was also possible to refine the divine will. The power of the swordsmanship and secret swords he had mastered was also closely related to the divine will, but Qianzong ruled it out. Why, on one hand, divine intent could still be tempered and improved through the netherflame jade tempering technique, and it would only take a little more time. On the other hand, which was also a very important point, merging the divine will into the swordsmanship and secret swords was not the main point. It was only used as a support. Otherwise, once he met a strong enemy whose divine will was not inferior to his own, the power of the swordsmanship and secret swords would be greatly reduced when the divine will lost its effect. There were currently 2 ways to improve the immortal body of the universe. One was to improve the heavenly will sword and restore it to the level of a semi-divine weapon. It would be greatly strengthened, and at that time, it would also strengthen the primordial heart force to a certain extent. The second way was to improve the ancient god sword armor. When it was upgraded from the soldier level to the general level, the immortal body of the universe was strengthened by 30%, but it did not strengthen the primordial heart force. Presumably, from the general level to the king level, the enhancement of the immortal body of the universe would be more obvious. After thinking about it, it was more direct to directly refine the primordial heart force. That would directly increase his strength. When the refinement began, Qianzong first released the primordial divine power stored in his spirit. The heart of the universe operated and quickly refined the primordial divine power. That pure and ancient mysterious power gradually merged into the primordial heart force. Qianzong immediately felt the primordial heart force become purer and more powerful. After refining the primordial divine power stored in his spirit, the primordial heart force became twice as pure, which made Qianzong secretly shocked. Opening the void acupoints, there was a lot of primordial divine power stored in them. He continued to refine the primordial heart force, but once he started refining, Qianzong realized that he could not continue refining. The purity of the primordial heart force had reached a limit. This was not in line with Qianzong's plan. Originally, he planned to use all the primordial divine power to refine the primordial heart force. Now it seemed that it would not work. Even a power like the primordial divine power was not omnipotent. In that case, how should he use the remaining primordial divine power? Should he refine his divine will or improve his physique? Chen Zong made a decision without much thought. He would improve his physique and the immortal body of the universe. As for his divine will, he could still use the ghost fire jade tempering technique to refine it. After the primordial divine power and the void acupoints was consumed, Chen Zong's immortal body of the universe doubled in strength. As the immortal body of the universe doubled in strength, Chen Zong was pleasantly surprised to find that the upper limit of the primordial heart force had increased by 10% and its purity had also increased by 10%. As a result, his strength had increased by another step. However, the primordial heart force had more than doubled in purity and the immortal body of the universe had doubled in strength. Although it had increased Chen Zong's strength, it was actually not much. But then again, when one's strength reached Chen Zong's level, a 10% increase was already very difficult, let alone 30% to 40%. 30% to 40% was enough to increase Chen Zong's strength significantly. If he was equipped with the ancient god sword armor, the increase would be even more shocking. Sensing his own strength, Chen Zong could not help but curl up the corners of his mouth, revealing a carefree smile. Next, I'll open the void acupoints and see how many void acupoints I can bear now, Chen Zong thought to himself. He immediately activated the concealment of primordial void to open the second void acupoint. His tyrannical power was gathered and transformed into an invisible giant axe that slashed at the void. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to hear a series of roars, as if the giant axe was cleaving through a mountain, opening it up continuously. It felt as if the world was being split open. Chen Zong was suddenly startled and fell into deep thought. With a thought, the invisible giant axe turned into a sharp sword, and he used the one-mind sword technique to open the void acupoints. With such a transformation, the opening speed was even faster. A quarter of an hour later, the second void acupoint was opened. First, he recovered his strength, then filled the two void acupoints with primordial heart force. Then, Chen Zong began to open the third void acupoint. It was much more difficult, and it took him a full 2 hours to open it. Next, he opened the fourth and the fifth void aperture acupoint. After opening the fifth void acupoint, Chen Zong began to feel the burden. It was an invisible burden, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Fortunately, the burden was not very strong, and he could continue to open it. This time, it took him a few days to successfully open the sixth void acupoint. After the sixth void acupoint was opened, Chen Zong's body trembled unconsciously, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on him, trying to suppress Chen Zong. He resisted the invisible pressure and adapted bit by bit. I've reached my limit, Chen Zong thought to himself. 6 void acupoints was his current limit. If he did not have the primordial divine power to double the immortal body of the universe, he would only be able to open 5 void acupoints. The difference between opening 5 void acupoints and opening 6 void acupoints was very obvious. If he wanted to continue opening void acupoints, he would have to continue to strengthen the immortal body of the universe. Even if he used all the primordial divine power on the immortal body of the universe, it was still unknown whether he could open the 7th void acupoint. The immortal body of the universe is twice as strong as before, and the primordial heart force is more than twice as strong. The 6 void acupoints have increased the amount of my primordial heart force by 6 times. Chen Zong straightened out and immediately felt that he was extremely powerful. Now that he had fully unleashed his strength, even if he was facing an ultimate Devil Emperor level powerhouse, he would still be able to contend head-on. It's time to move on to the next step, Chen Zong thought to himself. But before that, I'll try the 1000 kills pagoda again. There were 2 purposes for challenging the 1000 kills pagoda again. One was to verify his current strength, and the other was to see if he could obtain another ancient region token and enter the ancestral land again. The benefits of entering the ancestral land were quite obvious. Whether it was the primordial divine power or the primordial void concealment secret art, both made Chen Zong's strength significantly increase. The first wave of flame demons on the 10th floor of the 1000 kills pagoda barely had the strength of a demon emperor. They were cleanly defeated by Chen Zong because even if Chen Zong did not equip the ancient god sword armor, His strength was enough to contend against an ordinary demon emperor powerhouse. The opponent of the second wave was still the snow-white cheetah. It barely had the strength of a top-tier demon overlord. Armed with the general-level ancient god sword armor, it suppressed the opponent in all aspects. It defeated the opponent cleanly and displayed extremely powerful strength. For example, Chenzong's swordsmanship was extremely superb. As long as his strength reached a certain level, it would be a disaster for opponents who were inferior to him in terms of combat skills. Unfortunately, when Chenzong defeated the cheetah, the bronze door did not appear. In other words, Chenzong could only stop here. Was it because he had already passed and obtained the reward, so he could not enter a second time, or was it because he had passed the 1,000 kills pagoda and obtained the reward, so the reward was gone, no matter what? In short, it was a pity that he could not obtain the ancient region token from this place. Following that, Chenzong released the news that he had a peak demon bloodline in his hands to sell. The price was 2 heavenly souls. Yes, because 1 heavenly soul was not enough to satisfy Chenzong, he would use one to upgrade the ancient god sword armor and give the other to Dijio to complete the transaction. Boiling, some time ago, because of the elite demon bloodline, it had just calmed down. Now, because of a peak demon bloodline, it was boiling. Until now, no one had obtained a peak demon bloodline. Although the price was temporarily set at 100 divine yuan, and the devil soul and heavenly soul were also worth 100 divine yuan, there were still people who had obtained the devil soul and heavenly soul, but no one had obtained a peak demon bloodline yet. The major factions of the ancient light god dynasty moved one after another. Even the Skyheart god dynasty and Wonkong god dynasty were alarmed. Top-class demon bloodline, the 3 dynasties were in an uproar. The Skyheart dynasty was in charge of the Celestial Universe era remnant while the Wonkong dynasty was in charge of the Giant Universe era remnant. Hence, the people from the Skyheart dynasty usually fused with the Celestial bloodline while the people from the Wonkong dynasty fused with the Giant bloodline. The Celestial race, the Demon race, and the Giant race had no difference in their bloodlines. At least, they had the same ranking, power, and value. The only difference was the power they possessed. If it was a normal bloodline, it wasn't rare. If it was an elite bloodline, it was indeed valuable and precious. However, it wasn't enough to excite the people from the other dynasties. Only the top class and the extreme class bloodline could excite them. Needless to say, it was impossible to obtain a limited class bloodline unless Chenzong entered the Dark Sky Empire again. Only then would he have a slim chance of refining a limited class bloodline, but the chances were slim, not to mention that he could no longer enter the Demon King Universal Era Fragment Ruins. The top class bloodline was extremely rare. It was the only one. Uproar. First, the Ancient Light Dynasty was in an uproar. Then, the Skyheart Dynasty and the Wonkong Dynasty also received the news. Outside the Ancient Light Palace, a man with a long blade on his back and an arrogant face strode into the palace. Then, he came to Chenzong's secret palace. The top-class demon bloodline is in your hands? The arrogant young man with a long saber on his back glanced at them with disdain. His gaze was piercingly cold like the edge of a saber. His tone was arrogant, with a hint of coldness and questioning. It's in my hands. Chenzong replied with a smile. He didn't care about the other party's attitude. He didn't need to care. Give it to me. The arrogant young man said directly and stretched out his hand. What about the 2 heavenly souls? Chenzong asked. The other party's attitude wasn't important. The most important thing was to complete the deal. Heavenly soul. The arrogant young man's expression suddenly changed, and his face was full of mockery. Do you think heavenly souls are cabbages? They are the standard for heavenly venerables. They are extremely valuable, and you want 2 of them? Suit yourself. Chenzong only replied with 2 words. He didn't want to waste his breath. You'd better hand over that bloodline. The arrogant young man spoke again, that's not something you can have. Hand it over. Young Master Mu promises that as long as you hand over the top demon bloodline, you can enter the gate of God to cultivate. You can even follow him. Who's young Master Mu? Chenzong couldn't help but feel a little amused. Who was it that dared to be so arrogant, daring to ask him to follow him? You don't even know young Master Mu? You're from the outside world after all. You're so ignorant. Young Master Mu is one of the few transcendent Saint Realm experts in the Divine Dynasty. You're lucky enough to be recognized by him, even if you cultivate for several lifetimes. Saint Transcending Stage, Chenzong noticed these 3 words. Based on the names of the cultivation systems of the 3 powerful primeval era fragments of the universe, the 3 god dynasties also extended a corresponding division. Above the Saint Realm was the True Saint Realm, and above the True Saint Realm was the Demigod Realm. However, some True Saint Realm experts were very powerful, far surpassing other True Saints. It was a qualitative difference, but they were not at the Demigod Realm. It should be like the 3 powerful primeval era fragments of the universe that had a unique division. For example, the Demon King realm of the Demon tribe was equivalent to the True Saint realm. However, there was the Demon Emperor realm above the Demon King realm, which was a tyrannical level that could completely crush the Demon King realm. The Heavenly Human tribe also had a corresponding realm, which was the Heavenly Master realm. Then, in the 3 god dynasties, there was a new division and name above the True Saint realm and below the Demigod realm, which was the Saint Transcending Stage. The Saint Transcending Stage was beyond the True Saint realm, but not the Demigod realm. Like the Demon Emperor realm or the Heavenly Master realm, there were very few Saint Transcending Stage experts in the 3 god dynasties. As for the Saint Transcending Stage experts outside the 3 god dynasties, there were no Saint Transcending Stage experts. Now, the bloodline of the human tribe was limited. It was not comparable to the Heavenly Human tribe, the Demon tribe, and the Giant tribe. It was difficult to break the limit and advance to the Saint Transcending Stage. Only by integrating a powerful bloodline and obtaining a powerful bloodline power could one break the shackles of their own bloodline and reach a higher level. Chenzong had a pure human tribe bloodline. Under normal circumstances, he could only advance to the limit of the True Saint realm. Perhaps he would be stronger than most True Saints, but there was a limit to it. However, Chenzong's cultivation way was original and different. This laid a solid foundation for Chenzong to break the shackles of his own cultivation. The bloodline would be an upper limit, but it was not an absolute shackle. If there was a way, one could break the shackles and surpass the bloodline limit. Moreover, in addition to the original cultivation way, Chenzong had also obtained a great opportunity, the Ancient God Armor refining technique. With this, he could condense the Ancient God Sword Armor. When equipped with the Ancient God Sword Armor, Chenzong's strength would increase greatly. He could break the limit of his own bloodline faster and reach a higher level. There were not many Saint Transcending Stage experts in the 3 god dynasties. In the entire Ancient God Dynasty, there were no more than 10 Saint Transcending Stage experts. Each of them was famous. However, although Chenzong knew that there was a Saint Transcending Stage, he did not know who the Saint Transcending Stage experts in the Ancient God Dynasty were. It sounded like the person called Young Master Mu was one of the few Saint Transcending Stage experts. He was also a Saint Transcending Stage expert in the Ancient God sect. Listen carefully. Young Master Mu is the second strongest expert in the Ancient God sect, Young Master Mu Qingyang. He is very talented and powerful. It is your fortune to be recognized by Young Master Mu. Don't be ungrateful. The arrogant young man sneered and said in a proud and arrogant tone. Give me 2 cauldron souls, and the bloodline is yours. Chenzong did not care about what the young man said. When he used his full strength, he was also a Saint Transcending Stage expert. He was one of the stronger ones among the Saint Transcending Stage experts. In that case, there was no need for him to pander to others. If the young man wanted the top demon bloodline, he could give him 2 cauldron souls in exchange. Once the exchange was complete, they would not owe each other anything. You. The arrogant young man was angry. This person did not know how to appreciate favors. Did he want to drink a forfeit? Chenzong ignored him and reactivated the seal of the secret palace, isolating the young man outside. Bastard! The arrogant young man was furious. As a follower of a Saint Transcending Stage expert and a disciple of the Ancient God sect, he was born and grew up in the Ancient God Dynasty. He naturally felt superior to those who came from the outside world. Otherwise, he would not have spoken to Chenzong in such a tone. In his anger, the arrogant young man did not care where he was. In fact, he knew where he was. It was just the Ancient Light Palace. Although it was one of the 7 major forces in the ancient god dynasty, it was ranked 7th, which was at the bottom. To some extent, it was just a stopgap. It was not really recognized by the ancient god sect and the other major forces. He drew his blade and instantly condensed an extremely tyrannical force. The blade light was dazzling as it slashed down like a bolt of lightning, mercilessly striking the seal of the secret palace. The might it displayed had actually reached the level of a peak demon king. The seal of the ancient illumination palace wasn't weak. It could block the full power attack of a top-tier true Saint Realm expert. It could even block the full power attack of someone on the chaotic real ranking. However, it couldn't block the attack of a top-tier demon king. If a top demon king's power was on the real chaotic ranking, it would definitely be in the top 3. The sword slashed down like a thunderclap. It instantly broke the seal of the secret palace. The terrifying sword light carried the power to destroy everything and slashed into the secret palace. The sound of a sword suddenly rang out, and the blade light was instantly shattered. In the next moment, a wisp of sword aura shot out from the secret hall and slashed at the arrogant young man like a hot knife through butter, instantly severing his body. However, the sword aura did not penetrate his body. Instead, it sank into his body and wreaked havoc. The sword chi disappeared, and the arrogant young man's indestructible body recovered. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. How could this be? In that instant, he felt like he had almost died. It was as if he had one foot in the abyss of death. That indescribable feeling of horror still filled his body and soul. Too powerful, the power of that sword chi was too strong. It was hard to imagine that a person from the outside world could have such strength. He did not dare to say anything more. He did not even dare to look Chenzong in the eye. The arrogant young man was like a stray dog that fled in panic with its tail between its legs. He used all his speed to escape. He was afraid that Chenzong would change his mind and attack him again. He would not be able to withstand it and would be killed immediately. As for what kind of punishment Chenzong would receive after he was killed, that was another matter. In any case, he had to stay alive first. Chenzong was slightly stunned when he saw the arrogant young man flee so quickly. His desire to live was very strong. However, Chenzong did not intend to kill him. For one thing, he was not that murderous. For another, this was the ancient god dynasty. It was not appropriate to kill. Chenzong did not pay any more attention to this matter. He continued to comprehend the sword technique while waiting for the deal to come. Who would be able to take out 2 heavenly souls to exchange for the top-notch demon bloodline? Perhaps it would be very difficult, but Chenzong would not back down because of this. Just 1 heavenly soul was not enough. The arrogant young man fled in panic like a stray dog. He appeared in front of a young man with long blue hair. The young man's eyes were slightly closed. There seemed to be a wisp of blue light flowing in his eyes. Mu Qingyang, he was one of the few transcending Saint Realm experts in the ancient god dynasty. He was the 2nd strongest person in the ancient god sect. His aura was restrained and unfathomable. Standing in front of Mu Qingyang, the arrogant young man did not have the slightest arrogance. Instead, he looked submissive. Take the bloodline? Mu Qingyang did not open his eyes. He spoke at a neither fast nor slow speed. There was a slight disdain and an indescribable sense of superiority. Young Master Mu, that person did not know what was good for him. He did not want to hand over the bloodline. Even if I said that the bloodline was to be given to you, you would still give him a chance to follow you. The young man immediately recounted the matter. He did not forget to embellish some details. He described the other party as arrogant and ignorant. The 9 Palaces Imperial Palace was the first tower of the ancient god dynasty. It was suspended thousands of meters above the ground of the ancient god dynasty, surrounded by white clouds, as if one was in a fairyland. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting in the 9 Palaces Imperial Palace. Young Master Mu, that guy is arrogant and ignorant, is it necessary to treat him like this? The young man with a knife asked in a somewhat displeased tone. Mu Qingyang did not respond, or rather ignored him. The young man with a knife only said a few words and did not dare to say more. He was just a follower. After a while, a figure stepped into the 9 Palaces Imperial Palace and revealed himself. It was Chenzong. Mu Qingyang had arranged to meet with Chen Zong in the Nine Palaces Imperial Palace. It was not easy to enter the Nine Palaces Imperial Palace, it was a symbol of status. One had to either have a high enough status or be a supreme expert. Otherwise, one had to spend divine origin energy. Moreover, it wasn't just one or two divine origin energy. The vast majority of people found it difficult to obtain divine origin energy, let alone use it in the Nine Palaces. After all, the Nine Palaces Imperial Palace was not a place for cultivation, it was just a restaurant. It was a special kind of restaurant among all the restaurants, nothing more. Mu Qingyang was a transcendent saint expert, so he was naturally qualified to enter the Nine Palaces Imperial Palace, and also qualified to invite others, but there was a limit to the number of people. Chen Zong thought about it and decided to attend the banquet with a transcendent saint expert. On one hand, he was curious about the transcendent saint expert of the ancient god dynasty, and on the other hand, he hoped to complete the transaction and get 2 heavenly souls. Please sit. Mu Qingyang opened his slightly closed eyes, and there was a touch of green light like rippling water. Chen Zong sat across from Mu Qingyang, separated by a table. As for the youth with the blade on his back, his face was filled with displeasure, but Chen Zong completely ignored him. Young Master Mu asked me to come, if you have something to say, just say it, Chen Zong said bluntly. You. The young man with a knife saw that Chen Zong was so direct and unreasonable, and suddenly became angry. I also like to do things cleanly. Mu Qingyang opened his mouth and said with a faint smile, did you bring your top-level demon dweller bloodline? Can I take a look? Chen Zong smiled and immediately took out the bloodline. The bloodline of the Tree of Eternal Darkness. Mu Qingyang stared at the ball of blood in Chen Zong's hand. It looked like a tree, a dark and ferocious tree. It contained a trace of indescribable pure and mysterious aura. Mu Qingyang could clearly feel that a trace of excitement unconsciously emerged in the depths of his eyes. In an instant, Mu Qingyang reached out and grabbed at the bloodline of the eternal tree of darkness in Chen Zong's hand, trying to grab it. But Mu Qingyang's grab missed. He saw a sneer on Chen Zong's face. Take a look, Chen Zong was not willing to do that. Otherwise, it was very likely that the other party would take it away directly. Once the other party took it away, it would not be so easy to get it back. At that time, there would be no evidence, and the theory would not be clear. In short, there would be a lot of trouble. Trust the other party's character? No, they were complete strangers, so how could they trust him? Even people who knew each other, or even brothers and father and son, could turn against each other because of certain interests, let alone strangers. This is the top demon bloodline, the Tree of Eternal Darkness. If you want this bloodline, exchange it with 2 heavenly souls. Chen Zong said directly. The value of 2 heavenly souls, it's far better than this bloodline. Mu Qingyang's expression returned to normal as he said in a neither fast nor slow manner. His dull tone contained an indescribable pressure. How about this, I'll buy the top demon bloodline in your hand for 70 heavenly souls. Mu Qingyang continued, although the value of the top bloodline is 100 heavenly souls, it's still unknown whether it can be sold for 100 heavenly souls. It seems that we can't come to an agreement. Goodbye. Chen Zong directly stood up, not wanting to talk nonsense with Mu Qingyang. Perhaps it was unrealistic to use the top demon bloodline in exchange for 2 heavenly souls. Chen Zong also knew that the value of a heavenly soul was very high. It would be more appropriate to exchange it for 1. But the problem was that 1 heavenly soul was not enough for him. He needed at least 2, and he had to have 2. Sometimes, the value of an item was relative. If you really needed something, you might buy it at a premium. 2 heavenly souls in exchange for a top demon bloodline was a premium. Chen Zong deliberately spread the news in order to waiting for someone with a premium to appear. If it was only 1 heavenly soul, it might be easier to exchange for it. But what about the other heavenly soul? Mu Qingyang was obviously planning to use a small amount to fight against a big one. He wanted to use a low price to obtain the Tree of Eternal Darkness bloodline in his hand. 70 heavenly souls was indeed not low and could be considered a shocking amount of wealth. But one had to know that in the valuation of the Divine Gate, a top demon bloodline was worth 100 heavenly souls. It was not impossible for it to exceed 100 heavenly souls in an auction. Wanting to buy a top demon bloodline with a mere 70 heavenly souls was just a dream. Getting up, Xianxia did not hesitate to turn around and walk out of the Nine Palace Tower. Outside the Nine Palace Tower, he was thousands of meters high in the sky. Endless white clouds drifted, forming a vast sea of clouds. It was very spectacular. Wait. When Xianxia stepped out of the sea of clouds and was about to leave, Xianxia chased after him. His tyrannical aura immediately locked onto Xianxia, and his voice was somewhat cold. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a wisp of green light. The green light was like autumn water emitting a burst of coldness. The youth with a blade on his back also chased after him. He quickly went around Xianxia and appeared on the other side of Xianxia. He pulled out his long blade and looked vigilant. He stared at Xianxia as if he wanted to block Xianxia's path. "Hand over young Master Mu's top bloodline," the arrogant youth said. His words directly reversed black and white. He said that Xianxia's top demon bloodline was Xianxia's, and now he wanted Xianxia to hand over the bloodline. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and found that Xianxia's expression did not change, as if it was a matter of course. It seemed that what he said was true, and he could not help but smile. Wealth moved people's hearts, and even transcendent Saint Realm experts were no exception. In fact, if this bloodline was useful to demigods, then Xianxia believed that demigods would also take action. It just so happened that he wanted to test the strength of the transcendent Saint Realm experts in the divine dynasty, or rather, their methods. "The bloodline of the eternal dark tree is here. If you want it, then come and get it." Xianxia opened his left hand, and the bloodline of the eternal dark tree appeared again. There was a faint smile on his face as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia stared at the bloodline of the eternal dark tree in Xianxia's hand, and his eyes immediately emitted an amazing brilliance. With a bang, Xianxia's long hair danced wildly, as if there was a roaring wind, and a roar resounded through the world. His subordinates saw Xianxia erupting and immediately retreated far away. Strong, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from Xianxia's body, and a hurricane roared in all directions. Bloodline awakening, Xianxia had entered the demon realm before. In the ruins of the universe era, he obtained the elite demon bloodline in the Great Dark Sky Empire. Now that more than 100 years had passed, not only did he completely control the bloodline, but he also broke the shackles, from the elite level to the top level. As a result, his strength also broke the limit. In the case of awakening the power of the bloodline, Xianxia was a transcendent Saint Realm expert. His long hair turned green, and there was a layer of dark flowing light in the green, constantly flickering, and exuding an incomparably astonishing aura. The aura was violent like the wind, and also gloomy like the darkness. Dark Storm, the bloodline that Xianxia obtained from the Great Dark Sky Empire, was the Dark Storm demon bloodline. In essence, it was not as good as the Eternal Dark Tree bloodline, but it was still a powerful bloodline. Allowing Xianxia to constantly erupt with tyrannical aura. Xianxia stared at him with interest. This was the first time he had faced a transcendent Saint Realm expert of the human clan. As for the martial god lord before, his strength was limited. Even if he activated his own demon bloodline, his strength would only be equivalent to the top-level demon king realm. It was impossible to break the shackles and reach the transcendent Saint Realm, which was equivalent to the demon emperor realm. After Xianxia activated the Dark Storm bloodline, his eyes flashed with green and black flowing light. He stared directly at Xianxia, and a sinister smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He did not move, but his figure disappeared in an instant. Fast, the speed was extremely fast. The moment he saw the other party disappear, Xianxia's heart trembled unconsciously, but it was difficult to catch the other party's figure. In just an instant, just as he was surprised, there was a terrible wind coming from behind, directly attacking Xianxia's back without mercy. Too fast, that speed was beyond Xianxia's reaction. Xianxia barely moved his body sideways, but it was difficult for him to completely avoid it. Suddenly, a terrible attack hit his shoulder blade. There was a cracking sound, and even the strengthened immortal universe body could not withstand the terrible power of this attack. If it was the bloodline body, then this attack would be enough to injure Xianxia badly. But under the immortal universe body, the immemorial heart force was consumed, and the injury to his shoulder blade immediately healed. With the power of that attack, Xianxia rushed forward, and at the same time, he turned around and drew his sword. The heavenly sword slashed across the sea of clouds, like a crescent moon across the sky, and slashed behind him, aiming at Mu Qingyang. It was a dark storm, with a little bit of blue light, as dazzling as the stars. The sword light slashed, but it missed. The dark storm in front of him quickly moved away, drawing a strange arc, and once again attacked Qinzong. It was still so fast, unbelievably fast. This speed had already surpassed the ordinary Demon Emperor level, and was close to the top Demon Emperor level. It was indeed very strong. Qinzong immediately understood that with his normal strength, it was not enough to contend with the other party. It was very likely that he would be restrained by the other party's extremely fast speed, and eventually be defeated. When the speed reached a certain level, it was enough to run rampant in all directions. Moreover, in addition to Mu Qingyang's amazing speed, the attack power that he could burst out was also extremely tyrannical. Armed, the ancient god sword armor covered his whole body, and Qinzong's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His strength directly broke the original limit, and rose to an astonishing level. This was one of the purposes of Qinzong's invitation. If the deal could not be completed, and the other party tried to use force, then he would show his strength and let the world know his strength, so that they would not dare to have any ideas. Thousands of meters high in the sky, endless clouds drifted, turning into a sea of clouds. The young man with a saber on his back stared from afar and couldn't help but clench his fists. Young Master Mu, teach him a lesson and let him know your power. Mu Qingyang completely activated the power of his demon bloodline, turning into a dark storm that swept across the sky, vast and boundless. His speed was incomparably fast, and ordinary demon emperors couldn't match him. He barely reached the level of a peak demon emperor, and was comparable to the snow-white cheetah on the 10th floor of the ancient Illumination Palace's Thousand Kills Pagoda. Qinzong's current conventional combat strength, when he reached the level of an ordinary demon emperor, was not as good as Mu Qingyang, but after equipping the ancient divine sword armor, it was different. After equipping the ancient divine sword armor, everything was different. His strength, speed, and defense were enhanced, and his tyrannical perception was pushed to the extreme, and he could already capture Mu Qingyang's figure and trajectory. When Qinzong could capture Mu Qingyang's trajectory, it meant that Mu Qingyang's astonishing speed was much less of a threat to Qinzong. What's more, Qinzong's defense had increased by 6 times. Even if he didn't move or dodge, and allowed Mu Qingyang to attack, he would only be slightly injured at most. This was the astonishing defensive power of the universe's indestructible body after being strengthened time and time again. Mu Qingyang also noticed the change in Qinzong's aura, and his expression turned solemn. In his view, Qinzong should have activated the power of his bloodline, or some kind of secret technique to increase his strength. The storm of darkness shook and immediately split into 9. They erupted with astonishing speed and attacked from all directions. Every storm of darkness was extremely fast and contained an extremely frightening power. They smashed toward Yi Shiwen in an unstoppable manner. Under Qinzong's extremely sharp perception, Mu Qingyang's 9 figures were all real, without the slightest bit of illusion. The 9 figures surrounded him in all directions, directly blocking all his dodging, and instantly killing him. The corners of Qinzong's mouth curled up slightly, and a faint smile hung on his face. Mu Qingyang's method was indeed good, but it was still not enough. He swung his sword, performing the one-mind sword technique. The sword light turned into 9 streams of sword light and instantly pierced through the air, shooting toward the 9 dark storms. It was as if there were 9 peerless swordsmen performing supreme sword techniques at the same time. Within the one-mind sword technique, there was a terrifying divine will attack. It was the slaughter supremacy, and it directly attacked Mu Qingyang's divine will. As Mu Qingyang's divine will fluctuated, he vaguely felt as if he was about to fall into a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. This feeling made Mu Qingyang's expression change. What a powerful divine will attack! Furthermore, it was a killing intent attack. It was actually able to shake his divine will. This was simply unbelievable. Under the one-mind sword technique, Mu Qingyang was clearly threatened. 8 of the 9 figures instantly rushed towards Qinzong in a suicidal manner, and then exploded. Boom! 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 There were 8 consecutive violent explosions, and the terrifying explosions resounded in all directions, shaking the void. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and the sea of clouds within a radius of a few thousand meters was completely shattered. In the distance, within the dark storm, Mu Qingyang's eyes were cold. Black light covered his pupils, and there was a green light flickering in the depths. The power of his shadow clone technique was tyrannical, and when it exploded, it was even more terrifying. Although it consumed a lot of energy, after each shadow exploded, it was equivalent to his full-strength attack. 8 consecutive shadows exploded, which was equivalent to his full-strength attack 8 times. Under such a tyrannical attack, the opponent would definitely not be able to withstand it, and would definitely be severely injured. When the violent explosion gradually dissipated, Mu Qingyang suddenly stared with his eyes wide open. His eyes were filled with shock, and his face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? That figure was actually unscathed. Facing the explosion of his 8 shadows, he was actually unscathed. This was simply unbelievable. Good power. Chen Zong opened his mouth, and his light voice suddenly came out from under the helmet and into Mu Qingyang's ears. Immediately, Mu Qingyang's eyes were filled with a sword light. The sword light was so dazzling, and as soon as it appeared, all directions were plunged into darkness, as if they were being swallowed up. The darkness was incomparably deep, and it instantly spread in all directions, as if they had fallen into a dark void. Only a sword light suddenly appeared, bringing with it an incomparably shocking sharpness. His hair stood on end. Mu Qingyang suppressed the shock in his heart, and immediately exploded with extreme speed, quickly dodging. However, after Chen Zong equipped the ancient god sword armor, the speed of his sword increased by 6 times. The sword speed of the Divine Firmament secret sword was originally not slow, and Mu Qingyang was still unable to completely avoid this sword. The sword strike directly cut through the dark storm, and in an instant, it cut through the dark storm like a hot knife through butter. Even Mu Qingyang, who was inside the dark storm, could not avoid being cut, and his tyrannical indestructible body was immediately cut apart. Under the attack of the sword qi, Mu Qingyang had to expend a lot of cultivation to recover. Fear, panic. Mu Qingyang had never imagined that this person's strength would be so tyrannical. Even the strongest person in the Divine Gate was not so strong. The strongest person in the Divine Gate was also the strongest person in the ancient god dynasty. He was invincible below the demigod realm, but even he could not defeat him with such a sword strike and make him unable to resist. He dared not imagine what kind of strength this person had. Without hesitation, Mu Qingyang directly fled downwards at full speed. Like a gust of wind, he disappeared into the sea of clouds in the blink of an eye. The proud look on the young man's face completely froze, and it was replaced by a look of confusion. He felt as if his brain had been trampled by an ancient mammoth, and he had no idea what to do at all. Young Master Mu was a powerful expert, and he was one of the few transcending Saint Realm experts in the Divine Firmament dynasty. There were less than 10 transcending Saint Realm experts in the entire ancient god dynasty, and young Master Mu was one of them. Although he was not the strongest transcending Saint Realm expert, as long as he was a transcending Saint Realm expert, his strength must be extraordinary, and he could crush all true saints. But now, young Master Mu had escaped. What had happened? Chen Zong did not chase after Mu Qingyang. The power of the sword was enough to let Mu Qingyang know his strength, and it was equivalent to showing his strength to the world, letting them know that he was not to be trifled with. If not for the demigods, no one would be able to compete with him. The news of Mu Qingyang's defeat swept through the world like a storm, and the person who had defeated him was an outer disciple of the ancient god temple, Peerless Sword Saint Chen Zong, who also had the top demonic bloodline. Transcending Saint Realm, Peerless Sword Saint Chen Zong was also a transcending Saint Realm expert, and he was even more powerful than Mu Qingyang. It was sensational. Transcending Saint Realm experts were extremely rare, and each of them was the best in the world. Many people who wanted to use other means to get the top demonic bloodline in Chen Zong's hands gave up the idea. A transcending Saint Realm expert who could defeat Mu Qingyang, unless a demigod took action, no one could do anything to him. However, would a demigod take action because of this? It was not worthwhile, and they could not afford to lose face. It felt like a group of children fighting for a toy, and if an adult interfered, the other adults would feel embarrassed, and the situation was even more serious for a demigod. Even if it was for a descendant that they valued, a demigod would not casually take action, and would at least exchange for something of equal value. After Chen Zong returned to the ancient Illumination Palace, he quietly waited for the transaction to come. It was not impossible to wait for a few more years. While waiting, Chenzong continued to comprehend swordsmanship in the secret palace, trying his best to improve his swordsmanship to a higher level. There was no limit to the sword, this was Chenzong's understanding. Perhaps there was a limit to one's cultivation, but there was no limit to one's sword skills. As long as one was willing to put in the effort, one could continue to comprehend and improve his sword skills. Even if the improvement was slower, one would not reach the limit and could not improve anymore. In the meantime, Chenzong waited for an unexpected person to arrive. Xiaoqing, he was a transcendent saint expert from the Heaven Heart dynasty. When he arrived, Chenzong immediately received him. After all, before the entrance of ancient region, Xiaoqing had told Chenzong some things about the ancestral land, so that Chenzong could be more prepared. More or less, it was a favor. Brother Chen, the reason I'm here is because of the top-grade demonic bloodline in your hands, Xiaoqing said with a smile. Brother Xiaoqing, do you have 2 heavenly souls? Chenzong asked. It was Chenzong's decision to exchange the peak eternal darkness bloodline for 2 heavenly souls. I don't. Xiaoqing shook his head. Of course, there was a favor, but a favor was a favor, and Chenzong was willing to repay it, but not in this way, or at this time. Heavenly souls were too important to him. Brother Chen, although I do not have 2 heavenly souls, I can provide you with 1 chance to obtain a heavenly soul. How many heavenly souls you can obtain in the end will depend on your own ability, Xiaoqing said with a faint smile on his face. Chenzong couldn't help but stare at Xiaoqing, waiting for him to continue. What chance could it be? According to what I know, the celestial epic fragment will open in 3 years, and I can get a slot. Xiaoqing smiled. Xiaoqing was the strongest expert in the Heaven Heart dynasty, the strongest expert below the demigod realm, a transcendent saint expert equivalent to a peak demon emperor. With Xiaoqing's status, it wasn't difficult for him to get a slot. Hearing Xiaoqing's words, Chenzong's eyes lit up. Yes, if he couldn't get 2 heavenly souls, he could enter the celestial epic fragment and obtain them personally. However, he belonged to the ancient mirror god dynasty, and the celestial epic fragment belonged to the Heaven Heart dynasty. It was extremely difficult to get a slot, and Chenzong had no way out, so he had to exchange the bloodline of the eternal dark tree for 2 heavenly souls. Chenzong knew that the value was actually not equal. With his strength, it shouldn't be difficult to enter the celestial epic fragment and obtain heavenly souls. He might even be able to get 3 or more heavenly souls. However, Chenzong didn't agree directly, but replied to Xiaoqing that he needed some time to consider. Brother Chen, you can consider it, but I hope you can give me an accurate answer within a year. Xiaoqing said seriously. Okay. Chenzong nodded and responded seriously. Xiaoqing took his leave, but Chenzong already had an intention. He just wanted to wait and see if anyone would exchange 2 heavenly souls with him. The sky was blue and the sun hung high in the sky, emitting a strong light that illuminated the land and all living things. An indescribably hot holy aura spread out in all directions, filling the endless air, making people feel a burst of warmth when they breathed. If the sky in the world of the demonic universe era fragment was dark and the aura was cold, then it was the opposite here. Celestial universe era fragment. In the end, Chenzong did not wait for anyone to take out 2 heavenly souls to exchange for the eternal dark tree. Bloodline. The highest bid was 1 heavenly soul. 1 heavenly soul in exchange for a top-notch demonic race bloodline, the value was actually equal. However, Chenzong chose to exchange with Xiaoqing in the end. Using the eternal dark tree bloodline in exchange for a place to enter the celestial universe era fragment would not allow him to obtain a heavenly soul directly. He might not even be able to obtain a heavenly soul, but it was the only way to obtain more heavenly souls. Chenzong believed in his strength. With his strength, he should be able to obtain a heavenly soul. Fortunately, Chenzong did not integrate the demonic race bloodline. Otherwise, he might not be able to move an inch in the celestial universe era fragment. After all, the demonic race bloodline and the celestial race bloodline had opposite characteristics. Even if there was a disguise, it could not be completely disguised. Regarding this, Xiaoqing told Chenzong very clearly. He thought that Chenzong had integrated the demonic race bloodline. After refining the light soul essence, Qinzong disguised himself as a member of the celestial race and entered the celestial universe era fragment with the other origin race members who had obtained a place. A person from the ancient reflection god dynasty had to enter the celestial universe era fragment that was under the control of the Skyheart god dynasty. No matter what, it would make people unhappy. However, this quota was valid. It was given by the strongest expert under the demigod realm in the Skyheart god dynasty. Unless a demigod spoke, no one could deny it. No one invited Qinzong to move together, and Qinzong did not plan to move with the others. This was because the origin race members who entered together were all true saints. None of them were transcending saints. The world discovered by the Heavenheart God dynasty in the celestial universe epic fragment was called the Divine Radiance dynasty. It was also a world where demigods did not appear. The ranks of the heavenly human tribe were divided into heavenly soldier, heavenly brave, heavenly general, heavenly monarch, heavenly venerable, and heavenly god. A heavenly lord was equivalent to a demon lord, and a heavenly king was equivalent to a demon king. It was equivalent to a peak true sage or even an extreme true sage. As for Empyreans, they were equivalent to demon emperors and transcendent saints. Before Qinzong entered, Xiaoqing had naturally told Qinzong a lot of information about the Divine Radiance dynasty. The Divine Radiance dynasty did not exist in the form of a tribe like the demon tribe's Great Black Sky Empire. Instead, it consisted of many cities. Every city had a city lord and so on. Every city lord was an official of the dynasty and was appointed by the dynasty. Of course, in order to become a city lord, one must have sufficient strength. Otherwise, it would not be enough to convince the masses. Like the demon tribe, the heavenly human tribe was also very particular about bloodlines. Without a strong enough bloodline, it would not be so easy to become a strong person. It might even be impossible. However, if one had a strong enough bloodline, the difficulty of becoming a strong person would be greatly reduced. In the Divine Radiance dynasty, the Divine Radiance imperial family was the leader. The Divine Radiance emperor was an extreme heavenly venerable. He was the strongest among the extreme heavenly venerables. He had a heavenly divine artifact and was extremely powerful. Qinzong acted alone and directly entered a city. With the disguise of the light spirit essence, he did not have to worry about exposing his identity. After all, he did not have the demon tribe bloodline. According to his experience in the Great Black Sky Empire, it would not be so easy for his identity to be exposed. Moreover, his current strength had completely surpassed that of when he had first entered the Great Black Sky Empire. It was many times more powerful. It was like heaven and earth. This time, Qinzong did not plan to take things slowly like when he had first entered the Great Black Sky Empire. Instead, he planned to sweep through with lightning speed and obtain the heavenly souls as quickly as possible. I will first obtain the first heavenly soul and use the ancient god armor refining technique to refine it and increase the power of the ancient god sword armor. With greater strength, it will be easier for me to obtain the second heavenly soul, Qinzong thought to himself as his eyes sparkled. After entering the city, he began to gather information about the strong people, especially the heavenly venerables. According to his speculation, there should be more heavenly venerables in the Divine Radiance dynasty than in the Great Black Sky Empire. Although the bloodlines of the heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe were on par, after all, the heavenly human tribe was in the universe epic after the ancient god universe epic, while the demon tribe was in the universe epic after the heavenly human tribe. In the end, there was still some difference. Heavenly venerables were also divided into ordinary, top, and extreme. I'll find an ordinary heavenly venerables to kill first, Qinzong said to himself. It would be easier for him to kill an ordinary heavenly venerables if he went all out. As long as he acted quickly and stealthily enough, it would not cause any big waves in a short period of time. Of course, if he could purchase a heavenly soul, he would buy it immediately. Although Qinzong was confident in his own strength, he was still somewhat fearful of a place like the Divine Radiance dynasty. Just because the sky gods did not appear did not mean that there were no sky gods. They were peerless fighters equivalent to the demigod realm. Once they attacked, he would be in danger. Unfortunately, Qinzong did his best to gather information but did not find a way to purchase a heavenly soul. In fact, someone would not sell a treasure like a heavenly venerate even if they obtained it. It was equivalent to the inheritance of a heavenly venerate. Such an inheritance meant that after obtaining it, one would have a high chance of becoming a heavenly venerate. Who would be willing to sell it? Then, it's you, heavenly venerate Long River. Chenzong chose his target. His eyes flickered continuously as he immediately searched for all kinds of information about heavenly venerate Long River to find traces of him. After all, heavenly venerate fighters stood at the peak. Some were in seclusion and were difficult to find. Some were even missing. However, after repeated efforts by Chenzong, he finally found the place where heavenly venerate Long River was in seclusion after spending a lot of time. The flowing light river's water was turbulent and surging. Above the waves, there were layers of light that were overflowing with color. As the river flowed endlessly, it gave people the feeling that the river was glowing. Especially at night, the flowing light river shone even more brilliantly under the night sky. From afar, it looked like a band of light was dancing. It also looked like a light dragon was meandering on the ground. When Chenzong arrived at the flowing light river, it was daytime. As he looked at the surging river water, the light above it was very dazzling. This river was thousands of meters wide, and the water flowed rapidly, bringing with it waves of deafening roars. Chenzong was amazed by the river water but did not pay too much attention to it. The purpose of coming here was not to look at the scenery. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, it was useless. Heavenly venerate Long River was in seclusion at the bottom of the flowing light river. However, which section was it located at? The flowing light river was thousands of meters wide. As for its length, it was even more astonishing. It was thousands of miles long. Chenzong stood on the flowing light river and immediately spread out his mixed yuan heart force to search quickly. With each step, he crossed thousands of meters. With each step, the surging waves of the river water churned. However, they could not splash onto Chenzong at all. Even though the flowing light river was thousands of miles long, Chenzong could cross 20 miles with each step. 10 steps would be 200 miles, and 100 steps would be 2,000 miles. It was not too difficult to search it. Mixed yuan heart force penetrated the bottom of the river. The shallowest parts were tens of meters deep, while the deepest parts were thousands of meters deep. After searching continuously, Chenzong finally found an underwater mansion at the deepest part of the flowing light river. The underwater mansion was not big. Its surface was covered with a layer of faint fluorescent light. As the fluorescent light fluctuated slightly, it immediately isolated the water pressure. Not a single drop of water could enter it. Chenzong's mixed yuan heart force was also isolated outside. Is heavenly venerate Long River inside? Chenzong's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. At the same time, his body sank. In the blink of an eye, he entered the flowing light river and approached the underwater mansion. The underwater mansion was definitely at the deepest part of the flowing light river. It was more than 1,000 meters deep. The deeper he went, the more astonishing the water pressure was. It was even more astonishing than the water pressure of an ordinary river. However, it did not affect Chenzong much. Chenzong restrained his aura and approached the underwater mansion. Then, he equipped the ancient divine sword armor and tried to conceal his aura as much as possible. If the underwater mansion was indeed the place where heavenly venerate Long River was cultivating in seclusion, then he would try his best not to alarm him and end the battle quickly. Chenzong unsheathed his sword, condensing an incomparably shocking amount of energy as he directly pierced through the layer of energy surrounding the underwater residence. Next, he sliced open a crack, and Chenzong's mixed yuan heart force instantly entered, locking onto one of the figures within. The figure was cultivating in seclusion. There were traces of luminous aura lingering around him like flowing water. Under Chenzong's extremely sharp senses, each of the luminous aura contained a tyrannical fluctuation that faintly surpassed the demon lord level and reached the demon overlord level. Even if this person was not heavenly venerate Long River, he was still a heavenly venerate level expert. As long as he was a heavenly venerate level expert. As a heavenly venerate level expert, this person also seemed to have sensed that the underwater mansion's defense was being torn apart and a trace of danger was approaching. He immediately broke out of his seclusion and his tyrannical aura also erupted in an instant. The subtle aura that was originally surrounding him suddenly surged, as if it had transformed into dragons that were circling around and destroying everything. At the same time, a sword light seemed to have pierced through space and time to kill. The sword was merciless and only wanted to take a life. Divine firmament, it was an extremely sharp sword that seized all the light. Darkness suddenly descended, and only that peerlessly sharp sword light pierced through the air. The sound it made was faint, and it cut through the sky, directly slicing the void apart, as if it was an understatement. His hair stood on end, an extremely terrifying and fatal sense of danger swept over and covered his entire body. It directly rushed into the depths of his heart and body, causing Heavenly Venerate Long River to be extremely frightened. Who was it, who on earth had actually infiltrated his underwater mansion to attack him? The tyrannical power of this sword actually caused him to tremble and feel the shadow of death looming over him. This person was definitely stronger than him. Who on earth was this Heavenly Venerate level expert that wanted to kill him? There was no time to think. Heavenly Venerate Long River immediately unleashed his full strength without any hesitation or reservation. In Heavenly Venerable Long River's underwater residence, Xianxia sheathed his sword. There was a corpse at his feet. It was Heavenly Venerable Long River's corpse. Although Heavenly Venerable Long River was a Heavenly Venerable, he was only a normal Heavenly Venerable. He had been cultivating in seclusion for many years, so his strength was limited. Once his strength reached the Heavenly Venerable level, it would be even more difficult to improve further. Most Heavenly Venerables were like this. Only a few Heavenly Venerables could significantly improve their strength. For example, Xianxia, who was armed with the general-level ancient divine sword armor, had strength that was close to the peak of the Demon Emperor level, which was also the peak of the Heavenly Venerable level. Moreover, he had made a calculated move. The Divine Firmament Secret Sword Ultimate Kill brought with it an endless sharpness that was unstoppable. It directly shattered Heavenly Venerable Long River's explosive means and his tyrannical bloodline body. Suppress, although he could not kill Heavenly Venerable Long River with one strike, he was still able to suppress him. After a few more strikes, Heavenly Venerable Long River's cultivation power was depleted and he was killed. It could be said that if Xianxia had not obtained the blood sword art, it would not have been so easy to kill Heavenly Venerable Long River even with his current strength. After obtaining the blood sword art, he had integrated his divine intent attack into it to suppress Heavenly Venerable Long River to a greater extent, preventing him from escaping and then killing him. Now, Xianxia had obtained Heavenly Venerable Long River's heavenly soul. The heavenly soul was about the size of a baby's fist. It was completely white, and there seemed to be dense light flowing inside it. It gave off an indescribable, lofty, and sacred aura. The demon overlord race was born with the power of darkness. The most basic power contained in their bloodline was the power of darkness. Other powers were secondary. Meanwhile, the heavenly human race was born with the power of light. Heavenly Venerable Long River's heavenly soul was the condensation of the essence of his bloodline and power. It was the power of light heavenly water. Heavenly Venerables could no longer refine their bloodline because they had already condensed the essence of their bloodline and power into a heavenly soul. Only Heavenly King-level powerhouses could refine their bloodline. Let's begin. Xianxia stared at the heavenly soul in his hand and sensed the profound aura fluctuations within it. His eyes involuntarily shone brightly, and he was extremely happy. Refine, first, he would refine it with the ancient god armor refining technique to increase the power of the ancient god sword armor and further increase his own strength. Then, he would continue. As for hunting Heavenly Venerable rank powerhouses, Xianxia did not have any psychological burden since they were strangers. This was the heavenly human tribe, not the human tribe. Moreover, this was not the chaos multiverse, so things were different. Under the activation of the ancient god armor technique, a mysterious power suddenly filled the air. It spread into the cauldron in his hand. Immediately, a trace of extremely pure power was absorbed from the cauldron and integrated into the ancient god sword armor. The ancient god sword armor glowed slightly, and its aura changed little by little. The aura became stronger and more mysterious. The patterns on the ancient god sword armor also changed. Ripple, a strong aura spread out from the ancient god sword armor, and the power of the cauldron was being consumed. After a while, the power of the cauldron in Xianxia's hand was completely consumed. What's going on? Xianxia was stunned. After the ancient god sword armor devoured all the power of the cauldron, it did not upgrade. It was still at the general level. After carefully sensing and observing it, Chenzong found that the patterns on the ancient god sword armor were brighter and brighter. It constantly emitted a shocking aura fluctuation. It was stronger than before. It was much stronger, but it still did not upgrade. Is it because the power of the cauldron is not enough? Chenzong frowned slightly and guessed. It seemed to be the case. The power of one cauldron was not enough to upgrade the ancient god sword armor from the general level to the king level. Then, he could only try to get another cauldron. Fortunately, I used the bloodline of the eternal darkness tree to exchange for a place to enter the celestial epic fragment of the celestial universe. Chenzong thought to himself. If someone really used 2 cauldrons to exchange with him, what would he do when he found that one cauldron was not enough to upgrade the ancient god sword armor from the general level to the king level? Would he use the second cauldron, or would he give it to Dijio? Whether he used it himself or gave it to Dijio, he had to find a way to get the third cauldron. It seemed that exchanging the bloodline of the eternal dark tree for a slot to enter the Deva universe epic relic world was still a good deal. He quickly put away Heavenly Venerable Long River storage divine item. The things inside were useless to him, but he could sell them. They were still worth a lot. He looked for the second Heavenly Venerable. After spending a lot of time and money, Chenzong found out where the second Heavenly Venerable was. Divine Light Heavenly Venerable, this was a top-level Heavenly Venerable. He was very powerful. There was news that he had appeared at the Heavenly Drum Mountain not long ago. The Heavenly Drum Mountain was 5,000 meters tall. There was little vegetation on the mountain, and it was all grayish-white rocks. When a strong wind blew past, the mountain would make thumping sounds like the beating of heavenly drums. That was why it was called the Heavenly Drum Mountain. The Heavenly Drum Mountain was considered a wonder in the Divine Radiance dynasty. It often attracted many people. It was said that the sound of the wind drums on the Heavenly Drum Mountain was helpful for cultivation and comprehension. Some people had gained something from listening to the sound of the drums. They broke through their cultivation or comprehended some kind of superb technique. This made the Heavenly Drum Mountain even more famous in the dynasty. Often, cultivators would come from all directions just to listen to the sound of the wind drums. However, the sound of the wind drums on the Heavenly Drum Mountain did not sound all the time. There was usually a gap between 1 month and 3 months. The duration of each sound was not fixed. It could be long or short. 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 It could be short or long. Sword light streaked across the sky. Its speed was astonishing as it arrived at the Heavenly Drum Mountain. This was because someone had seen Heavenly Venerable Shenguang there before. Heavenly Venerable Shenguang was a strong practitioner who liked to teach others. He liked to give pointers to others. It was because of this that people knew about him. If possible, Chenzong actually intended to find another ordinary Heavenly Venerable to kill. That would be easier. However, the information he got was that it was Heavenly Venerable Shenguang. Of course, there were other Heavenly Venerables as well. For example, the Divine Radiance Great Emperor of the Divine Radiance dynasty was in the imperial family. He had a clear goal. Unfortunately, the Divine Radiance Great Emperor's bloodline was at the supreme level. His ability was at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable realm. He had a heavenly divine implement and was extremely powerful. Even Chenzong was not confident that he could defeat him. Moreover, the Divine Radiance Great Emperor was not the only Heavenly Venerable in the Divine Imperial Palace. The sword light arrived. Chenzong landed on the Heavenly Drum Mountain. The mixed Yuan heart force immediately spread out. It swept across and locked onto one of them. It was an extremely powerful aura. It was a sacred and boundless aura. It was a bright and vast aura. It was very powerful. It was much more powerful than Heavenly Venerable Changhe. Heavenly Venerable Shenguang. Who is it? Heavenly Venerable Shenguang was in the sky. At the top of the Heavenly Drum Mountain, if someone came, he would give them pointers. This was where his pleasure lay. I am Swordmaster Tianguang. I have been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Today, I will test my swordsmanship. Who can compete with me? Xianxia said. His voice carried an astonishing sharpness. It resounded through the heavens and the earth. An astonishing sword will soar into the sky. The sword will traverse the heavens and the earth, suppressing the heavenly drum mountain. It was as if it had turned into an invisible giant sword. It directly pressed towards heavenly venerable Xianxia. This was an identity that Xianxia had casually made up for himself. He was a sword maniac who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. He wanted to test his swordsmanship. In this way, even if he killed heavenly venerable Xianxia, it would at most cause a stir. It would not arouse any suspicion. Friend, I don't want to fight, heavenly venerable Xianxia responded. Cut the crap. Xianxia's tone was extremely overbearing. The powerful sword will swept across the sky. The astonishing sword will directly locked onto heavenly venerable Xianxia and pressed towards him. In the next moment, Xianxia took a step forward. He became one with his sword and transformed into a beam of sword light. The heavenly will sword was also unsheathed in an instant. Kill. The purpose of this trip was to kill heavenly venerable Xianxia. The so-called test of his swordsmanship was just a reason, an excuse. How could he stop just because heavenly venerable Xianxia said he did not want to fight? If heavenly venerable Xianxia did not attack, Xianxia would not hold back at all. Friend, don't go too far. Heavenly venerable Xianxia's face darkened. His tone was sullen. At the same time, he transformed into a beam of flowing light and instantly avoided Xianxia's sword. Heavenly venerable Xianxia was a top-level heavenly venerable. His strength was tyrannical. What was even more amazing was his speed. Xianxia's sword came again. He kept attacking heavenly venerable Xianxia, who was dodging. Finally, he was enraged. Friend, if you don't stop now, don't blame me for being ruthless. Heavenly venerable Xianxia's tone was low. There was a deep anger and murderous intent. He was a heavenly venerable level elite. He was also a top-level heavenly venerable. He was one of the few elites in the entire Divine Brilliance dynasty. Although he liked to teach others and had a relatively gentle temperament, it did not mean that he did not have a temper. Anyone would be angry if they were forced to do so, let alone a heavenly venerable level elite. Either you defeat me, or I defeat you, Xianxia responded coldly. He held his sword and attacked again. As you wish, heavenly venerable Xianxia said in a low voice. His body shone brightly. In an instant, it exploded and turned into beams of flowing light. However, they were as sharp as swords. One after another, they drew stunning arcs. They were like swords piercing through the air. They attacked Xianxia. They were fast, fierce, and powerful. They were even more terrifying than Mu Qingyang's attack. In just an instant, dozens of flowing lights pierced through the air like long spears and attacked Xianxia. They destroyed Xianxia's sword light. They wanted to kill Xianxia directly. Armed, without hesitation, Xianxia immediately armed himself with the ancient god sword armor. With the more powerful ancient god sword armor on his body, Xianxia's strength reached the level of a top-level heavenly venerable. However, Xianxia did not directly explode with all his strength. Instead, he held back and limited it to the level of a top-level heavenly venerable. He did not want to scare heavenly venerable Xianxia away. Otherwise, when facing a top-level heavenly venerable, as long as heavenly venerable Xianxia was not crazy, he would not fight to the death. He would definitely escape. If a top-level heavenly venerable elite who was good at speed was determined to escape, even if the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor attacked, it would be difficult to guarantee that he would be able to kill him. Xianxia intended to fight heavenly venerable Xianxia with the strength of a top-level heavenly venerable. At the critical moment, he would explode with all his strength to deliver a fatal blow. This would determine life and death. Even if his opponent realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, he would lose the best opportunity. On the heavenly drum mountain, the light was shining brightly. It was like thousands of rays of light, which surprised many cultivators on the mountain. What happened? Could it be that a treasure has appeared? Idiot, how could there be a treasure on the heavenly drum mountain? It seems like Lord Xianxia is fighting with someone. Only a heavenly venerable can fight with Lord Xianxia. Which heavenly venerable is it? After all, heavenly venerables were the strongest cultivators who stood at the top. Each of them was extremely powerful. Compared to cultivators of other levels, they were few in number. If there was no big conflict between heavenly venerables, they would not fight. Even if they did, they would not fight in front of others. They would find a secret place and would not fight to the death. After all, life and death between heavenly venerables was not so easy. If an ultimate heavenly venerable wanted to kill a top heavenly venerable, the success rate would not be very high unless they were well prepared. Of course, if an ultimate heavenly venerable wanted to kill an ordinary heavenly venerable, it was possible. There had not been a battle between heavenly venerables in the Divine Brilliance dynasty for many years. There had not even been a death of a heavenly venerable. As for heavenly venerable Changhe's death, it was only because he had been cultivating in seclusion for many years. He was also suddenly attacked by Qianzong. He was killed in a few moves. The commotion was very subtle. Therefore, no one knew about it yet. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and alarm the entire dynasty. Now, there was a heavenly venerable fighting. How shocking was that, it could be determined that one of the combatants was Lord Xinguang. He was a famous top Empyrean within the entire dynasty. He had always been known for his gentle temperament and his love for teaching others. Many people had received guidance from Lord Xinguang. Unfortunately, he never accepted disciples. Many people wanted to worship him as a teacher after receiving his guidance, but they were all rejected. So who was the other person? Which heavenly venerable was it? Immediately, someone came closer and heard Qianzong's words. Therefore, they spread the news. Swordmaster Tianguang, who was that? Which heavenly venerable was it? After cultivating in seclusion for 1,000 years, he had achieved great success in his sword Dao, so he came out to test his sword Dao. His reason was very normal and did not arouse the slightest suspicion. Qianzong maintained the strength of a top Empyrean and fought with Empyrean Xinguang endlessly. He displayed the one-mind divine sword technique. His supremacy filled the air and constantly attacked Empyrean Xinguang. Unfortunately, Qianzong was hiding his strength. In addition to the tyrannical strength of Empyrean Xinguang, his divine will was also very tyrannical. Therefore, the divine will of one-mind divine sword technique was unable to threaten Empyrean Xinguang. Even so, the tyrannical power of Qianzong's swordsmanship was enough to threaten Empyrean Xinguang. Empyrean Xinguang had no choice but to erupt with all his strength. Holy light explosion, as he struck out with his palm, a vast amount of divine light condensed. The divine light was boundless, and it carried with it an extremely terrifying power. It was as if it was about to shatter the vacuum and directly smash Qianzong into pieces. Anger, Empyrean Xinguang was obviously enraged. He was extremely furious, and he attacked with all his might without mercy. Qianzong's expression did not change. The sword light slashed across the sky. The sword light was extremely sharp, and it cut through everything. It seemed that there was nothing between heaven and earth that could resist it. Divine sky, the ancient god sword armor that had swallowed a heavenly soul, could not be upgraded from the general level to the king level. However, its power had indeed increased significantly. It made Qianzong's strength even more tyrannical. Even if he deliberately hid his strength, the power of Qianzong's sword was very amazing. Empyrean Xinguang attacked. Rays of divine light with terrible power broke through the air and attacked Qianzong. The void was pierced and shattered. Each ray of divine light seemed to be able to destroy mountains. Qianzong waved his sword and shattered the rays of divine light. He continued to approach Empyrean Xinguang. It was close combat. Comparatively speaking, Empyrean Xinguang was not good at close combat. However, Qianzong was very good at it. As soon as he got close, Empyrean Xinguang immediately found that he was suppressed. He gradually fell into a disadvantage. He immediately burst out with his full speed. With his super speed, he opened up the distance and once again shot out rays of divine light. Speed, the extreme speed was displayed by Empyrean Xinguang. His figure completely disappeared. Between heaven and earth, there was only a stream of light that flashed endlessly. It was difficult to capture. If Qianzong did not equip the ancient god sword armor, his strength would be at the level of an ordinary Empyrean. It was impossible to avoid or even capture such speed. Fortunately, the ancient god sword armor had significantly improved Qianzong's strength. Even if he deliberately hid his strength, a foundation was a foundation, and strength was strength. It still existed. No matter how fast Emperor Xianxia erupted, he could not really hurt Qinzong. On the contrary, Qinzong's sword was constantly resisting Qinzong. He could not break through Qinzong's defense. Qinzong's divine will was very tyrannical. The impact of the divine will contained in Emperor Xianxia's divine light could not shake Qinzong. It was known that Qinzong had never stopped practicing the ghost fire jade tempering mantra. Even if the effect became more subtle, he was still gradually improving. He had already surpassed the past and reached a higher level. Fierce battle, Qinzong hid his strength. The battle with Emperor Xianxia was extremely fierce. The aftermath of the extremely tyrannical attacks fell on the heavenly drum mountain. Suddenly, the heavenly drum mountain began to crumble. Pieces of stone sputtered, carrying with them an amazing force that shattered the vacuum. If this continued, the heavenly drum mountain would most likely be destroyed. Fortunately, although Emperor Xianxia was angry, he still maintained a certain level of rationality. He knew that the heavenly drum mountain was a place of opportunity. He could not bear to destroy it. Therefore, he rushed towards the sky. Qinzong transformed into a sword light and quickly chased after him. Above the sky, endless strong light continued to shine. The divine light was vast and boundless, shattering the sea of clouds. Countless cracks spread across the sky. As they crisscrossed, each of them was filled with an incomparably terrifying aura. As the battle continued, his strength continued to be consumed. Emperor Xianxia's anger gradually dissipated. That murderous intent also faded because more than half of his strength had been consumed. His opponent's strength was tyrannical and his swordsmanship was superb. It was difficult for him to defeat his opponent. It was simply impossible. Since he could not do it, there was no benefit in continuing to fight. Did he want to fight to the death? Friend, it's over. Emperor Xianxia immediately opened up the distance and said. He immediately flew away. He did not want to fight anymore. However, how could Qinzong let him do as he wished? Otherwise, he would have failed this time. Don't even think about leaving. Qinzong roared, you and I have not determined the winner yet. Friend, I have lost this battle, Emperor Xianxia replied immediately. Xinguang Tianzuan responded immediately. He did not feel aggrieved. After all, his opponent's strength was indeed very strong. In this battle, he had not gained any advantage. On the contrary, once his opponent got close to him, he would be at a disadvantage. It was not impossible for him to admit defeat. If you want to leave, it is not impossible. You just have to take one move of my secret sword. Qinzong immediately said. His tone was cold. Otherwise, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I will not give up. What a headache, Emperor Xianxia had a big headache. How could there be such a person? It was really annoying. Of course, such people did exist. They were the kind of people who were war demons and war maniacs. If such people did not die, their future strength would be very terrifying. In all fairness, Emperor Xianxia felt that he admired such people very much. However, he did not like them very much, especially when he was facing them directly. Okay, I will take one move of your secret sword. Emperor Xianxia could only respond in this way. Otherwise, his opponent's speed was very fast. If he wanted to pursue, it would be very difficult to escape. This secret sword is the result of my closed-door training for 1,000 years. It is very powerful, but I have never really used it. So, I cannot guarantee that you can take it. Qinzong seemed to be very kind and reminded him. Come at me. Emperor Xianxia responded. His whole body was surrounded by strands of divine light, layer by layer. If he wanted to completely get rid of Qinzong, it was not impossible. He only needed to use one secret technique. It was just that he did not want to use that secret technique unless it was a last resort, because it would cost him a lot. His opponent's strength was indeed very strong, but Emperor Xianxia was still very confident in his own strength. If he used all of his strength to resist one move of his opponent's secret sword, he could do it. At most, he would be injured. For Emperor level, there was no such thing as a fatal injury. As long as his cultivation was not exhausted, he could quickly recover from any injury. So, why not take one move of his opponent's secret sword head-on? Emperor Xianxia was in high spirits, but he was not overconfident. He released all of his strength and displayed a secret technique. It was a defensive secret technique. It was a pure defensive secret technique, but it had an amazing defensive power. Even if his opponent's strength was higher than his, it was impossible to break through the defense of this secret technique and cause him obvious injuries. It was stable. Seeing his opponent like this, Xianxia's expression did not change. His eyes flashed with cold light, and his body was filled with an aura. That aura was a bit obscure, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding wind immediately stopped. A secret sword. Xianxia was indeed going to display a secret sword, and it was indeed a secret sword that he had recently comprehended. Xianxia was not lying about this. The secret sword that he was about to display was the one that Xianxia had finally comprehended when he was in closed-door training in the ancient god dynasty's ancient god temple. This secret sword was a secret sword that he had comprehended from the blood sword secret technique. It could be said that this secret sword was equivalent to the essence of the blood sword secret technique. The blood sword secret technique had 4 secret swords: demonic light, bloody slaughter, and heavy sword kill. The 4th secret sword, blood sword Azura, was the fusion of the essence of the first 3 secret swords. The new secret sword that Xianxia was about to display was the fusion of the essence of the 4 secret swords of the blood sword secret technique. It was stronger than blood sword Azura. In the end, Xianxia's current strength had completely surpassed the blood sword demon emperor's. His foundation and accumulation in the way of the sword was not something that the blood sword demon emperor could compare with. His high realm and strong foundation allowed Xianxia to create more powerful secret swords from his original foundation. A red glow immediately gathered in the depths of Xianxia's jet-black pupils. After which, it blossomed like a blood flower. An obscure murderous intent immediately spread out from Xianxia's body. It was faint at the beginning, but it rapidly grew stronger. Stop, the surrounding wind completely stopped. Solidify, even the void was frozen by this extremely terrifying and obscure sword intent. The white clouds seemed to have turned into a picture scroll. Thousands of meters above the heavenly drum mountain, rays of divine light were constantly circling and stacking, becoming more and more vigorous and condensed. Looking from afar, it was like a divine sun in the sky, emitting endless rays of light. It was so dazzling, so eye-catching, and so tyrannical and boundless, like a tsunami, roaring and repelling the void, surging out like an avalanche. Xianxia stared at Xianxia Skylord, and the blood-red color in his eyes became more and more obvious. His whole body suddenly trembled, and the obscure and cold aura also paused for a moment, then exploded. The sky wind was vast, whistling endlessly, as if to blow everything away. A shadow appeared on Xianxia's body, a shadow that emitted a strong divine light, but the inside of the shadow was blood red. However, with the camouflage of the light essence, the blood red did not look the slightest bit strange. Instead, it gave off a feeling of righteousness. That shadow seemed to have come from the abyss, from the hell of death. As soon as it appeared, the original stagnant feeling was strengthened to the extreme. Blood Shura. This secret sword was only one word different from the name of the strongest move of the blood sword secret art, or rather, it was only one word less. However, there was a clear difference in power, because this secret sword was truly Xianxia's secret sword. Xianxia had spent many years continuously comprehending it, and finally created it according to his own swordsmanship and swordsmanship. With this sword, there was no need to use the blood sword secret art. Stagnation, pause, within thousands of meters, it was as if it had turned into a picture scroll, isolated from thousands of meters away. Kill, the blood-red shadow on his body synchronized with Xianxia's and swung out a sword. It seemed to be a simple sword, but it seemed to have completely displayed Xianxia's power. 2 sword lights overlapped, instantly piercing through the air towards Emperor Xianxia. The supreme slaughter intent contained within was tyrannical to the extreme. Xianxia unreservedly displayed this attack. It was a strike from an ultimate Empyrean. Exalted Xianxia was struck by the killing intent. His divine will was immediately shaken, as if it was about to be split apart. He saw a long river of blood rushing towards him. The blood-red waves rolled endlessly. It was as if there were countless pale arms reaching out from the river, carrying with them the will of death. He also saw a mountain of bones piled up between the heavens and the earth. It was majestic and endless. A white bone emperor sat atop the mountain of bones. His eyes burned with the pale flames of death, harvesting the life of all living things. Horrifying, in the depths of Xinguang Emperor's heart, there was a sudden surge of unspeakable horror. He felt that he had been cheated. The power of that secret sword was beyond his imagination. It wasn't something a peak Emperor could use. It was at the level of an ultimate Emperor. The difference of one level was at least double. They couldn't block it. Emperor Xinguang was well aware of his own abilities. He simply could not block the attack of an ultimate Emperor, and it was also a very tyrannical attack. Run, without hesitation, Emperor Xinguang wanted to withdraw and escape. Even if he had to pay a certain price, he would not hesitate. This was because he was keenly aware that the purpose of the other party seemed to be to kill him. There was no enmity or hatred. Why would the other party want to kill him? There was no time to think. It was better to escape first. However, it was too late. When he agreed to accept Qianzong's secret sword, it was already too late. He had already fallen into the control of Qianzong. Unless Emperor Xinguang was also an ultimate Emperor, he could not avoid this sword. The blood-red sword light arrived in an instant. The void was cut open, and a huge and long hole appeared. It rushed towards the horrified Xinguang Tianzuan. Suddenly, the layers of divine light defense were cut open, and the layers were cut apart. When the layers of divine light defense were broken, the power of the sword was almost exhausted. Emperor Xinguang was, after all, a peak Emperor master. He tried his best to erupt, but he could barely block the sword. However, the real power of Blood Shura's secret sword was not the sword light. It was just a prelude. Its real power was to seal the void. With the blood-red shadow, the void of thousands of meters would be sealed. It was as if it was solidified. The wind stopped and the clouds stopped. It constantly emitted a tyrannical killing intent to attack the target, shake the target's divine will, and intimidate the target. Under the power of Blood Shura, even opponents at the same level as Qianzong would be affected, not to mention those who were not as strong as Qianzong. Emperor Xinguang was now obviously affected. Secret of concealing Yuan in the void, in an instant, a fist-sized dark vortex suddenly appeared behind Qianzong. It spun endlessly, swallowing and spitting out tyrannical power into Qianzong's body. Immediately, Qianzong's mixed Yuan heart force, which was almost exhausted, was quickly restored. With the replenishment, Qianzong's cultivation recovered and immediately erupted 10 times. Xianxia, a sword that took away all the light in the world and fell into darkness. Everyone only felt that the originally dazzling and bright sky seemed to have suddenly fallen into darkness. Even the divine light emitted by Emperor Xinguang was swallowed up. In an instant, an extremely bright brilliance suddenly lit up, making everyone unconsciously close their eyes. They could not stare at it. Otherwise, they would feel as if their eyes were being cut apart. It was extremely painful. Xianxiao's sword that erupted 10 times the power was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, the blood of Emperor Xinguang was cut in half. The terrible sword aura was raging endlessly. Taihao, the incomparably strong light rose. It was like an ancient sun that burned incessantly, incinerating everything. It directly bombarded the body of Emperor Xinguang. Emperor Xinguang had originally been in a fierce battle. Nearly half of his cultivation strength had been consumed. Then, he withstood Qianzong's Blood Shura, which consumed a lot of his cultivation strength. Then, he was cut in half by Xianxia's sword. His cultivation strength was almost depleted. The final Taihao sword directly determined the outcome of the battle, life and death. Death, from the beginning, Emperor Xinguang had fallen into Qianzong's rhythm. He was controlled by Qianzong invisibly. After killing Emperor Xinguang, Qianzong immediately took out his opponent's heaven soul. After destroying his corpse, he displayed the secret sword of limitless formless kill and broke out with extreme speed to escape. Everyone only felt darkness descending. The light flashed. First, it was a ray, then a ball. Then, when the darkness dissipated, calm was restored. There was no one in the sky. Where is he? Where is Emperor Xinguang? And the strong man who called himself Emperor Swordmaster? They could not find him. The others at most had the strength of a heavenly king realm. The gap between them and the Empyrean realm was obvious. How could they discover the whereabouts of Xianxia? They had already disappeared. As for the result of this battle, no one knew at present. It was better this way. Xianxia escaped far away and found a remote valley to land. His aura was instantly restrained. Heaven Soul, a heaven soul appeared in Xianxia's hand. The aura it exuded was stronger than that of Empyrean Changhe's heaven soul. It was at least twice as strong. This was the heaven soul of Empyrean Xinguang. It was the heaven soul of a top Empyrean. On the other hand, Empyrean Changhe was only an ordinary Empyrean. The difference in strength was obvious. The power contained in the heaven soul was also obvious. Looking at this heaven soul and feeling the strong aura fluctuations contained in it, Xianxia was very excited. It should be able to upgrade the ancient god sword armor to King Realm, Xianxia said to himself. Refine, he immediately used the ancient god armor refining technique and started to refine the stronger cauldron soul. The pure power within the cauldron soul was immediately sucked out and swallowed by the ancient god sword armor. The ancient god sword armor gradually shone brighter and brighter. In the end, it turned into a dark golden sun that shone in all directions. Aura, the tyrannical aura continued to rise. It became more and more shocking. Xianxia's body floated in midair. The aura he exuded rushed in all directions. It was overbearing, ancient, and heavy. It caused the surrounding void to distort and collapse. It affected the kernel. The call seemed to be constantly gnawed and swallowed by invisible saw teeth. It kept disappearing. Depression, the call completely disappeared. It formed a depression that was hundreds of meters wide. Gradually, as time passed, the power of the top Empyrean heaven soul was completely swallowed up by the ancient god sword armor. The power of the ancient god sword armor was raised to the limit of the general realm. However, it still did not break through. It's not that I don't have enough power. It's that I need to control this power. Only then can I truly upgrade to the king realm. Xianxia suddenly realized something. This power was extremely tyrannical. It increased from 6 times to 9 times. There was a faint feeling that it was out of his control. Once it was out of control, it would go out of control. Once it went out of control, it would definitely explode. When that happened, it would cause great damage to him. He absolutely could not lose control. Xianxia immediately exerted the wholehearted chaotic prime realm to the limit. He did not dare to hold back at all. He went all out. Control, he constantly controlled this tyrannical power. The boundless dark golden light, which was like an ancient blazing sun, began to shrink and converge little by little. This was a sign that Xianxia was slowly gaining control of it. Fortunately, although the entire process continued, it did not cause any disturbances. Gradually, Xianxia gained complete control of it. The dark golden light was completely withdrawn, revealing the ancient god sword armor, which had also undergone a drastic change. Black, the main color of the ancient god sword armor had become black. It was so black that it looked very simple, ancient, and profound. Above the black, there were dark golden lines. The mysterious dark golden lines crisscrossed and seemed to outline the outline of an ancient god. It was extremely mysterious. If a soldier-level ancient god armor was a piece of rough iron, then a general-level ancient god armor was a piece of fine iron, and a king-level ancient god armor was a piece of refined steel that had been polished. Anyone who saw this king-level ancient god armor would immediately know that it was extraordinary. A treasure, no matter how one looked at it, it was a treasure. Although it was very conspicuous and eye-catching, the power it possessed was extremely astonishing. This power was also very restrained, making it difficult for people to sense it clearly. Only Xianxia knew this power best. If one were to calculate it in terms of multiples, the king-level ancient god armor could increase one's strength, speed, and defense tenfold. It could also form an extremely tyrannical layer of divine will protection. Powerful, equipped with the king-level ancient god sword armor, Xianxia felt that his strength had more than doubled. It had reached an astonishing height, an extremely tyrannical height. He felt as if he could pluck stars from the sky and capture dragons from the sea. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could stop him. King level, Chenzong had finally upgraded the ancient god sword armor to king level. Its power had increased tremendously, making it extremely powerful. 10 times the power, 10 times the speed, 10 times the defense, and 10 times the defense. The stronger Chenzong's divine intent was, the stronger the defense was. This meant that if one wanted to use divine intent to attack Chenzong's divine intent, the strength of the divine intent had to be at least much stronger than Chenzong's. It could be said that with the king-level ancient god sword armor, Chenzong's strength had more than doubled. He had become even more powerful. Of course, he was still in the limit transcendent saint realm. However, he had only just entered the limit transcendent saint realm. Now, he was at the top of the limit transcendent saint realm. Power, tyrannical power surged endlessly. The ancient god sword armor was closely connected to his bloodline. Not long after, Chenzong put away the ancient god sword armor and turned it into a layer of black gold fluid that covered his bones. Even after putting away the ancient god sword armor, Chenzong's body still exuded a powerful aura. When the ancient god sword armor was upgraded from general level to king level, it was also because the ancient god sword armor was closely connected to Chenzong's bloodline. Chenzong's cosmic immortal body had also been strengthened. The double increase made Chenzong's cosmic immortal body even more powerful. When he clenched his fist, there was a loud bang immediately. It was as if he could crush a mountain and punch through the sky. Very powerful, although he was not a physique cultivator, the cosmic immortal body was already very powerful. After repeated refinements, it became even more powerful. Now, it had reached a very shocking level. With the cosmic immortal body alone, I should be able to fight against a top devil king. Chenzong could not help but think to himself with a smile on his face. He could fight against a top devil king just by relying on his physique without using his cultivation. How amazing was that? The indestructible body of the universe had more than doubled, and the mixed origin heart force had also improved. Its purity had increased by 30%, which meant that the power of the mixed origin heart force had become even more tyrannical. In essence, it had further enhanced Chenzong's strength. Now, without the ancient divine sword armor, experts like Heavenly Master Long River were no longer a match for Chenzong. Of course, it was still impossible to kill experts like Heavenly Master Long River without the ancient divine sword armor. They could only suppress them. Since the ancient god sword armor has been upgraded to the king level, then the next step is to obtain another heavenly soul, Chenzong said to himself. His eyes shone brightly. He wanted to give another heavenly soul to demigod Dijiao to complete his deal with him. Of course, if conditions permitted, Chenzong would not mind obtaining more heavenly souls. Other than the heavenly souls, he also wanted to obtain the heavenly bloodline. An ordinary heavenly bloodline had to be handed over to the Skyheart Holy Court. That was the rule. Other bloodlines could be sold for divine origin. The value of divine origin was amazing, and he could use it to buy resources that were useful to him. Where is the third heavenly master? Chenzong said to himself. His body flashed, and he immediately turned into a fine sword light. In an instant, he pierced through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Master Long River had died, but because he had died in the water mansion, no one knew about it. Whether Heavenly Master Shenguang had died or not was still unknown. In a short time, the news had not spread. Chenzong inquired about the other heavenly masters while looking for heavenly bloodlines. Heavenly bloodlines were the same as demon bloodlines. They were divided into ordinary, elite, top, and supreme. The higher the level of the bloodline, the rarer it was and the harder it was to obtain. Chenzong also did not have any ideas about supreme bloodlines. That was very difficult to obtain. It would be good enough if he could obtain a top bloodline. He casually suppressed a top heavenly king realm cultivator and then used the bloodline extraction technique to extract a heavenly bloodline from the top heavenly king realm cultivator's body. This was an elite level bloodline that was worth 30 divine origin. Chenzong quickly put it away. Chenzong didn't deliberately hunt because he had a feeling that seemed to come from the underworld, that he couldn't go on a killing spree. Otherwise, it would bring about a terrible disaster. Whether there were any heavenly god realm cultivators in the Divine Radiance dynasty was still unknown. Even if they had not appeared before, it did not mean that they did not exist. The heavenly god realm was equivalent to the demigod realm. Its power was shocking and unpredictable. Splendid palaces were located on the ground. They stretched in all directions and were arranged in picturesque disorder. The position of each palace seemed messy, but they were actually very particular. They formed a mysterious pattern. The pattern seemed to be solidified on the ground, but it also seemed to be connected to the sky. As the auras intertwined, it was like a dragon hiding in the abyss. This was where the imperial family of the Divine Radiance dynasty was located. The palaces were incomparably splendid. Together, they formed a great array. A great array that connected the heavens and the earth, enveloped and protected all the palaces. They depended on each other for survival. Under normal circumstances, such a great array would be in a half-activated state. Its energy consumption would be very low, but its defensive ability was not weak at all. It was enough to block the attacks of ordinary heavenly venerables without breaking. If it was fully activated, it could even trap and kill ordinary heavenly venerables and resist the attacks of top heavenly venerables. Even if an ultimate heavenly venerate wanted to break through it, it would not be that easy. It would take some time. Such a great array was really shocking. Only the imperial family, which was so powerful and had such a deep foundation, could possess it. Although the second-ranked force was also very strong, its great array was at most at the level of ordinary heavenly venerables. It could not reach the level of top heavenly venerables. At this moment, it was night. The stars were dotted with stars. A few of them were especially bright. Their light shone in all directions, giving people the feeling of a scorching sun. A person was standing on a 1,000-meter-tall platform in the imperial family. He looked up at the sky and stared at the stars. This 1,000-meter-tall platform was called the stargazing platform. It was used to observe the stars and know the rise, fall, and changes of the stars. The person standing on the stargazing platform was an old man. He was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His eyes seemed turbid, but they were actually very bright, clear, and penetrating. The old man was surrounded by mysterious fluctuations. His aura was obscure and deep, but it was also as high as the starry sky. If Chen Zong saw it, he would be surprised. This old man was a top heavenly venerate expert, a top heavenly venerate with an extraordinary bloodline. The old man observed the night sky and suddenly realized that 2 stars were missing. The 2 stars were very bright. He was startled and quickly pinched his fingers to calculate. As soon as he calculated, he immediately felt an indescribable murderous intent attack him. The murderous intent was so strong, so sudden, and so frightening. Even with the strength of a top heavenly venerate, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. When he looked again, it seemed that the few shining stars in the night sky were gradually suffused with a layer of blood color, quietly spreading like a thin mist. Only this old man had such a sign. To be able to see it, this was the ability of his unique bloodline. Without hesitation, the old man immediately sent a message. Soon, a ray of light streaked across the night sky and descended on the stargazing platform, revealing a stalwart figure. This stalwart figure was wearing platinum armor and a long cape. The cape was red and covered with fragmented gold patterns. It fluttered in the night wind like a war flag. Great Emperor. The old man hurriedly bowed slightly to the newcomer. Elder, there's no need to be so polite, the stalwart figure immediately replied. Elder, if you have any discoveries, please specially send me a message. Great Emperor, I observed the night sky and found that a calamity is coming. The old man did not waste any time and went straight to the point. His expression was solemn, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. What calamity? The stalwart figure was the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor of the Divine Brilliance dynasty. When he heard this, he immediately asked in a serious tone. This old man was at the level of an elder. He was the only one left, and his bloodline was unique. He could observe the stars and deduce the rise and fall of the dynasty, and so on. Since he observed the sky and said that a calamity was coming, then a calamity was really coming to the Divine Brilliance dynasty. This calamity is a killing calamity, the old man said in a serious tone. The old man's tone was extremely solemn as he said, I can see that this calamity is coming. Many experts will die in it. Great Emperor, if I'm not wrong, 2 heavenly venerables should have died in the killing calamity by now, the elder said with an extremely serious expression. This shocked the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor, and his expression changed drastically. 2 heavenly venerables. How many heavenly venerables were there in the Divine Brilliance dynasty? There were only a few dozen, and 2 of them had died in an instant. What a huge loss it was. Most importantly, this was only the beginning of this killing calamity. If this continued, it was very likely that even more heavenly venerables would die. This was absolutely not allowed. He was the ruler of the Divine Brilliance dynasty, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor. The other heavenly venerables were all citizens and subjects of the Divine Brilliance dynasty. How could they die just like that? Elder Su, please deduce the exact source of the killing calamity, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor said with a cold voice and a stern expression. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to start a killing calamity in his dynasty had to die. Yes, Great Emperor. After Elder Su responded, he immediately focused and activated his extraordinary and unique bloodline to the extreme. Bits of starlight emanated from his body and floated in the surroundings. It was as if the stars in the night sky were responding to each other from afar. Every bit of starlight flickered endlessly, emanating an incomparably mysterious aura fluctuation. The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor waited quietly at the side, waiting for Elder Su to deduce the result. His aura was restrained and steady, and an extremely tyrannical power surged continuously within his body. It was as if an ancient volcano was constantly accumulating power and was about to erupt. Who exactly was it, who dared to start a killing calamity in the Divine Brilliance dynasty? Was it a powerful cultivator from outside the dynasty? However, no matter where this powerful cultivator came from or if he was a powerful cultivator from the dynasty itself, starting a killing calamity was absolutely not allowed. Just as Elder Su was using all his power to deduce, another speck of starlight suddenly flickered. It flickered somewhat hurriedly, and traces of blood red permeated the air and gradually multiplied. It was as if the speck of starlight was about to be dyed scarlet. As it flickered, the light of that star also dimmed bit by bit. Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame, this was Qianzong's third target, an ordinary heavenly venerable. Demigod Digio required a demonic soul and a heavenly soul, but he did not require a demonic soul or a heavenly soul. In that case, an ordinary heavenly venerable was also acceptable. It would be easier for Qianzong to kill an ordinary heavenly venerable. Even if the other party was prepared, they would not be able to stop Qianzong. Moreover, Qianzong's actions were as secretive as possible. Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame was the patriarch of the Sacred Fire sect. It was because of Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame's existence that the Sacred Fire sect could continue to develop and grow. Now, it was one of the few powerful forces in the Divine Radiance dynasty. There was an extremely ancient volcano in the territory of the Sacred Fire sect. This volcano was 9,000 meters tall and spanned hundreds of miles. It constantly spat out white flames. A long time ago, it was called the White Volcano. Later, it was occupied by Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame and was renamed the Sacred Volcano. The white flames of the Sacred Volcano were more terrifying than ordinary volcanic flames. Its temperature was more than 10 times higher. Once Heavenly Lord Realm experts got close, they would feel uncomfortable and would feel like they were being roasted dry. Heavenly generals could not get close, or they would be roasted dry in a short time. Only Heavenly King Realm experts could withstand the shocking heat of the Sacred Volcano. The Sacred Volcano was also the place where Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame cultivated in seclusion. The sword light traversed the sky at an extremely fast speed. It flew without stopping in the direction of the Sacred Volcano. The figure in the sword light was Qianzong. His target was Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame, who was cultivating in seclusion in the Sacred Volcano. Qianzong had already found out that Heavenly Venerable Sacred Flame was an ordinary Heavenly Venerable. His bloodline was closely related to fire. No matter what, the strength of an ordinary Heavenly Venerable was almost at the level of Heavenly Venerable Changhe. If he faced Qianzong, who was armed with the ancient divine sword armor, he would not be a match at all. It's a pity that the King Great Ancient Divine Sword Armor's consumption of cultivation power has increased. Qianzong sighed as he flew. The General Grade Ancient Divine Sword Armor consumed twice as much cultivation as the Soldier Grade Ancient Divine Sword Armor. However, the King Grade Ancient Divine Sword Armor consumed twice as much cultivation as the General Grade Ancient Divine Sword Armor. This meant that Chenzong's cultivation base could not sustain the King-grade ancient divine sword armor for much longer. Chenzong tried to make some speculations and found that if he went all out, he could only sustain the King-grade ancient divine sword armor for half a minute. And this was without using the mixed Yuan heart force. Fortunately, I obtained the void energy concealment secret from the ancestral land. Chenzong was even more delighted that he had obtained the void energy concealment secret. Without the void energy concealment secret, the King-grade ancient divine sword armor would be like a trump card to him. He could only use it at a critical moment. After all, half a minute was too short. If he used the mixed Yuan heart force, he could only use it for a quarter of an hour. However, the void energy concealment art could open up the void acupoints. One void acupoint could store all of one's cultivation, and 2 void acupoints were equivalent to 2 more cultivation. The more void acupoints there were, the more cultivation they could store. Therefore, the King-grade ancient divine sword armor could be used as a regular method. The sky was vast and the sword light was flying. Chenzong finally saw a huge mountain standing between the heavens and the earth. White flames were constantly spewing out from the top of the mountain, turning into wisps of white sparks that sputtered and fell in all directions. These sparks contained an astonishingly high temperature. If a heavenly general came into contact with them, he would most likely be burned to death. He had finally arrived at the sacred volcano. Chenzong's expression was cold. His aura was completely restrained. The sword light also dimmed and became even more inconspicuous. There was a cluster of palaces 1,000 kilometers away from the sacred fire mountain. They were enveloped by a great formation and strands of fire chi could be vaguely seen rising. It was like a huge, invisible furnace, protecting the cluster of palaces firmly against external enemies. This large formation was able to resist external attacks. At the same time, it was also able to continuously gather the blazing aura from all directions and gather it in the sacred fire gate, turning it into pure sacred fire aura for the disciples of the sacred fire gate to absorb. This allowed them to better cultivate and improve their cultivation base and strength. Although Chenzong did not specialize in formations, he had a certain foundation in formations. Coupled with his vast knowledge and sharp senses, he could more or less deduce the mysteries of the sacred fire gate's large formation. It was indeed a powerful force. It was also worthy of being the cultivation legacy of the heavenly human tribe. It was indeed unique and brilliant. However, Chenzong's target was not the sacred fire gate but the sacred fire heavenly venerables. As for the sacred fire gate, if there was a brilliant bloodline, it was not impossible to refine some of it. After locking onto the sacred volcano in the distance, Chenzong rapidly approached. The mixed Yuan heart force was also constantly dispersed and spread out. After the battle with heavenly venerable Changhe, Chenzong knew that although his mixed Yuan heart force was hidden, heavenly venerables could still sense it. Therefore, he tried his best to thin out the mixed Yuan heart force. In his perception, there was a restrained aura in the sacred volcano. That aura was very tyrannical. It was fine if it did not erupt. However, once it did, its power was vast and would definitely destroy mountains and shatter heaven and earth. No, it was not just one aura, but 2. There are actually 2 heavenly venerables auras. Chenzong narrowed his eyes slightly. 1 heavenly venerable and 2 heavenly venerables were 2 different concepts. It was not difficult to kill an ordinary heavenly venerable. However, if it was 2 ordinary heavenly venerables, the difficulty would be a little high. Chenzong's thoughts turned, but he did not plan to give up. It was not difficult to kill 2 ordinary heavenly venerables when he unleashed his full power. Moreover, he was originally only looking for the sacred fire heavenly venerables. He did not expect to have 1 more heavenly soul. After carefully sensing the power of the sacred volcano, Chenzong decided to barge in directly. Armed, in an instant, a dark golden fluid flowed out of his body and covered his entire body. It turned into a dark golden battle armor that completely covered his head and body. Only his eyes were exposed. However, even where his eyes were, there was a layer of invisible defense. As soon as the king-level ancient god sword armor was equipped, Chenzong immediately felt that the power flowing in his body was extremely tyrannical. It seemed that as long as it was released, it could shatter heaven and earth and shatter the vacuum. His speed was at its peak. He directly appeared on the sacred volcano and stared at the huge hole below that was constantly spewing out white flames. Charge! Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately rushed into the sacred volcano. Even if the sacred fire Heavenly Venerable's battle strength was even more tyrannical in the sacred volcano, it could not make Qianzong retreat at all. Strength, this was confidence in his own strength. Who is it? A violent roar suddenly sounded, full of anger. The sacred fire Heavenly Venerable was not a good-tempered person. On the contrary, he was very fiery. In the face of an outsider, he immediately became angry, followed by a terrifying sharp cry. It was not a Heavenly Venerable, but an ordinary Heavenly Venerable phoenix. This phoenix was the Heavenly Fire Sacred Phoenix that had lived at the bottom of the sacred volcano in its early years. After being subdued by the sacred fire Heavenly Venerable, it had been nurtured with all his heart. As they grew together, it had also reached the level of an ordinary Heavenly Venerable. The Sacred Fire Heavenly Venerable and the Heavenly Fire Sacred Phoenix were both at the Heavenly Venerable level. This made the top battle strength of the Sacred Fire sect even more astonishing. At the foot of the sacred volcano, there was a huge white lava lake that covered hundreds of miles. Above it, a 100-meter-long platinum phoenix soared endlessly. Layers of white flames burned on its body. In an instant, the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix let out an extremely high-pitched cry. It suddenly spread its wings and blasted a ball of platinum flames at Qianzong. The flames were extremely scorching and burned everything. It also contained a domineering power, as if it wanted to shatter everything without mercy. The Sacred Fire Heavenly Venerable also attacked at the same time. He slapped his palm across the sky. The Sacred Fire Great Palm contained an extremely tyrannical and blazing power and bombarded across the sky. In just one exchange, Qianzong suffered 2 terrifying attacks and was under great threat. If Qianzong was just an ordinary Heavenly Venerable, it would be difficult for him to bear. This was because in the environment of the sacred volcano, the Sacred Fire Heavenly Venerable's attack power would increase by 30%. The Skyfire Sacred Phoenix's strength would also increase by 30%. If they joined forces, they would be able to contend against a top-level Heavenly Venerable. Qianzong was not an ordinary Heavenly Venerable, nor was he a top-level Heavenly Venerable. He was an ultimate Heavenly Venerable, and a top-level one at that. His strength was so strong that it was difficult to find an opponent in the Divine Brilliance Empire. Facing the combined attack of the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix and the Sacred Fire Heavenly Venerable, Qianzong's expression did not change. There was no fluctuation in his eyes. His figure flashed, and he turned into a sword light that pierced through the sky. The Heavenly Will Sword was also unsheathed in an instant. Slash! The sword light tore through the sky as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth. It split the ball of platinum flames that the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix spat out. It was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable. The power of the platinum flames was very strong and shocking. However, under the absolute difference in strength, all power was ignored and destroyed. Xianxia, Qianzong's plan was to end the battle as soon as possible. He wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible to prevent any unnecessary changes from occurring. Slash! Under Xianxia's sword, the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix was immediately split apart. Its 100-meter-long body could not withstand the sharpness of the sword. After being split apart, the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix immediately let out a roar. As its power surged, the severed part of its body closed up again. However, it had used up a lot of its power. Slash! Slash! Slash after slash at the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix and the Sacred Fire Heavenly Venerable. Immediately, a blood-red light flashed in Qianzong's eyes. The moment the blood-red light appeared, an obscure aura spread out. It enveloped the sacred fire mountain for hundreds of miles at an astonishing speed. The bubbling white lava lake also stopped in an instant, as if it had frozen. A blood-red shadow appeared on Qianzong's body. It exuded an unparalleled and terrifying killing aura. It was as if it had crossed over from the abyss of slaughter. Blood Shura. Once the secret art was used, both the Sacred Fire Heavenly Venerable and the Skyfire Sacred Phoenix immediately felt that they were suppressed by an extremely terrifying power. Their auras became obscure and it became difficult for them to mobilize their power. The blood-red sword light tore through the sky, bringing with it the massacre supremacy as it charged towards the Sacred Fire Heavenly Venerable. It split him apart without any resistance. Kill, under the attack and suppression of the blood Shura, the sacred fire heavenly venerable and the skyfire sacred phoenix were no match for it. They did not even have the ability to fight back. In the sacred fire mountain, everything was calm. The white magma seemed to have completely frozen, like a mirror. The sacred flame heavenly lord and the heavenly fire sacred phoenix had become two corpses, and their souls had been taken by Qinzong. Refine, Qinzong immediately used the bloodline refining secret art. Wisps of blood spread out, turning into a bloody light that sprinkled on the heavenly fire sacred phoenix's corpse, immediately refining its bloodline. The heavenly fire sacred phoenix was a beast, not a celestial being. Therefore, it was different from the celestial being. A celestial being at the celestial being level would have their bloodline essence integrated into their souls and could not be refined. However, beasts were different. When they advanced to the celestial being level, they would not condense their souls, but their bloodline would sublimate, and they could still be refined. The heavenly fire sacred phoenix was at the celestial being level, and its bloodline had been raised to the extremity level. After it was killed, some of it was lost. Therefore, the bloodline that was refined was at the top level. Not long after, a mini dragon appeared in Qinzong's hand. The heavenly fire sacred phoenix, about 2 fingers long, was swimming in Qinzong's palm, emitting a strong power. The top-level heavenly fire sacred phoenix's bloodline was also very valuable. It was not inferior to the top-level eternal darkness tree's bloodline that he had previously obtained. With a flip of his hand, Qinzong immediately put away the heavenly fire sacred phoenix's bloodline and soul. Qinzong immediately smiled. Now that he had obtained what he needed, it was time to leave. First, he had killed Empyrean Long River. Then, he had killed Empyrean Xinguang. Now, he had killed Empyrean Sacred Flame. However, Qinzong had not been implanted with a bloodline curse like when he had killed Shimu Yuan in the Dark Sky Empire. A bloodline curse seal was often a special technique that could not be used by any bloodline. In essence, the bloodline of the Eternal Tree of Darkness was one of the best demonic person bloodlines, and it was also an extremely special demonic person bloodline. In terms of essence, the bloodlines of Empyrean Long River, Empyrean Xinguang, and Empyrean Sacred Flame could not compare. It was a good thing that he was not implanted with a bloodline curse seal. Qinzong did not like that thing on him. It's time to leave, Qinzong thought to himself. Even though he could continue to stay and kill other heavenly souls to obtain heavenly souls and search for superior bloodlines to refine, he could exchange them for divine energy that he could not use. Furthermore, divine energy could be used to purchase many treasures and resources. However, Qinzong still felt a sense of danger in his heart. The longer he stayed here, the greater the danger. After all, the purpose of staying here was to hunt more, and the more he hunted, the more attention he would attract. If he didn't continue hunting, then there was no point in staying here. Quit while you're ahead, Qinzong said to himself. He immediately rushed out of the holy volcano and was about to leave. When Qinzong rushed out of the sacred fire mountain and flew into the distance, the white lava lake in the calm sacred fire mountain immediately began to churn violently. It was like a raging tidal wave that surged higher and higher, engulfing the corpses of the Skyfire sacred phoenix and Heavenly Lord sacred flame. Rumble, waves of terrifying rumbling sounds rang out from the sacred fire mountain. They were extremely dull, like the beating of war drums. The mighty sounds continued to spread out, rushing in all directions. The entire sacred fire mountain immediately began to shake. The sacred fire school, which was thousands of miles away, did not know that their patriarch had fallen. They only sensed the abnormal fluctuations in the sacred fire mountain, but did not take it to heart. After all, their patriarch was cultivating in seclusion in the sacred fire mountain. Any movement was probably due to their patriarch. Even if the sacred fire mountain were to erupt, their patriarch would be able to suppress it. There was no need to worry. However, things were progressing beyond their expectations. Unexpectedly, for some reason, their patriarch did not take action. The sacred fire mountain erupted. Terrifying white lava spewed out from the sacred fire mountain and soared into the sky. It reached a height of thousands of meters before quickly spreading and falling, covering all directions. Rumble. 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 the entire sacred fire mountain trembled. Endless white lava spewed out like raging waves and rolled down, covering a radius of thousands of miles. It was as though a natural disaster had descended. The sacred fire school was directly impacted. Block it, quickly block it. What's going on? Where's the patriarch? Inside the sacred fire school, the expressions of the sect master and the elders changed drastically. They immediately activated the formation with all their might and personally blocked the impact of the sacred fire mountain's lava. What about their patriarch? Where was the patriarch? He had long been killed. Sword light flew in the sky. Chenzong, who was inside the sword light, suddenly frowned. At that moment, he felt his heart palpitate for no reason, as if some danger was approaching. This feeling was mysterious and indescribable. However, it was a kind of perception that originated from the depths of one's soul. It was a perception that came from the depths of one's soul. Danger was approaching, and it could even threaten one's life. Chenzong increased his speed and immediately flew into the distance. Since even he felt that the danger was great, there was no need to face it. He would avoid it if he could. After all, this was the world of the heavenly human race. If his identity was exposed, the danger would increase. However, it was a pity that Chenzong did not manage to escape in the end. A white warship that seemed to be burning with a layer of sacred flames burst out at an astonishing speed, surging through the sky. Every time it shuttled, it would directly cross tens of thousands of miles. It was so fast that even the full speed of an ultimate heavenly master could not compare with it. Chenzong was indeed very fast at full speed, but he still could not compare with the speed of the warship. Under the locking of the aura, he was also caught up. He could not escape. Since he could not escape, he would look for an opportunity. The warship flashed, and directly shot out a beam of sacred white divine light from the dragon head at the bow of the warship. Its speed was astonishing, and it instantly shattered the sky and blasted toward Chenzong. An extremely strong aura locked onto Chenzong, making Chenzong feel a sense of horror. If he was hit, he would definitely be injured. Chenzong's figure flashed, and he immediately dodged. Then, figures flew out of the warship at an astonishing speed and immediately flew in all directions. As if they were pillars of heaven, their auras surrounded each other and directly sealed the surroundings. 4 of them, a total of 4 heavenly masters, worked together to set up a formation, as if sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. Chenzong was in the middle of it. Chenzong looked dignified. With his super strong perception, he was able to perceive the aura emitted by the 4 figures. Heavenly masters, they were 4 heavenly master level experts. Even if they were just ordinary heavenly masters, it was still very shocking to have 4 of them. However, Chenzong was actually not worried about 4 ordinary heavenly masters. If he fully unleashed his strength, he could easily defeat them, and it would not be difficult for him to escape. Even if the opponents set up a formation, Chenzong was confident that he could break it. What really made Chenzong fearful was the figure that walked over from the warship. It was an imposing figure dressed in platinum armor. The armor covered every part of his body and was burning with a faint layer of flames. Behind him was a long cloak. That was the figure. The cloak had a red base, and there were many fragmentary golden lines on it. It looked very shocking. The cloak constantly fluttered behind him, exuding a shocking power. Chenzong was inwardly shocked by such power. Who was this? This aura was much stronger than that of Divine Light Heavenly Master. It was definitely an ultimate Heavenly Master. Who are you? The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor, who was clad in platinum armor, spoke. His voice carried a kind of supreme majesty, as if he was the ruler of the world and commanding all living things. That kind of majesty transformed into a terrifying might that directly pressed down on Chenzong. Who are you? Chenzong asked in return. How dare you not bow when you see the Great Emperor? An ordinary heavenly master suddenly rebuked angrily. Chenzong was shocked when he heard that. Great Emperor, what Great Emperor? With such power and the title of Great Emperor, it had to be the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor of the Divine Brilliance dynasty. Sure enough, it was no wonder that he was the top cultivator of the Divine Brilliance dynasty. His power was really extremely powerful and shocking. It was simply terrifying. Once, in the Great Dark Sky Empire in the ruins of the demonic universe epic, the strongest cultivator there was the Lord of the Great Dark Sky. However, at that time, Qianzong's strength was far from what it was now. In the end, he was only an ordinary demon emperor, and it was still very difficult. Naturally, he could not see such a strong cultivator like the Lord of the Great Dark Sky with his own eyes. Strength determined one's level, and to a certain extent, it also determined one's experience. Seeing the divine brilliance great emperor and feeling his powerful aura, Qianzong felt a surge of excitement from the depths of his heart for no reason. It was an indescribable excitement, the excitement of seeing a strong cultivator. You dare to start a massacre in the dynasty. No matter where you come from, you must die. The divine brilliance great emperor was furious. In his anger, an extremely shocking fluctuation immediately erupted from his body. Sacred pale flames burned wildly and soared into the sky as if to burn everything. The void around him was also distorted under the burning of these pale sacred flames, turning into a terrifying vacuum. With a boom, a flood dragon condensed from the pale sacred flames instantly took shape. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it tore through the air toward Qianzong. That terrifying power directly locked onto Qianzong as if to swallow Qianzong whole. It was tyrannical and unavoidable. That kind of domineering will had reached the extreme. It was as if everything in heaven and earth had to submit to him. He drew his sword, the sword light pierced through the air. Qianzong's forte was not in dodging, but in attacking. Attack against attack. The moment the sword light struck the flood dragon, it immediately shattered. The flood dragon paused for a moment and then collapsed directly. But in the next breath, it was guided by a mysterious force and turned into a huge dragon claw, burning with endless pale flames. It viciously tore through the air toward Qianzong. The trajectory of that claw was extremely mysterious, as if it was in accordance with some kind of mystery between heaven and earth. It gave Qianzong a feeling that he could not avoid it no matter what. Since he could not avoid it, then he would not. The sword light flashed and collided with the dragon claw. In just a short moment, they had clashed hundreds of times. Every time they clashed, there was a burst of terrifying power and sparks sputtered. Qianzong clearly felt that a terrible power pervaded from the dragon claw, as if to destroy the heavenly will sword and then destroy his own body. That power was blazing, boundless, and contained a kind of astonishing domineering power. However, that was not the true essence of this power. Its true essence was a purifying power, a power that wanted to purify everything. The purifying power seemed sacred, but in fact, it was extremely domineering and full of destruction. The power of purification looked wholly on the surface as if it could dispel all filth, but its essence was destruction. Purification and destruction were two sides of the same coin, but their essence was the same. It was just that the aura of purification and destruction were different. To some extent, purification was more terrifying than direct destruction. If not for the heavenly will sword's tyrannical nature, it would have been damaged by this overbearing purification power. In his heart, Qianzong was more and more shocked by the strength of the divine brilliance great emperor. Little did he know that the divine brilliance great emperor was also shocked by Qianzong's strength. Very strong, to think that this person was able to block his attack. Although it wasn't his full strength, this level of strength wasn't something that a peak Emperorian could possess. Judging from the might of his attack, this person in full dark golden armor should be an ultimate Emperorian like himself. Of course, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor was not the only ultimate heavenly venerable in the Divine Brilliance dynasty, but there were actually only three. One of them was the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor, and the other was the Great Elder of the Divine Brilliance dynasty. However, he had been in seclusion for many years to break through to the heavenly god realm and had not appeared for thousands of years. As for the third ultimate heavenly venerable, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor knew him. He was not the person in front of him at all. So, where did this person come from? The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor did not continue to attack. Instead, he stared at Qianzong and asked again, "Who are you?" "My name is Supreme Heavenly Light." Qianzong gave a false name. Supreme Heavenly Light. The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor pondered for a moment, and with some uncertainty, he asked, "Did you come from the ruins of God?" Qianzong's expression did not change, but his heart trembled slightly. Ruins of God, this was the first time he had heard such a name, so combining all the information he had, he could speculate that the ruins of God must be located outside the Divine Brilliance dynasty. It was a mysterious and powerful place. In other words, the Divine Brilliance dynasty was not the only Divine Brilliance dynasty in this fragment of the celestial epic of the universe. Chenzong could not help but think of the Great Dark Sky Empire. Was there something like the ruins of God outside the Great Dark Sky Empire? The thought flashed through his mind, but Chenzong did not intend to investigate further. For the Heavenly Heart dynasty, the ruins of God should be a realm that had not yet been explored, and he had no plans to explore it now. You don't need to know that much. Chenzong's voice was cold and harsh. He replied rudely, if you want to fight, then fight. If not, I'll take my leave. With that, Chenzong was about to leave. The Divine Brilliance Heavenly Emperor was instantly enraged. Originally, he had not planned to continue attacking because the other party was also an ultimate heavenly venerable. Instead, he wanted to first understand the other party's background and the purpose of entering the Divine Brilliance dynasty. He did not expect that the other party would be so unappreciative. Since that was the case, he might as well leave his life behind. Enraged, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor did not hold back at all. His right hand grabbed at the void beside him, as if reaching into the depths of the void. The void fluctuated incessantly, like a raging undercurrent of the divine sea. A blazing ball of sacred pale flames burned incessantly, spewing out from the depths of the void. Under Chenzong's gaze, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor's right hand pulled out a ball of flickering sacred pale flames from the depths of the void. It was a scepter, a 2-meter-long scepter. This scepter was as thick as an ordinary person's arm, and its entire body seemed to be made of white divine gold. It was engraved with countless divine runes, crisscrossing and containing endless mysteries. Every strand of divine runes seemed to explain this side of the void. The mysteries of heaven and earth. At the top of the scepter was a pale white ball the size of 2 fists inlaid. Light and shadow seemed to flow incessantly within it, like rising clouds, thunder, and lightning flashing. It was like a boundless world. A heavenly divine artifact, it was also at the level of a quasi-divine artifact. It was even more powerful than ordinary quasi-divine artifacts. The moment that scepter appeared, Chenzong's eyes focused, and a sense of palpitations involuntarily welled up in his heart. It seemed that the power contained within the scepter was already threatening him. Involuntarily, Chenzong thought of the Great Dark Sky Empire, and the huge pitch-black mountain that the phantom of the demon emperor Xingu had controlled when he appeared. The Eternal Demon Mountain, that was the demon divine artifact controlled by the demon emperor Xingu, and its power was also very astonishing. However, it still felt a little inferior to the scepter in the hands of the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor in front of him. Whether it was inferior or not, Chenzong actually didn't dare to be sure. It was just his first impression, but in any case, this scepter was at the level of a quasi-divine artifact. Its power was astonishing, and it would definitely pose a strong threat to him. With the divine scepter in hand, the aura of the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor merged with it, and his strength soared to the extreme. The void in all directions was suppressed, and the oppressive aura also spread out. Immediately, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor waved the divine scepter in his hand, and a layer of light suddenly spread out from it, instantly enveloping all directions and covering a radius of 10,000 meters. When Chenzong was swept past, he only felt his body sink slightly, and there was a trace of stagnation in the operation of his power. The power of the divine scepter covered a radius of 10,000 meters. The scepter left the hands of the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor and fell into the void, as if suppressing everything. Domain, the divine scepter released amazing power, forming a domain that suppressed and imprisoned the void within a radius of 10,000 meters. Waves of terrible power came from all directions, constantly squeezing Chenzong, putting Chenzong under great pressure. The waves of power were like turbulent waves, disturbing the operation of the mixed yuan heart force in Chenzong's body, and it felt a little sluggish. Once the operation of the power of cultivation was not so smooth, it would affect the performance of one's strength to a certain extent, causing one's strength to be weakened. Chenzong's heart trembled. The power of this divine artifact was indeed amazing. It could directly cause such an effect. The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor also made his move in an instant. He took a step forward and punched out. With a boom, a terrible pale fist print broke through the air, and with a terrible power that could purify and destroy everything, it blasted mercilessly toward Qinzong, trying to kill Qinzong directly here. When he took out the divine artifact, the divine brilliance Great Emperor, it meant that he would no longer have the slightest mercy. No matter whether you came from the divine ruins or where you came from, you must die. The dignity of the Great Emperor could not be violated, and the safety of the dynasty could not be disturbed. This punch, coupled with the domain of the divine scepter, immediately brought a strong threat to Qinzong, causing Qinzong to feel a sense of fear and trepidation for no reason. Full strength. Since entering the divine brilliance dynasty, Qinzong had first killed Heavenly Lord Long River, then killed Heavenly Lord Xinguang, and then killed Heavenly Lord Xingyan and his phoenix beast, the Heavenly Fire Sacred Phoenix. But no matter in which battle, Qinzong had not really burst out with his full strength. The most power he had used was in the battle with Heavenly Lord Xinguang, where he had only activated one void aperture point. But now, when Qinzong's full strength was unleashed, streaks of darkness suddenly appeared behind him. The darkness was about the size of a bowl. It was as big as a small black hole vortex that kept spinning. 1 streak, 2 streaks, 3 streaks, a total of 7 black hole vortexes appeared behind Qinzong. As they spun, they emitted traces of extremely powerful and pure aura fluctuations. They resonated with the powerful mixed yuan heart force in Qinzong's indestructible body of the universe. They were of the same origin. The 7 void aperture points formed a ring that appeared behind Qinzong and spun slowly. Originally, when Qinzong entered the Divine Brilliance dynasty, he had only opened 6 void aperture points. But when the ancient divine sword armor was upgraded from the general level to the king level, it also further refined Qinzong's indestructible body of the universe. Its strength had more than doubled. This way, Qinzong could bear the burden of opening more void aperture points. As a result, Qinzong had opened the 7th void aperture point and filled it with mixed yuan heart force. It was equivalent to having 7 times the power of his cultivation. Such an extremely powerful power could be said to be vast. It was enough to support the king-level ancient divine sword armor's high-intensity consumption. After all, it would recover as it was consumed. With Qinzong's mixed yuan heart force's super-fast recovery speed, the power in the 7 void aperture points would not be depleted in a short period of time. It was more than enough to support a high-intensity battle for an hour. If he did not use high-intensity outbursts, it would not be impossible for him to hold on for a few hours. Qinzong did not intend to hold on for a few hours. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Explode, the mixed yuan heart force exploded 5 times. A sword slashed across the sky, stealing all the light in the world. Darkness suddenly descended. Only a sword light pierced through the sky. It was extremely bright and dazzling. The array that sealed Qinzong was destroyed in an instant. The 4 ordinary heavenly venerables' expressions changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. It was difficult for them to intervene in such a battle. They could only watch from the sidelines to prevent Qinzong from escaping. A sword slashed across the sky and instantly split the overbearing fist print. It then slashed toward the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor. The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor's expression changed unconsciously. Under the suppression of the heavenly deity scepter's domain, he could still explode with such power. This person's strength had definitely reached the top level among the ultimate heavenly venerables. He was not inferior to the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor at all. No, he was even somewhat superior to the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor. If he did not have the heavenly deity scepter, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor would not be a match for him. The premise was that the other party did not have a heavenly divine artifact. As this thought flashed through his mind, the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor dodged the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor's sword and slammed his palm across the sky. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was rampaging, wanting to smash everything in front of it. The Divine Brilliance Great Emperor had mastered many secret combat techniques and was proficient in all kinds of them. His strength was truly terrifying. His mixed element heart force exploded tenfold. With 7 void aperture acupoints as a supplement, coupled with the astonishing recovery speed of his mixed element heart force, Qinzong did not have to use any explosive power to explode with an extremely powerful strength. The eternal star, the shadow of an ancient star, suddenly appeared, as if it had been dragged out from the ancient time and space. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an extremely heavy pressure. That pressure was ancient and boundless, and as it descended, the void seemed to be fluctuating. If it had not been for the suppression of the domain of the heavenly deity scepter, the void would not have been able to withstand the descent of the eternal star and would have collapsed directly. The divine brilliance great emperor's expression changed drastically again. The power of this attack was so terrifying that it made him feel a sense of horror from the bottom of his heart. The palm print, which was like an ancient divine mountain, instantly came into contact with the shadow of the ancient star. There was a slight pause, and there was an earth-shattering explosion of momentum. Terrifying ripples crazily rushed out from the point of collision, as if to completely shatter the void. Rumble, there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. There was only a huge illusory star across the sky, smashing everything like a falling meteor. A huge palm print with pale white flames spread across the sky like a divine mountain, as if to shatter the nine heavens. When the star collided with the palm print, it paused, frantically bursting out layers of terrifying ripples that raged in all directions. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the palm print. It could not withstand the terrifying power of the eternal stars and collapsed directly. Impact, crushing, the eternal stars instantly bombarded the divine brilliance great emperor. The terrifying power and boundless pressure instantly suffocated him. In the face of this ancient and tyrannical shadow of the stars, the divine brilliance great emperor found himself unable to move. Even more so, from the bottom of his heart, he felt that he could not resist and would be crushed. Unprecedented, Chenzong's strength was not inferior to the divine brilliance great emperor in the first place, and might even surpass him by a little. Not to mention the tenfold explosion of the mixed yuan heart force, that kind of power directly increased the power of the eternal stars to the extreme. If it were not for the suppression of the domain of the sky deity scepter, the divine brilliance great emperor would not have been able to withstand the eternal stars. Even now, he felt suffocated. Without hesitation, the divine brilliance great emperor grabbed the void with his right hand, and the sky deity scepter suddenly flew into his hand. It stabbed forward like a long spear, directly piercing the illusory star. This stab erupted with the tyrannical power of the sky deity scepter, and the power of a heavenly divine artifact was fully displayed. The illusory star paused slightly and began to crack under the tyrannical power of the sky deity scepter. After all, a heavenly divine artifact had unpredictable power, and there was an essential difference between it and a top chaotic divine artifact. Even a quasi-divine artifact could not be compared to it. The tenfold mixed yuan heart force erupted again, and a sword of Taihao rose into the sky, burning incessantly. The power of the Taihao true fire was boundless, as if it could burn the sky. Under the explosion of the tenfold mixed yuan heart force, Chenzong repeatedly displayed secret swords. Blood azura, under the sword, a blood-colored phantom emerged, and everything around suddenly froze, as if it was a domain. Although it was not as powerful as the sky deity scepter, it also offset the influence of the sky deity scepter's domain to a certain extent. Secret swords were displayed one by one. With the sword, a dark light suddenly appeared, and wisps of it diffused from the depths of the void, condensing, exuding a terrifying aura, and then attacked. Everything between heaven and earth, the divine brilliance great emperor kept waving the divine deity scepter in his hand, relying on the tyrannical power of the divine deity scepter to resist Chenzong's attacks, but his expression was extremely solemn and even more horrified. How could this person's strength be so terrifying? His explosive power was astonishing. Every sword strike was a serious threat to him. If it wasn't for the divine scepter in his hand, he would have been unable to withstand it. How powerful the of the divine brilliance! Of the divine brilliance of the brilliance of the sky. It was unimaginable, the divine brilliance great emperor became even more fearful. It should be known that using the divine scepter was not so easy. It would increase the consumption of one's own strength. Once his strength was exhausted, he would no longer be able to activate the power of the divine scepter, and the consequences would be dire. Chenzong only felt incomparably carefree. The feeling of not having to restrain his power, of being able to erupt and attack to his heart's content, was really wonderful. It was so wonderful that it was difficult to describe it clearly with words. Unrestrained, wantonly, to his heart's content. Dripping, dripping, dripping. As Chenzong continued to unleash his attacks, he gained a deeper understanding of the one-mind swordsmanship. He also gained a deeper understanding of the secret swordsmanship. Sure enough, this kind of high-intensity, all-out battle was also an excellent way to improve one's own strength. The mixed yuan heart force in the void aperture was constantly being consumed and restored, but in the end, it was a high-intensity eruption. The speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed of consumption. The 4 ordinary heavenly venerables in the distance were already stunned. Since when had the divine brilliance great emperor been suppressed, and when he was holding the sky deity scepter? It was unimaginable. No one in the divine brilliance dynasty would believe it, but the truth was right in front of him. The strength of this heavenly venerable, who called himself Swordmaster Tianguang, was really too terrifying. The divine brilliance great emperor's expression was solemn. He fully activated the power of the sky deity scepter, and all his power poured into the scepter without reservation. The sky deity scepter suddenly trembled, and immediately, a light shadow rose from it and manifested, turning into a human figure that stood in the sky. Endless brilliance constantly emanated from that human figure. It was as astonishing as a high and mighty god. Chen Zong's expression became more and more solemn. This godlike phantom actually made him feel a terrible threat. Fleeting beauty, without hesitation, Chen Zong attacked with another secret sword. A bit of sword light pierced through the air and fell directly on the godlike phantom. At first, it was weak and seemed to have no power, but then, like a seed, it crazily devoured the power of the phantom. The phantom reacted in time and immediately stirred up all its power to destroy the power that invaded its body. Kill, as the shadow of the deity waved his hand, beams of divine light surged and bombarded Chen Zong. The power of each beam of divine light was actually at the level of the full-strength attack of the divine brilliance great emperor. What was even more frightening was that the divine light seemed to be endless. Beam after beam, the attack was continuous, and the attack became faster and faster. In the end, there seemed to be more than a dozen beams of divine light, or even dozens of beams of divine light, all bombarding Chen Zong. Ancient star, the ancient phantom of the stars suddenly appeared and descended in an instant, bombarding the beams of divine light. At the same time, it also resisted the beams of divine light. The power of this secret sword was tyrannical and boundless. At the same time, it also had a certain degree of defensive ability. However, under the bombardment of the divine light, the ancient star was still unable to resist and was defeated. Chen Zong seized the fleeting opportunity to dodge and attack the phantom with fleeting beauty again. Although fleeting beauty could not be used fully, it could still wear down some of the phantom's power. Chen Zong did not believe that the phantom's power was limitless. Extreme, Chen Zong was completely desperate, displaying his strength to the extreme. Cracks continuously appeared in the void, and then it collapsed inch by inch, as if it was caving in. It was extremely terrifying. The divine brilliance great emperor's expression was extremely ugly. Even the full power of the divine deity scepter could not do anything to his opponent. He could feel that the power contained in the divine deity scepter was constantly weakening and could not hold on for much longer. Once the power of the divine deity scepter was exhausted, and his own power was almost exhausted, if his opponent still had strength left, then the consequence would be to be killed. Thinking of this, the divine brilliance great emperor immediately pointed his finger at the divine deity scepter. The phantom of the god trembled and then erupted with all its power, turning into a huge beam of divine light that was several times more powerful than any previous beam of divine light. It blasted directly at Chen Zong, shattering everything. After launching this attack, the divine brilliance great emperor immediately grabbed the divine deity scepter, erupted with his remaining power, and flew directly to the warship. The 4 ordinary celestial masters also received the news and immediately retreated, flying into the warship. Under the bombardment of the huge divine light, Chen Zong could not resist and was directly knocked back thousands of meters away. If it were not for the tyrannical defensive power of the ancient god sword armor, he would not have been able to resist at all. Even so, Chen Zong felt that the indestructible body of the universe was shattered in an instant and had to consume a lot of mixed element heart force to recover. In the distance, the warship was launched and directly shuttled away at an astonishing speed, heading into the distance. They had escaped, the divine brilliance great emperor had escaped with 4 ordinary celestial masters. Chen Zong was slightly startled, but he had no intention of chasing after him. This was because his mixed yuan heart force was about to be used up. The mixed yuan heart force in the 7 void aperture acupoints had been used up, and only 30% of the mixed yuan heart force in his body remained. With only 30% of the mixed element heart force, it would not be able to support the ancient god sword armor for a long time. The consequence of chasing after them was that not only would he not be able to kill the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor, but he might even be killed instead. There were still 4 ordinary celestial masters who had not consumed much of their power. Go! Chenzong immediately erupted with extreme speed, fleeing in different directions of the warship. Then, he put away the ancient god sword armor, and his mixed element heart force began to rapidly recover. This battle is too satisfying, Chenzong could not help but secretly say, his face still a little excited. Satisfying, incisively and vividly, it was just too exhausting. The power of his own cultivation plus the power of the 7 void acupoints was 8 times the power of his cultivation, which was almost depleted. It was simply astonishing. Taking into account the recovery speed of the mixed element heart force, it was equivalent to directly consuming 9 times the power of his cultivation. Even so, he still could not defeat the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor, which was enough to prove the strength of the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor. Taking a step back, if he had not obtained the secret of the void energy concealment, he would not have been a match for the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor at all. At the same time, Chenzong was reminiscing about the battle just now. That feeling of not caring about his own energy consumption and attacking without restraint was truly wonderful. Through it, Chenzong was able to peek into even more profound mysteries of swordsmanship, which allowed him to further strengthen his swordsmanship. The power of his secret swords also increased slightly, allowing him to reach a higher level of comprehension. The mixed element heart force continued to recover and finally recovered to 100%, but it was still not enough. There were still 7 void acupoints that were empty and needed to continue to recover. Chenzong stimulated the first void acupoint and slowly infused the mixed element heart force into it, recovering as he did so. This way, there would not be any dangerous situations that were difficult to deal with due to the injection of power too quickly. Finally, Chenzong filled all 7 void acupoints with the mixed element heart force, and his cultivation was completely restored to its peak. It's time to leave, Chenzong said to himself. Although he had defeated the Divine Brilliance Great Emperor and forced him to flee, Chenzong did not feel complacent, nor did he intend to stay any longer. There was always a sense of unease, as if something terrible would happen if he continued to stay, and it would be very disadvantageous to him or even threaten his life. Just like the ancient Illumination God dynasty had set up 3 strongholds in the Black Sky Empire, the Heaven Heart dynasty had also set up several secret and remote strongholds in the Divine Brilliance dynasty. Chenzong arrived at one of the strongholds. After confirming that no one was chasing after him, he immediately stimulated the power of the Light Spirit Essence and used it to bring him away from the Divine Brilliance dynasty and back to the Heaven Heart dynasty. End of chapter 3278. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.